Waking up, I found myself in a fantasy world. I started as a descendant of an imperial family, with a prestigious lineage and an invincible background. A system came along, promising that if I could woo Liu Ruyan for 3 years, I would be able to sweep through the heavens. Once the system was activated, I received messages like, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the sky-eating demon technique. Congratulations, host, you have refined the supreme bone. Congratulations, host, you have attained chaos." Jiang Yunhao was done with the flattery. Why chase after a female lead? Isn't his childhood friend, who is wholeheartedly devoted to him, more appealing? But unexpectedly, Liu Ruyan, who had been both an ally and a rival, took it seriously and questioned him in tears, asking, why? Why stop halfway through? Chapter 1. I'm done with the flattery. Why are you taking it seriously? 3 years. 3 years. Do you know how I spent these 3 years? I flattered that woman for 3 years, and now you're telling me I targeted the wrong person. Jiang Yunhao's mentality completely collapsed. 3 years ago, he had crossed over to this fantasy world and became a descendant of the Jiang family in Shanglua City. His identity was noble, his background invincible, the unparalleled young master. However, in this world of fantasy, the law of the jungle prevails. One cannot rely solely on status for a stable life. The most important thing is strength. Fortunately, Jiang Yunhao had bound a system. The system told him that if he could woo Liu Ruyan for 3 years, he would activate the system, achieve unparalleled status, and sweep the world. For this goal, Jiang Yunhao abandoned his dignity, lowered his status, and humbly flattered Liu Ruyan like a dog. But Liu Ruyan said that wealth and treasures would only insult her pride. So every time she accepted gifts from Jiang Yunhao, she wore a pretentious look of being forced to accept, while simultaneously showing off to her friends. She accepted his unconditional devotion. While claiming she wasn't a casual woman, she was constantly flirting with many young masters, spreading her affections everywhere. Is this reasonable? Not at all. Originally, Jiang Yunhao had endured this for the sake of activating the system. But now, the system said it made a mistake. I flattered that woman for 3 years, and now you tell me you made a mistake? Jiang Yunhao was furious, truly speechless. You should just go back and be reprogrammed. System. Ding, ding, ding. Warning. System program malfunction. Damn, is it getting sensitive now? Is it going to self-destruct? The chaotic voices in his mind startled Jiang Yunhao. Ding. System mode restarting. To compensate the host can activate this system without completing any tasks. System activation, countdown 10, 9, 8. Fortunately, the next moment, the system returned to normal. Hearing this, Jiang Yunhao suddenly stood up. This is more like it. No need for any damn tasks. As for that little girl Liu Ruyan, whoever likes to flatter her can go ahead. As the young master of the Jiang family, for 3 years, he had been regarded as a flattery fool, a wasteful second-generation heir, and his reputation was utterly ruined. Moreover, his position in the Jiang family was precarious, the clan members were at odds, and it would eventually lead to disaster. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunhao decisively made a decision. First, win people's hearts and establish his footing in the Jiang family. Once his strength grew, what wouldn't he have? Yes, that's the way. While Jiang Yunhao was silently calculating, a voice came from outside. Jiang Yunhao, I already said, I Liu Ruyan am not that kind of vain woman. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Who else could it be but Liu Ruyan? Jiang Yunhao was all too familiar with this woman. Liu Ruyan was imperious, walking towards the palanquin while speaking. However, 2 black-armored guards immediately blocked Liu Ruyan. Miss Ruyan, without the young master's permission, no one can approach the young master. Liu Ruyan was slightly taken aback. This had never happened before. The previous Jiang Yunhao would have come down from the palanquin like a dog to greet her. How dare you? Who are you to block me? Liu Ruyan was so angry she laughed, coldly sneering. Your master Jiang Yunhao wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. Jiang Yunhao, you better come out and see me. The 2 black guards felt a surge of anger in their eyes, but it quickly dimmed. Who were they? They were the most elite of the imperial Jiang family. The personal guards only worthy of serving the young master. Such individuals were not to be insulted by Liu Ruyan. She was merely acting spoiled, relying on the young master's favor. The black guards suppressed their anger, silently bowing their heads, preparing to endure. Their young master, sigh. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from inside the palanquin. How bold! Insulting my Jiang family's blackguards. Throw her out. She's an eyesore. Jiang Yunhao had seen everything and felt disgust rising in his heart. Being spoiled and willful. Would Jiang Yunhao like that? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent, and those watching the spectacle doubted their ears. Liu Ruyan was also stunned, instinctively saying, Jiang Yunhao, are you crazy? How dare you speak to me like this? Do you still want to marry me? He'll annul our engagement. Do you believe it? Her chest heaved violently, a surge of inexplicable anger spreading throughout her body, and she turned to leave. Wait, Jiang Yunhao suddenly said. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan seemed to feel greatly wronged, not looking back as she coldly huffed. What? Regretting it? You want to keep me? Let me tell you, it's useless. You should give up. However, before Liu Ruyan could finish, Jiang Yunhao had already stepped out of the palanquin. You didn't say? I almost forgot. Fine, the engagement is immediately annulled. Great, double happiness. Crossing over to become the esteemed young master of the Jiang family, activating the system, and annulling an arrogant woman's engagement. This was simply too satisfying. What? Liu Ruyan halted her steps, suddenly turning around, feeling as if she had misheard in her view. As long as she brought up the engagement, the previous Jiang Yunhao would have been thrown into a panic, coming to lick her like a dog. This was her tried-and-true method, but today's Jiang Yunhao was surprisingly calm. Before Liu Ruyan could collect her thoughts, Jiang Yunhao continued. However, since the engagement has been annulled, then the treasures I gifted you over the past 3 years, meant for our marriage, the heavenly mysterious divine armor, the universe bracelet, the 10,000 god sword. Jiang Yunhao's gaze swept over Liu Ruyan. The crowd slowly widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. And also, some time ago, I gifted your Liu family a piece of heavenly essence as a betrothal gift, and I hope your Liu family can return it safely. Jiang Yunhao's expression was calm as he extended his hand towards Liu Ruyan. As for now, please return the treasures on you to me. Silence. A deathly silence. Liu Ruyan was stunned, but the first thought that crossed her mind was, return? It was already a betrothal gift, so it's mine now. How could I possibly return it to you? What a ridiculous man. Jiang Yunhao, are you crazy? You want back what you gave me? Are you still a man? Liu Ruyan instinctively murmured. The crowd was astonished, mouths agape, looking at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief. A thought suddenly arose in their minds. Shanglua City is going to change dramatically. Chapter 2. Ridiculous woman, trying to show off? Do you think he'll agree? However, Jiang Yunhao didn't care about Liu Ruyan's words at all. His expression was cold, his gaze calm as a deep well. This gaze struck Liu Ruyan like a bolt of lightning, making her feel as if she was being targeted by an ancient fierce beast, a chill rising in her heart, instinctively taking a few steps back. After all, he was the young master of the imperial Jiang family, renowned for his power, and Liu Ruyan was indeed startled. But Liu Ruyan quickly regained her composure. And, oh no, he's a lesser noble, but he's also Jiang Yunhao, a devoted follower who has long been under my control. Why should I be afraid of him? Liu Ruyan suddenly narrowed her eyes, staring intently at Jiang Yunhao. Playing hot and cold with this young lady, trying to manipulate me? You've really learned some skills. Liu Ruyan suddenly realized, thinking that Jiang Yunhao must have received guidance from a master and was now playing emotional games. But she was well versed in this area, having manipulated Jiang Yunhao with a marriage contract for 3 years. How could she be controlled by him? Jiang Yunhao, how can you be so shameless? You still want the betrothal gifts back? Have you forgotten what you said to me over the past 3 years? You said you only love me and would not let me suffer any grievances. But now, with this commotion, how will the world view me? Where do you want to put Liu Ruyan? Liu Ruyan's brows furrowed as she warned angrily. Seeing this, Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but smile. This little girl has really been spoiled beyond recognition. Jiang Yunhao shook his head. Then his expression suddenly changed, his gaze turning icy. I'm not joking with you, nor am I negotiating. The return of the betrothal gifts is not up to you. If the Liu family does not return them by this time tomorrow and insists on keeping my betrothal gifts, then the Liu family will be wiped out. Wiped out. Boom. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was in an uproar, staring at Jiang Yunhao in shock. Everyone finally came to their senses that, my God, is this really the young noble who has been so obedient to Liu Ruyan for 3 years? Now there's a good show to watch. Let's see how the Liu family explains this to the young noble. Liu Ruyan has been arrogant for 3 years, relying on the young noble's affection. Now that the young noble has awakened and ended the engagement, it's only reasonable to take back the betrothal gifts and gifts. Exactly, Liu Ruyan is actually feeling wrong. She keeps talking about love. What love? She just wants to take without giving anything in return. Shameless. Hearing the mocking voices around her, Liu Ruyan's expression changed slightly, her pupils suddenly constricting. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The situation had completely exceeded Liu Ruyan's expectations. Jiang Yunhao, was he serious? And just thinking about returning the things Jiang Yunhao had given her over the past 3 years made Liu Ruyan's heart bleed. How could she bear it? Especially the heavenly mysterious divine armor that Jiang Yunhao had given her, an extremely powerful, life-saving treasure. This was her most cherished treasure. With it, she could even defeat enemies beyond her level and stand out among the many talents in Shanglua City. Now, she had to return it to Jiang Yunhao? How was that possible? Liu Ruyan's delicate body trembled, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white. Jiang Yunhao, you really are heartless. But I'm not afraid to tell you that the Jiang family has more than just you as the young noble. That I have already visited young noble Ling Xiao, and he has agreed to take me as a follower in the future. You insult me today, which is equivalent to insulting young noble Ling Xiao. The Jiang family is not something you can control. Seeing that the facade had been torn off, Liu Ruyan no longer cared about her image, revealing her troubles. Men are indeed fickle, big pigs' hooves. If this had been before, Jiang Yunhao wouldn't have dared to speak to her like this. He would have clung to her leg, begging her not to leave him. But now he was acting so domineering and ruthless, so infuriating, such a heartless man. The imperial family, the Jiang family, has 8 main branches, and Jiang Yunhao is the young noble of 1 branch, while the other 7 branches also have young nobles. Competition among the 8 branches has always been fierce. In Liu Ruyan's view, Jiang Yunhao's status was very noble, but she did not need to fear him. Clinging to another young noble's leg, what could Jiang Yunhao do? Sure enough, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the city. More than a dozen blackguards, led by an old man in gray, arrived at the banks of the Luoshui River. Seeing the newcomers, Liu Ruyan's eyes brightened, as if she had found her backbone, and she hurried to greet the old man in gray. "Uncle Fu," Liu Ruyan said pitifully, tears welling in her eyes. The newcomers were also Jiang family's blackguards, but they belonged to the branch of Jiang Lingxiao. Uncle Fu, the leader, was Jiang Lingxiao's protector and a terrifying figure in the divine realm. Today was the day Uncle Fu was patrolling the city, and he had come over after sensing the commotion. However, upon arrival, he was somewhat stunned by the scene. Of course, he recognized Jiang Yunhao. And for the past 3 years, who didn't know that Jiang Yunhao had pursued Liu Ruyan? His humble demeanor had brought shame to the Jiang family. Seeing Liu Ruyan's pitiful appearance, it seemed like the two were having a quarrel. Uncle Fu could only complain his heart. Young noble Yunhao, such a talented genius, ended up being a soft-shell shrimp because of this Liu Ruyan. As for matters of love between the master and this lady, how could he dare to interfere? Uncle Fu regretted running over so quickly, encountering this mess. Liu Ruyan, however, was impatient and told Uncle Fu everything that had happened. The young noble and Liu Ruyan ended their engagement. As Uncle Fu listened, his expression grew increasingly strange, and he instinctively turned to look at Jiang Yunhao. From beginning to end, Jiang Yunhao merely watched everything with indifference, his gaze calm and cold. But this gaze was a signal. The young noble no longer cared about Liu Ruyan. Uncle Fu was bewildered. Liu Ruyan, however, continued to chatter on. Seeing Jiang Yunhao's brows slightly furrow, as if he was becoming a bit impatient, Uncle Fu's heart trembled and he came to his senses. Presumptuous. Who gave you the courage to confront our Jiang family's young noble? Coming back to his senses, Uncle Fu slapped Liu Ruyan, sending her flying. How could our Jiang family be something you, an outsider, can comment on? Uncle Fu's gaze was icy, his face filled with anger. Then, the angry old man turned to face Jiang Yunhao. The anger on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by deep respect. Things had changed. The young noble truly no longer cared about this woman. Uncle Fu's heart was shaken, and he couldn't think too much. He immediately bowed to Jiang Yunhao. Old servant pays respects to the young noble. Paying respects to the young noble. Paying respects to the young noble. As Uncle Fu knelt on one knee, the blackguards also bowed to Jiang Yunhao. Liu Ruyan, who had been slapped away, was completely stunned. This was not what she had imagined. Shouldn't Uncle Fu be ridiculing Jiang Yunhao to the fullest? But Liu Ruyan had no idea how excited Uncle Fu was at this moment. At this moment, Liu Ruyan, with her hair disheveled, had just gotten up awkwardly from the ground. Angry and shocked, she couldn't hold back, tears filling her eyes, displaying a pitiful and helpless demeanor. No wonder it's the imperial family. Liu Ruyan must have lost her mind, really thinking the blackguards would stand on her side. TSK, crying. She really is a sight to behold. Spouting nonsense, pretending to be innocent, as if she's the victim who's been bullied. Young noble Yunhao hasn't done anything to her, right? Since the engagement is void, returning the young noble's betrothal gifts is only right. The surrounding people's words were like knives, piercing deeply. Liu Ruyan's body trembled involuntarily. Even in this situation, this group of onlookers not only lacked sympathy for her, but instead mocked her as a weak woman. Fine, I'll return it. At this point, Liu Ruyan felt an immense sense of humiliation, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She reached out to take off her outer garment. It was the heavenly, mysterious, divine armor. The purple attire changed instantly, shimmering with light, transforming into a white armor that a divine quality treasure, capable of changing freely with the owner's will, truly miraculous. Liu Ruyan's face turned red and purple, filled with rage and humiliation as she prepared to leave. Wait, is that it? The eyes of the people around brightened. That's right. It wasn't over. There was more than just one piece of heavenly, mysterious, divine armor. The treasures on Liu Ruyan's body were all gifted by Jiang Yunhao. Strip it all off. It must all come off. Chapter 3-2 slaps must be delivered. System activated, having just taken off the heavenly, mysterious, divine armor. Liu Ruyan felt an unbearable pain in her heart upon hearing this. Her delicate body suddenly tensed up. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in anger, almost losing her temper as a matter of habit. But when she met Jiang Yunhao's indifferent gaze, Liu Ruyan's heart trembled. This man is truly heartless. Liu Ruyan stomped her foot in frustration, feeling extremely displeased. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she dared not say much. She could only silently take off her jewelry and treasures, ring by ring, necklace by necklace. With each piece she removed, her heart felt like it was bleeding, as if she were being cut with 1,000 knives. Here, I've returned everything to you. Is that enough? Are you satisfied now? Before long, Liu Ruyan was left with only her white inner garment, devoid of any treasure's brilliance or divine charm, struggling to hold back her tears, filled with shame and anger. However, in the next moment, Liu Ruyan suddenly felt a blur in front of her eyes as Jiang Yunhao appeared before her. Before she could react, slap. 2 slaps landed on Liu Ruyan's face. These 2 slaps were in retaliation for the humiliation of the blackguards. Jiang Yunhao's expression was indifferent as he withdrew his hand and stood still. The blackguards couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief, looking at their young master. They couldn't imagine such a scene happening in the past. But at this moment, it was happening for real. Don't forget my words. Inform your Liu family as elders to return my betrothal gifts tomorrow. If you insist on not returning them, I don't mind personally visiting your Liu family. Get lost. Jiang Yunhao waved his hand in disgust. Liu Ruyan was completely stunned. She covered her stinging cheek with her hand, as if she were dreaming. This sycophant actually dared to hit her. Liu Ruyan was incredulous, trembling all over. Jiang Yunhao, you have such a cruel heart. But seeing the respectful attitude of Fu Bo and the other blackguards towards Jiang Yunhao, Liu Ruyan didn't dare provoke him any further. With her group of female friends, she left in a dejected manner, like a stray dog. Jiang Yunhao no longer wanted to look at Liu Ruyan even once. Moreover, his system had been successfully bound. All he needed to do was return and activate it. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao turned and sat back inside the carriage. Return. Yes, we will obey the young master's orders. The blackguards responded loudly, their voices booming. It was no wonder the blackguards were so excited. For the past 3 years, they had been living quite uncomfortably. Although they were loyal to Jiang Yunhao, They couldn't help but feel frustrated and disheartened in private. But from this day forward, everything would be different. Until this moment, these blackguards had finally accepted their young master from the bottom of their hearts. By the banks of the Luo River, the storm began to calm. But it was easy to predict that today's events would undoubtedly stir up a tremendous wave in Shangluo City. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan, who had left in a dejected manner, was filled with mixed feelings. Jiang Yunhao truly was a man of duality. I only tested him for 3 years. I never said I didn't like him. I just wanted to test his sincerity. If he can't even hold on for this little time, how can he give me a sense of security? He even dared to hit me. The more Liu Ruyan thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Her eyes turning red and filled with tears. He has changed. The scoundrel has changed. The old Jiang Yunhao would never have treated her this way. Indeed, this Jiang family young master was too much. How could he ask for treasures back that had already been given away? Her female friends chattered around her, constantly comforting Liu Ruyan. After all, over the years, these so-called best friends had benefited from many of Jiang Yunhao's resources through Liu Ruyan. Now, seeing that their benefactor was gone, they were also conflicted. Ruyan, don't be sad. It's just a heartless man. A man like Jiang Yunhao isn't worth your tears. You are young and beautiful, with extraordinary talent. Without him, are you afraid no one will pursue you? Don't forget, another young master from the Jiang family seems to have a good impression of you. Another young master? Jiang Lingxiao. Fu Bo and the blackguards dared not offend Jiang Yunhao. But would Jiang Lingxiao fear him? One of the girls said. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's heart trembled. The earlier feelings of dejection and grievance vanished in an instant. Yes, Jiang Lingxiao was just as noble as Jiang Yunhao. Initially, Liu Ruyan thought she had suffered some emotional injury, but then she realized it was just the loss of someone who cared for her and flattered her. If she could win over Jiang Lingxiao and even become his follower, entering the Jiang family, why would she still care about Jiang Yunhao? Let us go. Let us find young Master Lingxiao. Young Master Lingxiao probably truly likes you, unlike Jiang Yunhao, who is two-faced and can't even withstand a little test. By then, with young Master Lingxiao supporting you, will your Liu family still need to return the betrothal gifts? Jiang Yunhao is simply dreaming. Not only that, but the things he took back today should also be returned. The little sisters chattered away. Liu Ruyan's mood brightened significantly, the gloom disappearing. Yes, finding a man who truly loves you is indeed difficult. All right, let us go meet young Master Lingxiao. Although he isn't as handsome as Jiang Yunhao, in terms of sincerity, he must surely be incomparable to Jiang Yunhao. In Shangluo City, the Jiang family, as the only overlord of the Lingshu domain, with ancestors who had produced emperors, the Jiang family was undoubtedly the supreme existence in the Lingshu domain, governing 100,000 cities. Billions of beings worshipped it. The vast ancestral land was situated in the central area of Shangluo City, with modeled high walls and pavilions stretching nearly endlessly, making it impossible to see the end at a glance. When Jiang Yunhao returned, the bells rang melodiously, announcing to the world that a certain young master of the Jiang family had returned. Is it young Master Jiang Yunhao? He probably went to the Liu family to deliver gifts and returned in defeat. Don't say that. The young master, some elder members of the Jiang family sighed deeply upon sensing Jiang Yunhao's aura, lamenting his lack of ambition. Report, to inform the elders. Young Master Yunhao has issued a summons for all elders to the Divine Hall for a discussion. At that moment, a blackguard appeared. Young Master Yunhao just returned. What does he want to summon us for? The elders from Jiang Yunhao's lineage frowned. The subordinate does not know. The blackguard shook his head. The young master only said for everyone to proceed to the Divine Hall immediately, having just returned to the Jiang family. Jiang Yunhao first issued a command for the blackguards to gather the elders from his lineage. The first command was related to the Liu family. Jiang Yunhao then entered the inner chamber of the Divine Hall, his eyes flickering with intensity. Activate the system. Chapter 4: The Hidden Secrets of the Liu Family. Devouring the Sky Demon Technique. 9 dragons pulling the coffin to destroy the Liu family. Activate the system. As Jiang Yunhao's words fell, ding. Congratulations to the host for binding the sign-in system. Ding. Sign-in location refreshed. Jiang Family Divine Hall. The system prompts the host. Each sign-in location can only be signed in once, and this sign-in will trigger a new user critical hit, guaranteeing a 100 top-tier reward. Host, would you like to sign in? Did this need to be asked? Jiang Yunhao did not hesitate. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Jiang Family Divine Hall, receiving the Devouring the Sky Demon Technique. One immortal spirit pill. Devouring the Sky Demon Technique, a cultivation method of the immortal empress from 20,000 years ago, devouring the heavens, devouring the earth, refining all things. Nothing cannot be devoured and absorbed. Great. A cultivation method of the empress. For an emperor, it takes tens of thousands of years for one to be born, all of them being unparalleled powers, the peak of humanity. Moreover, the methods of emperors are extremely rare, even in a family like the Jiang family, which has produced emperors in the past. Complete imperial methods are not available. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao had obtained a complete imperial method. It could be called perfect. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao did not hesitate at all and immediately began to use it. There was no need for him to toil and practice diligently. It was as simple as drinking cool water, mastering it in a single thought. Even afterward, there were no difficulties. As long as there were resources available, he could break through boundaries without hindrance. Immediately, Jiang Yunhao reached out and patted the storage bag at his waist. In an instant, treasures, spiritual herbs, and spiritual stones appeared one after another. Inside were divine weapons and extremely rare heavenly materials. Some were cultivation resources provided by the Jiang family for Jiang Yunhao, while others were treasures he had given to Liu Ruyan over the past 3 years. At this moment, they all became extremely useful. Jiang Yunhao closed his eyes and silently operated the Swallowing Heaven Demon Technique. The Swallowing Heaven Demon Technique does not believe in fate, does not submit to the heavens, but only cultivates oneself. It swallows heaven and earth, encompasses everything, transforms the boundless universe, melts all things, refines all beings, and swallows mountains and rivers. The incantation of the Swallowing Heaven Demon Technique echoed in Jiang Yunhao's mind as if it were chanted by billions of living beings. Even Jiang Yunhao, a well-traveled scion of an imperial family, could not help but feel a great shock. Such a domineering technique, not believing in fate, not being controlled by the heavenly path, only cultivating oneself. Buzz, an inexplicable aura radiated from Jiang Yunhao's body, and the treasures around him transformed into extremely pure energy at a visible speed. Like trickling streams, they all flowed into Jiang Yunhao's body. His aura suddenly surged, rising steadily. Blood Qi Realm Level 6. Blood Qi Realm Level 8. Blood Qi Realm, Crack. Bone Refinement Realm Level 1. In just a few breaths, Jiang Yunhao actually broke through to the great perfection of the Bone Refinement Realm. Jiang Yunhao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze bright and spirited. He had broken through several minor realms in a row. Moreover, he had broken through a major realm, reaching the great perfection of the Bone Refinement Realm. Realms: Qi Training, Blood Qi, Bone Refinement, Spirit Refinement, Cave Heaven, Fate Cutting, Celestial Phenomenon, Divine Realm, Divine Monarch, Divine King. Holy Realm, Quasi-Emperor, Emperor. This is too fast, right? Even Jiang Yunhao was somewhat shocked. One must say the Swallowing Heaven Demon Technique is truly terrifying. It can refine anything, which means Jiang Yunhao does not need to cultivate slowly. As long as there are resources, he could devour endlessly like a bottomless pit. And his current realm is already comparable to some young geniuses in Shanglua City. This is still because the original body wasted 3 years of cultivation time, giving all the good things to Liu Ruyan and the Liu family behind her. However, Jiang Yunhao regained a wasted 3 years in less than 10 breaths. Ding! Detected a causal connection between the host and Liu Ruyan of the Liu family. The sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the ancestral grounds of the Liu family. Suddenly, the system refreshed a new sign-in location. Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but squint, secretly pondering. His Jiang family had ancestors who were great emperors, especially one who had a connection with the immortal empress from 20,000 years ago. That's why he could sign in for the Swallowing Heaven Demon Technique. But this Liu family, how could a mere first-rate family compare with an imperial family like the Jiang? Yet the system hinted, the Liu family has unknown secrets. Upon this thought, a faint smile crept onto Jiang Yunhao's lips. This aligns perfectly with his intentions. Originally, Jiang Yunhao did not plan to let the Liu family off. After all, they had taken 3 years of his good things and had grown fat and plump from it. When pigs get fat, they must be slaughtered. And now, the Liu family actually had secrets, which made Jiang Yunhao even more eager. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. I want to see what the Liu family can bring me. The Liu family ancestral grounds are certainly not easy to enter. But if he uses the 9 Dragons coffin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shanglua City, South City, Liu family. As a newly risen top, first-rate family over the past 3 years, their ancestral land, although not comparable to old powerful families, was still lavishly decorated, exuding an air of affluence. At this moment, a group of clan elders of the Liu family gathered in the main hall. That Jiang Yunhao really does not remember old feelings. He has no human touch. Who says otherwise? Even if he no longer likes Ruyan, the two have had a relationship, right? How can he turn around and not recognize anyone? He even called me Liu uncle kindly. Yet he is unaware he is a heartless little brat. Upon hearing what happened by the Luoshui River, the elders of the Liu family cursed angrily, filled with righteous indignation. However, they seemed to forget that the reason the Liu family could become a rising power and firmly sit among the first-rate strong clans was all due to Jiang Yunhao alone. Without Jiang Yunhao's help over the past 3 years and the massive resources he provided, they would be nothing. All right, it has come to this. Let's not talk nonsense. In the cultivation world, strength is respected. Saying more is useless. The head of the Liu family, Liu Longwei, suddenly waved his hand impatiently. The elders in the hall were shaken. Indeed, in the cultivation world, whoever has the bigger fist has the right. Now that Jiang Yunhao has turned against them, what will the Liu family do? Those who were slow to react finally understood the situation, and for a moment, the atmosphere was tense. No one dared to speak. Some even planned to quietly flee the Liu family, fearing Jiang Yunhao would come to settle accounts the next day. However, Liu Longwei suddenly narrowed his eyes and changed his tone. We need not fear Jiang Yunhao too much. The betrothal gifts, the gifts over the past 3 years? My Liu family has used them all. How can we return them to him? This kid never intended to give my Liu family a way out from the start. But he did not know that my daughter Ruyan had contacted another young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Lingxiao. If Jiang Lingxiao is willing to step forward, why should my Liu family fear Jiang Yunhao? Moreover, let us not forget my youngest daughter, Liu Hanyan. Listening to Liu Longhui's words, the elders of the Liu family secretly breathed a sigh of relief, dispelling their thoughts of fleeing the Liu family. Yes, perhaps the Liu family need not fear Jiang Yunhao at all. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family, powerful figures exuding overwhelming auras appeared outside the heavenly god hall. They were the divine realm elders of Jiang Yunhao's lineage. These figures stood tall and imposing, like mountains, their every movement seemingly carrying a force that could shake the heavens. A few entered the grand hall and saw Jiang Yunhao standing quietly inside, hands behind his back. We pay our respects to the young master. Chapter 5. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, burying heaven and earth. It's not difficult to bury a person, right? We pay our respects to the young master. The 3 divine realm elders entered and saw Jiang Yunhao in the hall, dressed in white, as pure as snow, his hair casually draped behind him, exuding an air of carefreeness. Anyone who saw him would sincerely praise him as a graceful nobleman of the world. However, this kind of person willingly acted as a sycophant. How frustrating is that? The 3 elders were not in a good mood, and after cupping their hands in salute, they lowered their heads and remained silent. Oh, where are the grand elder and the second elder? Where are the remaining elders? Jiang Yunhao's gaze shifted to the 3 of them. The Jiang family has 8 lineages, each nurturing a large number of strong outsiders. These strong individuals had long sworn allegiance. Therefore, for these elders, Jiang Yunhao's words were like heavenly music. However, only 3 elders had come. Young master, please don't blame us. The grand elder and the second elder are temporarily not in the Jiang family. The other elders are also in closed-door cultivation. The third elder forced a smile and hurriedly explained. Jiang Yunhao nodded, not saying much. He knew these words were merely excuses. It seemed that his past sycophantic behavior had greatly disappointed the elders. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. 3 years had passed, and the dignified young master of the Jiang family had been like a dog, fawning over a woman. This not only cost Jiang Yunhao his face, but also the face of the entire Jiang family. In the eyes of the elders of his lineage, it was truly lamentable that they were unable to compete, and they were eager to change the situation. However, the distinctions of rank within the Jiang family were significant. Even the elders of the divine realm did not dare to lecture the head of the family. They could only watch with concern and feel anxious. It was normal not to want to see oneself. Jiang Yunhao understood this and did not blame the elder for it. However, whether it was the elder or the second elder, the elders of his lineage should open their eyes and take a good look. Everything will be different now. It was time for him to win the hearts of people. With this thought, a smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Yunhao's lips. He suddenly realized that the matter with the Liu family wasn't such a bad thing after all. It could help him regain his dignity. And there were the mysterious benefits from the system's sign-in, along with the opportunity to win people's hearts. This was simply too delightful. At that moment, the straightforward fifth elder frowned deeply. Young master, you summoned us to the heavenly god palace for what purpose? Young master, we are actually quite busy. There are many matters within the clan waiting for us to handle. The fourth elder was even more blunt. The third elder opened his mouth, but didn't expect that the resentment of his two old friends had already run so deep. Let me say this first. If you want us to give that Liu Ruyan a gift again, then I, an old man, will not accompany you. Even if you want to blame me, I don't care. After all, I can't afford to lose face. The fifth elder's face turned ashen, feeling quite aggrieved. Over the past 3 years, at Jiang Yunhao's request, the elders had frequently gone to give gifts to Liu Ruyan. But who were they? They were guest elders of the Jiang family, figures who had reached divinity. A powerful being in the divine realm could dominate anywhere, being revered as a master. Yet they were stuck with such an unreliable master as Jiang Yunhao. To smile and give gifts to a junior girl, they felt utterly humiliated. Old fifth, how can you speak to the young master like that? The third elder was startled and quickly tugged at the fifth elder's sleeve. The fifth elder held his neck high. If the young master wants to punish me, then go ahead. I won't go. The third elder was speechless and couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Yunhao's lineage was the main lineage of the Jiang family, and his father was the head of the Jiang family, praised by the world as the white-clad divine king. Even though he had gone missing 100 years ago, the Jiang family had not selected another head since. Such an extraordinary figure had given birth to an unambitious son, which was indeed frustrating. I hope the young master will calm down. Old fifth has this kind of temperament. The third elder forced a smile and repeatedly apologized. What crime does old fifth have? However, no one expected that Jiang Yunhao not only did not get angry, but instead praised him. The three elders were stunned for a moment. In the past, the young master would have jumped up and scolded them. How could he tolerate others disrespecting Liu Ruyan? Before the three elders could react, Jiang Yunhao continued. Today, Liu Ruyan wants to break off the engagement with me, and I have agreed to her. What? The young master agreed to break the engagement? Upon hearing this, the three elders nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. They hadn't even married yet, and he had agreed to break the engagement. Did that mean that all the gifts given over the past 3 years were just a waste? The Jiang family not only lost face, but also a massive amount of resources. Wasn't this pure foolishness? The gazes of the three elders toward Jiang Yunhao grew increasingly strange. Such a thing could probably only be done by their young master. But then again, if you had broken the engagement, why call us here? To listen to your tale of being a love-struck fool? Since you're breaking the engagement, then the Liu family should return what they've taken from us over the past 3 years. Tomorrow, I will ask you elders to awaken the Jiang family's 9 dragons coffin, annihilate the Liu family, reclaim the resources that belong to the Jiang family, and by the way, enter the ancestral grounds of the Liu family to invite their ancestors into the coffin. Jiang Yunhao's eyes were calm as he spoke coldly. We shall obey the young master's command. What? The 9 dragons coffin is entering the Liu family? The 3 elders, who had long sworn loyalty, instinctively bowed to accept the order, but then froze. The next moment, the three of them suddenly raised their heads, looking at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief. The young master had completely changed, no longer a love-struck fool, but now a ruthless avenger. The previously unconvinced fifth elder was internally praising him. The three exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Do you elders think this is inappropriate? The Jiang family's 9 dragons coffin is said to bury the heavens and the earth. It should be easy to bury a single person, right? Seeing that the three were silent, Jiang Yunhao slightly squinted. Not difficult at all. We accept the command. The 3 elders replied in unison. He has changed, truly changed. This is the young master of our Jiang family. When he does not act, he is fine. But once he does, he aims to obliterate a first-rate family. The Liu family deserves this. A mere engagement had lured the young master for 3 years, allowing a minor family to develop into a first-rate force. Now that the young master has awakened, wanting to reclaim what belongs to his family, is only right and reasonable. We will go prepare right away. We shall obey the young master's command and aim for the Liu family. The 3 elders were overjoyed and immediately left to carry out their orders. The next day, by the banks of the Luoshui River, the news of Jiang Yunhao breaking off the engagement with Liu Ruyan had already spread throughout the entire Shanghua city, causing a huge uproar. After all, this concerned the young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao, and was not a trivial matter. Today, millions of cultivators focus their attention on the Liu family. Chapter 6. The Great Luo Sword Sect. The Liu family's twin beauties kneel. In the Liu family's main hall, all the high-ranking members of the Liu family had gathered, trying hard to please a young man in fine clothes. My daughter Han Yun, receiving the favor of the Holy Sun, is truly the supreme honor for our Liu family. Lu Longwei smiled broadly. Liu family head, you are too polite. I am already aware of your family's matters. Rest assured, with me here, Jiang Yunhao won't be able to stir up any trouble. The young man sat in the main seat, his gaze overlooking everything with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Lu Longwei felt completely at ease. This young man, named Luo Feng, had an extraordinary background. He was the holy son of the great Luo sword sect. The imperial Jiang family was the overlord of the Lingshu domain, but the great Luo sword sect was also not weak, being a terrifying force renowned across the eastern wilderness 9 domains. Lu Longwei had 2 daughters, the elder Liu Ruyan and the younger Liu Hanyan. Currently, Liu Ruyan had gone to find another young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Lingxiao. Meanwhile, Liu Hanyan had gained the favor of this holy son. This felt like a double insurance to Lu Longwei, so of course, he wouldn't panic. Haha, I have not been polite. It is indeed an honor for our Liu family that my daughter has caught the holy sun's eye, Lu Longwei said with a smile. To be honest, I have an elder daughter named Ruyan, who is also a remarkable and outstanding person. She has now broken off her engagement with Jiang Yunhao, and if the Holy Sun is willing, I can arrange for Ruyan to be betrothed to you on the spot. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng smiled faintly. Liu family head, you are too polite. The Holy Sun is indeed courteous and graceful, worthy of being a noble of the great Luo sword sect. The Holy Sun is truly a celestial being descended to earth. Just a breath from you makes one willingly submit. That Jiang Yunhao compared to you is simply a firefly compared to the bright sun. There is an insurmountable difference. The Liu family members showered praises, flattering him with skillful ease. If Jiang Yunhao were to see this scene, he would surely sigh and say, when it comes to flattery, the Liu family has it down. Ha! Quickly go prepare a banquet. I want to welcome Holy Sun Luo Feng and wash away the dust. Lu Longwei was extremely excited, his face beaming with joy. Originally, the Liu family had risen due to Jiang Yunhao. Although they had fallen out with him now, his eldest daughter had Jiang Lingxiao behind her, while his youngest daughter had Luo Feng. Holding tightly to these new powerful allies, how could the Liu family not thrive? What a joke. The good days of the Liu family are still long ahead. The members of the Liu family are in high spirits. Little do they know, all of this falls into Luo Feng's eyes, and in his heart he sneers coldly. Ha! Do they really take me for that fool Jiang Yunhao? Just a mere beauty thinks she can capture this holy sun? Dream on. As the holy son of the Luo sword sect, Luo Feng is certainly not foolish. How could he not see the thoughts of the Liu family? Behind Luo Feng, two guardians are also secretly communicating. Holy Son, do you really want to marry these Liu sisters? I'm afraid. Luo Feng is secretly exchanging words with his guardians. You two are overthinking it. Junior sister Liu Hanyun is exceptionally talented and has gained the favor of our master. Marrying her is beneficial and harmless. As for that Liu Ruyan, that fool Jiang Yunhao has spoiled her for 3 years, but hasn't even taken her blood. Her primal Yin is still intact, making her a good furnace. Luo Feng sneers inwardly. This holy son would not be manipulated by the Liu family, like a fish on a hook. As the holy son of the Luo sword sect, Luo Feng has encountered countless women. What kind of woman hasn't he seen? Meanwhile, a divine bird with 9 heads, enveloped in golden flames, pulls a luxurious carriage to the front of the Liu family's gate. The person inside the carriage is none other than Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao steps down from the carriage, his gaze calm and unfazed. Looking at the few guards at the gate, the black-clad attendants beside him immediately step forward. Please inform that Jiang family's young master, Jiang Yunhao, has arrived. Oh, it's young Master Yunhao. But currently, we have distinguished guests at the Liu family, and the family head is busy entertaining them. So you might as well wait outside for a bit. The guards respond instinctively. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Yunhao has made numerous visits to the Liu family. At first, the Liu family was cautious and respectful. However, as time passed, they gradually realized how humble Jiang Yunhao was in his love for Liu Ruyan. Eventually, the Liu family no longer feared Jiang Yunhao's status. Even when they learned that Jiang Yunhao had broken off the engagement with Liu Ruyan, just a day had passed, and this young master of the Jiang family couldn't wait to come looking for her. In the eyes of the Liu family, this was likely Jiang Yunhao regretting his decision. At this moment, the Liu family had found a new benefactor and looked down on Jiang Yunhao even more. He was just a compliant sycophant, so there was no need to be too polite to him since he was so willing to serve. Ha! Jiang Yunhao, however, said nothing more and merely smiled faintly. You dare to disrespect young Master Jiang? In the next moment, the black-clad attendant raised his foot and kicked the Liu family guard in front of them away. Boom! The sound was like thunder, a dull explosion. The guard spat blood in midair, his body flying back and crashing hard against the Liu family gate. With a loud crash, the gate of the Liu family collapsed. As for that guard, he lay on the ground like a dead dog, eyes wide open, already dead from the blow. Huh, Jiang Yunhao's people are attacking? Seeing this, the other Liu family guards were stunned, standing there dumbfounded. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. The fierce black-clad attendant immediately cleared a path for Jiang Yunhao. Throughout the whole process, Jiang Yunhao did not utter a single word, his gaze deep and his expression indifferent. The Liu family guards no longer dared to obstruct him, hurriedly running to the sides, heads down, trembling and not daring to say a word. The 3 elders following Jiang Yunhao deeply gazed at his back. Dominant and unparalleled, with extraordinary talent, he suppressed everything. This was the Jiang family's young master in their hearts. The commotion from Jiang Yunhao forcibly entering the Liu family quickly spread to the main hall. The Liu family members, who were in high spirits, suddenly stood up from their seats. Liu Longhui's forehead throbbed with veins, angrily smashing his cup. Good. What a Jiang Yunhao! Just a mere junior, and he is truly audacious and lacks any manners. It seems I must teach this disrespectful junior a good lesson on behalf of the Jiang family. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure in white, as pure as snow, appeared outside the hall door. His gaze was indifferent, as if devoid of any emotion. His extraordinarily handsome face seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious aura, making it impossible for ordinary people to glimpse his true appearance. Such a talented young man could only be a top genius flowing with the blood of a great clan. When the furious Liu Longhui saw Jiang Yunhao, he couldn't help but soften a bit, but he quickly regained his composure. Jiang Yunhao, do you still see me, your Uncle Liu, in your eyes? Kneel down and apologize quickly. Chapter 7. Ignorant of life and death, the dignity of a great clan, Liu Longhui shouted angrily. Jiang Yunhao, however, remained unmoved. casually scanning the familiar faces present. But Liu Ruyan was notably absent. After a moment, Jiang Yunhao understood. Liu Ruyan must have gone to find Jiang Lingxiao. Ha! Jiang Yunhao shook his head, deciding not to think about it for now. However, a stranger caught Jiang Yunhao's attention. The young man in brocade, sitting at the head of the table, had two old men in gray robes following him. The young man was calmly drinking, appearing completely unfazed by the events unfolding before him. Jiang Yunhao, is this what your Jiang family's teachings have produced? Disrespectful madman? It seems that with your father missing for many years, no one has properly taught you. I can take it upon myself to educate you. Lu Longwei's expression was icy. Hearing this, Jiang Yunhao finally glanced at Lu Longwei. Haha, old man, you really think highly of yourself. Just a minor character dares to claim he will educate this young master? Jiang Yunhao showed no mercy, his disdain evident. Lu Longwei was momentarily taken aback, unable to react. In the past 3 years, Jiang Yunhao had been extremely respectful to him, almost treating him like an ancestor. Yet now, he dared to confront him. Without further ado, I have come to your Liu family today to break the engagement. Jiang Yunhao took out a marriage contract, his fingers moving and the contract entangled with karmic ties. Instantly shattered, the magical energy surged, raising a storm of fragments that floated down like snowflakes. Lu Longwei was stunned, and the Liu family members present were stiff with shock. To be honest, it was only at that moment, when a marriage contract was torn to shreds, that they truly believed the rumors of the broken engagement circulating outside. You are too disrespectful. Lu Longwei suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting angrily. Enough with the nonsense. Jiang Yunhao waved his hand in disgust, as if shooing away flies. This young master has already been polite enough to you. Now that the marriage contract has been annulled, I request the Liu family to return my betrothal gifts. That piece of Tian Sui Zhenjing, along with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the past 3 years. What? Hearing this, the faces of the Liu family members turned ugly, as if they had eaten something disgusting. They had already used the betrothal gift, Tian Sui Zhenjing, not to mention the heavenly materials and earthly treasures Jiang Yunhao had gifted to the Liu family over the past 3 years. They had long since squandered them. Otherwise, with the Liu family's foundation, it would have been impossible for them to rise to a first-rate family in just 3 years. Return? With what? Lu Longhui's cheeks twitched violently. His intention was to use a strong attitude to pressure Jiang Yunhao, thinking that even if the engagement was broken, perhaps this sycophant would be too scared to demand the betrothal gifts back. After all, the weak and humble Jiang Yunhao had already left a deep impression. Lu Longwei was confident he could control Jiang Yunhao. However, at this moment, Jiang Yunhao completely ignored him. Seeing the unfamiliar Jiang Yunhao, Lu Longwei suddenly became flustered and instinctively looked toward Luo Feng at the banquet. Luo Feng leisurely wiped his mouth with a silk cloth and then slowly stood up. Interesting. As expected of the Jiang family's young master, truly domineering. However, as a proper young master, is it a bit beneath you to oppress a small clan? Luo Feng smiled slightly, disdainfully looking at Jiang Yunhao. As Luo Feng stood up for the Liu family, the members of the Liu family immediately became emboldened, their mocking and sarcastic gazes landing on Jiang Yunhao. This subtle change in expression was keenly noticed by Jiang Yunhao. He merely glanced at Luo Feng and said, "Get lost." As soon as these words were spoken, the black guard following Jiang Yunhao couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. No one can deny it. The young master is tough. When did our young master become this strong? Ha ha! Young master is mighty. The 3 elders exchanged secret messages, struggling to suppress their laughter, their old faces turning red. How bold! Do you know who this person is? He is the holy son of the Daluo sword sect, whose status is no less than that of you, Jiang Yunhao. The Liu family members quickly chimed in. Oh, the holy son of the Daluo sword sect. Jiang Yunhao understood now. So it was the Daluo sword sect. Jiang Yunhao nodded. Luo Feng still thought Jiang Yunhao was wary of his identity and maintained an air of superiority. He, ignorant and fearless. However, this holy son is magnanimous and will not stoop to your level. Luo Feng arrogantly raised his head, suddenly changing his tone. But today, since this holy son has already come forward for the Liu family, this matter should end here. Of course, Luo Feng was not afraid of Jiang Yunhao. Not to mention he had the Daluo sword sect backing him, who among his peers would still fear Jiang Yunhao after his reputation over the years. Just a young master of the Jiang family with an empty name, weak in strength, not worth mentioning. As a proud genius from a big family, he naturally looked down on Jiang Yunhao, enjoying the worshipful gazes of the Liu family members, especially the meaningful looks from the women, made Luo Feng even more pleased. Are you going to interfere? But before Luo Feng could finish his words, Jiang Yunhao's cold gaze suddenly interrupted him. This kid dared to interrupt him? How audacious! Luo Feng frowned, his expression instantly turning cold. Jiang Yunhao, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't rely on the Jiang family to act arrogantly. You and I are of the same generation. Our statuses are comparable. As people from such powerful backgrounds, the forces behind us will not stop the young geniuses from clashing with each other. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are in the heavens. If you die, you cannot blame others. Luo Feng's words were filled with killing intent, a strong warning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened. Elder 3, is this true? Do the young geniuses of great families fight each other without regard for life and death? Jiang Yunhao looked at Elder 3 in surprise, replying to the young master. It is indeed so, especially among our great families. The principle for cultivating successors is to encourage young descendants to compete with each other, proving their success through bloody battles. After all, flowers in a greenhouse, no matter how strong their cultivation, cannot withstand a single blow. Oh, Jiang Yunhao nodded, feeling relieved. Originally, he was somewhat conflicted about whether to cripple Luo Feng or kill him on the spot. Now it seemed that the atmosphere of great families was indeed different from that of small clans. No wonder Luo Feng dared to show killing intent towards him in Shanghua City. All right, I just broke through to the great perfection of the bone refinement realm, just in time to test my strength. However, to Luo Feng, Jiang Yunhao's demeanor made him believe that Jiang Yunhao was afraid. As long as you understand. Luo Feng sneered dismissively. For other young masters of the Jiang family, Luo Feng might still take seriously, but for Jiang Yunhao, a useless sycophant who wasted 3 years just to please a woman, he thought, how insignificant. Well, since that's the case, let me kill you first, Jiang Yunhao suddenly said. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned, looking at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief. You a sycophantic waste, dare to threaten to kill this holy son? Luo Feng was so enraged he almost laughed, his inner fury surging. You think you can challenge me? Very well. Today, I will personally end your life. Feeling his authority was being offended, Luo Feng's anger turned into a smile of rage. In an instant, he shot forward, striking towards Jiang Yunhao's head with a palm. Among those present, only he dared to attack Jiang Yunhao, as both their statuses were equally respected. Seeing this, the members of the Liu family brightened with excitement. Jiang Yunhao really doesn't know how to die. Chapter 8. Daluo Sword Bone. The whole family draws blood and digs bones. The 9 dragons pull the coffin into view. Under the watchful eyes of all, Luo Feng, filled with killing intent, struck towards Jiang Yunhao. Although there was an unspoken agreement among great families, it did not prevent young geniuses from clashing. However, the older generation of strong figures must not intervene. Otherwise, the situation would be different. The 3 elders behind Jiang Yunhao felt something was wrong, their smiles freezing. Not good, the young master is in danger. Luo Feng has been famous for a long time, known as a genius among the younger generation, while the young master has been wasteful for many years. He may not be Luo Feng's opponent. The 3 elders were anxious, but they were also prepared to immediately step in to save Jiang Yunhao in case of an emergency. Even Jiang Yunhao, facing Luo Feng's murderous strike, was fully alert. Jiang Yunhao gathered his strength and met Luo Feng's palm with a punch. The aura of the great perfection of the bone refinement realm erupted suddenly. Blood surged and power flowed. With a single punch, he actually produced a sonic boom, revealing a force of a staggering 9 million pounds. What? Luo Feng felt at the deepest, his pupils suddenly constricting. Before he could react, boom, the two hands collided. Crack! A sound of bones shattering rang out, causing a painful sensation. An incredible scene unfolded. Luo Feng let out a piercing scream, visibly. His entire right arm was shattered, blood and flesh flying everywhere. In the next moment, a fist brutally penetrated his chest. Luo Feng, like a specimen. He was pierced through by Jiang Yunhao's punch. Frozen in midair, Luo Feng was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open. The excitement on the faces of the Liu family members disappeared, leaving them in a daze. The three elders were also stunned. Is it possible that I am this strong? Until Jiang Yunhao spoke up in confusion. Everyone finally snapped back to reality. To be honest, Jiang Yunhao himself didn't expect to be this strong. The great perfection level achieved through the Swallowing Heaven Demon Art by devouring numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures turned out to be so much more powerful than others of the same realm. Oh no, it's you who are too weak. The next moment, Jiang Yunhao suddenly shook his head. Blood spurted from the corner of Luo Feng's mouth, and he nearly passed out from the rage. Killing people and attacking their hearts. How dare you? Stop! A loud roar suddenly sounded as Luo Feng's protector, an old man in gray, rushed towards Jiang Yunhao. As a protector, his duty was to save his master in times of danger. Although he couldn't intervene, he dared to save him. However, three figures faster than the old man in gray appeared like phantoms to confront him. They were the three elders, Elder 3, Elder 5, and others. With a casual strike, they repelled the gray-clad old man. The aura of the divine realm rippled, as if three ancient divine mountains were standing around Jiang Yunhao. The ground cracked, and luxurious palaces cried out in despair. Under the sweeping pressure of the divine realm, the entire great hall vanished into thin air, turning to dust. Impossible! You Jiang family cannot kill my Daluo sword sect holy son. Are you Jiang family trying to instigate an immortal death battle between the two great forces? The gray-clad old man bled from the corner of his mouth, looking at Jiang Yunhao and the others in horror. He had certainly heard of this waste from the Jiang family, though he was one of the young masters of the 8 branches. However, no one had ever respected him. Little did he expect that those who followed Jiang Yunhao, who had kept a low profile, were actually 3 divine realm elders. Hey, this is strange. Why is there a need to stir up an immortal death battle? Didn't your Daluo sword sect's holy son say that the young talents fight amongst themselves without involving the forces behind their clans? Yes, third brother, I heard correctly. It was Luo Feng himself who said that. The 3 elders exchanged words, stifling their laughter in their hearts. At the same time, the 3 of them glanced at Jiang Yunhao beside them with slight shock. The aura of a perfect state of bone tempering. To be honest, it wasn't until Jiang Yunhao made his move that the 3 of them realized his realm. After all, everyone knew that Jiang Yunhao had wasted many years, and the 3 elders thought he hadn't made any progress at all, so they didn't bother to check his realm. But at this moment, the 3 were extremely excited. Their young master truly kept a low profile. Meanwhile, Luo Feng finally woke up, feeling that he was being held by Jiang Yunhao. And even Jiang Yunhao's hand was gripping his spine, making him feel a chill throughout his body, horrified. Just a moment ago, in his eyes, the other party was still a worthless sycophant, like an ant that could be crushed at will. He never expected that the ant was actually himself. In his one move, his life and death were already in Jiang Yunhao's hands. Luo Feng knew very well that if Jiang Yunhao wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. Seeing this, the Liu family members were silent, as if frozen, shaking all over. Some of the more timid ones even wet their pants, collapsing in despair on the ground. No, it's impossible. How could Jiang Yunhao easily defeat Luo Feng? Lu Longhui's face turned pale. Is this still that humble sycophant? Where did he get the resources to cultivate? All the good things he got over the past 3 years were given to my Liu family. Quickly release the holy son. We, Daluo sword sect, can treat this as if it never happened. The gray-clothed old man, fierce on the outside but weak on the inside, could only think of using the background forces to pressure Jiang Yunhao. Oh, this is interesting. He wants to kill me, but I can't kill him? Jiang Yunhao looked at Luo Feng with interest. He had long heard that the Daluo sword sect was established on the sword path, and the Daluo sword bone at the bone tempering stage was said to be the pinnacle of sword paths in the Eastern Wilderness 9 regions. Presumably, as the Holy Sun, you should have the Daluo sword bone, right? Jiang Yunhao's words were like knives, piercing deeply into Luo Feng's heart. Luo Feng felt something was wrong, his eyes widening in disbelief. You want to take my Daluo sword bone? Youpht. Accompanied by Luo Feng's incredibly shrill scream. His spine was actually torn out by Jiang Yunhao. Luo Feng died on the spot, and this bone emitted a radiant treasure light, extremely extraordinary. It was indeed the Daluo sword bone that could only be refined through the unique techniques of the Daluo sword sect. Good, a great item. Jiang Yunhao immediately stored the Daluo sword bone. The horrifying scene left the Liu family members in shock, their mental state collapsing. We will return the betrothal gifts of the young master. Quickly, go get resources for the young master. Lu Longhui suddenly shouted at the Liu family members. Jiang Yunhao, who doesn't even regard Luo Feng, would surely not care about his Liu family. At this moment, Lu Longhui also recognized reality. We have already used up all the resources. How can we return them? At this time, a Liu family member said tremblingly. Lu Longhui's body stiffened, his mouth open wide, unable to speak for a long time. It's fine, what I consumed and took. There must be a way to return it. With a thud, Luo Feng's corpse fell to the ground. Jiang Yunhao reached out and picked up a piece of brocade from the banquet table, wiping the bright red blood from his hands, and calmly said, since the Liu family has used everything up, then it can be handled easily. The entire clan will draw blood and excavate the treasure bones to repay my resources. Boom. As soon as these words came out, it was like thunder exploding, rumbling in the hearts of all the Liu family members. This is to annihilate the entire family. Lu Longhui collapsed, his body going soft as he staggered back a few steps. Just then, a deep and ancient voice suddenly echoed from deep within the Liu family's ancestral land. Jiang family's boy, spare where you can spare. A despairing aura pressed down from all directions. Liu family's ancestor, the aura of a god. The panicking Liu family members were startled, suddenly exclaiming in joy, Ancestor, save us. A handsome man in white appeared in midair without warning. The newcomer was indeed the Liu family's ancestor. The Liu family's ancestor looked down from above, his gaze cold and narrowed as he stared at Jiang Yunhao. You are pushing my clan too far. Do you not fear that I will disregard everything and drag you down with me? Indeed, since they were going to be exterminated anyway, the Liu family's ancestor was no longer afraid of offending the Jiang family. With his strength as a god, he was confident he could take Jiang Yunhao down with him. This statement seemed to give the Liu family members a glimmer of hope, and Lu Longhui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, you want to drag this young master down with you, but do you have a qualification? Yet Jiang Yunhao remained calm and composed from beginning to end. At the same time, a crack suddenly tore open in the sky, and an aura that seemed to herald the end of the world exploded. Who dares to drag my Jiang family's young master down? Accompanied by an angry shout, a massive bronze coffin, towering like 10,000 Jiang, burst out of the crack. Chapter 9. The Ancient Dao Body, Supreme Sword Dao. The Secret of the Liu Family. The bronze coffin appeared, dark chains wrapped around it, extending forward and attaching to the 9 bony dragon bodies. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin. A mysterious treasure of unknown origin. It is said to have been obtained by the Jiang family's ancestor in the void beyond the heavens, and has always been regarded as the Jiang family's ultimate weapon. Only an imperial clan, like the Jiang family, can command it. A group of menacing black guards appeared with the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The Liu family's ancestor looked at this scene in terror, no longer calm as before. Jiang Yunhao, if you dare to recklessly use the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, do you not fear the Jiang family ancestors punishing you? But before he could react, the 3 elders beside Jiang Yunhao soared into the sky, using their magical powers to open a small gap in the bronze coffin. Instantly, an irresistible, terrifying pull enveloped the Liu family's ancestor. I do not accept it, Jiang Yunhao, you damn little bastard. The Liu family's ancestor screamed. However, He couldn't resist at all. Like a stream of light, he shot up into the sky, swallowed by the coffin. The three elders quickly dispelled their magical powers, and the coffin sealed shut once again. It was over. A dignified god was instantly devoured by the bronze coffin, leaving no burial place. Not even a ripple was stirred. Did they really think Jiang Yunhao was a 3-year-old child who could come to the Liu family unprepared? Did they really believe Jiang Yunhao was still that timid young boy? No. This young master had long calculated to this step. At this moment, those secretly watching in Upper Luo City couldn't help but think of various thoughts. Lu Longhui and the others collapsed to the ground, as if mourning their dead. It's over, it's over. Even the ancestor has been taken down. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao, who had just wiped the blood from his hands, merely glanced at the despairing Liu family members. Talking about sparing where one can spare? Talking about going too far? The Liu family thought they had tightly embraced the thigh of the Daluo sword sect, fanning the flames on the side, intending to let Luo Feng kill me. But never expected such an outcome. When the three elders returned to Jiang Yunhao's side, Jiang Yunhao had already headed towards the Liu family's ancestral land. Please, please, dear nephew, spare us. Jiang Yunhao, no, noble young master Yunhao, I was wrong. Woe is me. I am willing to give everything for the young master. I am beautiful. The Liu family members cried out, kneeling on the ground, kowtowing like pounding garlic. But is this realizing their mistakes? They were just afraid of death. Jiang Yunhao didn't even look at them. The Liu family's ancestral land was also his target. He wanted to see what secrets the ancestral land of the Liu family held and what rewards could be obtained. As for the subsequent cleanup phase, with the blackguards and the three elders present, there was naturally no need for Jiang Yunhao to worry. With Jiang Yunhao's departure, the Liu family's nightmare began. Please, spare my Liu family. I am not a member of the Liu family. I swear to sever ties with the Liu family. This matter started because of Liu Ruyan. Go find Liu Ruyan. I am innocent. Cries of despair echoed throughout the Liu family. But they were faced with the fiercely loyal blackguards of Jiang Yunhao. The blackguards only remembered the orders of their young master. In a short time, the entire Liu family faced utter destruction. Lu Longhui, the head of the Liu family, died after extracting blood and digging for treasure bones. 19 elders of the Liu family perished. From top to bottom, anyone who had enjoyed the resources of Jiang Yunhao was not spared. Not a single chicken or dog was left alive. Even the egg yolks were shaken apart. As a result, the moment of wanting to shout, "Do not bully the young," and poor never happened at all. Especially the fifth elder, whose temper was the most explosive. When a dog from a Liu family glanced at him, he kicked the dog until it exploded. An emerging aristocratic family vanished from the annals of history in less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In Shanglua City, everyone who witnessed this scene was left in shock. The Liu family truly courted death. They deserved it. They had no self-awareness at all. Did they not realize that without young Master Yunhao, what was the Liu family worth? But it must be said, the young master had awakened. Such a character truly lived up to being a descendant of the imperial family. Since ancient times, who among those who accomplished great things was ever bogged down by personal feelings? The awakening of the young master heralded an unlimited future. It's great to have the young master as protection. I even want to sign up with the blackguards of the Jiang family and join under the young master. Across the city, people were discussing fervently, and many rogue cultivators were tempted to become members of the blackguards. However, they also knew that their strength and talent were too lacking. The blackguards of the Jiang family were not something everyone could join. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao had arrived at the ancestral land of the Liu family. Without any hesitation, he signed in. Ding! Signed in at the ancestral land of the Liu family. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining the Eternal Tao Body. Eternal Tao Body, the source of all bloodlines. Capable of effortlessly utilizing the mysteries of all divine abilities and physiques, encompassing all and integrating the powers of myriad bodies into one. Boom! In Jiang Yunhao's mind, it was as if the sound of morning bells and evening drums echoed. His bloodline surged, and his physical strength skyrocketed again. 9 million pounds, 12 million pounds, 36 million pounds. Blood energy surged into the sky, and the rich blood energy even transformed into a series of blood energy dragon phenomena soaring through the air. The limit of the perfect completion of the bone-quenching realm. Jiang Yunhao's own bloodline was already quite extraordinary, being a descendant of the imperial family with exceptional talent. Now, it had been enhanced to an incredible degree. At least, Jiang Yunhao had not seen anyone in the family records who could possess such terrifying physical strength in the bone-quenching realm. This physique was undoubtedly invincible in the same realm. The next moment, Jiang Yunhao experienced the unique benefits of the eternal Tao body. The Deluo sword bone in his storage bag did not require any research. It transformed into a mysterious dream and merged into his body. In an instant, the innate mysteries of the Deluo sword bone became clear to him. Moreover, that was not all. It continued to undergo successive transformations and upgrades. Twice. 99. A peak swordsmanship talent never seen in the historical records of the Eastern Wilderness took shape in an instant. Indestructible sword body. For words appeared in Jiang Yunhao's mind. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao did not yet know that his indestructible sword body was the ultimate creation that the sword cultivators of the Deluo sword sect had longed for and pursued throughout their lives. The supremacy of swordsmanship. Although he was not yet very familiar with swordsmanship, Jiang Yunhao could vaguely sense the extraordinary nature of his swordsmanship talent. It seemed like a focus on the path of swordsmanship. A thought passed through his mind, and then Jiang Yunhao looked toward the depths of the Liu family's ancestral land. With the Liu family's ancestor having been devoured by the bronze coffin, there are no longer any obstacles for Jiang Yunhao in the Liu family's ancestral land. He flashed into it. Upon entering, he saw a piece of emerald green leaf floating in the secret chamber of the Liu family's ancestral land. Oh, no wonder a small Liu family can sign in. It turns out they found this item. Chapter 10. The stunning maid, full of gains in front of Jiang Yunhao, a piece of emerald green leaf floated. The surrounding green leaves emitted a faint aura of Tao, showcasing their extraordinary nature. 9 leaf sword grass. Jiang Yunhao recognized it, although he had been idle for many years. As the young master of the Jiang family, his knowledge was still quite broad. The ancestor of the Liu family was indeed lucky to have obtained this item. However, this item required a large amount of resources to nurture, and the Liu family had only activated 1/3 of it. The 9 leaf sword grass before him had not been fully activated, but this was advantageous for Jiang Yunhao. He immediately collected the 9 leaf sword grass, preparing to devour it once he returned. He had the Swallowing Heaven Demon Art, capable of refining all things in the world. Moreover, he had obtained the entire family resources of the Liu family. There was no need to worry about insufficient resources to activate the 9 leaf sword grass. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao immediately made his way back home. Third Elder, notify everyone to collect the bodies of the Liu family members. He encountered the Third Elder along the way. What does the young master want their bodies for? The Third Elder asked in confusion. Jiang Yunhao merely smiled mysteriously. They have a bit of use for me. Understood. The Third Elder did not ask further. Since the young master needed it, they would obey. Old Fifth, don't you think the young master has changed? Of course he has changed. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to destroy the Liu family today, but would be here to flatter that little lady instead. The Fifth Elder grinned. The Third Elder cast a deep glance at Jiang Yunhao's back. No, it seems the young master's foundation is different. Just moments ago, that one glance with the young master made my heart unstable. Hearing this, the Fifth Elder froze. What kind of terrifying foundation could make the Third Elder, a divine realm expert, feel uneasy? It should be noted that the young master was still in the bone-quenching realm when Jiang Yunhao returned to the Jiang family. He attracted the attention of many Jiang family disciples. Today's commotion was significant. The Jiang family disciples whispered among themselves upon seeing Jiang Yunhao, all surprised by his transformation. Interesting, my Jiang family's descendant. When he does not make a sound, he astonishes everyone. Just then, a voice echoed from the depths of the Jiang family land. The entire Shenghua city was stirred, and the Jiang family disciples looked towards the source of the sound, their faces filled with shock. An ancestor has awakened. Hiss! Even the ancestors have been stirred. The Jiang family disciples gasped. The ancestors of the Jiang family were the foundation that allowed the Jiang family to endure through the ages. However, they usually remained in seclusion, cultivating, and many Jiang family members lived their entire lives without ever seeing the ancestors. Yet, Jiang Yunhao had attracted the attention of the ancestors. This made many Jiang family members feel both shocked and envious. The next moment, a thin, white-robed old man appeared before Jiang Yunhao. It was the fourth ancestor, Jiang Chun. The crowd recognized the identity of the old man. Right? Today, young master Yunhao used the 9 dragons coffin. The fourth ancestor must be here to seek justice. TSK. It seems young master Yunhao is in for it. The 9 dragons coffin is a treasured heirloom of the Jiang family, and even as a young master, he cannot act recklessly. However, upon seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, Jiang Yunhao was already well prepared. Descendant Jiang Yunhao pays respect to the fourth ancestor. As he spoke, Jiang Yunhao took out a storage bag. In this, Liu's family has taken the resources and benefits of my Jiang clan for 3 years. Yunhao is willing to give up half to compensate for the resources consumed when I used the 9 dragons to pull the coffin. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Liu's family's resources are mostly your savings over the past 3 years. Can you bear to part with them? Jiang Yunhao shook his head. Of course not. However, without the cultivation of the Jiang family, how could I, Jiang Yunhao, exist? These resources originally came from the clan, so returning a portion to the clan is only fair. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned and then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you little guy. You really know how to talk. He changed the subject and smiled. Don't worry, I didn't come to seek punishment. On the contrary, take this divine medicine. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Chun actually took out a divine medicine. Jiang Chen's words caused an uproar. The Jiang clan members watching the excitement suddenly turned red with envy and jealousy. My goodness, not only did he not seek punishment, but he also gave out a divine medicine. Everyone was stunned. Divine medicine is an extremely precious existence. Generally speaking, even top powers only have 1 or 2 divine medicines. Although the Jiang family is an imperial clan with deep foundations, they don't have many divine medicines. The other lesser members of the Jiang family could only get a few drops of divine medicine liquid. Yet Jiang Yunhao received an entire plant. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred, and he glanced at the fourth ancestor in surprise. Could it be that the fourth ancestor has sensed my transformation? The eternal Dao body, the undying sword body. Others may not be able to sense it, but someone like the fourth ancestor at the quasi-imperial level must be able to perceive changes in my foundation. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao suddenly understood. The next moment, Jiang Chun took Jiang Yunhao and, with a flash, they arrived at the Heavenly God Hall, leaving behind a group of Jiang clan members who were left in confusion. My goodness, an entire plant of divine medicine. Things are different now. Young Master Yunhao is no longer the overlooked young master of the clan. He probably has a chance to compete for the title of Divine Son. The Divine Son position of our Jiang family? Jiang family, Heavenly God Hall. Yunhao, you can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from us old fellows. We have indeed sensed your transformation, and we have already discussed it and decided to appoint you as the Divine Son of our Jiang family. Divine Son, a status above that of the young master. It is unique to the Jiang family, and only the most outstanding individuals among the younger generation can enjoy the title of Divine Son. Jiang Yunhao was momentarily stunned. He didn't have to compete with his peers, but was directly appointed as the Divine Son of the Jiang family? To be honest, even Jiang Yunhao did not expect this. Jiang Chun thought Jiang Yunhao was frightened. What's wrong? Are you scared? Indeed, all 8 branches of our Jiang family's young masters are determined to obtain the title of Divine Son. But I see your potential, so there's no need to fear. Jiang Chun was full of confidence in Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao shook his head. I'm not scared. It's just that there are too many things involved with me. If I truly become the Divine Son of the Jiang family, then today's killing of Luo Feng from the Deluo Sword Sect would be tantamount to declaring war on the Deluo Sword Sect. That's right. The Divine Son holds significant meaning. Every action represents the Jiang family. And the Deluo Sword Sect is not weak like the Jiang family. They're also an imperial power. Jiang Yunhao considered this point. Jiang Chun felt surprised, but did not expect that the little guy in front of him had such deep thoughts. He felt even more gratified. What trouble is the Deluo sword sect? If they truly dare to come looking for trouble, we can destroy their lineage in an instant. Jiang Chun said indifferently. Destroy them in an instant? As fellow imperial powers, they should be evenly matched, yet our Jiang family can easily destroy the Deluo sword sect. It seems our Jiang family is far more complex than it appears. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred, and he suddenly blinked. Ancestor, does our family have some hidden secrets? Jiang Chun laughed and quickly changed the subject. By the way, as the divine son of our Jiang family, how can you not have someone by your side to serve you? While speaking, Jiang Chun casually waved his hand, using his quasi-imperial cultivation to tear open the space beside him. From the spatial rift, a girl in a green dress with white hair walked out. The girl had a delicate figure, skin like creamy white jade, a slim waist, and an ethereal beauty. Her eyes were also extraordinary, with golden pupils that were remarkably enchanting. I am the servant Qing Wan, greeting the young master. Qing Wan bowed to Jiang Yunhao. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yunhao didn't know what to say. Today's gains were truly beyond his expectations. Not only had he destroyed the Liu family and reclaimed his resources from the past 3 years, but he also obtained the 9-leaf sword grass, a divine object. Plus, he received a divine medicine and became the divine son of the Jiang family, along with a stunning white-haired, golden-eyed maid. This, if he told others, no one would dare to believe it, right? Chapter 11. Your family has been annihilated. Liu Ruyan's breakdown and the sword technique of heaven slaying. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Jiang family, Ruyan, Jiang Yunhao went to your house. Hee. Is that lickspittle regretting it? Is he bringing a great gift to offer to my father, hoping to win my forgiveness? Liu Ruyan had been waiting here for a full day and night just to see Jiang Lingxiao emerge from seclusion. In Liu Ruyan's view, if she could hold tightly to Jiang Lingxiao's thigh, why would she fear Jiang Yunhao? As for Jiang Yunhao's humiliation of her by calling off their engagement, she was determined to make him pay the price. From her close friends, she learned that Jiang Yunhao had gone to her Liu family this morning. Before her friend could finish, Liu Ruyan scoffed at this. Jiang Yunhao regrets it now? But what does it matter if he regrets? I absolutely refuse to forgive him. Men are like this. The easier it is for them to get something, the less they cherish it. The harder it is to obtain, the more they value it. Does he really think I am that kind of common girl? If he can't even pass the test of 3 years of true feelings, he still wants my recognition? What a dreamer. Liu Ruyan proudly lifted her head and sneered. In the past, at such times, her friends would have surrounded her, filled with envy and jealousy, showering her with compliments. However, at this moment, several of them had ugly expressions, their mouths twitching, unable to say a word for a long time. Their gazes changed, and their tones became much more complicated. Ruyan, you should hurry home to check. This morning, young Master Yunhao brought the blackguards to your Liu family. Liu Ruyan scoffed. My family definitely didn't let him in, right? With his shameless nature. Liu Ruyan was truly amused. Similar things had happened before. But the Liu family would never treat Jiang Yunhao kindly. Oh, Ruyan, what are you thinking? I saw from a distance that the blackguards were loading your entire family's corpses onto a cart, heading towards the Jiang family. I mustered the courage to ask why they weren't putting the bodies into storage bags. Guess what the blackguards said? They said that loading them onto the cart was more eye-catching, and this way, everyone would know the consequences of offending young Master Jiang. A girl trembled in fear. What? Liu Ruyan was stunned, the arrogant smile on her face gradually freezing. What are you still doing? Hurry home. Yes, your whole family's been slaughtered. The words of her friends became blurred. Liu Ruyan's pupils gradually dilated, her whole body as if struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Didn't he go to my house to apologize? Jiang Yunhao, did he go to slaughter my entire Liu family? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Shut up. Suddenly awakened, Liu Ruyan screamed and turned around frantically to run. But after a few steps, Liu Ruyan's pace stopped. No, I can't go back. What do I do if I go back? I can only wait for young Master Lingxiao to come out to make things right for me. Meanwhile, inside the Heavenly God Hall, the fourth ancestor had already left, leaving only Jiang Yunhao and Qing Wan, two lonely individuals. There's no need to be so formal. Relax a bit. Jiang Yunhao glanced at the well-behaved Qing Wan standing in front of him. Young Master Xie. Qing Wan bowed slightly to Jiang Yunhao with a sweet smile. She was beautiful, her charming smile making one feel as if they were basking in the spring breeze. Even Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but sigh. The maid that his fourth ancestor arranged for him was indeed carefully selected. After all, being born into a good family is a skill in itself. Of course, Jiang Yunhao knew well that even those from ordinary families could understand the warmth and coldness of human relationships. If you have money and power, your friends and family are harmonious. Without wealth and strength, relatives can be as cold as stone. Especially in the case of a prestigious family like the Jiang family. The situation would only be worse. After all, this is the cruel world of cultivation. Strength is the only foundation one has. With strength, one can have everything. What Jiang Yunhao cared about most was still his own strength. He immediately prepared to go into the inner room to study the mysteries of the 9-leaved swordgrass. Young master, Miss Liu Ruyan from the Liu family is still outside the residence of Lingxiao Shaozuan, Qing Wan said softly. Jiang Yunhao knew that Qing Wan was kindly reminding him. However, he wasn't flustered. Jiang Lingxiao, if he really would come to trouble him for a woman, he would rather have a spar with Jiang Lingxiao. It was a perfect opportunity to test his practical combat abilities. Isn't competition a good thing? Without competition, the outstanding talents of the Jiang family wouldn't emerge like bamboo shoots after rain, continuing for thousands of years. It's fine, I'll wait for him. Jiang Yunhao smiled lightly. This smile made Qing Wan momentarily dazed. She was a direct disciple of the fourth ancestor Jiang Chun, although she wasn't a member of the Jiang family. Her status was not low. The countless young disciples of the Jiang family respected her greatly, treating her as a goddess. Even several young lords had extended olive branches to Qing Wan, intending to recruit her. But Qing Wan had never agreed to anyone. She had her own pride. On the surface, Qing Wan would not defy the fourth ancestor's arrangement and came to Jiang Yunhao's side as a maid, also serving as a guard. However, how could anyone willingly submit to Jiang Yunhao, who had a notorious reputation for many years? Qing Wan was merely constrained by the fourth ancestor to come to Jiang Yunhao's side. But when Jiang Yunhao spoke those words, Qing Wan's heart trembled. This young lord before her could actually say such bold words. Could a person with such character really be the wasteful second generation that the outside world claimed? What kind of person is he really? Qing Wan looked at Jiang Yunhao's back, her eyes becoming dreamy, filled with intense curiosity about him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao had already entered the inner room. He immediately took out many rare materials and the precious blood and bones of the Liu family. Without further ado, Jiang Yunhao began to operate the swallowing heaven demon technique. Refining all these resources, the magical 9 leaves sword grass entered Jiang Yunhao's body, and under the nourishment of massive resources, it was finally fully activated. The 9 leaves sword grass, a legendary creation, nurtured by heaven and earth over time, could yield incredible sword techniques. Each leaf contained supreme sword techniques, comparable to the imperial laws created by powerful emperors. Immersed in the mysteries of the 9-leaf swordgrass, Jiang Yunhao gradually saw a complete sword technique chapter appear in his mind. The 9-leaf swordgrass had a total of 9 leaves. The ancestor of the Liu family, after great effort, had only activated 1/3 of 1 leaf. At this moment, a complete leaf sword technique was fully activated by Jiang Yunhao. The first leaf sword technique, the heaven-slaying sword technique. Indeed, it was an emperor's law, so profound that ordinary people could not comprehend it. Fortunately, Jiang Yunhao had an unparalleled talent for swordsmanship and an indestructible sword body. He learned it effortlessly and naturally. If it were someone else, even a quasi-emperor like the fourth ancestor would be unable to make any progress with this sword technique. Just as Jiang Yunhao mastered the heaven-slaying sword technique, a wave of emotion swept through all sword cultivators in the world. On the other side of the Jiang family, within Jiang Lingxiao's residence, an astonishing aura erupted. A handsome man in black appeared in midair. His brows furrowed as he closed his eyes to carefully sense. Outside the hall, Liu Ruyan's eyes brightened. Ling Xiao Shaozuan, you finally come out. Ruyan is wronged. Ruyan's fate is miserable. You must stand up for Ruyan. Chapter 12. You don't play by the rules? Better to be alive than dead. The man in black appearing in midair was indeed another young lord of the Jiang family, Jiang Lingxiao. As soon as Jiang Lingxiao appeared, Liu Ruyan couldn't help but exclaim, Liu Ruyan? In the next moment, Jiang Lingxiao appeared right in front of Liu Ruyan. His other followers also appeared, welcoming him as he emerged from seclusion. However, at this moment, Jiang Lingxiao seemed a bit distracted. Just prior, he had sensed a terrifying sword intent that flashed by. His mind was shaken awake just as he emerged from his seclusion. However, Liu Ruyan was unaware of this, stepping forward with a face full of grievances, pouring out everything that had happened with Jiang Yunhao like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Jiang Yunhao? Jiang Lingxiao was slightly surprised. He knew of his clan brother, but there hadn't been much interaction between them. Jiang Lingxiao's followers also informed him of the recent happenings. What? The fourth ancestor personally appeared and even bestowed a complete divine herb to Jiang Yunhao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxiao was momentarily stunned. Ling Xiao Shaozuan, you may not know, but Jiang Yunhao did not take you seriously. I even told him to his face that I would become your follower in the future and follow you. But Jiang Yunhao, not only did he strike me, but he also annihilated my entire Liu family. Liu Ruyan cried, feeling both wronged and angry. You mean, this morning Jiang Yunhao went to destroy your entire Liu family and even used the Jiang family's 9 dragons coffin? Jiang Lingxiao squinted. Yes, Ling Xiao Shaozuan. Jiang Yunhao knew I would become your follower, yet he was so audacious, completely disregarding your face. This is not just annihilating my Liu family. This is a slap in your face, Ling Xiao Shaozuan. Liu Ruyan said, looking pitiful and on the verge of tears. Ling Xiao Shaozuan, you must stand up for my Liu family. However, impudent. Do you want to get me killed? Jiang Lingxiao suddenly glared fiercely at Liu Ruyan. That fierce gaze startled Liu Ruyan, making her take a few steps back. She was dumbfounded, looking at Jiang Lingxiao in disbelief. Ling Xiao Shaozuan, you. Liu Ruyan felt somewhat incredulous. The development of events seemed different from what she had imagined. Originally, Liu Ruyan thought she could have Jiang Lingxiao as her backing. She even fantasized that, relying on her own means, she might be able to control Jiang Lingxiao, just like how she treated Jiang Yunhao, who had once been her devoted admirer. Whatever she said, he would comply with her wishes. However, at this moment, looking at the furious Jiang Lingxiao, Liu Ruyan was completely bewildered. Throw this woman out of my Jiang family. Wherever she came from, let her go back. Jiang Lingxiao said with extreme disgust. Liu Ruyan instinctively murmured, No, no, I'm doing this for your sake, Ling Xiao Shaozuan. I'm doing this for you. Impudent. Jiang Lingxiao raised his hand, about to slap her. However, he suddenly remembered that this woman had an unusual relationship with Jiang Yunhao, and he couldn't strike her. That's right. Jiang Lingxiao was not a fool. Once he learned that the fourth ancestor had personally appeared and even bestowed a complete divine herb to Jiang Yunhao, he sensed something was off. Fool, do you know Jiang Yunhao's identity? Do you know who his father is? Jiang Lingxiao's expression grew increasingly grim. His father, the white-clad divine King Jiang Feng, had long been missing. What was there to fear? Liu Ruyan appeared somewhat lost and muttered to herself. She didn't understand and simply couldn't comprehend why Jiang Lingxiao would fear Jiang Yunhao. Impudent. It's not up to you, an outsider, to comment on my Jiang family's matters. Jiang Lingxiao truly felt like he could just explode from anger at Liu Ruyan. In the past, he could have ignored Jiang Yunhao. But things changed after the appearance of the fourth ancestor. Among the Jiang family, how many could attract the ancestor's attention? Even they, the younger generation, were not worthy of the ancestor's personal appearance. There must be something unusual about his cousin. Moreover, with the reputation of Jiang Yunhao's father. As a member of the same clan, Jiang Lingxiao naturally didn't want to offend Jiang Yunhao. A follower suddenly stepped forward and whispered, Young master, everyone knows that Liu Ruyan is desperate for help, which is why she specifically sought you out. This matter has probably reached young master Yunhao. If you let her go easily, the follower hesitated to continue. Jiang Lingxiao understood and waved his hand in disgust. Indeed, Liu's family is a fish that slipped through the net. Then let us take Liu Ruyan to personally apologize to my cousin. I must make Yunhao know that this young master has nothing to do with this woman. Boom. As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderclap in Liu Ruyan's mind. No matter how she planned, she never expected Jiang Lingxiao to be so fearful of Jiang Yunhao. Me, personally apologizing to Jiang Yunhao? At the same time, Liu Ruyan felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and frustration. Isn't this reversing the roles? In the past, it was Jiang Yunhao begging her on his knees. When did it become her turn to kneel before him? If this really happened, where would she put her face? What? You don't want to? Jiang Lingxiao shot a sideways glance at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning and lowered her head in humiliation. I'm willing. Huh. Jiang Lingxiao initially intended to kill Liu Ruyan directly and bring her head over. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that it was better to keep her alive. Just as Liu Ruyan was being held by a few followers and was about to be taken away, Jiang Lingxiao suddenly said, "Wait, I'll go personally, otherwise it won't be clear." Liu Ruyan's delicate body trembled, scared to the point of feeling like a sieve. Unbelievable. Too unbelievable. Her mind went blank. Jiang Lingxiao grabbed the pale-faced Liu Ruyan and left his residence, heading towards the Temple of the Gods. Along the way, many young members of the Jiang family noticed the commotion. "Everyone, look over there. That's young Master Lingxiao, right?" Jiang Lingxiao, known for his genius in the Jiang family. Each young master of the 8 branches of the Jiang family is a standout among the younger generation, and even Jiang Yunhao, who had wasted many years, was not someone ordinary Jiang family members dared to offend, let alone someone as renowned as Jiang Lingxiao. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many. The person next to young Master Lingxiao looks familiar. "You idiot, that's Liu Ruyan. You can't even recognize this woman who has been spoiled by young Master Yunhao to the skies." The young members of the Jiang family all looked at the two. Wow, Liu Ruyan really has some skills. She got dumped by young Master Yunhao and now is clinging to young Master Lingxiao. Seeing young Master Lingxiao's furious expression, could it be that he is going to find trouble with young Master Yunhao? This woman is really skilled. She could easily provoke conflict between the young masters of the Jiang family. The crowd gradually gathered, more and more people looking at Liu Ruyan with complex expressions. The Jiang family members felt a bit sad. Their own young master had truly become this Liu Ruyan's plaything, allowing her to manipulate him. Little did they know, at this moment, Liu Ruyan was filled with shame and anger, utterly desperate. "No, I don't want to see Jiang Yunhao." Chapter 13. Breaking through in one day, seeking votes, Temple of the Gods. "Young master, please enjoy your tea." Qingwan brewed a cup of fragrant tea for Jiang Yunhao. The water was from the divine spring supplied by the Medicine King Valley, and the tea leaves were the treasured enlightenment tea of the Jiang family. For an ordinary person, even smelling it once in their lifetime would be a luxury. But Jiang Yunhao could have a pot every day, plus a well-behaved little maidservant to attend to him. One must say, this treatment was truly enviable. After taking a sip of the enlightenment tea, Jiang Yunhao slightly closed his eyes, savoring it. He was about to break through to the spirit-refining realm in just one day. This speed of cultivation could be considered quite fast in the entire Eastern Wilderness 9 domains. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao's energy and spirit had reached their peak. He didn't know when the next sign-in opportunity would come. Jiang Yunhao was already looking forward to the next sign-in location being refreshed. After all, the opportunities and fortunes were indeed quite good. Ding! Sign-in location refreshed. Location: the Crown Prince competition of the Lingshu domain Chaos Enlightenment platform. Oh, it really is as I wished. Jiang Yunhao knew about the Crown Prince competition of the Lingshu domain because the 4th ancestor had mentioned it to him. The news of his being revered as the Jiang family's divine son had not yet been publicly declared. In the 4th ancestor's words, the significance of the Jiang family's divine son is profound, and he must achieve not making a sound until he makes a stunning impact. It would be better to take advantage of the upcoming Crown Prince competition, where all eyes would be on him and heroes from all over would gather. At that time, the Jiang family would naturally send out young members to participate. Then, announcing Jiang Yunhao as the Jiang family's divine son would undoubtedly have a greater impact, allowing Jiang Yunhao's first appearance to be perfectly showcased. Of course, Jiang Yunhao was also very aware that the crown prince competition of the Lingshu domain was not simple. It was to determine the number one among the younger generation of the Lingshu domain. Practitioners under 1,000 years old were all considered the younger generation, and how many prodigies and geniuses were among them remained unknown. However, Jiang Yunhao had confidence in himself. He wasn't afraid of competition. Being born in such an era without fighting was akin to waiting for death. Just then, Qingwan behind him suddenly spoke softly, "Young master, someone is coming." It's the aura of young master Ling Xiao. Oh, Jiang Ling Xiao has finally arrived? Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened, and his spirit lifted. After mastering the sword technique of Heaven's Severance, he was eager to test his sword. "Yunhao, I, your brother, have been in seclusion for many years and haven't visited you for a long time." Accompanied by a burst of laughter, Jiang Ling Xiao stepped into the temple of the gods, followed by a timid, pale-faced Liu Ruyan. "Huh?" Jiang Yunhao squinted slightly, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off. "You woman, quickly kneel down and apologize to my cousin." Jiang Ling Xiao scolded without any hesitation. Thud! Liu Ruyan's delicate body trembled, feeling humiliated to the point of death. However, she still knelt down, prostrating herself into a small ball. Bowing her head deeply, she squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. "Liu Ruyan of the Liu family meets young master Yunhao. Hatred. Shame." Liu Ruyan truly wished she could dig a hole in the ground and hide. Once, Jiang Yunhao had knelt before her more than once, begging for her forgiveness and trying to please her. Now, the situation had reversed so drastically that Liu Ruyan felt as if she were dreaming, unable to believe it. Outside the temple of the gods, the Jiang family members who were secretly watching were also stunned. Good heavens, they didn't come to find trouble for young Master Yunhao. Instead, they came to deliver a head. My goodness, young Master Ling Xiao is actually so fearful of young Master Yunhao? The Jiang family members were greatly surprised. However, some clever ones quickly caught on. Of course, the fourth ancestor has personally appeared. This significance is different. It seems young Master Ling Xiao isn't foolish. Every one of my Jiang family's young masters is a dragon among men, sharp-minded. How could they be foolish? Young Master Yunhao is indeed different now. He must be qualified to compete for the title of Jiang family's divine son. Outside, people whispered among themselves. However, they still did not know that Jiang Yunhao no longer needed to compete for the title of divine son. At this moment, he was already the only divine son of the Jiang family. Jiang Yunhao felt a bit surprised, remaining silent. This scene fell into Jiang Ling Xiao's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. I really have suffered an unwarranted disaster. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten to know Liu Ruyan. She's truly a troublemaker. Jiang Ling Xiao thought it was Jiang Yunhao who was dissatisfied. He didn't want to make an enemy of someone like Jiang Yunhao, who could gain the favor of the fourth ancestor, Jiang Chun. In the next moment, Jiang Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and took something out of his storage bag. "Cousin, you know that the Crown Prince competition in the Lingshu domain is about to begin, and the location is set at the Chaos Enlightenment platform left by the ancient Qing Emperor 1,000 years ago. That Chaos Enlightenment platform is extraordinary, possessing a vast amount of opportunities and fortunes. I have participated once and ranked within the top 10, receiving 2 Tianke Divine Keys as rewards. It is rumored that possessing this item allows one to enter the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm. I happen to have an extra one, so I will give it to you. A key to enter the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm. The Tianke Divine Pass secret realm is well known throughout the 9 regions of the Eastern Wilderness. It is said to be the place where many unparalleled powerhouses fell during a catastrophic event in ancient times. There are even rumors that the indestructible empress from ancient times is buried here. The Tianke Divine Pass holds numerous secrets and opportunities. Once the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm appears, this key can be used to enter it. One can imagine the immense value of this Tianke Divine Key. If it were to spread to the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a bloody storm, prompting countless people to fight over it. Jiang Yunhao did not expect Jiang Ling Xiao to have such a treasure. Ding! The host has come into contact with the news of the Tianke Divine Pass, and the sign-in location has refreshed. Location: Tianke Divine Pass. The system actually refreshed another location. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred as he understood the rules of his system. The system can have multiple sign-in locations simultaneously, and once he comes into contact with certain astonishing opportunities, it can refresh the sign-in location. Just like now, as soon as he received the news about the Tianke Divine Pass, the sign-in location was refreshed. This is a great feature. In the future, you won't have to worry about missing any opportunities. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao looked at Jiang Lingxiao. This item is so precious. Cousin is too courteous. As he spoke, Jiang Yunhao reached out to take the Tianke Divine Key. Jiang Lingxiao's mouth twitched. Jiang Yunhao suddenly said, "Cousin, the Crown Prince competition is about to begin. Before that, I would like to spar with a master to test my strength. I wonder if Cousin would be willing to spar with me." Jiang Lingxiao was taken aback. "If I'm not mistaken, Cousin, you're still at the bone-tempering realm, right? The gap between us is probably quite large. It is not appropriate to fight." Jiang Lingxiao was being polite, considering Jiang Yunhao's face. However, just as he finished speaking, there was suddenly a commotion from Jiang Yunhao's side. Chapter 14. That One Sword's Grace. Breaking ancient records, I really didn't hold back. To be honest, I am over a decade older than you and have already entered the spirit refining realm. If you really want to spar, it would be better to wait a few more years until you reach the spirit refining realm. Jiang Lingxiao shook his head and smiled helplessly. He certainly did not want to fight Jiang Yunhao. He was truly afraid that he might accidentally kill Jiang Yunhao. If that happened, wouldn't the fourth ancestor Jiang Chun skin him alive? Just as the words fell, Jiang Yunhao's aura suddenly surged, and a radiant light flowed over his body, instantly breaking through. Spirit Refining Realm, first level. He was already at the peak of the bone-tempering realm and had just drunk enlightenment tea, so breaking through was effortless. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan, who was eagerly waiting for Jiang Yunhao to be beaten, was stunned upon hearing their conversation, her eyes filled with fear. He broke through. How is that possible? He has wasted 3 years. How can he break through a major realm in just one day? Liu Ruyan was dumbfounded. In Qing Wan's golden, enchanting pupils, a strange light flickered. This young master of hers is indeed different. How much has he been hiding? Qing Wan became even more curious about Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Lingxiao reminded him that the spirit refining realm is indeed different. Only at this level can one use magical power. Just as Jiang Yunhao broke through to the first level of the spirit refining realm, magical power appeared in his dantian, surging vigorously. Jiang Lingxiao stared blankly at Jiang Yunhao. Good heavens, is that what I meant? Did my mouth just shine? I just finished saying he would break through, and he did. After a moment, Jiang Lingxiao steadied his mind. Well, I still hope Cousin can act within his capabilities. When it comes to strength, Jiang Lingxiao had unparalleled confidence in himself. After all, Jiang Yunhao had just broken through to the spirit refining realm. The two then walked toward the outside of the divine hall. Outside, a crowd of Jiang family disciples had already gathered, all wide-eyed, looking at the two in disbelief. Hiss, are they going to spar? Young Master Ling Xiao has been famous for a long time. Does young Master Yunhao dare to challenge him? Even deep within the Jiang family, subtle gazes were directed their way. They scanned Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Lingxiao. Yunhao and Lingxiao are facing off. This kid really dares to challenge Jiang Lingxiao after just one day of serious training? No. He broke through to the spirit refining realm. In the ancestral lands of the Jiang family, mist shrouded the surroundings, and spiritual energy surged, revealing 4 hazy figures. Jiang Chun was stunned for a moment. Just yesterday, he was still at the bone-tempering realm. Even Jiang Chun felt extremely shocked. A stunning woman in red said, her eyes sparkling, "Yunhao is truly remarkable. Fourth brother, you have been particularly optimistic about Yunhao. Why don't we make a bet? I bet Yunhao won't last 3 moves." The woman was Jiang Yunqing, the 3rd ancestor of the Jiang family. Then I'll be a bit bolder. Although Yunhao is extraordinary, he has wasted many years, so I bet he won't last 10 rounds. 2nd ancestor Jiang Xiaotian, a sturdy man with a rough appearance, added. At the same time, outside the divine hall, Jiang Lingxiao suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if he was being seen through. The ancestors are watching. He keenly sensed it, and his heart trembled. Originally, He felt a bit uncomfortable after giving Jiang Yunhao a Tianke divine key today. However, it now seemed that it could attract the attention of the ancestors. Wouldn't this give him a chance to perform in front of the ancestors? Cousin, be careful. Realizing this, Jiang Lingxiao no longer hesitated, his gaze sharpened. He pointed his sword at Jiang Yunhao, revealing that he was also a sword cultivator. His entire person resembled a sharp divine sword, pointing towards Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao did not hesitate either. Under the talent of the indestructible sword body, he instantly comprehended Jiang Lingxiao's sword move. Jiang Yunhao frowned slightly, not using the heaven-slashing sword technique, but instead throwing a punch. Blood energy surged, and this punch actually created ripples in the air, roaring explosively. Sensing this force, Jiang Lingxiao's pupils suddenly contracted. He wanted to withdraw, but it was already too late. Boom! The ground seemed to tremble for a moment. Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Lingxiao's sword move was shattered by a punch, and his entire right arm was fractured inch by inch, his body flying out like a cannonball. With a thud, Jiang Lingxiao fell to the square, the white jade ground beneath him cracking and spreading for 100 meters. Silence. This scene left all the Jiang family disciples watching in shock. The 4 Jiang family ancestors deep within the ancestral lands all opened their mouths in astonishment. Jiang Xiaoyan's eyes twitched. This isn't right. This is definitely not right. Ling Xiao was careless. It's not over yet. It's not over. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxiao, lying on the ground, struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In Jiang Lingxiao's eyes, besides shock, there was also a trace of horror. What kind of terrifying power was this? Even a young, ancient true dragon will be no match for this, right? Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao felt a bit awkward. To be honest, was that it? Young Master Lingxiao, don't look down on young Master Yunhao. If I held back, it would be an insult to young Master Yunhao. The surrounding Jiang family disciples shouted, thinking that Jiang Lingxiao was being modest. Jiang Lingxiao's heart twisted violently. He swore to the heavens that he had definitely not been modest or held back. Well, I hope you can take this seriously, cousin. Jiang Yunhao's internal energy surged as he formed his fingers into a sword, sweeping out a streak of sword chi. Seeing this, Jiang Lingxiao did not dare to act recklessly. His physical body was indeed inferior to Jiang Yunhao's, but when it came to the realm of cultivation, he was at the 8th level of the spirit refinement realm. 10,000 swords heaven drawl, Jiang Lingxiao shouted, and golden sword chi gathered around him, resembling a dazzling golden river, roaring towards Jiang Yunhao. However, the seemingly casual sword chi from Jiang Yunhao instantly shattered the golden river. Bang! The sword chi struck Jiang Lingxiao's body, causing a burst of golden light on his surface. A phenomenon triggered by his protective treasure. Jiang Lingxiao felt as if he had been struck by lightning and was once again sent flying, crashing into a wall 100 meters away. The surrounding Jiang family disciples were wide-eyed, filled with shock. They had only exchanged 2 moves. Had young Master Lingxiao been sent flying again? It turned out that young Master Lingxiao was not being courteous. He had genuinely given his all. Only then did everyone realize, their scalps tingling. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxiao, who had just regained his composure and was covered in dust, nearly spat out the old blood he had just swallowed. Look at young Master Yunhao, someone suddenly exclaimed. They saw that at some point, a divine sword had appeared in Jiang Yunhao's hand. The sword's edge was infused with sword intent, radiating a brilliant silver light. The overwhelming sword chi left everyone in awe, making their hearts race as if they were standing on the edge of an abyss. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Jiang Yunhao had initially planned to unleash another sword after this one, but unexpectedly, his cousin could not withstand it. However, Jiang Yunhao also realized that his cultivation realm could not be measured by ordinary standards. Even Jiang Lingxiao found it difficult to withstand his sword. The next sword, Jiang Lingxiao would not be able to take. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao's mind raced as he glanced at the sky. He boldly swung his sword towards the high heavens. Boom! As the sword was unleashed, the magnificent sword chi spread like a galaxy, dazzlingly brilliant, with countless sword chi shredding the blue sky and tearing apart the white clouds. The splendor of this sword left everyone mesmerized, all watching in a daze. breaking through the spirit refinement realm, the ancient Sword Tao records, enjoying the blessings of the heavenly rules. At that moment, a melodious, celestial sound resonated through the sky. The four ancestors of the Jiang family stood up. What is this? Chapter 15. Restless movements. The youthful spirit can shake the vastness. Breaking through the spirit refinement realm, the ancient Sword Tao records, enjoying the blessings of the heavenly rules. The voice came from the void, like millions of beings chanting scriptures. Breaking the ancient Sword Tao records. What does this represent? It signifies that Jiang Yunhao's sword had shattered the record created by countless Sword Tao geniuses over the eons. Even the ancient tribes, the primordial great demons, and even the emperors of past generations, when they were young in the realm of Sword Tao of the spirit refinement realm, could not compare to Jiang Yunhao. Such records are exceedingly terrifying. Only the unparalleled talents could break them. It turns out that each major realm has its own benefits for breaking the heavenly records. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred slightly. Even he had not anticipated such an opportunity. At this moment, the Jiang family disciples were completely stunned. Forget about shock. Everyone's mind was blank. After a moment, as they regained their senses, they looked at Jiang Yunhao, who stood in the center of the square, awaiting the blessings of the heavenly rules. Everyone's hearts wanted to shout, "Young Master Yunhao, you're amazing." Liu Ruyan had already gone limp, her petite mouth barely able to fit a chicken egg. She stared at Jiang Yunhao in terror, feeling that he was now too unfamiliar. Was this still that useless sycophant? Just then, above the Jiang family, the clouds retreated over thousands of miles, and shimmering images appeared in the sky like a mirage. What a Sword Tao genius, who had actually broken the ancient records of the spirit refinement realm. The descendants of the Jiang family truly deserved to be the heirs of the imperial clan. Haha, congratulations. This was the voice of a powerful figure from a great sect within the Lingshu domain, sensing the movement of the heavenly blessings, casting their gaze from a vast distance. Sword Tao genius? Just borrowed the sword bones of my Luo sword sect to step into the Sword Tao realm. Little brat, I will dig your bones one day. A vague figure towering over the heavens coldly spoke. The enmity from the Luo sword sect was evident. It was clear that the death of Luo Feng had already been noticed by the Luo sword sect. Not only the Lingshu domain, but also the other 8 domains, and even the dark areas of the void beyond had powerful beings watching. Hee. Your Jiang family had a divine King Jiang Feng in the last generation, but unfortunately, not long after, the couple disappeared. This generation, your Jiang family must keep a close watch. Otherwise, this little one might end up as nothing more than bones, with no knowledge of life or death. In the sky, a rift opened, resembling a dark single eye, with black mist swirling inside, and a monster laughed sinisterly. The despicable human race always likes to praise your clan's genius with my true dragon and human among dragons and phoenixes. Little do you know, there is a heaven and earth difference between you humans and my true dragon. The competition for the crown in the Lingshu domain is about to begin, right? My clan's prodigies will also emerge, and they will surely slaughter you, turning the rivers red with blood. In this era of great contention, it is truly a tragedy to be born in the same era as my clan's prodigies. Long Yuan, an ancient true dragon, slowly opened its dragon eyes, filled with brutal and bloody intent. Deep within the ancestral land of the Jiang family, the voice of the 4th ancestor, Jiang Chun, suddenly echoed. One by one, hiding and peeking, daring to strike at Yunhao and disrupt the competition among the young people, a rule that the elders must not participate in. I, an old man, do not mind exterminating you all. Boom. The aura of a quasi-emperor swept across the heavens. The Jiang family disciples were greatly shocked. Everyone understood that these old monsters were looking over because of Jiang Yunhao. It all stemmed from Jiang Yunhao breaking the ancient records of the Sword Tao. Despite the harsh words they had thrown, bloody and fierce, this was also a manifestation of fear. Ask yourself, what kind of young boy could make a group of old monsters feel apprehensive? How could this not shock the Jiang family members? Meanwhile, on Jiang Yunhao's side, a colorful light descended from the heavens and steadily entered his body. It was indeed the blessing of the heavenly rules. Jiang Yunhao comprehended a kind of incredible top-tier technique without a teacher. Divine grinding visualization technique. Oh, the heavenly blessing is so considerate. I have the sky-devouring demon technique for cultivation, and now there's a miraculous technique specifically for refining the soul. Is it trying to make me immortal? Adhering to the principle of frugality, the sky-devouring demon technique can refine the enemy's corpses and flesh for one's own use. The divine grinding visualization technique can obliterate the enemy's soul and nourish one's own. Not to mention, this is indeed a perfect way to utilize and extract all value. Jiang Yunhao immediately decided to study this technique thoroughly in the future. The next moment, Jiang Yunhao looked up at those old monsters. As the young master of the Jiang family, he did not feel surprised by this. The competition among great clans is bloody and cruel. Jiang Yunhao was not flustered. He had long suspected that his Jiang family was not as simple as it appeared on the surface, and there must be certain secrets. Although he still did not know what secrets the Jiang family was hiding. One thing Jiang Yunhao could be sure of was that the Jiang family was not afraid of other clans. Therefore, he did not need to worry about causing great trouble for his family. One must say, Jiang Yunhao's mind was incredibly sharp. It doesn't matter. I am the young master of the Jiang family, and I will suppress all enemies. Jiang Yunhao calmly faced the gazes of the ancient taboo powerhouses. There was a sentence Jiang Yunhao had not yet said. He was not just the young master, he was also the imperial son of the Jiang family. At this moment, if he were to cower, it would be a disgrace to the Jiang family. Moreover, these people had not treated him well. So why should Jiang Yunhao give them a good face? He who isn't born of parents with a nose and eyes? However, this statement is nothing short of a provocation. It's just that the Jiang family is not some soft persimmon that can be easily squeezed. Little one, young and impetuous, so bold and reckless. You, an ancient strongman of the Daluo sword sect, squinting with a chilling, killing intent. However, he hadn't finished speaking. If the young man isn't arrogant, then what do we call a young man? Jiang Yunhao retorted without hesitation. You, he, accompanied by a series of cold laughs. The strange phenomenon in the sky gradually dissipated. Until this moment, the Jiang family disciples had not come to their senses. What they had seen and heard today truly broadened their horizons. When did young Master Yunhao become so tough? Ah, sister, I'm weak in the knees. Young Master Yunhao is so handsome. Oh, you little brat, he's your cousin. Even Zhang Lingxiao was dumbfounded, staring in the direction of Jiang Yunhao, greatly shocked by him. He asked himself, if it were him facing the threats of these ancient strongmen, he wouldn't dare to say a word. But his cousin was different, youthful and spirited, shaking the heavens. Perhaps this is what youth is, a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. However, Zhang Lingxiao didn't know. In Jiang Yunhao's view, with his unbeatable background and the system, if he couldn't suppress the heavens in this life, then he would have lived in vain. Just then, Jiang Yunhao's figure flashed and appeared in front of Liu Ruyan. He was about to slap Liu Ruyan to death. But after a moment's thought, a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Yunhao's lips. Death would be too easy for her. Chapter 16. Both sisters packed up. All right, you can leave now. Jiang Yunhao glanced at Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan trembled, watching the Jiang family members gather around Jiang Yunhao like stars surrounding the moon. For some reason, Liu Ruyan suddenly felt a pang of sadness. But what shocked her was that Jiang Yunhao actually let her go. Does he still love me? No. He exterminated my whole family. Liu Ruyan's heart tightened painfully, and she didn't dare to say more, lowering her head and leaving dejectedly. Everyone could see Liu Ruyan's hatred for Jiang Yunhao, which surprised many. At this moment, Zhang Lingxiao approached Jiang Yunhao. No longer did Zhang Lingxiao harbor any contempt for Jiang Yunhao. Cousin, are you really just letting her go? While romantic feelings are good, they can often be deadly. Especially after you've just exterminated her entire clan. Zhang Lingxiao kindly reminded Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao did not dislike this clever cousin and smiled meaningfully. There are still fish that escape from the net in the Liu family. Liu Ruyan's sister, Liu Hanyan, is a disciple of the Daluo sword sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxiao was stunned for a moment, and then instantly understood. It turned out that it wasn't about letting Liu Ruyan go. Instead, It was about using Liu Ruyan as bait to lure out her sister. It should be known that Luo Feng from the Daluo sword sect had once proposed to the Liu family, which shows Liu Hanyun's extraordinary talent. By letting Liu Ruyan go, the helpless Liu Ruyan would have to turn to her sister, Liu Hanyun. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunhao secretly clicked his tongue. His cousin was planning to pack both sisters together. Jiang Yunhao didn't need to doubt that with Liu Ruyan inciting her sister nearby, the two sisters would soon come knocking at their door. Cousin, the competition for the crown prince is about to begin. I should go back and prepare. See you then. Jiang Yunhao smiled at Jiang Yunhao, then left with Qing Wan. The Jiang family disciples instinctively made way for him, their eyes revealing complex emotions of reverence and admiration. This was not only a reflection of Jiang Yunhao's status as the young master of the Jiang family, but also a genuine respect for him. In the cultivation world, strength commands respect. Having witnessed Jiang Yunhao break the ancient record of the sword path, who would not be convinced by him? Jiang Yunhao looked deeply at Jiang Yunhao's departing figure. On the way out, Jiang Yunhao said to his followers, "From now on, don't create any momentum for me, competing for the title of the crown prince. And don't clash with young Master Yunhao." As soon as these words were spoken, several followers were greatly shocked. "Young Master, do you mean to say that you support young Master Yunhao as the crown prince of the Jiang family? Are you voluntarily giving it up?" The followers trembled. Jiang Yunhao looked expressionlessly at them. "I know what you want to say, but this is just my nature. Defeat is defeat. I will not cling to it. My cousin has been ridiculed and in a low point for 3 years, and I, Jiang Yunhao, did not step on him. Now that he is shining brightly, I, Jiang Yunhao, will not secretly trip him either. Everything is for the prosperity of the Jiang family." Meanwhile, just back at the Divine Hall, Jiang Yunhao saw 3 figures inside. One of them was familiar to him. It was the 4th ancestor, Jiang Chun. Without thinking, Jiang Yunhao already knew the identities of the visitors. TSK, TSK. As soon as there was a stir, those restless old folks popped their heads out. Daluo sword sect, Long Yuan, and the outer demon. He, the most straightforward second ancestor. Jiang Shaotian, a muscular man like an iron tower, coldly smiled. If nothing unexpected happens, these guys are all waiting to see the Jiang family's jokes. And during the Crown Prince contest, they will probably target the Jiang family maliciously. What are we afraid of? If the old ones come, we fight. If the young ones come, we still have Yunhao, Jiang Shaotian said in a deep voice. Moreover, this Crown Prince contest has great benefits. Taking place on the Chaos Green Lotus platform left by the ancient Green Emperor 1,000,000 years ago. The rewards and opportunities are quite tempting. If it weren't for the rules restricting the younger generation, I would have gone up to compete long ago. The 3 of them spoke one after another. Yunhao, you also saw it. Those old folks are eager to pull our Jiang family down, especially the Daluo sword sect. They probably want to dominate the Lingshu domain and are not convinced by our Jiang family. These rats really infuriate me. The 3 ancestors exchanged glances, filled with indignation. However, Jiang Yunhao understood. The appearance of the ancestors was to give him a sense of reassurance. But this was clearly overthinking. 3 ancestors, rest assured. I will definitely win this Crown Prince contest. As for how those forces from a Daluo sword sect will target us, I want to see how they do it. Jiang Yunhao smiled coldly. In fact, the 3 ancestors were indeed overthinking it. Jiang Yunhao was not intimidated at all, and he was looking forward to the mysterious benefits he would gain from signing in at the Chaos Green Lotus platform. After all, this was left by the ancient Green Emperor. How could good things be lacking? Furthermore, Jiang Yunhao also wanted to completely resolve the threat posed by Liu Ruyan's sister, Liu Hanyun, to avoid future trouble. Yunhao, the taller the tree, the wind must blow it down. You are currently in the limelight, and will inevitably attract the targeting of other races, so be careful. The 4th ancestor, Jiang Chun, said earnestly. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. I will first go to the family's scripture pavilion for secluded cultivation and will emerge a month later. The 3 ancestors felt greatly relieved, watching Jiang Yunhao leave. Yunhao's talent is extraordinary. I really look forward to his changes a month later. Jiang Yunqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. A month passed quietly. As Jiang Yunhao's feat of breaking the ancient sword path record continued to ferment and spread, it even reached the Lingshu domain. Many people were surprised by the notorious young master of the Jiang family discussing this matter. The competition for the crown prince in the Lingshu domain was held as scheduled. A blue lotus platform, like a floating island, was suspended in the sky. Millions of people from various races gathered at this place. The appearance of two stunningly beautiful women, one big and one small, attracted the attention of many. The grand palace attire exudes nobility, and her tall figure boasts an astonishingly proportioned long legs. The woman is holding the hand of a little lowly. The little lowly is not tall and is quite young. She looks delicate, wearing a pink dress and white stockings, with big, shiny eyes searching the crowd as if looking for someone. Auntie, where's Jiang Yunhao? Chapter 17. Childhood Sweethearts, Little Sister-in-Law. The true dragon clan appears. The appearance of the two women attracted the attention of many. Is that the Zhang family from the Tianlan domain? The Zhang family beauties. Zhang Ningguan and Zhang Tianyu. The Zhang family is the dominant power in the Tianlan domain of the 9 domains of the Eastern Wilderness. Like the Jiang family, they're the strongest lineage in their respective domains. Moreover, the relationship between the Zhang and Jiang families is profound. The previous generation's head of the Jiang family, the white-clad divine King Jiang Feng, once married the legitimate daughter of the Zhang family. So, it can be said that there is a bond of marriage between the Jiang and Zhang families. Therefore, for such an important event as the competition for the crown prince of the Lingshu domain, the Zhang family also came to witness. Strange. The Zhang family from the Tianlan domain has a good relationship with our Lingshu domain's dominant Jiang family. But is it really necessary to send 2 saints to attend? What do you know? Young Master Yunhao is Zhang Ningguan's nephew. Zhang Ningguan, the contemporary saintess of the Zhang family, is the youngest in Jiang Yunhao's mother's lineage, and she is only in her early 20s at the prime of her youth. In large families, there are many descendants from the 3rd generation onwards. Although Zhang Ningguan does not have much blood relation to Jiang Yunhao, she can barely be considered Jiang Yunhao's little aunt. As for Zhang Tianyu, she stayed in the Jiang family for a while when she was young and has a childhood friendship with young Master Yunhao. How could their relationship be ordinary? They are not here for the Jiang family. They are here to see young Master Yunhao. People were discussing, especially the men who were envious. Is there any justice left? 2 great beauties came for Jiang Yunhao alone. It's simply too envy-inducing. Auntie, is Jiang Yunhao not here yet? Zhang Ningguan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Tianyu, be a little more reserved. Your cousin, as the young master of the Jiang family, how could he miss such an important event as the crown prince competition? He will come soon. Zhang Tianyu's little face flushed, murmuring, No, I'm not in a hurry to see my cousin. When the 2 women arrived at the VIP seats on the viewing platform, they were greeted with an unexpected scene. The 4th ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Chun, was present, seated at the front. Next to Jiang Chun was Wu Yangde, the head of the Daluo sword sect, and the contemporary emperor of the immortal dynasty established by the ancient human emperor, the Tang emperor, was also present. In addition to these big figures, representatives from the first-rate families of the Lingshu domain also arrived. It can be said that families without notable ancestors were embarrassed to show their faces. But among the crowd, an elderly man in golden robes was particularly eye-catching. This old man had golden hair and beard, with 2 horns on his head and on his exposed skin. Shimmering golden scales could be vaguely seen, clearly not human. He was from the demon race, the ancient true dragon clan of Longyuan. Zhang Ningguan was somewhat surprised, not expecting even the true dragon clan from Longyuan to come to witness. Brother Jiang, that young fellow from your clan who recently broke the ancient record in swordsmanship. Hasn't he arrived yet? The golden-robed elder seemed to ask casually. Wu Yangde, the head of the Daluo sword sect, smiled slightly. He wouldn't be too scared to come, would he? In an instant, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Anyone with eyes could see the true dragon clan's hostility towards the Jiang family. Even the Daluo sword sect was involved. Jiang Qin's expression remained unchanged as he said lightly, If you come to witness, just be well-behaved and don't cause trouble. However, the golden-robed elder smiled and said, Brother Jiang, you exaggerate. How could I intentionally come to cause trouble? It's just that coincidentally, a genius from my clan emerged. And with your Lingshu Domain's Crown Prince competition starting, I couldn't help but want my juniors to experience it. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of those present changed slightly. A young genius from the True Dragon clan came, and he wants to participate in our Lingshu Domain's Crown Prince competition. This is not just an experience. This is clearly coming to disrupt the event. The Tang Emperor of the Immortal Dynasty's expression darkened as he said solemnly, "Elder, what do you mean by that? Do you want to interfere in our Lingshu Domain's Crown Prince competition?" Before the golden-robed elder could respond, Wu Yangda of the Daluo Sword Sect couldn't hold back. "Everyone, don't be anxious. Our Lingshu Domain's Crown Prince competition has never stipulated that other races are not allowed to participate. Moreover, our Lingshu Domain's dominant lineage, the Jiang family, has a young genius who broke the ancient swordsmanship record." Wu Yangda's smile was somewhat sarcastic. Some family representatives following Wu Yangda also chimed in. "Exactly. The Jiang family is our Lingshu Domain's dominant lineage. How could they be afraid of battle? Could it be that Elder Jiang is afraid that his own descendants will lose to the True Dragon clan as offspring? Actually, it's true. Our human race's geniuses, especially in their youth, often cannot match the naturally strong physiques of the demon race." "Oh, come on, don't say that. The young master of the Jiang family has even broken the ancient record. Maybe he can represent our Lingshu domain and uphold the reputation of our human race." These representatives from small families standing behind Wu Liangda were talking one after another. Except for Jiang Chun, the other family representatives also understood. Goodness, the Daluo Sword Sect has found allies. The news of Jiang Yunhao killing Luo Feng had already spread. In recent years, the Daluo Sword Sect had been restless, seemingly wanting to challenge the Jiang family's dominant position. Now, it had reached a point of irreconcilability. People speculated that this Crown Prince competition would likely lead to a bloody rivalry between the Daluo Sword Sect and the Jiang family. But no one expected the Daluo Sword Sect would actually invite the True Dragon clan. This changed the nature of the situation. When did the affairs of the Lingshu domain involve the demon race? Even if the Daluo Sword Sect is dissatisfied with the Jiang family and wants to challenge their authority, they shouldn't bring in outsiders. This is simply treachery. Many people felt disdain for the Daluo Sword Sect's actions. However, some smart individuals realized the crux of the issue. They thought of the ancient swordsmanship record that Jiang Yunhao had broken. Clearly, the True Dragon clan's involvement in the Crown Prince competition was not solely because of the Daluo Sword Sect's meddling. It was more targeted at Jiang Yunhao of the Jiang family. After all, a talent like this is hard not to notice. Andy, the Daluo Sword Sect seems a bit restless. They actually allied with the demon race to target the Jiang family. Zhang Tianyu observed all of this. Zhang Ningguan's delicate brows furrowed. "Oh, the Mud Eel clan really plans to intervene?" At that moment, a voice came from afar. The white clouds in the sky parted, and a carriage pulled by a 9-headed divine bird approached on a rainbow. Seeing this luxurious carriage, the family representatives from Shanghua City instinctively stood up. They were all too familiar with it. It was indeed the carriage of the young master of the Jiang family. "He is coming. He is coming." Chapter 18. Is that it? What is the fuss? Blood God monument under the gaze of the crowd. A young man dressed in snow-white attire floated down. "Wow. Is this the young master Yunhao of the Jiang family? So handsome." The eyes of the young ladies and brides present sparkled, fixating on Jiang Yunhao. It must be said that just 1 month had passed, and Jiang Yunhao's aura had become even more extraordinary. A wave of ethereal Tao rhythm surged around him, and his gaze occasionally flickered, sharp and piercing. "Cousin." A joyful expression appeared on Zhang Tianyu's delicate face. Zhang Ningguan was momentarily lost in thought. Her little nephew had indeed grown quite handsome. "We welcome the young master." On the viewing platform, many young disciples of the Jiang family rose and bowed towards Jiang Yunhao. These disciples had witnessed Jiang Yunhao break the ancient record and were already thoroughly convinced by him. The old man in the golden robe from the Longyuan True Dragon clan suddenly narrowed his eyes. Wu Yangda's expression was even more unsightly, because these powerful cultivators, with their high levels of cultivation, could see that the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Jiang Yunhao represented something significant. The sword intent and Tao rhythm surrounded him, radiating sharpness. This was indeed a manifestation of profound swordsmanship. That damned little thing from the Jiang family has truly digested and mastered the sword bone of my Luo sword sect. Wu Yangda thought with resentment. However, he still did not know that the Luo sword bone was nothing compared to Jiang Yunhao's swordsmanship talent, which was far superior. Possessing a certain supreme sword body, the indestructible sword body. Moreover, after a month of seclusion, Jiang Yunhao had reached the 9th level of the refining spirit realm. It was incredibly hard to believe, but for Jiang Yunhao, who had mastered the swallowing heaven demonic art, this was truly not difficult. Furthermore, Jiang Yunhao had specifically chosen sword-related scriptures to study in the Jiang family scripture pavilion during his seclusion. At this moment, even Jiang Yunhao himself could not gauge the extent of his swordsmanship. Yunhao, you're here. Jiang Chun warmly greeted Jiang Yunhao. Ancestor, is a Mudloge clan really going to intervene in our Lingshu domain's Crown King competition? Jiang Yunhao first paid his respects to Jiang Chun. Then his gaze fell on the old man in the golden robe not far away. Mudloge clan? Upon hearing this, many family representatives nearly burst into laughter. Showing off with words was nothing significant. The old man in the golden robe cast a faint glance at Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao, you have indeed changed. You're no longer so dull, and your tongue is getting sharper. Among the crowd of disciples from the Luo sword sect, an old acquaintance of Jiang Yunhao could not help but jump out. It was Liu Ruyan. Beside Liu Ruyan stood a strikingly beautiful girl in a white robe, carrying a sword, staring intently at Jiang Yunhao, her eyes filled with an overwhelming killing intent that was hard to conceal. Liu Hanyun, the younger sister of Liu Ruyan. Seeing this, Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened. Sure enough, this pair of sisters had shown up, giving him the perfect opportunity to eliminate future threats. You woman, no matter how you say it, your Luo sword sect is also a human clan orthodox. How can you side with the demon clan? You have no shame. It's truly embarrassing. Unexpectedly, before the Jiang family members could say anything, a little lowly in a pink skirt and white silk, looking exceptionally graceful, stood up angrily and approached Jiang Yunhao. Zhang Tianyu. After scolding Liu Ruyan, the little lowly turned to Jiang Yunhao and sweetly smiled. Cousin, long time no see. Zhang Mingwan also walked over, smiling and nodding at Jiang Yunhao. Looking at the two girls in front of him, Jiang Yunhao was momentarily stunned. But soon, he remembered their identities. One was his childhood sweetheart, and the other was his distant aunt with little blood relation. In short, family. Zhang Tianyu was even his childhood friend. Despite being a few years younger than him and not fully grown, her stunning beauty was already apparent, and she would definitely be a breathtaking beauty when she grew up. As both of these stunning beauties stood by Jiang Yunhao's side, Liu Ruyan's heart sank to the bottom. In terms of appearance and nobility, she felt somewhat inferior in front of these two. Whether in background or noble demeanor, she was not as good as them. At this moment, these two noble girls were both looking at Jiang Yunhao. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan suddenly felt a pang in her heart. A trace of regret spread through her mind. The trial for the platform began. At that moment, the crowd became noisy. On the chaotic blue lotus platform, a magnificent blood-colored stone tablet appeared. This time, the trial for the Crown King competition was actually the Blood God tablet. People's expressions changed drastically. The old man in the golden robe from Longyuan suddenly stood up, impatiently saying, "Patience, what are you waiting for?" As the old man's words fell, a dragon roar sounded. A young man in a golden robe rushed onto the chaotic blue lotus platform and struck the Blood God tablet with a punch. Longyuan, long patience, strength 15, 230. 000 pounds. Golden characters appeared on the Blood God tablet. Oh no, the True Dragon Clan is the first to act. In an instant, the representatives of various families in the Lingshu domain felt a wave of despair wash over them. Not good, the True Dragon Clan acted first. Even Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Over 10 million pounds of physical strength. Only Jiang Yunhao was momentarily stunned. Is that it? Is that it? This is the so-called demon clan that claims to have a strong physique and an innate advantage over the human race. This strength is even inferior to myself a month ago. Hee, Brother Jiang, I am really sorry. I was so surprised that our clan's genius acted first. I apologize for ruining the great event of your Lingshu domain's Crown King competition. The old man in the golden robe said with a smile. But there was not a trace of apology in his tone. Jiang Qin's face was grim, and he remained silent. Wu Yangda feigned concern, saying, "Oh, Elder Long, there's no need to blame yourself. The Crown King competition is just a competition among clans." At this moment, the expressions of the others turned even worse, feeling a wave of frustration. Damn it, this damned True Dragon clan is deliberately ruining our Lingshu domain's great event. With Jiang Yunhao's arrival, there were also some geniuses from the Jiang family, including Jiang Lingxiao. "Cousin, what happened?" Jiang Yunhao asked in confusion. Jiang Lingxiao took a deep breath and explained to Jiang Yunhao, the Crown King competition is not something everyone can participate in. Only those who pass the trial can qualify to go up. And this trial is not fixed. This time, the Blood God Tablet test is to assess the physical strength of the clan's geniuses. Only those who exceed the previous record can pass the test. But now, with the True Dragon clan intervening, Long Patience has struck out over 10 million pounds of strength, which has effectively cut off the hopes of later participants. After all, our human race is inherently weaker than the demon race in terms of physical strength. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao understood. No wonder everyone looked so grim. It was all because Long Patience acted first, raising the Blood God Tablet's record to over 10 million pounds. It was nearly impossible for the young geniuses of the human race to break this record. And if they couldn't break this record, they wouldn't be able to compete on stage, let alone contend for the Crown King title. The True Dragon clan has gone too far. How can we compete like this? Good heavens, the True Dragon clan is ruthless, directly cutting off the hopes of our human race's geniuses to participate in the competition. People discussed among themselves, feeling a wave of despair. After all, this was the Crown King competition of their Lingshu domain. If it were truly taken away by the demon race, the shame would not just fall on the dominating Jiang family. The entire Lingshu domain would lose face and be unable to hold their heads up in front of others. Brother Jiang, I am truly sorry. It seems that although your clan's genius possesses extraordinary swordsmanship talent, he won't be able to display it. The old man in the golden robe pretended to be regretful, feigning a concern that was nauseating. Wu Yangda smiled and said, "Oh, Elder Long, there's no need to blame yourself. This is just luck. Who would have thought that the trial on a chaotic blue lotus platform would be the Blood God Tablet? Moreover, the Jiang family is the overlord of our Lingshu domain. They have a broad mind, so how could they blame you?" Wu Yangda's tone was sarcastic. Liu Ruyan also found it amusing, feeling secretly pleased, and cast a provocative sideways glance at Jiang Yunhao. "Your swordsmanship is impressive, but what good is that? You don't even have the qualification to go on stage and compete." Liu Ruyan didn't care whether the Crown King will be taken away by the demon race. Seeing the Jiang family members suffer was too delightful for her. Let's disperse. Elder Jiang, I take my leave." Wu Yangda bowed to the grim-faced Jiang Chun. "Disperse? Why should we disperse? The outcome of this Crown King competition is still uncertain. Why rush to leave?" Jiang Yunhao suddenly spoke up. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Jiang Yunhao. The representatives from the Void Realm looked shocked and uncertain, while the Demon Clan from the True Dragon clan sneered and mocked, seemingly wanting to laugh. Chapter 19. The identity of the Imperial Son is revealed. Just accept the bet and admit defeat. Jiang Yunhao, one of the representatives of the younger generation from the Jiang family. He actually spoke arrogantly in public. The tens of millions of cultivators present, whether young or old, all looked blankly at Jiang Yunhao. What did he just say? The battle for the crown has not been decided yet? As the young master of the Jiang family, does he not know that the Demon Clan is far superior to the human race in terms of physical strength? This is an innate gap. Even a 3-year-old child who has heard bedtime stories from his mother knows this. Has this young master of the Jiang family gone mad? As the crowd began to look over, Zhang Tianyu, who was beside Jiang Yunhao, tightened her body and instinctively tugged at Jiang Yunhao's sleeve. "Cousin, you need to hold back right now and not show off." Zhang Tianyu's face turned pale, her lively eyes filled with worry. She did not want Jiang Yunhao to embarrass himself in public. At this time, one cannot show off and act tough. Even though there have been more and more rumors about Jiang Yunhao recently, especially the news that he broke the ancient sword record, which is well known, everyone was shocked by the emergence of a sword genius from the Jiang family. However, swordsmanship is one thing, and physical strength is another. The two cannot be compared. Young Master Yunhao, do you know the consequences of boasting? The embarrassment would not only fall on your Jiang family, but also on the face of the countless beings in the Void Realm. As the headmaster, I do not want to go out and be scolded, having the Void Realm labeled as a place full of boastful fools. At that moment, the current headmaster of the Daluo sword sect, Wu Liangda, sneered. Initially, Wu Liangda thought this matter would end here. He was somewhat displeased. After all, the Daluo sword sect despised Jiang Yunhao the most and wanted to suppress his momentum. However, seeing Long Beishan's punch astonish everyone, Wu Liangda had no choice but to let it go. This trip was not in vain. It disrupted the battle for the crown in the Void Realm. Although the entire Void Realm would be shamed and unable to lift its head, the Jiang family's loss of reputation would be the greatest. After all, the current overlord of the Void Realm is the Jiang family. During the time, the Jiang family has been in control of the Void Realm. Having the crown taken away by the Demon Clan is undoubtedly a great humiliation, capable of causing a huge uproar in the Void Realm. Wu Liangda felt somewhat satisfied. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, Jiang Yunhao from the Jiang family jumped out again. Looking at Jiang Yunhao's expression, he seemed quite unconvinced and wanted to make a bigger scene. This is exactly what I want. It can ruin the Jiang family's reputation and suppress this Jiang genius's momentum. To be honest, if it weren't for the large crowd filled with representatives of various families in the Void Realm, Wu Liangda would have burst into laughter. Delightful. This is simply too enjoyable. He had never seen someone so eager to embarrass themselves. Wu Liangda could only sigh. Perhaps this is the recklessness of youth. Wu Liangda forced himself to suppress his laughter and pretended to be righteous. Jiang Yunhao, you must not seek to attract attention. It's one thing to boast, but making such a fuss here is equivalent to mocking all the beings in the Void Realm. You are about to incur the wrath of the masses. Not to mention, Wu Liangda, as the headmaster of the Daluo sword sect, truly had a knack for placing blame. Jiang Qin's expression suddenly changed. He certainly understood Wu Liangda's intention. He wanted to roast Yunhao over the fire, starting with righteous words. Just as Jiang Qin was about to secretly transmit a message to Jiang Yunhao to back down. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding as their eyes met. Jiang Qin's heart stirred. It was because he was too familiar with the look in Jiang Yunhao's eyes, just like when he first met Jiang Yunhao. That confident and calm gaze reflected an unparalleled composure. Could it be that Yunhao really has a way? Jiang Qin's heart trembled. Ancestor, it's just a blood god steel trial. Let me give it a try. Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly at Jiang Qin. Wu Liangda was almost unable to hold back his laughter, but he still pretended to be helpless and sighed. Jiang Yunhao, I am also kindly reminding you that this is not the time for you to show off. You're deliberately throwing the face of all beings in the Void Realm on the ground and trampling on it. This statement is flawed. Jiang Yunhao's gaze was calm. If I cannot break Long Beishan's record, that would be showing off. But if I break Long Beishan's record, how can it be said that I am losing face for all beings in the Void Realm? As soon as these words came out, the entire venue fell silent. Even Wu Liangda was left speechless, and after a moment of silence, he coldly smiled. Truly ignorant and fearless. Are you joking? Is it that easy to break the blood god steel record set by Long Batian? You must know that human cultivators, starting from the most basic blood chi realm to just before the heavenly phenomenon realm, find it difficult to surpass 10 million gene in physical strength. In terms of physique, they are far inferior to those from powerful demon bloodlines. This is common knowledge. Of course, there are also some monstrous prodigies among humans, such as the primordial holy body, the heavenly overlord body, and the innate sacred body, but the ancestors of the Jiang family do not possess such sacred bloodlines. The Jiang family's strength lies in their divine powers and killing techniques. Looking at the scene, the elder Long Xing from the True Dragon clan, who had been watching for a long time, sneered repeatedly in his heart. secretly mocking humans for only knowing how to fight among themselves. On the surface, Longxing smiled and said, "The dignified Jiang family, it seems, is nothing more than this." The younger generation speaks carelessly, unaware of their own insignificance. As soon as the statement was made, the expressions of the representatives from various families around changed dramatically as they looked at Jiang Yunhao with bizarre gazes. Young Master Yunhao is indeed a bit reckless. Is he trying to lose all face? Zhang Tianyu's small face turned pale, and she quickly tugged at Jiang Yunhao again. She did not want Jiang Yunhao to take on this blame. Jiang Yunhao, however, just looked at Longxing. "Old Mudloach, are you so sure that I cannot break this record?" Old Mudloach. Hearing this, Longxing's face darkened, and he angrily said, "Your human physique is weak. This is known to all. What do you have to break my true Dragon Clan's record?" Jiang Yunhao just smiled. "That's simple. Let's make a bet. If I cannot break your clan's genius record, then you don't have to kneel and apologize to my Jiang family today." Who wants to kneel and apologize to your Jiang family? Longxing was so angry he almost laughed. A mere junior from the Jiang family. "Do you think you're worthy to bet with someone like me?" At that moment, Jiang Chun suddenly said in a deep voice, "Oh, I forgot to tell everyone. From now on, Yunhao is the imperial son of my Jiang family." Jiang Chun clearly believed in Jiang Yunhao, so he unhesitatingly stood by his side. The Jiang family's imperial son, unlike the 8 young masters, held a status that surpasses that of the young masters. It can be said that every word and action of the imperial son represents the Jiang family. Boom! This news exploded like thunder among the crowd. The thousands of people present were all greatly surprised and looked at Jiang Yunhao in shock. Longxing was momentarily stunned. However, soon, a wave of ecstasy surged in Longxing's heart. Since he is the imperial son of the Jiang family, that significance is different. If the Jiang family's imperial son is shamed, the entire Jiang family would likely hit rock bottom, with their prestige almost completely lost. This is a good opportunity. All right, I will go along with you on this. Longxing was overjoyed, his eyes squinting into crescent moons. However, Jiang Yunhao suddenly shook his head. "No, if I win, you kneeling to apologize to my Jiang family is still too easy. How about this? I will raise the stakes again. If I break this record, the true Dragon Clan must offer my Jiang family 1,000 dragon tendons, 100 dragon pearls, and a set of Ancestor S dragon bones. The Daluo sword sect must also supply my Jiang family with 100 pieces of Daluo sword bones." Good heavens! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was shocked. A killing intent flickered in Longxing's eyes. "Hee, this bet is indeed not small, but your highness, what do you have to wager against me, an old man?" Jiang Yunhao smiled indifferently. "Simple. If I lose, you can take my head any time." This statement fell into the crowd like a stone dropping into a still pond. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Longxing's eyes brightened. To be honest, why is the true Dragon Clan involved in this competition for the crown? It's precisely because of Jiang Yunhao. I thought I could suppress Jiang Yunhao's momentum, but I didn't expect him to deliver himself to my doorstep. Good. Worthy of the Jiang family's prince, such great courage. Rest assured, old man will take your head, and it will surely be known throughout the eastern wilderness and the 9 domains, so that everyone will know of your demise. And it won't be in vain for the title of Jiang family prince, as long as you are willing to accept the consequences. Jiang Yunhao did not say much more, and as soon as his words fell, he soared into the sky and arrived at the Blood God Monument in front of the Chaos Enlightenment platform. Chapter 20. Ordinary and unremarkable, do things to the extreme. Seeking votes. Everyone knows that Jiang Yunhao has broken the ancient record of the sword path, ranking first in the sword path field of the same realm for all time. However, few know that Jiang Yunhao's physical body is equally terrifying. The ancient Tao body, the source of all physical bloodlines in the world, is so strong that it not only allows Jiang Yunhao to use all the physical divine abilities in the world without hindrance, but also makes his physique exceptionally powerful. Furthermore, Jiang Yunhao has been in seclusion for a month, during which he has been using the sky-swallowing demon art to absorb the resources provided by the Jiang family. To be honest, Jiang Yunhao doesn't even know how he could lose. When Jiang Yunhao arrived at the Blood God Monument, A young man in a golden robe glanced at him with disdain. This person is the pride of the true dragon clan, Long Batian. Long Batian had long heard of Jiang Yunhao's rumors, but he didn't take them seriously. As the son of the true dragon clan, he did not believe he would lose to a mere human, especially in terms of physique. A little human brat thinks he can compete with me? It's simply a delusion. So it's the Jiang family prince. If I can step on you to make a name for myself, it would indeed be a good opportunity. Long Batian thought happily. However, the next moment, Jiang Yunhao casually threw a punch, striking the blood god monument before him. Bang! It was as if the sound of morning bells and evening drums echoed, and the sound waves shook the heavens and the earth. Lingshu domain, Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao. Strength 6, 666, 000 pounds. Jiang Yunhao was momentarily stunned. This isn't right. His physical strength should have reached 72 million pounds. It seems his blood god monument has a limit. The next moment, Jiang Yunhao understood. It turns out that it wasn't that he couldn't get a perfect score, but that the perfect score was just this much. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Are you even human? Long Batian, who was secretly pleased beside him, had not been immersed in his sweet dream for long when he was stunned by the golden characters on the blood god monument. Suddenly, an irresistible, terrifying, repulsive force enveloped Long Batian. He hadn't even finished speaking when he was flung away, like a kite with a broken string, soaring through the air and spraying blood, flying 1,000 meters away. This was still because Long Batian's true form was the ancient true dragon clan. Otherwise, with this amount of blood loss, anyone else would have turned into a dried corpse by now. With a thud, Long Batian fell awkwardly outside the Chaos Enlightenment platform. It was evident that Jiang Yunhao had become the record holder. Without Jiang Yunhao's recognition and consent, Long Batian was no longer qualified to ascend the Chaos Enlightenment platform. Unless he could break Jiang Yunhao's record. Long Xing's pupils suddenly constricted, staring blankly at the golden characters on the blood god monument, hardly daring to believe his eyes. Impossible. A human has achieved a record of 666, 000 pounds. The crowd was also dumbfounded. Is this still a young human? When did such a terrifying physical cultivation genius appear among humans? It should be known that even the well-known young nobles of the Jiang family, before the celestial realm, only had a physical strength of a few million pounds. A normal genius from a small place, if they could reach 50 or 60,000 pounds, would be regarded as a heavenly being by the local sects and cultivated vigorously. But Jiang Yunhao, for a moment, people were completely bewildered. Wu Yangda looked at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Liu Ruyan in the crowd was even more shaken. Impossible, this can't be. How could Jiang Yunhao be so outstanding? No, I didn't miss out on such a peerless genius. I didn't miss him. It's all fake, it's all fake. He was clearly a waste. Liu Ruyan was somewhat confused, murmuring in a daze. Her sister Liu Hanyun frowned deeply, sword intent swirling in her eyes, especially wary of Jiang Yunhao. At the same time, the crowd erupted into cheers like a tsunami. Young master is mighty. Young master is strong. Are you dumb? Still calling him young master? PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The prince is mighty. The prince is strong. The prince is the only one in ancient times. You now, prince, I love you. Sending heart emojis. Except for the males, the young ladies and wives present were screaming excitedly. In fact, it's not surprising that people were so excited. Jiang Yunhao's actions not only restored the Jiang family's face, but also certified the human race of the Lingshu domain. Even the two girls from the Zhang family had different thoughts. Zhang Tianyu instinctively clenched her fist and waved it down forcefully. As expected of my cousin. The young girl proudly raised her head, looking innocent and proud. She wouldn't say that she was a bit worried about Jiang Yunhao earlier. After all, no one knows. To say that is to say, Tianyu will always firmly support her cousin. Just like that. Zhang Ningguan's heart trembled, for some reason. She felt a bit envious of the little girl when she looked at Zhang Tianyu's back. At this moment, Long Xing finally came back to his senses, his face turning the color of liver. Just as Long Xing was about to leave, Jiang Chun suddenly cast a malicious glance at him. Friend, don't forget your bet with my Yunhao. Also, the Daluo sword sect too. My Jiang family's door is always open for both of you. Of course, if you too are embarrassed to come to my Jiang family to offer tribute, it's also acceptable to send your own disciples to offer tribute. Jiang Qin's excitement was no less than that of others. The true dragon clan's dragon tendons, flesh and blood treasures, especially the remains of the fallen ancestors. None of these are not top-tier treasures. In addition to the Daluo sword bones that can only be refined through the secret method of the Daluo sword sect. Those Daluo sword bones are 1 in 10,000. Only those at the level of a holy sun can nurture them. This harvest is simply unimaginable. Combined, it would be equivalent to the Jiang family sending disciples to explore the harvest of hundreds of secret realms. And this was merely a matter of a single statement from Jiang Yunhao. I must say, Jiang Chun felt somewhat dreamlike. Long Xing trembled, his face dark as water. Wu Yangda was almost in tears. Originally, he had brought in the true dragon clan as a strong ally to suppress the Jiang family's momentum. Unexpectedly, he had lifted a rock only to smash his own foot. Wait. However, the next moment, Jiang Yunhao on the Chaos Enlightenment platform suddenly looked at Long Xing and Wu Yangda. The two turned around sharply, staring fixedly at Jiang Yunhao, their hearts filled with murderous intent. However, because Jiang Qin was present, they truly did not dare to make a move. Hee, Jiang family's prince, you've already won. What else do you want? Long Xing's face was gloomy. Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly. Are you referring to this punch? It's nothing special, just average. You call this average? Long Xing's face darkened, almost cursing out loud. After all, I just had good luck and accidentally obtained a body refinement technique. Jiang Yunhao casually made up a story. Anyway, no one knows, so he can say whatever he wants. However, since the true Dragon Clan's prodigies have come, if they leave because of this, they would probably feel unwilling, right? This prince can give you another chance. Now, I am the record holder, but I can allow your true Dragon Clan and the current prodigies of the Daluo Sword Sect to ascend the Chaos Enlightenment platform and compete with me. Let us have another bet. If I lose, the previous bet will be void. What? The bet can be voided. Upon hearing this, Long Xing and Wu Yangda were greatly shocked. This truly struck a chord with them. After all, even someone of their status would feel humiliated if they returned with such a degrading bet. At this point, Jiang Yunhao was somewhat worried that these two might be intimidated because of his strength record. His gaze was bright, and he added another sentence. Moreover, I don't mind if your young prodigies come together. Chapter 21. Kneel before me, Jiang family's prince. Jiang Yunhao, as the record holder, he not only allows prodigies from all clans to compete, but also doesn't team mind if they come together. What does this mean? You want to take on 10 at once? Crazy. He has gone mad. Even Jiang Chun, who trusted Jiang Yunhao the most, felt a chill at this moment. It's known that the true Dragon Clan is a terrifying monster race that has existed since ancient times and among the entire eastern wilderness. They are one of the elites. A prodigy from such a great clan is already quite difficult to deal with. If you add in some prodigies from the Daluo sword sect, just thinking about it made Jiang Chun feel a headache. Oh dear, this kid Yunhao is really getting a bit carried away. Jiang Chun's cheeks twitched. Even his childhood friend Zhang Tianyu instinctively covered her mouth, staring blankly at Jiang Yunhao. Originally, Jiang Yunhao had already broken Long Baishan's Blood God Monument record, which had invigorated the hearts of many and left a deep impression on the beings of Lingshu domain. The Jiang family's prince had gained fame. His first battle in the world was nothing short of perfect. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Yunhao was not satisfied with this. Foolish cousin. Zhang Tianyu saw it clearly and was anxious in her heart. Aunt, what should we do? My cousin Zhang Tianyu looked at Zhang Ningguan. Zhang Ningguan's face was also pale, and she forced a smile. Tianyu, don't panic. Maybe your cousin has his own plans. To be honest, Zhang Ningguan didn't believe what she was saying, but she didn't want the young girl to worry too much. The happiest ones were undoubtedly Wu Yangda from the Daluo sword sect, and those representatives from the forces that had secretly allied with the Daluo sword sect. Originally, Wu Yangda and the others were somewhat shocked. They didn't expect Jiang Yunhao to rise out of nowhere. And the Jiang family's prince's first battle in the world ended perfectly. which not only didn't suppress his momentum, but instead became a stepping stone for him to gain fame. Little did they expect, Jiang Yunhao had become arrogant, purely seeking death. Haha, now there's a good show to watch. As for if I win, that's simple. The treasures from the previous bet will be multiplied by 10. If you can't afford it, this prince doesn't mind you giving up land as compensation. The Lingxiao Sea of the Daluo Sword Sect and the Long Yuan of the True Dragon Clan are also quite nice blessed lands. Upon hearing this, both Wu Yangda and Long Xing's hearts raced. Good fellow, you're really asking for a lot. Also, our clan's land is not bad, right? This is equivalent to the blessed land where your Jiang family is located, with a spiritual energy concentration 100 times higher than the outside world. Only top-notch orthodoxy can obtain it. This is really shameless, wanting the territories of their two great forces? After a brief silence, Long Xing suddenly laughed. Good. No wonder you are the Jiang family's prince. Your audacity is truly commendable. Old man, I agree to your terms. Just as Jiang Yunhao had predicted. If it was just a simple challenge for Long Batian to come up and compete, Long Xing would probably hesitate and wouldn't dare to make such a heavy bet. But it's different now. Long Xing didn't think he would lose at all. He even felt a bit regretful. If this place wasn't Jiang family's territory in Lingshu domain, he would dare to let Long Batian kill Jiang Yunhao publicly. Then let us sign this causal contract. Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly, casually dropping a drop of blood, forming a blood contract in the void. Good. Long Xing and Wu Yangda sneered in their hearts. This kid is afraid they will go back on their word, so he is eager to establish the blood contract. Practitioners care most about causal relationships, let alone a blood contract. Even casually agreeing to something involves causality. Once causality is violated, the consequences can lightly affect oneself and severely backfire, leading to death. In short, the binding force of this blood contract is immense. No practitioner dares to violate it. Yunhao, you must not establish a blood contract. Don't act impulsively. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face turned ugly, and he quickly spoke to stop him. Jiang Chen felt somewhat helpless. Prince, you absolutely must not. Yes, Prince. Don't blame your cousin for speaking harshly, but you must not be arrogant. Prince, your safety is the most important. With someone like you in the Jiang family, how can we not prosper in the future? There is no need to rush. On the observation platform, a dense crowd of Jiang family disciples also voiced their objections. Good. Hurry up and sign it. On the other side, Long Xing and Wu Yangda were impatient. They feared Jiang Yunhao would change his mind. So they hurriedly signed the blood contract with him. Daluo Sword Sect, Lin Bufan, challenges you, Jiang family's prince. A figure suddenly soared into the sky, arriving at the Chaos Enlightenment platform. Since Jiang Yunhao, as the record holder, had allowed others to ascend, Lin Bufan was not repelled from the Chaos Enlightenment platform. Seeing this, Long Batian's eyes brightened. He really doesn't know how to die. Long Batian was eager to move. At this moment, Lin Bufan had already drawn his long sword, unleashing a majestic sword chi towards Jiang Yunhao. The golden sword chi, towering over 100 zhang, could easily split a divine mountain. Lin Bufan, perfected divine refinement realm. This is a saint of the Daluo Sword Sect, one of the 10 famous saints. The Daluo Sword Sect is really shameless. They truly intend to stand with a monster race. The expressions of the onlookers changed slightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao also noticed Lin Bufan. He remained silent, casually striking out, not even using his artifact long sword. With a casual wave, he unleashed a terrifying silver sword chi. The two sword chis collided, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Jiang Yunhao's sword chi, in an instant, crushed Lin Bufan's sword chi. Then, with a horizontal slash, it was as if autumn water broke through the void, creating ripples. A fine line appeared around Lin Bufan's neck, and he stood rigidly as if struck by lightning. The next moment, a perfect head shot up, spraying blood into the sky. Silence fell. One could hear a pin drop. People had thought of many possibilities and were even waiting for an intense competition among prodigies. But unexpectedly, this one sword ended it. People were dumbfounded. Jiang Yunhao, you dare to kill my brother Lin. Damn it. Jiang Yunhao, You must pay with your life today." In an instant, figures shot up into the sky, attacking Jiang Yunhao. Liu Ruyan was also urging her younger sister, Liu Hanyan. "Sister, it's a great opportunity. Take advantage of Jiang Yunhao, provoking everyone's anger, and quickly go kill him." Liu Hanyan's eyes shone brightly. To be honest, Liu Hanyan wasn't foolish. She knew that if it were just her alone, she would never dare to confront Jiang Yunhao. But the situation was different now. "All right, I will go and avenge our family." Liu Hanyan made up her mind and quickly followed her fellow disciples. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao unleashed a sword strike. This time, however, a divine sword appeared in his hand. The sword energy erupted. It was much larger than before, reaching a height of 100 zhang. Boom! With a sweep of the sword, the elite disciples of the Deluo sword sect, including the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, stopped in midair. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. One by one, their heads burst forth, spraying blood into the sky. The weaker ones died on the spot. The slightly stronger ones were also sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths. Among them was Liu Hanyan, who was knocked over by the sword energy. Her precious clothes torn apart, and she exploded on the spot. A few of them fell to the ground like dumplings, completely fainting. Hiss! With a single sword strike, Jiang Yunhao suppressed many of the Deluo sword sect's talents. This slap in the face came too quickly, didn't it? At this moment, Jiang Lingxiao and the others finally came to their senses, and Jiang Lingxiao suddenly looked towards the direction of the Deluo sword sect. "Accept the bet and kneel. Kneel before my Jiang family's imperial son." Chapter 22, True Dragon Treasure Technique. Instant kill. The slap in the face came too quickly, like a tornado. On the side of the Deluo sword sect, Wu Yangda and the others were stunned, unable to believe the scene unfolding on the chaotic Qinglian stage. Even Wu Yangda, who had been killed, could not have imagined that the elite of his Deluo sword sect would be so easily defeated by Jiang Yunhao. As if he were cutting vegetables. Hanyan, Liu Ruyan was struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Her sister was an elite of the sword sect. Yet she had been so miserably defeated. Wu Yangda's mouth fell open. No. Is this what you call the spirit refining realm? As the headmaster of the Deluo sword sect, Wu Yangda had secretly investigated Jiang Yunhao's cultivation level. He could see that Jiang Yunhao was indeed only at the spirit refining realm. But what kind of spirit refining realm could casually suppress more than a dozen peers of the same level? Wu Yangda's vision darkened, and he staggered back a few steps. Jiang Chun opened his mouth. To be honest, even he, a quasi-emperor level ancestor of the Jiang family, did not expect such a simple and straightforward conclusion. Good. This kid, Yunhao, has the potential of an emperor. Jiang Chun instinctively clenched his fist, feeling overjoyed. "Oh, Aunt, I really didn't guess wrong. Cousin is amazing." Zhang Tianyu jumped up, her little fists clenched, waving them excitedly towards the sky. Seeing the happy little girl, Zhang Ningguan covered her mouth and chuckled. Cough, I wonder who was worried before, looking so concerned. "I really worried that your father hadn't arranged your engagement with Yunhao, and you'd run to the Jiang family impatiently. Truly, a girl grows up and can't be kept." Aunt, upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu's face turned red, and she grabbed the hem of her clothes, lowering her head. At the same time, the voices of Jiang Lingxiao and the others had already spread far and wide. Everyone present was stimulated, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, standing up and raising their arms to shout. "Kneel! Apologize! Kneel! Apologize! Accept the bet and first bow to the Jiang family's imperial son. Apologize for your intentions to overturn the Jiang family and tarnish its reputation." The crowd roared. The sound shook the heavens. The group from the Deluo sword sect instantly became clowns, feeling completely out of place. The wrath of the crowd. This was the wrath of the masses. Wu Yangda trembled, kneeling in the most humiliating position towards Jiang Yunhao. The ordinary disciples behind him turned pale, but seeing the collective anger, they did not dare to say anything and followed Wu Yangda's example, kneeling on the ground. As for going up to provoke Jiang Yunhao again, that was a joke. Even the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden had been easily killed. No one was foolish enough to go up and deliver themselves to death. The Deluo sword sect had completely lost. The headmaster of the Deluo sword sect, Wu Yangda, apologized to the Jiang family, to the Jiang family's imperial son. I am guilty. I should not have incited foreign races to disrupt the competition for supremacy in our Lingshu domain. Every word was heartfelt, like a knife. Kneeling before Junior in public, Wu Yangda truly felt a deep hatred for Jiang Yunhao. And when he thought about the compensation from a bet, tenfold, this had now multiplied by 10. This meant that the Deluo sword sect had to offer 1,000 pieces of Deluo sword bones to the Jiang family. Was this even possible? Deluo sword bones were not cabbages, and the Deluo sword sect station, Ling Shaoxi. Thinking of this, Wu Yangda was filled with fear, his mind in chaos. Watching the Deluo sword sect kneel, people's gazes unconsciously fell upon the True Dragon clan's Longxing. Longxing's cheeks twitched violently. Look, you worthless human race from the Lingshu domain, what are you looking at? The Deluo sword sect lost. But our True Dragon clan has not yet lost. Longxing suddenly looked at Long Batian beside him, his eyes filled with expectation, even a bit anxious. Wu Yangda also looked over, placing all his last hopes on the True Dragon clan. Don't worry, ancestor. It's just a human genius. His sword path is indeed extraordinary, and his physique is astonishing, but I want to see what he can use to defend against our True Dragon clan's treasure techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Batian's figure flashed and appeared on the chaotic Qinglian stage. Dressed in golden robes, with 2 horns on his head, dragon energy surged around him, and a golden dragon shadow flickered beside him. Long Batian was indeed extraordinary. This phenomenon was a manifestation of the ancestral dragon pearl, inheriting the terrifying legacy of the True Dragon clan's ancestors. Long Batian looked at Jiang Yunhao, his expression calm and composed. I have to say, you are quite impressive. It is difficult for sword cultivators to reach this level, but you have managed to achieve such a realm. However, the gap between us is of a great realm. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from Long Batian. Behind him, a scene of a cave sky appeared. In that cave sky, countless dragon shadows circled around a dragon pearl that radiated brilliant golden light. Long Batian had actually concealed his true cultivation level from the beginning. It was only at this moment that he truly revealed it. Seeing this scene, the previously joyful and excited beings of the Lingshu domain felt their hearts sink. The cave sky realm. And not just any cave sky realm, the essence contained within this cave was actually a dragon pearl of the True Dragon clan. Did everyone notice? The aura on this dragon pearl was so terrifying. It must be from a fallen ancestor of the True Dragon clan at the quasi-emperor level. The expressions of the crowd changed drastically. Is that all you've got? On the chaotic Qinglian stage, Jiang Yunhao, however, showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. Truly ignorant and fearless. I, the dragon's son, have stepped into the cave sky realm, and with the inheritance of my ancestors, I can easily unleash the True Dragon clan's treasure techniques. You are no match for me. Long Batian's expression suddenly changed, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He pushed out with one hand. True Dragon treasure technique. Ancient suppression, heaven's might. This was the True Dragon clan's innate divine ability. A technique that only the True Dragon clan could learn. The world changed color. Dark clouds covered the sky, and rolling black clouds obscured the sun. An enormous dragon claw emerged from the black clouds. The golden dragon claw, like an ancient divine mountain, aimed to suppress everything in the world, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Descending upon Jiang Yunhao. TSK, is this the True Dragon clan's divine ability? A glint of excitement flashed in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. It seemed that it was time for him to break through to the cave sky realm. This quasi-emperor dragon pearl is quite good. I want it. A thought arose in his heart, and Jiang Yunhao suddenly sheathed his long sword at his waist. In an extremely strange posture, the blade was not aimed at the enemy. Immediately after, he disappeared. That's right, he truly vanished. When Jiang Yunhao reappeared, his figure was already 100 meters behind Long Batian. The sky-slaying sword technique, instant kill. The first strike of drawing the sword was the essence of this sword technique. I have a sword, and when it is drawn, life and death are divided. Chapter 23. The little cow is upside down, awesome to the sky boom. Jiang Yunhao drew his sword, resembling a brilliant galaxy manifesting, completely enveloping Long Batian and his true dragon treasure technique. After a moment of silence, countless sword energies erupted, like meteors shining across the sky. One could see that the massive golden dragon claw, condensed by magical power, was sliced apart by sword energy crumbling to dust, including Long Batian's own body. It was cut into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Long Batian, he didn't even react, and until the moment of death, his face still bore a proud smile. Within the range covered by the sword energy, everything was cleared. Is it over? Has the winner been determined? Outside the Chaos Enlightenment platform, the millions of onlookers stood up, staring in shock at Jiang Yunhao's direction. Long Xing's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. Long Batian was a dragon son of their true dragon clan. How could he be as weak as a mere chicken, unable to withstand a blow? If it weren't for Long Xing knowing Long Batian's strength, he would have doubted if he had brought a fake here. At the same time, on the Chaos Enlightenment platform, divine light burst forth. A stone tablet appeared prominently, towering 100 meters high, but it only had one golden name. Lingshu Domain, Jiang Yunhao, ranked first. This was the ranking on the Chaos Enlightenment platform. In previous Crown King contests, the top 10 seats will be displayed on the tablet. But now, there was only this one name, solitary and unmatched. Everyone fell silent. The disciples of the Daluo sword sect turned pale, and the descendants of the demon clan, brought by the true dragon clan, also looked grim. No one dared to challenge Jiang Yunhao anymore. Jiang family's Jiang Yunhao, suppressing the present age, rewarded with quasi-emperor artifacts, Timong horn armor, and 1,000 strands of innate divine thought. After a few breaths, a vast heavenly sound echoed above the Chaos Enlightenment platform. It was clear that the Chaos Enlightenment platform had determined the outcome of the Crown King contest. A set of pitch-black armor appeared before Jiang Yunhao, along with strands of magical treasure light. Wow, the Emperor's son ranked first. Crown King. The Emperor's son has taken the crown of our Lingshu domain's younger generation. My God, this reward is too good. A set of quasi-emperor armor. The disciples of the Jiang family were elated, and outsiders were enviously red-eyed. Quasi-emperor artifacts. Only the quasi-emperor ancestors have the ability to refine them. They could be considered rare treasures. An innate divine thought is even more coveted. This is because the cave heaven realm requires innate divine thought to open up the cave heaven, and the more innate divine thought collected, the stronger and more stable the open cave heaven will be. This free 1,000 strands of innate divine thought is enough to predict how strong Jiang Yunhao's cave heaven realm will be. On the platform, Jiang Yunhao stored the Tianmong horn armor and innate divine thought. I must say, the harvest is quite good, especially the innate divine thought, which is crucial for his next realm. Of course, there was something else that Jiang Yunhao would definitely not miss. His gaze fell on a nearby spot. There was a translucent phantom and a golden dragon pearl. It was the soul of Long Batian after his death, and the quasi-emperor dragon pearl nurtured in his cave heaven. Indeed, both are good things. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yunhao's mouth as he reached out and stored both items into his storage bag. Little thief, what are you doing? Do you dare to take away Batian's soul and our true dragon clan's treasure? Outside, Long Xing, sitting in the VIP seat, finally woke up and instinctively shouted. This soul of Long Batian could be ground to extinction using divine grinding to nourish oneself. Jiang Yunhao would certainly not let it go. He even collected Long Batian's flesh and blood fragments, waiting to utilize them properly after returning. Focusing on diligent family support, the crowd felt their scalps tingle, exclaiming in their hearts, what a madman, well done. Everyone looked at the defeated true dragon clan, Long Xing, with mocking eyes, hiding your head and showing your tail. If you dare to look over, why don't you dare to show yourself? At this moment, Jiang Yunhao suddenly glanced at a certain spot in the sky. Come down and fight this Emperor's son. His gaze was sharp and piercing. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared in the sky. The ancestor of the Daluo sword sect was indeed among them. Jiang Yunhao, you are truly arrogant. Beside this ancestor, a white-clad man carrying a heavy sword spoke coldly. Sword Master Chun Tianxi. Our Daluo sword sect is comparable to the Jiang family's emperor's son, with only one sword master per generation. The disciples of the Daluo sword sect, who had originally felt heavy-hearted, suddenly found their backbone upon seeing Chen Tianzi, exclaiming in surprise. Chen Tianzi, the leader of the younger generation of the Daluo sword sect, the only one bestowed the title of sword master, a peerless genius. Chen Tianzi? Jiang Yunhao searched through his memories and recalled this genius. 500 years ago, the absolute genius of the Daluo sword sect emerged, even hailed as the future #1 in swordsmanship. He was also one of the reasons the Daluo sword sect had been eager to challenge the Jiang family's dominant position. After all, such a young genius represented the future of a great power. This caused many families to secretly have ideas and start taking sides in the past few hundred years. It can be said that Chen Tianzi's influence was significant. With this thought, a sharp light flickered in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. As a member of the Jiang family, whether from self-interest or family reasons, Chen Tianzi was obviously an unstable factor. Chen Tianzi, since he has come, why not have a battle with me? Jiang Yunhao's expression was calm. However, Chen Tianzi sneered dismissively. The Chaos Enlightenment platform has already determined you as the crowned king of this generation. For this sword master to fight, you would yield no profit and waste time. Moreover, this sword master is at the perfect completion of the cave heaven realm. Even if I suppress you, it would appear somewhat like a strong bullying the weak. Next time in the crowned king contest, I will personally extinguish you. Sword master, we can suppress our realm and kill this Jiang Yunhao in the refining divine realm. Yes, this way it won't be criticized as strong bullying the weak. At this moment, many disciples of the Daluo sword sect shouted, showing their immense trust and admiration for Chen Tianzi. However, Chen Tianzi felt a jolt in his heart, almost cursing out loud. Are you all stupid? Even a fool can see that Jiang Yunhao is invincible in the same realm during the refining divine stage. Let me suppress my realm to fight? What a brainless idea. Chen Tianzi was truly speechless, but on the surface, he still maintained a calm demeanor. This sword master is at the perfect completion of the cave heaven realm, so why should I cripple my own abilities? Let Jiang Yunhao break through to the cave heaven realm. Give him a few decades to develop, then it will not be late to suppress him. After all this, it's that he doesn't dare to fight. Jiang Yunhao keenly sensed Chen Tianzi's thoughts. Clearly, this guy wanted to take action only when he was 100 sure. Truly a clever little guy. With this in mind, Jiang Yunhao was too lazy to bother with Chen Tianzi anymore. He had not signed in yet. Sign in? A thought arose in his heart. Ding! The host successfully signed in at the Chaos Enlightenment platform. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Enlightenment seed left by the ancient Qing emperor. Just as Jiang Yunhao completed his sign-in, the Chaos Enlightenment platform beneath his feet suddenly shone brilliantly, shrinking at a visibly rapid pace. The final transformation became a blue lotus, steadily landing in Jiang Yunhao's hand. Stunned. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Am I seeing things? The Chaos Blue Lotus platform has been taken away. This is truly a cow standing on its head. Unbelievable. Some people couldn't hold back and swore loudly. Since the ancient times 1,000 years ago, after the Blue Emperor left the Chaos Blue Lotus platform, there have been many who wanted to claim it for themselves. After all, it was left by an emperor and contained immense opportunities and creations. However, even if the quasi-emperors teamed up, it was difficult to shake it even a little. How did it get so easily taken by the Jiang family's imperial son? Chen Tianzi was even more dumbfounded. What is going on? I just said I would fight you next time in the Crown Prince competition, and you took the Chaos Blue Lotus platform away? What is there to fight about when the Chaos Blue Lotus platform is gone? Chapter 24. Capturing the Liu sisters. The ruthless Jiang Yunhao under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Jiang Yunhao took the Chaos Blue Lotus platform. That blue lotus swayed gracefully, with chaotic energy rolling and surging, mesmerizing everyone present, shocking them to the core. The usually silent ancestor of the Daluo sword sect trembled in his heart. This kid from the Jiang family is truly full of surprises. Isn't he the useless lickspittle rumored about? How did he become so outstanding in such a short time? And this Chaos Blue Lotus is a treasure left by the ancient Blue Emperor, known as the ultimate imperial weapon, the strongest treasure in the world. All beings dream of it. Even quasi-emperors do not possess it. Yet now, it has been obtained by a young man. Jiang Yunhao's realm is not high, and he cannot perfectly wield this ultimate imperial weapon yet. But for the Jiang family, it is like a tiger gaining wings. The Jiang family has truly produced a good son. Well, there have been recent movements outside the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm, suspected to be about to appear in the world. When the time comes, the winds and clouds will gather, and my sex Tianci will surely be able to crush you. The ancestor of the Luo sword sect was deeply apprehensive. Jiang Yunhao felt a stir in his heart. Is he already starting to talk tough? Powerless rage? He doesn't dare to fight now, just barking like a dog. Jiang Yunhao coldly smiled in his heart. He wouldn't indulge these people. And with a flick of his hand, a sword chi shot towards Chun Tianci. Huh, he is attacking now. Didn't he say he would wait until the secret realm opened to fight? The crowd stared wide-eyed, filled with shock. To be honest, no one expected Jiang Yunhao to suddenly take action. But this is Jiang Yunhao's temperament. Should I indulge you to act cool? To make you seem capable? The sword chi erupted violently, like a ray of heavenly light, instantly striking towards Chun Tianci. A look of horror flashed in Chun Tianci's eyes. He actually sensed a life and death crisis from this sword chi. Jiang Yunhao, merely at the realm of refining the spirit. How could the power of his sword chi be so strong? Arrogant. The ancestor of the Luo sword sect suddenly shouted loudly, personally stepping in to block this sword chi. As the sword chi dissipated, he was furious. You really are lawless, with me present. How can you act recklessly? Huh? Just because you're here, do you think I don't exist? At this moment, Jiang Chun stepped forward and stood beside Jiang Yunhao. You unhappy? Do you want me to accompany you for a couple of moves? Just kidding. Does your family have elders? Then Jiang Chun gave Jiang Yunhao a reassuring glance. The meaning was clear. We are not in a hurry. Jiang Yunhao smiled knowingly. The ancestor of the Luo sword sect was left speechless and could only restrain his aura. He certainly didn't want to fight Jiang Chun to the death. The Jiang family really has a big temper. He coldly snorted and then looked at Chun Tianci. Rest assured, ancestor, during the secret realm expedition, I will definitely kill him. Chun Tianci looked deeply at Jiang Yunhao. Although he feared him, he couldn't show weakness on the surface. Moreover, Chun Tianci had some confidence that if he could break through to a higher realm, he would be able to firmly suppress Jiang Yunhao. Just give him some time, and it would be stable. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun also secretly transmitted a message to Jiang Yunhao. Don't kill Chun Tianci yet. His appearance can help you create momentum. The Tianke Divine Pass secret realm is about to open, and when the time comes, all eyes will be on you, and the top talents of the 9 domains will gather. If you can kill Chun Tianci then, it will greatly benefit your reputation and your future will be smoother. Jiang Chun explained. Jiang Yunhao understood. The ancestor wants him to make a bigger splash. Only in this way can he walk the path of proving Dao and becoming an emperor. Every emperor in history has done the same. The support of the masses is like a great momentum. Naturally, no one can rival him, and his fortune is unparalleled. But if I stand out too much, the forces of the Eastern Wasteland 9 domains might be wary, just like the Luo sword sect, right? Hearing this, Jiang Chun's eyes lit up. Good. This mindset is stable enough. Jiang Chun secretly transmitted. No worries, we old bones are still here. Even if they are wary, no elders will dare to act. And most some young people will try to provoke you and compete with you. Hearing this, Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly. I'm not afraid of the younger generation. Then Jiang Yunhao looked towards the direction of the Luo sword sect. All right, then let Chun Tianci live a few more days. When this was said, everyone present was shocked. What domineering words. But to everyone's surprise, the ancestor of the Luo sword sect really didn't say anything. His face was ugly, and he was about to step in to recall his own disciples when Jiang Yunhao preemptively appeared at the VIP seats. Ancestor, let us capture these people back to my Jiang family. After all, there is still a bet involved. It's not too late to release them after the Luo sword sect and Long Yuan fulfill the bet. Jiang Chun looked at Jiang Yunhao in surprise. Good kid. Your style of doing things is not only stable, but also ruthless. Jiang Chun suppressed a smile in his heart and nodded. That is how it should be. As he spoke, Jiang Chun used the Quasi-Emperor's divine ability, the universe, in one sleeve. With a wave of his sleeve, he gathered the Dragon Abyss Demon Clan members and the disciples of the Deluo Sword sect present into his sleeve. The Liu sisters, Liu Ruyan and Liu Hanyan, were also among them. Liu Ruyan, holding her tattered sister, completely broke down. After going around in circles, she ended up back in the hands of the Jiang family. Not only that, but even her sister was captured as well. She couldn't even imagine how Jiang Yunhao would treat them next. Meanwhile, Wu Yangda and Long Xing were like struck by lightning. Their actions seemed prearranged as they slumped to the ground. They could hardly believe their eyes, staring in disbelief at Jiang Yunhao. This guy's so ruthless. The hand of the ancestor of the Deluo Sword sect froze in midair. Good. A good son of the Jiang family. I'll be waiting for you to face off with my sect's Tianci in a life-and-death battle. He shouted angrily, and then took Chun Tianci away. Don't forget our bet. The eyes of everyone present looking at Jiang Yunhao changed dramatically. Killing multiple holy sons and daughters of the Deluo Sword sect, and even slaying the dragon son of the True Dragon clan, this was not enough. Moreover, he also took the Chaos Blue Lotus platform, making the ancestor of the Deluo Sword sect suffer a loss. Each of these matters, taken individually, could be considered legendary stories, allowing for endless bragging. And now, all of it was accomplished by Jiang Yunhao alone. The Jiang family members were invigorated and excited. Yunhao, our clan brother, truly deserves to be the imperial son of our Jiang family. Jiang Lingxiao's eyes sparkled with admiration for Jiang Yunhao. The imperial son is indeed a model for our clan. We must also work hard to cultivate to keep up with the imperial son. Yes, our imperial son has only been seriously cultivating for a short time, and he has already reached the peak of the refining spirit realm. The cave heaven realm is not a problem at all. The imperial son is mighty. The imperial son is mighty. The Jiang family disciples were extremely excited, their blood surging. It can be said that Jiang Yunhao, as the heir of the Jiang family, made a perfect debut in the world for the first time. Not only did he gain a lot, but he also won people's hearts. Jiang Yunhao was somewhat looking forward to the moment in the secret realm when he defeated Chen Tianci. At the same time, Jiang Yunhao glanced at Liu Ruyan and Liu Hanyan. The Liu family's escaped fish had also been caught. Jiang Yunhao already had a plan in mind to deal with the two sisters. However, that would have to wait for a while. Then, he looked at the members of the Jiang family, and only at this moment did Jiang Yunhao restore his gentle and elegant demeanor, smiling as he said, "Let's go." Under the gaze of countless people, the Jiang family set off on their way home. This battle was bound to be recorded in history, and Jiang Yunhao's name would surely resound throughout the Lingshu domain and even spread to the other 8 domains. A grand storm was about to rise in the eastern wilderness. Inside a huge cloud ship, Zhang Tianyu had been following Jiang Yunhao closely, tightly holding onto his arm. The young girl, who had just begun to blossom, also had a soft side. Her little mouth kept praising Jiang Yunhao nonstop. Jiang Chun and the other ancestors of the Jiang family looked at the two with smiles, increasingly satisfied. However, cousin, now that you've taken the Chaos Qinglian platform, it will probably attract even more attention. Those loyal to the Jiang family are fine, but everyone will be looking forward to the future of the Jiang family even more. But those who were secretly plotting. Zhang Tianyu suddenly pursed her lips, a bit worried. Why don't you stay at home for a few hundred years, cousin? Wait until you become a deity before coming out. Hearing this, Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but laugh. This little girl was really considering him thoroughly. However, he didn't want to be cooped up at home. Moreover, the Tianke Divine Gate was still a sign-in location, so how could Jiang Yunhao miss it? Jiang Chun and the others couldn't help but smile. This little girl is indeed heartwarming. It seems we should take the time to propose to the Zhang family. Although Zhang Tianyu was still young, she had already blossomed into a graceful beauty, her stunning appearance beginning to show. Such a thoughtful girl. How could the Jiang family let her slip away? Yes. Just like that. The 3 ancestors smiled. Ancestors, I think they will soon make a move. Jiang Yunhao squinted. I just want to confirm one thing. Is the foundation of the Jiang family unafraid of any clan? A hint of brilliance flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Of course. You can rest assured about this. Ha. Yunhao, are you suggesting that those from the Daluo sword sect will stir trouble because of the Chaos Qinglian? Jiang Shaodian chuckled. Jiang Yunhao nodded, his eyes shining. The Chaos Qinglian is a rare supreme imperial weapon, coveted by all. How could the Daluo sword sect not have greedy thoughts? This greed alone is enough to draw out those who secretly oppose the Jiang family. I just don't know how many enemies will show up then. The three ancestors exchanged glances, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Clearly, Jiang Yunhao's meticulous thoughts greatly pleased the ancestors. With such descendants, how could the Jiang family not prosper in the future? Yunhao, you can rest assured. If they dare to come, we will ensure they have no way back. At that time, you can take care of the young ones, and as for the old ones, we will handle them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao was no longer worried. He bid farewell to the three ancestors and headed straight for the prison area on the cloud ship. There, the two sisters from the Liu family were still being held. How could Jiang Yunhao let go of such mortal enemies of the Jiang family? Chapter 25, Multiple Caves. Chaos Enlightenment. Inside the cloud ship's prison, the elites from the Daluo sword sect and Long Yuan had golden rings sealing their cultivation at their necks, rendering them unable to use their powers like ordinary people. They all hung their heads in despair and fear. Liu Hanyun and Liu Ruyan huddled in the corner. Liu Ruyan bit her lip and said, Hanyun, don't be afraid. I know Jiang Yunhao well. He forced our Liu family into a desperate situation just to possess me. Despicable and hateful. A mad second-generation heir. Liu Ruyan spoke resentfully, feeling wronged for being targeted by the tyrannical second-generation heir just because of her beauty. Nearby, someone shot a fierce glare at Liu Ruyan. You should take a good look in the mirror. What do you even look like? You Liu Ruyan are really delusional to think you can compare to the Zhang family's noble lady in beauty. Do you really think Zhang's heir is an idiot who can't tell right from wrong? Many disciples from the Daluo sword sect recognized Liu Ruyan. She had often incited them against Jiang Yunhao. Now, they had all been taken together. Many of them began to resent Liu Ruyan for this. Do you dare to insult me? You don't know anything. As long as I agree to Jiang Yunhao, he will probably marry me immediately. When that happens, I'll be the Jiang family's wife, and you'll all be dead. Liu Ruyan shouted. Everyone looked at her as if she were insane. This woman was truly mad, even fantasizing about becoming the Jiang family's wife. Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed. Jiang Yunhao had arrived. Liu Ruyan's eyes lit up. At this moment, her entire family had been exterminated and trapped in a desperate situation. She even felt a hint of reliance on Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao, you really can't let go of me. Liu Ruyan hurriedly got up. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Zhang's heir was really a lovesick fool? He was still thinking about this foolish girl? She had even intended to kill him, bring the Liu family out, extract their blood, and dig out their treasure bones. Everything I sent out, used by them, must be returned. As everyone was shocked, Jiang Yunhao casually dropped a sentence. Everyone was stunned. Liu Ruyan was struck as if by lightning, unable to believe what she heard. Jiang Yunhao, are you crazy? I am Liu Ruyan. She screamed in fear and despair. But before she could finish her words, the two sisters were grabbed by Jiang family disciples and dragged out. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How can you be so ruthless? Outside, Liu Ruyan's piercing screams echoed, and people shrank back, glancing fearfully at Jiang Yunhao. Throughout all, Jiang Yunhao's expression remained unchanged. After Liu Ruyan and Liu Hanyun had their treasure bones dug out and the essence of their blood extracted, they completely became useless. Liu Hanyun died on the spot. However, Jiang Yunhao was surprised to find that Liu Ruyan was still alive. Disheveled and drenched in blood, Liu Ruyan lay on the ground with a faint breath. She's not dead. Jiang Yunhao was taken aback. Generally, by this point, a person would have long since perished. If Liu Ruyan hadn't died, did she perhaps have some secret? Out of curiosity, Jiang Yunhao approached Liu Ruyan and used his divine sense to probe into her body, silently sensing. In an instant, Jiang Yunhao saw through Liu Ruyan completely. Within her body lay a terrifying power, and just a glimpse revealed a scene of world rebirth and destruction. The Jiang family disciples nearby were all startled, staring in shock. Jiang Yunhao's eyes suddenly lit up. He also sensed that the chaos Qinglian within him was reacting, as if it had detected something incredible. This woman really has a secret. Even the supreme imperial weapon is responding. It can't be activated unless in a life-and-death situation. This is interesting. Jiang Yunhao's heart was greatly stirred, and his gaze gradually became heated. This power should not be underestimated. It had just not been fully activated yet. If taken out at this moment, Liu Ruyan would die, and, similarly, this force would likely dissipate. Jiang Yunhao was particularly curious about this unknown power. After all, even the Chaos Qinglian had shown signs of activity. He had a feeling that this might be an immense opportunity. Now it seemed easy to kill Liu Ruyan. However, the living Liu Ruyan was obviously more valuable. Like a chive, once grown, it was waiting for him to harvest. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao had a strange feeling. It seemed that wherever Liu Ruyan went, she could bring him some unexpected gains. For example, this time, Liu Ruyan personally sent her sister to him, and the Daluo sword sect was severely taken advantage of. This woman, unknowingly, had become his lucky star. This needed to be verified. Jiang Yunhao was somewhat looking forward to seeing Liu Ruyan next time. Just throw her out and feed her a pill, don't let her die. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Yunhao decisively gave the order. Yes, although the Jiang family disciples were puzzled, they did not ask much. Where am I? In a corner of the street, Liu Ruyan finally woke up. The first moment she woke up, she felt sore all over, as if her bones were about to fall apart. Ah, my cultivation has been wasted? No, soon. Liu Ruyan discovered a situation that made her want to collapse. She suddenly remembered that she had been drained of her bones and blood by Jiang Yunhao. It was no wonder she was in this state. Wait, why am I still alive? Liu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. Then she sensed the faint medicinal power spreading within her body. He wasted me, but saved me. He doesn't want me to die. Jiang Yunhao, what exactly do you want? Even Liu Ruyan was momentarily bewildered, but it was just a moment. The next moment, Liu Ruyan suddenly realized. I understand. You're playing with me? You want me to owe you a favor? You want me to fall in love with you after receiving your help in a desperate situation? Ha ha ha. Jiang Yunhao, you really are that useless sycophant, resorting to such despicable means. Liu Ruyan staggered to her feet, thinking she had figured out Jiang Yunhao's thoughts. Just wait. You wait for me. I won't let you have your way. One day, I will make you pay a bloody price. The next day, after Jiang Yunhao returned to the Jiang family, he immediately went into seclusion. His trip not only raised the Jiang family's reputation, but also secured his position as the Jiang family's prince. Moreover, he obtained the Chaos Qinglian, making his gains perfect just in time to break through to the Cave Heaven realm. He aimed to become stronger before the secret realm opened. The Cave Heaven realm opens with innate divine thoughts. Even for the Jiang family, it was difficult to gather a large amount of innate divine thoughts in a short time. However, within this Chaos Qinglian, in the training room, Jiang Yunhao looked at the Chaos Qinglian in front of him, his eyes shining with brilliance. Because within this Chaos Qinglian, there were actually tens of thousands of innate divine thoughts. The quantity was simply too much. You should know that getting first place in the Crown Prince competition only rewards 1,000 strands. And now, Jiang Yunhao had it all packed up. It was simply too satisfying. Jiang Yunhao also had a bold idea. He wanted to use the Chaos Qinglian, a supreme imperial weapon better than the quasi-imperial Dragon Pearl, to break through to the Cave Heaven realm. No one had ever done such a thing. The next moment, he absorbed the Chaos Qinglian in front of him. After a few breaths, a Chaos Qinglian appeared behind Jiang Yunhao, taking root in the void, bathing in the chaotic realm. It succeeded. First level of the Cave Heaven realm. It works. Even Jiang Yunhao's magical power transformed and advanced. It actually became Chaos Qi. Using Chaos Qi as magical power was 10 times stronger than the magical power of a normal person. Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. Now, his magical power was fundamentally stronger than others. As Jiang Yunhao continued his training, Constantly swallowing and absorbing innate divine thoughts, his cave heaven became increasingly solid. And even a second cave heaven appeared. Huh, I can cultivate a second cave heaven? Even Jiang Yunhao was momentarily stunned, his mind shaken. He began to carefully comprehend. I understand, as long as there are enough innate divine thoughts, more cave heavens can be opened. However, the consumption increases exponentially. The second cave heaven requires 2,000 strands. The third requires 3,000 strands. After calculating, Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but click his tongue in secret. The difficulty of opening multiple cave heavens was too great. No wonder no one had done it before. Even the Jiang family couldn't afford such consumption. However, fortunately, the Chaos Enlightenment contained several tens of thousands of innate divine thoughts. He could completely try to open more cave heavens. Daluo Sword Sect. A sharp sword aura cut through the white clouds in the sky. In the green bamboo forest, a young man holding a heavy sword stood bare-chested, with strands of sword intent moving like little snakes on his body. This person was none other than the current swordmaster of Daluo Sword Sect, Chen Tianxi. Congratulations to the swordmaster. Your skills have deepened and advanced further. That Jiang family prince actually dared to provoke the swordmaster. He really doesn't know how to die. The swordmaster will surely defeat the Jiang family prince. Chen Tianxi's followers flattered him, praising him incessantly. Chen Tianxi smiled faintly, pretending to be modest. You overstated. That Jiang family prince is nothing in my eyes. However, before the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm opens, I will definitely break through to the Cutting Fate realm. At that time, killing Jiang Yunhao will be as easy as pie. Chen Tianxi murmured softly. Chen Tianxi, congratulations on your impending breakthrough to Cutting Fate. Just then, an elderly man in a golden robe suddenly appeared. Elder Long? Chen Tianxi looked in the direction of the voice. The visitor was Long Xing. Ever since Jiang Yunhao spoiled his good deeds and left him in debt to Jiang Yunhao, Long Xing hadn't dared to return to Long Yuan and stayed in the allied Daluo Sword Sect. Chen Tianxi naturally knew that this old dragon also hated Jiang Yunhao to death. Actually, I have had some thoughts recently. Perhaps before you encounter Jiang Yunhao, we can severely damage his Jiang family, even trap them in an irretrievable situation. Oh, hearing this, Chen Tianxi became very interested. What do you mean, elder? Long Xing smiled wickedly and shared his plan with Chen Tianxi. However, Chen Tianxi frowned. This might not be appropriate, slandering Jiang Yunhao, saying he colluded with external demons to intend to overthrow the Lingshu domain. I'm afraid no one will believe that Jiang Yunhao could do such a foolish thing. After all, he is the Jiang family prince. As long as the Lingshu domain exists, he can enjoy the supreme treatment. How could he possibly destroy all this himself? It's unreasonable, extremely unreasonable. Chen Tianxi shook his head. However, Long Xing stroked his beard and chuckled, meaningfully saying, do we need others to believe? Doesn't your Daluo Sword Sect want that Chaos Enlightenment? This item is extremely precious, left by the Azure Emperor. Who knows how many people secretly desire it? Just lacking a leader. But with the prestige of your Daluo Sword Sect, you can definitely take the lead, secretly contacting some forces, uniting together, and launching an attack on the Jiang family. Once these words were spoken, Chen Tianxi's eyes lit up. This is interesting. Elder, please continue. Before the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm is about to open, the Lingshu domain has stirred up another storm. Countless eyes gathered on the Jiang family. Hey, have you heard? It seems there's a big problem with the last Crown Prince competition. What problem could there be? The Jiang family prince suppressed the contemporary talents, scaring off the younger generation of the Daluo Sword Sect. Everyone knows this. Haven't you heard? Recently, many noble families seem to have united, led by the Daluo Sword Sect, to demand an explanation from the Jiang family. It's said that Yunhao the prince colluded with external demons. Is that true? Think carefully. What was Yunhao the prince like before? He is indeed a famous spendthrift second-generation heir, having wasted many years without cultivating, but just a few days have passed. And he already has the strength to kill Long Batian of the True Dragon clan. It makes sense. Could it be that the Cloud Emperor has cultivated some dark arts? Indeed, the personality of the Cloud Emperor has changed drastically. He has called off his engagement with Liu Ruyan and is decisive in his killings, extremely domineering. Truly, anyone who dares to provoke him, he will dare to kill. The entire Lingshu domain seems to be permeated with a sense of conspiracy. With the deliberate spread by those with ulterior motives, doubts about Jiang Yunhao seem to be increasing. The matter has grown larger and has even caused a sensation throughout the Lingshu domain. On this day, many powerful figures, rarely seen on ordinary days, gathered in Shanglua City. They mostly belong to forces friendly with the Daluo sword sect, such as the Five Tiger Gate, Shangqing sect, and Tiando sect. Additionally, some prominent families within the Lingshu domain also congregated, creating a large crowd, with over 100 in the Divine Realm and a dozen in the Holy Realm. The leader was none other than Luo Qinghe, a quasi-emperor ancestor of the Daluo sword sect. They wanted to confront Jiang Yunhao in person. Such a terrifying display immediately attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Chapter 26. Closing the door to beat the dog, easily suppressing hundreds of sects. On this day, many unfamiliar powerful figures gathered in Shanglua City. Their auras were as deep as a chasm and as oppressive as a prison, with the lowest cultivation level being in the Divine Realm. Leading them was the quasi-emperor Luo Qinghe. Wu Yangde was also among them, humbly trailing behind Luo Qinghe. Wu Yangde truly felt like he could die laughing. At this moment, pressuring the Jiang family in numbers, even if the Jiang family was powerful, they couldn't withstand the united forces of many sections. Moreover, Wu Yangde didn't want to fulfill the bet he had signed with Jiang Yunhao. Perhaps he could even force the Jiang family to hand over the Chaos Green Lotus platform. Although he didn't know where the trend of Jiang family's young emperor siding with the foreign demon came from, it was definitely worth leveraging. He even sent people to secretly stir the pot. Of course, Wu Yangde was not foolish. He understood that the news of the Jiang family's young emperor betraying the Lingshu domain and secretly collaborating with the foreign demon was not sustainable, and people would soon wake up to the truth. Wu Yangde did not expect to overturn the Jiang family's dominance with such flimsy reasoning. He only needed an excuse to pressure the Jiang family. Before long, the group led by Luo Qinghe arrived at the front gate of the Jiang family. Their overwhelming aura was unabashed, attracting the scrutiny of many forces. You all have come to fulfill the bet with my Jiang family's young emperor, right? Please come in. The black-clad guards at the gate spoke respectfully and opened the Jiang family's grand door for everyone. Fulfill the bet. Upon hearing this, Wu Yangde was almost laughing out of anger. Did they really take him for a fool? The hundreds of Daluo sword bones could not even be provided by emptying the Daluo sword sect. A cold sneer appeared in Wu Yangde's heart, though he did not show it on the surface. However, as they all stepped into the Jiang family, a beam of rainbow light suddenly flickered, enveloping the Jiang family. The protective array of the Jiang family activated, directly isolating them from the outside. Outside, countless powerful figures who had been watching were immediately dumbfounded and shocked. The Jiang family had closed its clan grounds. They couldn't see inside. Was the Jiang family trying to close the door to beat the dog? This was impossible. The visitors were powerful figures from numerous prominent families, no less than 100, and there was even a quasi-emperor present. The powerful figures who entered the Jiang family were also taken aback. After all, the Jiang family's reputation was still intact. Don't panic, everyone. You all come from the prominent families within our Lingshu domain. How could the Jiang family dare to offend us? Moreover, with the protective array, with our sect's ancestor Qinghe here, it could be broken with one sword. Wu Yangde sneered inwardly and communicated with the others. When they reached the main hall of the Jiang family, the four ancestors of the Jiang family, Jiang Chun, Jiang Shaodian, and Jiang Yunqing, occupied the leading positions. The three were chatting and laughing, seemingly not taking the imposing representatives of the many families seriously. Outside the hall, the young members of the Jiang family stared intently at Wu Yangde and his group, even in the face of the quasi-emperor Luo Qinghe. These young members of the Jiang family showed no signs of retreat. This couldn't help but evoke admiration. This was indeed the domineering Jiang family. After all, ordinary young people would have turned pale in fear when facing a quasi-emperor let alone daring to meet the quasi-emperor's gaze directly. Oh, Taoist Luo has also come. Another ancestor of the Daoyuo sword sect did not come? Jiang Chun smiled as he looked at Luo Qinghe. I didn't expect that just to fulfill the bet with my Yunhao, it would even attract Taoist Luo's attention. But thinking about it, to come to my Jiang family for hundreds or thousands of Daoyuo sword bones, it's better to be cautious. Upon hearing this, Wu Yangde could no longer hold back and jumped out. The bet is of course valid, but the Jiang family must first give us an explanation. Wu Yangde said expressionlessly. Let Jiang Yunhao come out. Jiang Chun was surprised. What does your family Yunhao want? Senior Jiang, don't pretend to be confused. Recently, the rumors about your Jiang family's young emperor are known to everyone. Wu Yangde sneered. Oh, it's because of those rumors? Jiang Chun laughed, his gaze falling on the other powerful figures from various families. You all came because of this matter? The powerful figures from various families exchanged glances, then spoke up in unison. Of course, we don't believe that the dignified Jiang family's young emperor would collude with a foreign demon. But everyone outside says that the young emperor used strange, secret methods to seize the supreme treasure of our Lingshu domain, the Chaos Green Lotus platform. The head of the Hanhai sect, an elderly woman in the Holy Realm, stepped forward, frowning. This matter is indeed a bit strange. Jiang Yunhao, having wasted many years, is suddenly able to make rapid progress in strength and suppress his peers. Indeed, this matter is very strange. Immediately, over a dozen powerful figures from various families echoed. If this young emperor did not collude with the foreign demon and learn that strange secret method, it is truly puzzling. Moreover, I have also heard that this young emperor was originally a pure and honest person, but now he is violent and kills without blinking. Such a change. Could it be that he has been tainted by strange black gas and has become one of those strange demons? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall changed dramatically. Strange black gas, that is a forbidden substance from outside the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness. It is said that beings tainted by strange black gas will gradually lose their rationality and become mere killing machines. At this moment, Luo Qinghe finally spoke. Taoist Jiang, this matter is of great importance. If your young emperor truly has dealings with the demon, then it is not a small matter. This concerns the lives and properties of countless beings in our Lingshu domain. It would be best to have Jiang Yunhao bring out the Chaos Green Lotus to prove his innocence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun suddenly laughed, casting a playful glance at everyone present. My Yunhao killing Luo Feng and slaying Long Batian, suppressing his peers, is this not very normal? After all, Yunhao is of my Jiang family's bloodline, with extraordinary talent. Killing a few worthless ones is just a matter of course. Such domineering words. Worthless? Who are you calling worthless? Luo Qinghe's expression changed slightly. Haha, I can see that you're all here for the Chaos Green Lotus. Next, you will definitely say, regardless of whether it is true or false, to hand over the Chaos Green Lotus for the many families to keep together. Jiang Shaodian slowly stood up and suddenly shouted, Get the hell out. Dare to lay your hands on Yunhao. I will make you have no life to speak of. His murderous words shocked everyone present. The Jiang family has already shown hostility? In their view, with the heads of many first-rate families present, plus a quasi-emperor overseeing them. Even if the Jiang family was the strongest, they would still have to be wary of the united pressure from many forces. Unless your Jiang family has the ability to easily suppress multiple clans. Otherwise, the Lingshu domain will inevitably descend into chaos. Does your Jiang family dare to provoke the wrath of the crowd? Even a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Luo Qinghe's expression darkened. Subtly warning, friends from the Jiang family, don't blame me for not reminding you. You wouldn't want to see chaos in the Lingshu domain, would you? Uft. Jiang Shaodian laughed. I've been displeased with you for a long time. After listening to your incessant chatter for half a day, I just wanted to see if anyone else was behind you. Still wanting to target Yunhao? You might as well ask if the Jiang family members are willing. As soon as these words were spoken, the Jiang family disciples outside all had cold eyes, filled with killing intent. Unwilling, unwilling. Tens of thousands of disciples shouted in unison, shaking the heavens. What to do then? Kill, kill, kill them all. Chapter 27. No emperor in the world. Great success as a sacred body. Celestial King's Shroud. Listening to the murderous voices of the Jiang family disciples outside, the strong figures from various families present were stunned. They did not expect the Jiang family's reaction to be so intense. Especially these young members of the Jiang family. Were they foolish? Did they not understand that if Jiang Yunhao, the Jiang family's prince, met with misfortune, they would have the opportunity to compete for his position? However, this was precisely what made the Jiang family terrifying. Having flourished for tens of thousands of years without decline, and with no one knowing their origins. The Jiang family has had a family rule since ancient times. Among family members, there can be competition. But once outsiders are involved, the entire Jiang family must unite against them. This family rule has long been engraved in their bones. I've waited for quite a while. It seems no one else is coming. Fine, there's no need to play along with them anymore. Let's just slaughter them all. Jiang Shaotian grinned savagely. Jiang Shaotian's words were laced with chilling, murderous intent, causing everyone present to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their bodies trembling. It was only at this moment that the heads of the various families felt fear. They never imagined that the Jiang family would dare to take action against them. Crazy. Is your Jiang family completely insane? Do you really want to kill us? Wu Yangda retreated in terror, even feeling afraid to meet Jiang Shaotian's gaze. However, before he could finish speaking, Jiang Shaotian's figure flashed, and with a single punch, he shattered Wu Yangda's head. Enough nonsense. Jiang Shaotian wiped the blood from his hands. Looking nonchalant, great Luo sword sex palm. Hiss. Seeing this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed drastically, and they gasped in shock. Good heavens! The Jiang family really dared to kill. It seems your Jiang family is truly peculiar. Could it be that your entire clan is colluding with the outer demon? Is your Jiang family trying to make enemies of the whole world and wait for annihilation? One of the ancestors of the great Luo sword sect, Luo Qinghe, suddenly stood up, furious. Looking at the situation, it was clear that the dagger was revealed. Luo Qinghe was even a bit excited, secretly pleased. The Jiang family's posture could instead become a handle to destroy them. As long as he, Luo Qinghe, escaped the Jiang family and made this matter public, the Jiang family's reputation would inevitably plummet. It could even solidify the accusation of their collusion with the outer demon. Luo Qinghe was also a quasi-emperor. Although he knew he could not defeat the three Jiang family ancestors working together, if he wanted to escape, the Jiang family could not keep him. Demon scum. It seems this is not just about Jiang Yunhao. Your entire Jiang family is involved with the outer demon. Wait for death. I shall proclaim your sins to the world. As he spoke, Luo Qinghe's sword intent surged, indiscriminately attacking both friend and foe. The group of strong figures around him was instantly shredded into blood and flesh. After all, Luo Qinghe did not care whether these people lived or died. As the blood mist exploded, Luo Qinghe soared into the sky, intending to escape the Jiang family. Second sister, Luo Qinghe is quite clever. Yes, as expected of an ancient monster who has lived for thousands of years, he deserves his name as a quasi-emperor. However, all along, the three ancestors of the Jiang family had not moved at all, but instead watched Luo Qinghe with great interest. Luo Qinghe's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What was going on? They weren't stopping him from escaping? But before Luo Qinghe could understand, in an instant, a black curtain enveloped him, wrapping the entire hall and isolating it from the outside. In an instant, the space became incredibly solid, and Luo Qinghe was horrified to find that. With his quasi-emperor level cultivation, he could not break the space here. Not only the space, but even the flow of time seemed to slow down. Celestial King's Shroud. Where do you Jiang family come from? Could it be that you? Luo Qinghe's lips trembled, and a look of terror gradually emerged in his eyes. The remaining strong figures from various families also discovered in fear that they seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. Every slight movement was as slow as a snail. Is this a treasure that can restrict space and even time? The strong figures were terrified, their souls nearly escaping, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. To be honest, at their level, they had never even heard of what the Celestial King's Shroud was. But it seemed that Luo Qinghe should know something. Luo Qinghe truly lived up to his title as a quasi-emperor, fully unleashing his cultivation, with cracks forming around him. Liu Ruyan's heart couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. I can still escape the Jiang family. As long as I get out. Little thing, you talk too much. But the next moment, a man suddenly appeared beside Liu Ruyan without warning. This man had white clothes and white hair, and an extraordinarily handsome appearance. Around him, golden lights surged, and the essence of Tao danced. Great success as a sacred body. Liu Ruyan's pupils suddenly constricted, and the glimmer of hope that had just risen in his heart was instantly extinguished. Smack! Without any unnecessary words, the suddenly appearing white-haired man casually slapped Liu Ruyan's forehead. A dignified quasi-emperor was instantly killed, his soul shattered into pieces, dead beyond resurrection. Immediately after, the man reached into Liu Ruyan's body, forcibly pulling out his spine. Roughly okay. Barely acceptable, a quite well-nurtured quasi-emperor level great Liu swordbone. Just consider it an early repayment for Yunhao's bet. The man's lips curled up in a smile. Elegant and refined. But this bloody scene, witnessed by the surviving strong figures, nearly scared them to death. What kind of monster is this? Killing a quasi-emperor as if it were child's play. It should be known that in this era, no one had yet attained the title of emperor. The strongest combat power was the quasi-emperor. At least in the common knowledge of the various clans in the Lingshu domain, a quasi-emperor was the pinnacle of power. However, the scene they witnessed today shattered their worldview. A quasi-emperor was treated like a chick, casually crushed to death. Then, the man simply glanced at the crowd present. Those strong figures, still standing, suddenly cried out in pain. Eyes, ears, mouth, nose, 7 orifices bleeding. Accompanied by shrill screams. One by one, the strong figures, whose lowest realm was the divine realm, fell to the ground in agony, convulsing, dying on the spot. All exterminated. Big brother, you've come out? I thought you wouldn't show yourself. Jiang Chun and the other smiled at the white-haired man. This person was the most mysterious of the 4 ancestors of the Jiang family. At this moment, if Jiang Yunhao's son were here, he would surely understand what Jiang Chun had once said. The Jiang family fears no clan from the eastern wilderness, because at this stage, the Jiang family has a terrifying existence still alive. Chapter 28. Ancient Sacred Body, Taichu Dao Jade, Great Luo Sword Set Collapse. A scene of extreme bloodshed. Inside the Jiang family's great hall, the ground was littered with severed limbs and blood flowed profusely. But the white-haired man casually waved his hand, and golden magical power swept out. In an instant, the hall returned to its original state, leaving no trace behind. The black curtain that enveloped the hall gradually dissipated. The white-haired man is indeed the great ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Mingsheng. The world only knows that the Jiang family excels in divine powers and spells. But few are aware that the bloodline of the Jiang family also flows with the blood of an ancient sacred body. Even when the sacred body reaches great completion, though not an emperor, its strength is comparable to that of an emperor. This is the Jiang family's greatest trump card. In fact, Jiang Yunhao's intuition is quite accurate. The Jiang family's foundation is unfathomable, and even outsiders and members of the Jiang family only know a small part of it. This is exactly what makes a great clan so terrifying, always maintaining a sense of mystery that is hard to decipher. By the way, please take this jade pendant to Yunhao for me. Just as Jiang Mingsheng was about to leave, he seemed to recall something, and a pure white and flawless jade pendant appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chun was greatly surprised. The primordial Dao jade? Are we giving it to Yunhao now? The primordial Dao jade is the Jiang family's greatest secret. Even over 100 years ago, the mysterious disappearance of Jiang Yunhao's parents. The white-clad divine, King Jiang Feng and his wife, was intricately linked to this primordial Dao jade. Jiang Chun still remembers that the couple had just had Jiang Yunhao and used a secret method to nurture the child for 100 years before he was born. However, after Jiang Feng saw the primordial Dao jade, he vanished without a trace. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's gaze dimmed slightly. Jiang Mingsheng pondered for a moment. Something should be told to him now. Hearing this, Jiang Chun and the others exchanged glances and said no more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sure enough, they came. Inside the heavenly god palace, Jiang Yunhao suddenly opened his eyes, sensing the presence of a strange quasi-emperor from the Jiang family. It seems that the people from the Daluo sword sect couldn't help but come to stir up trouble. With this in mind, Jiang Yunhao's figure flashed and soon arrived at the main hall of the Jiang family. However, Jiang Yunhao did not see any signs of enemies in the hall. Instead, the three ancestors were leisurely sipping tea. Upon seeing Jiang Yunhao, Jiang Shaodian laughed and said, Yunhao, you really didn't disappoint, throwing out the Chaos Qinglian as bait, giving those who secretly oppose our Jiang family a reason. They truly couldn't wait to come to our Jiang family to cause trouble. Is it over? Jiang Yunhao asked in confusion. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, those who came were just a bunch of insignificant characters, all killed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao squinted his eyes. The Jiang family is indeed extraordinary. They can even kill quasi-emperors in a short time. Not being afraid of quasi-emperors is something Jiang Yunhao did not find surprising, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. By the way, take this primordial Dao jade. It was given to you by the great ancestor. Just as Jiang Yunhao was thinking, Jiang Chen handed the primordial Dao jade to Jiang Yunhao, the great ancestor of the Jiang family, the most mysterious of the ancestors. Hearing this, Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. He roughly guessed that it must be the great ancestor's doing. This primordial Dao jade contains the hidden inheritance of my Jiang family. Jiang Chen explained to Jiang Yunhao. However, you cannot use it yet. You can only open it when you break through to the cutting fate realm. In fact, your father Jiang Feng's mysterious disappearance is also closely related to it. When you reach the cutting fate realm, whether or not to open this primordial Dao jade will be up to you. At this point, Jiang Chen's expression became complex. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao nodded and took the primordial Dao jade. It concerns the hidden inheritance of the Jiang family and the news about his father. He would certainly not miss it. Aren't you curious about the secrets inside? Don't you want to ask more? Seeing Jiang Yunhao so calm, Jiang Shaodian was a bit surprised and puzzled. However, Jiang Yunhao shook his head. Ancestors, rest assured, I understand that when my strength is insufficient, knowing too much is just an added worry. Since the cutting fate realm can unveil this secret, what is there for me to be anxious about? It's just the next great realm. I am confident I can break through in a short time. Jiang Yunhao's gaze was sharp, originally somewhat worried. The three ancestors could not help but feel a jolt in their hearts upon hearing this. Good lad, they really did not misjudge him. This disposition is stable enough. They no longer said anything, feeling completely at ease with Jiang Yunhao. By the way, Yunhao, weren't you in closed-door cultivation? Don't forget about your life-and-death battle with Chen Tianxi. Jiang Chun thought of another matter. That Chen Tianxi is nothing to worry about. The ancestors can rest assured. Jiang Yunhao truly did not boast. After all, he had opened up 10 caves. At this level, even the emperors recorded in historical texts are not as good as him. Next, Jiang Yunhao continued his closed-door cultivation. As time passed, the many powerful forces of the Jiang family, who had been secretly watching, were horrified to discover that none of those who entered the Jiang family came out. Shortly after, the Jiang family announced to the outside world that the Daluo sword sect had maliciously slandered the Jiang family's imperial son, gathered people to cause trouble, and had already wiped them all out. This news swept across the entire Lingshu domain like thunder. It greatly excited the forces loyal to the Jiang family. The Jiang family truly deserves to be the overlord of the Lingshu domain. Their strength and foundation are unfathomable. Some neutral forces were extremely wary of the Jiang family and no longer dare to have any disrespectful thoughts toward them. I told you. How could the imperial son, Yunhao, possibly collude with the outer demons? It turns out it was the Daluo sword sect's doing. Yes, it was them. I heard that when Wu Yangda was still alive, he sent people to spread rumors everywhere. Daluo sword sect. Your sect has recently done something quite big. My Wang family has already announced to the outside world that we are distancing ourselves from the Daluo sword sect. Your sect's wolfish ambition, slandering the Jiang family's imperial son, is truly disgraceful. I, the old man of Lingshu's sect, am ashamed to associate with you. Chaos ensued. just as Wu Yangde had predicted while alive. However, it was not the Jiang family that was in turmoil, but the Daluo sword sect. The reputation of the Daluo sword sect plummeted to an all-time low. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qinghe, a quasi-emperor, also died in the Jiang family. The only remaining ancestor of the Daluo sword sect felt a wave of disbelief. Just how deep is the Jiang family's foundation? Even he became deeply wary of the Jiang family, and even regretted competing for supremacy with them. However, it has come to this. There is no turning back once the bow is drawn. This ancestor did not even dare to venture far, preparing to hide within the Daluo sword sect and secretly contact his followers. As the events settled, the Lingshu domain fell into a brief peace. But soon, another piece of news spread throughout the 9 domains of the Eastern Wilderness. There was movement outside the secret realm of the heavenly K-Divine Pass. This secret realm, said to have buried countless powerful beings and even involving the immortal Empress, was about to open. Chapter 29. Jiang Yunhao, what a big deal you are. In the Lingshu domain, undercurrents are surging. Unlike the Daluo sword sect's predicament, Jiang Yunhao is now well known. With the end of the Crown Prince competition, he has become the center of attention. Especially the story of Jiang Yunhao suppressing Longyuan Longbation has been widely discussed and spread throughout the realms. At the same time, in the place everyone is thinking about, in Shanglua City, the Jiang family, with millions of clan members gathered together, Jiang Yunhao stood in front of them. The Heavenly K-Divine Pass secret realm has finally opened. He has finally waited for this moment. During this period of closed-door cultivation, Jiang Yunhao made rapid progress. On the surface, Jiang Yunhao's cultivation realm is the first level of the Cave Heaven realm. However, in reality, Jiang Yunhao has opened up 10 cave heavens. He cannot be judged by common logic. Inside the Chaos Enlightenment platform, tens of thousands of innate divine consciousness have already been used up. What else can he sign in for this trip? Jiang Yunhao couldn't wait to go to the Heavenly K-Divine Pass secret realm as soon as possible. Recently, there have been some rumors that certain prodigies have set their sights on him. But it doesn't matter. If they want to fight, he is always ready. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. He understood very well that this trip to the secret realm is of extraordinary significance. As the Jiang family's imperial son, if he does not perform well, it would be somewhat demeaning. Just as Jiang Yunhao was secretly pondering, the 3 ancestors of the Jiang family personally emerged from their closed-door cultivation. With a wave of his sleeve, the void erupted, and a gigantic spatial passage, tens of thousands of meters wide, suddenly opened. Today marks the day when I, the son of the Jiang family, set out to represent the Jiang family across the world. Everyone, follow the son of the Jiang family and spread our prestige. Jiang Chun said loudly. We will follow in the footsteps of the son of the Jiang family. The young members of the Jiang family, who were already prepared, either drove war chariots, rode dragons and phoenixes, or were carried by divine beings. They rushed into the spatial passage ahead. When a great clan son departs, there must be heralds to clear the way. Immediately after, a giant beast, as massive as a mountain, stood holding a flag. The banner danced in the sky, rolling like clouds, sweeping across the heavens. It was inscribed with Son of the Jiang family. Sending off the son of the Jiang family. Sending off the son of the Jiang family. The other members of the Jiang family all respectfully bowed towards Jiang Yunhao. In the Eastern Wilderness's 9 regions, the Demon Domain and Longyuan, a grand voice echoed. Ao Qiang. This time the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm is opening, containing countless opportunities. Go and explore and spread the name of our Longyuan. As the voice fell, a figure of a young man in a golden robe quietly emerged. He was the son of Longyuan, stronger than Long Batian, the leader of the dragon clan, Long Outyan. By the way, the son of the Jiang family will definitely go on this journey. Be careful. This son can slay Batian, and his strength should not be underestimated, said an elder from Longyuan in a deep voice. Oh, is that son of the Jiang family really that powerful? Long Outyan frowned slightly. Recently, he had heard many stories about Jiang Yunhao, and his ears were almost callous from it. Don't worry, elder. Long Batian has been cultivating for a few hundred years less than I have. He is just a newly emerged prodigy, and it is normal for him to fail. As for Jiang Yunhao, since he has some abilities, it wouldn't be impossible to subjugate him as a servant. Long Outyin slightly raised his head, his demeanor calm and confident. After all, they were all renowned geniuses. Who would accept who? Without personally witnessing Jiang Yunhao's strength, even the Jiang family members might overlook him, let alone the opposing forces of Long Yuan. Moreover, prodigies inherently possess a heart of invincibility. Before actually fighting, these proud prodigies would not concede. In short, caution is paramount. After a brief silence, the elder said solemnly, "Rest assured, elder, let me capture the son of the Jiang family and make him a servant, washing away the shame of our Long Yuan." After that, Long Outyin took his leave, not heeding the elder's words, and prepared to set off immediately for the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm. Sigh, if only our ancient freak from Long Yuan were born. Why would we have to fear a Jiang family? The Jiang family has indeed thrived. 100 years ago, there was the white-clothed divine King Jiang Phone, who then went missing, and who would have thought another Jiang Yunhao would emerge? Indeed, if that great one were to be born, a mere son of the Jiang family could be extinguished in minutes. In the border area between the Lingshu domain and the outer void in Shenyang City, crowds surged through the streets. Suddenly, a passage 10,000 meters wide appeared in the sky above Shenyang City. Is a great clan crossing over from the void. The cultivators from various places in the eastern wilderness's 9 regions showed astonishment in Shenyang City. The display of a great clan is terrifying. At the same time, a white-haired old man in a green robe appeared in midair. The lord of Shenyang City, Jun Wuhui, the esteemed elder, a quasi-emperor, actually came out to welcome them personally? Could it be that the one arriving is the son of the Jiang family from the Lingshu domain? The eyes of the crowd brightened, all curious and focused. Oh, have they arrived? Inside a mansion in the city, a man sat cross-legged. Beside him was a girl in a purple dress, her face dark as she looked towards the void. Who else could it be but Liu Ruyan? Liu Ruyan's eyes held both resentment and jealousy. Jiang Yunhao's status has risen so high now. Liu Ruyan gritted her silver teeth, feeling an inexplicable sense of irritation rise within her. Jiang Yunhao, you really have made something of yourself. You were merely my sycophant, and now you dare to challenge me. No way, no way. Could it be that you have secretly sent someone to keep an eye on me? Knowing that I, Liu Ruyan, am also here? Are you showing off on purpose? Liu Ruyan thought wildly. This woman, who had been spoiled since childhood, thought the whole world would revolve around her, and her perspective was far beyond what an ordinary person could comprehend. However, Liu Ruyan had no idea that Jiang Yunhao had no interest in her heart at all. What he cared about was only the secret within Liu Ruyan. At this moment, the man beside Liu Ruyan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with sword intent and sharpness. Sister Ruyan, there's no need to be anxious. It doesn't matter. Today, I will definitely slay Jiang Yunhao under my sword. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan nodded repeatedly. I believe my senior brother will surely defeat that Jiang Yunhao. I hope senior brother can avenge my family. Chapter 30. Dying early and reincarnating early. Swordmaster, Jiang Yunhao has arrived, and even Jun Wuhui went to personally welcome him. Damn it. That old man Jun Wuhui didn't even personally come out to greet you when you arrived. A group of disciples from the Daluo sword sect rushed into Chun Tianxi's mansion, filled with envy and jealousy, complaining. Hee, when heaven wants to destroy someone, it must first make them arrogant. In Shenyang City, it is not only our Lingshu domain's geniuses. The secret realm is about to open, attracting various clans from the 9 regions. The more Jiang Yunhao stands out, the quicker he will die. Chun Tianxi slowly stood up, sneering repeatedly. The disciples of the Daluo sword sect suddenly realized, and some started to laugh sinisterly. What the swordmaster said is very true. That Jiang Yunhao is so outstanding and unique that he will definitely provoke the dissatisfaction of geniuses from all domains. After all, they are all prodigies. Who would concede to whom? Yes. Perhaps we won't even need the swordmaster to take action. Someone will go and kill that Jiang Yunhao. The crowd laughed wildly, gleefully, as if they could already see Jiang Yunhao's tragic end. But Chun Tianxi stood with his hands behind his back and walked outside. Oomph. How could my prey be snatched away by others? Jiang Yunhao must die at my hands. Chen Tianzi. As he spoke, Chen Tianzi had already moved toward the outside, eager as if fearing someone would steal Jiang Yunhao's first kill. The disciples of the Daluo sword sect were momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly followed Chen Tianzi. Liu Ruyan was also full of excitement. The sword master is indeed impressive. No wonder he is the leader of the younger generation of our Daluo sword sect. Meanwhile, on the other side, a giant beast emerged from the spatial passage, its rough and wild form holding a flagpole that was 1,000 meters tall. The flag above fluttered, clearly displaying the 4 characters son of the Jiang family. As the giant beast cleared the way, a magnificent palanquin was pulled by a divine bird. The divine bird had 9 heads, its feathers bright red, as if it were walking through fire. This display clearly indicated the identity of the person inside the palanquin. The old man had seen the son of the Jiang family. Jun Wuhui swiftly appeared beside the palanquin, slightly bowed, and paid his respects to the person inside. Jun Wuhui, a quasi-emperor and the lord of Shenyun City, showed his respect for the Jiang family despite being in a lawless area. The curtain of the palanquin was lightly lifted, and a young man dressed in white, with black hair flowing loosely, stepped out. Jiang Yunhao stepped out of the palanquin and returned the greeting to Jun Wuhui. "You are too polite, esteemed elder." Jun Wuhui's eyes flickered. The young man had gained fame, but was neither arrogant nor impatient, displaying courtesy and demeanor befitting the son of the Jiang family. This temperament and demeanor were characteristic of a great clan. Jun Wuhui silently praised him. Meanwhile, the various young geniuses from the eastern wilderness's 9 regions in the city all saw Jiang Yunhao's true appearance. A multitude of heavenly beauties, with jade-like faces flushed red and eyes filled with enchantment, gazed longingly at Jiang Yunhao, truly worthy of being the Jiang family's young master. So young and with an extraordinary temperament, just a glance made one's legs feel weak. I must go see Jiang Yunhao, don't stop me. Aside from the young ladies, even the male companions were captivated by his charm. Signs of chaos were already appearing in the city. Jun Wuhui smiled bitterly. If this recently popular young master stayed around any longer, the city of Shenyun might be turned upside down by the restless ladies. He understood Jiang Yunhao's intentions and smiled, saying, "Please lead the way, senior." The young master was polite. Accommodations had long been prepared for him. Just as Jiang Yunhao and his party were about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wait, Jiang Yunhao, do you still want to leave?" A dense crowd surged up, blocking Jiang Yunhao's path. The newcomers were Chen Tianzi and the disciples of the Daluo sword sect. At the same time, countless young talents from various forces in the city turned their gazes toward Jiang Yunhao's location. Chen Tianzi, recognizing him as he approached with vigor, Jiang Yunhao thought, "I haven't come looking for you yet, and you've jumped out first. Well, let's settle this matter." Jiang Yunhao's gaze remained calm. "Arrogant, Jiang family's young master. You are too presumptuous." Behind Chen Tianzi, a group of people was stunned for a moment before erupting in anger. "I've seen arrogance, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Oh, how many years have you trained? Where does your confidence come from to say such things? Do you look down on our Daluo sword sect, sword master? You truly don't know what is good for you." The group of disciples was filled with murderous intent. Jiang Yunhao frowned slightly. "Get lost. If you say one more word, I won't hesitate to slay you." Hiss. At this declaration, the disciples of the Daluo sword sect were momentarily stunned, feeling as though their ears had malfunctioned. Even facing death, you still act so arrogantly? Chen Tianzi was also taken aback by Jiang Yunhao's calm demeanor, which seemed almost relaxed. "Jiang Yunhao, you have some schemes. You feign ease to disturb my state of mind?" The next moment, Chen Tianzi narrowed his eyes. He thought Jiang Yunhao was deliberately putting on this inscrutable act. However, Chen Tianzi had already entered the realm of severing connections. He could clearly see through Jiang Yunhao's cultivation level, a mere first level of the cave heaven realm, pretending to be formidable in front of him. Chen Tianzi scoffed at this. Chen Tianzi, was extremely cautious. In the past, lacking absolute certainty, he had refrained from striking against Jiang Yunhao. He waited until he broke through to the realm of severing connections. A person like him would not be easily intimidated by Jiang Yunhao. How childish, truly laughable. Ha! The more you put on an act, the more it reveals your inner turmoil. No matter how you disguise it, you cannot hide the panic within. Today, as the Sword Master, I will definitely slay you, Jiang Yunhao. Die early and reincarnate. Boom! As Chen Tianxi spoke, he suddenly reached for the hilt of the heavy sword on his back. He practiced the heavy sword, a rare path in swordsmanship. The heavy sword was powerful and direct, and he drew it to slash toward Jiang Yunhao's head. Oh, you play the sudden ambush? Jiang Yunhao was not surprised by Chen Tianxi's unexpected strike. He had long known this guy was deep-minded and very cautious. Chapter 31. Complete domination. Even a young emperor is nothing special. Chen Tianxi struck out with his sword, leaving nothing reserved. A lion uses all its strength even when hunting a rabbit. As the current sword master of the Daluo sword sect, Chen Tianxi understood this simple principle well. He held nothing back, aiming for a decisive kill on Jiang Yunhao. The heavy sword was unsharpened, enveloping a violent wind, as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down. The sword master is mighty. The sword master is invincible. The disciples of the Daluo sword sect looked at Chen Tianxi with shining eyes, filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao made his move. He had long understood Chen Tianxi's style of dealing with matters, and he felt no surprise at Chen Tianxi's sudden deadly strike. Jiang Yunhao flipped his hand, revealing a divine artifact long sword. He casually thrust it forward, and the two swords clashed. Ding! The sound of swords rang out, echoing for miles. To everyone's surprise, Chen Tianxi's expression suddenly changed. He felt as though his sword had struck an immovable divine mountain. The force of his strike rebounded violently, sending him flying 1,000 meters back. Huh? What? This is impossible. How could the sword master be pushed back? Seeing this, the disciples of the Daluo sword sect were dumbfounded. Chen Tianxi's expression was also quite spectacular, changing constantly. You are merely relying on your powerful physical body. Indeed, it was unfavorable for him to engage in close combat. Chen Tianxi thought of Jiang Yunhao's terrifying physical strength. It was known that even the true Dragon Clan's Long Batian had been defeated by Jiang Yunhao in terms of physical strength. I'm just testing the gap between us. It seems you, Jiang Yunhao, are nothing special. Chen Tianxi suddenly laughed coldly. What does it matter how strong your body is? I, the sword master, simply want to engage in close combat with you. I'll crush you to death with my techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Tianxi's internal magic power surged wildly, and a cave appeared behind him. The cave's phenomenon was 1,000 meters large, completely blue, as if a sea had been brought into the sky above Shenyang City. Heavens, this is the weak water condensation pearl of the Daluo sword sect. The Daluo sword sect was indeed extravagant, allowing such a treasure to be nurtured by a young junior. The massive cave phenomenon attracted countless gazes within Shenyang City. Weak water condensation pearl? Jiang Yunhao also heard the discussions of the crowd. In his Jiang family's records, there was mention of the weak water condensation pearl. This was an extraordinarily miraculous creation. Using it to nurture a cave could harness the power of weak water. Weak water. A single drop weighs as much as a mountain. The heaviest water in the world. No wonder Chen Tianxi excels in heavy swordsmanship, with the power of weak water added. The force of each of his strikes would increase by several times. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. This weak water condensation pearl was definitely a good thing, far superior to the quasi-emperor dragon pearl of the true Dragon Clan. And he had opened up 10 caves, able to nurture 10 incredible things. All right, I want this. Jiang Yunhao, facing death, you still dare to speak shamelessly, coveting the treasures of this sword master? Chen Tianxi laughed heartily. Without hesitation, Chen Tianxi held his sword with both hands and slashed toward Jiang Yunhao. Boom! With his sword, the power of weak water erupted, and a massive blue sword energy was unleashed. The sword master is mighty. The sword master is invincible. Kill Jiang Yunhao and raise the prestige of our sword sect. The disciples of the Daluo sword sect were shaken and raised their arms in cheers. However, as their voices just emerged, they saw the cave phenomenon of Jiang Yunhao appear. A chaotic blue lotus rose slowly behind Jiang Yunhao. A myriad of chaotic energy erupted, clawing at the sky, resembling a world-destroying catastrophe. The chaotic blue lotus was at least 10,000 meters large. It swayed in the void, showering strands of chaotic aura around Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao didn't even move. He simply stood still. As for the sword energy slashed by Chen Tianzi, the moment it made contact with the chaotic energy, it instantly crumbled to dust, shattering into nothingness. As the sword move was broken, Chen Tianzi felt a backlash and spit out a mouthful of old blood, being blasted back 1,000 meters again. What? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Tianzi barely stabilized his posture, forcibly suppressing the restless blood and energy within him. He never expected that Jiang Yunhao could actually break his sword technique. The key point was that Jiang Yunhao didn't even move. In other words, Jiang Yunhao just stood there, simply unfolding his cave heaven manifestation, and shattered Chen Tianzi's technique. What kind of gap is this? Chen Tianzi's mind buzzed, feeling as if his worldview had been shaken. But soon he understood. Is this the Chaos Blue Lotus? You have nurtured the ancient Blue Emperor's ultimate imperial weapon into your own cave heaven. Chen Tianzi saw it. He looked up at the sky and could clearly see a terrifying Chaos Blue Lotus illuminating the heavens. It was gigantic, towering tens of thousands of feet. In front of this Chaos Blue Lotus, his own cave heaven manifestation seemed like a child, not even 1/10 its size. Chen Tianzi was stunned, his eyes flashing with fear. It wasn't just Chen Tianzi. The people around were similarly affected. A monster. Jiang Yunhao is simply a monstrous genius. Even if he has nurtured the Chaos Blue Lotus, how can his cave heaven be this large? My God, is this still human? The disciples of the great Luo sword sect were dumbfounded. Their earlier excitement vanished. No, the sword master won't lose. The sword master is majestic. The sword master is invincible. The disciple who had been the loudest earlier murmured, "Shut up. Your mouth is toxic." The other disciples immediately retorted. The lord of Xinyun City, Jun Wuhui, looked at Jiang Yunhao's back with incredible astonishment. It was hard to believe. If it were just the Chaos Blue Lotus, it would still be within expectations. After all, the Jiang family's imperial son obtained this item, and there was no reason for it not to be used. But the scale of his cave heaven manifestation was already comparable to that of ancient emperors. Truly worthy of an emperor's demeanor, Jun Wuhui exclaimed in shock. Every emperor of each era at the cave heaven realm strives to nurture their own cave heaven to tens of thousands of feet. This is the limit of the cave heaven realm. Just as everyone was shocked by Jiang Yunhao's powerful cave heaven realm, he casually struck out with a sword. He unleashed an astonishing sword strike. Using chaotic energy as mana, he condensed a sword chi that fiercely cleaved through Chen Tianzi's cave heaven manifestation. It was like a sword splitting the azure ocean, dividing it in two. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yunhao reached out, and the chaotic energy transformed into a large hand, simply and brutally taking away Chen Tianzi's weak water condensation pearl. Good stuff. Looking at the blue pearl in his hand, which contained boundless power, Jiang Yunhao smiled with satisfaction and stored it in his storage bag. Just wait a moment, and he could nurture a second cave heaven. Jiang Yunhao, you dare to take my treasure? I will die, but I will first take you down. After his cave heaven manifestation was shattered, Chen Tianzi felt as if struck by lightning, blood spurting from his 7 orifices, looking disheveled. But then, Chen Tianzi's aura suddenly surged, and blue flames ignited all over his body, burning his own life force in exchange for a brief peek. You dare to play with your life in front of me? But this level seems insufficient. Chapter 32, I hate others threatening me the most. Kill all the contemporary people. Complete domination. Thoroughly complete domination. Chen Tianzi could not imagine why. As a dignified cutting fate realm expert, he was being tortured to the brink of death by Jiang Yunhao, a cave heaven realm cultivator. You're just lucky. inexplicably taking away the Chaos Blue Lotus platform. If I, Chen Tianzi, had obtained such a shocking opportunity, I would surely do better than you. Jiang Yunhao? Chen Tianzi was desperate. He burned his own life force, striving to gain a brief moment of peak power. If I kill you, Jiang Yunhao, the weak water condensation pearl will still be mine, and your Chaos Blue Lotus will also be mine. It must be said that Chen Tianzi was indeed one of the best among the younger generation. He seemed mad, but in reality, he was incredibly calm inside. He knew very well that as long as he could win this life and death battle, seizing everything from Jiang Yunhao, he would have a glimmer of hope, even more extraordinary. But this thought of Chen Tianzi only lasted a short while. Is this not dying, just a dying struggle? Jiang Yunhao's gaze was as calm as an ancient well. He simply pointed at Chen Tianzi, and a strand of chaotic sword chi shot out, slashing toward Chen Tianzi's head. Chen Tianzi laughed. "Ha, is that all you've got? I am the cutting fate realm. In a state of burning my life force, my power has surged. How can you fight me? Unless you also fight for your life like me. But do you dare? Coward." Chen Tianzi's aura was exceptionally violent, several times stronger than before, as he charged toward Jiang Yunhao with his sword. Great Luo sword technique. Luo Tian sword seal. This kind of life-for-life approach was incredibly fierce. Chen Tianzi's mana poured out like crazy, soaring into the sky, seemingly condensing a golden sword seal that suppressed the heavens and the void. This was the secret technique of the great Luo sword sect's heavy sword lineage. It was also Chen Tianzi's trump card. Originally, Chen Tianzi did not intend to use it. After all, there were many talents gathered in Shenyun City from the 9 regions of the Eastern Wilderness. Everyone came for the heavenly Kate Divine Pass secret realm, so naturally, he wanted to keep some trump cards. But Jiang Yunhao's strength far exceeded Chen Tianzi's expectations. Forced by the situation, Chen Tianzi had no choice but to reveal all his cards. "This sword will definitely suppress you. Jiang Yunhao, kneel before me, Chen Tianzi, in front of everyone, wagging your tail and begging for mercy." Chen Tianzi laughed wickedly as the sword seal rushed toward Jiang Yunhao. Seeing this, even Jiang Lingxiao and others couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for Jiang Yunhao. Some were worried, some were excited, and various complex gazes were all focused on Jiang Yunhao. However, Jiang Yunhao remained completely unperturbed. "Want to force me to fight for my life? Not quite yet." After all, he hadn't even used all his combat power. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. Behind him, the manifestation changed, and another cave heaven unfolded. That strand of chaotic sword chi slashing toward Chen Tianzi suddenly surged to 20,000 feet. The terrifying chaotic sword chi obscured the sky and the sun, stirring up endless violent winds, clearing away the layers of white clouds for thousands of miles. How could this be? The smile on Chen Tianzi's face froze, completely shocked. 2 cave heavens? What the hell is this? Chen Tianzi's scalp tingled as the sword seal descended. Boom! The collision seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. That Luo Tian sword seal was instantly shattered by the chaotic sword chi. Chen Tianzi's face turned pale as he hurriedly tried to dodge the chaotic sword chi. But he still got grazed. Half of his body was sliced away, blood splattering, and he felt as if struck by lightning, plummeting from the sky toward the ground. With a thud, he crashed heavily onto the ground, hair disheveled, startling the crowd into scattering. Looking at the half of his body that had been evaporated, leaving only half of Chen Tianzi, people were stunned. This swordmaster, has he truly suffered such a miserable defeat? Is it even possible to not lose? 2 cave heavens. What kind of cave heaven realm is this? People's gazes unanimously fell on Jiang Yunhao. Jun Wuhui was also stunned, staring blankly at Jiang Yunhao. Earlier, he had marveled at Jiang Yunhao's extraordinary talent, praising him for having the demeanor of past emperors in their youth. Little did he expect that only a few breaths later, Jiang Yunhao would once again shatter his understanding. 2 cave heavens. This kind of manifestation, even in historical records of emperors, had never reached such heights in their youth. The Jiang family's imperial son is truly extraordinary. The future Jiang family may usher in an unprecedented era of prosperity. Jun Wuhui sighed. In Shenyun City, the talents from the 9 regions of the eastern wilderness also instinctively stood up, looking at Jiang Yunhao with disbelief. Yao Wudi, the contemporary imperial son of the Yaoqi sacred land, changed his expression slightly. Long Outyin of the Longyuan ancient True Dragon clan squinted his eyes. Your Highness, this person's strength cannot be underestimated. The enmity between Longyuan and the Jiang family is also considerable. Long Outyin's follower, a man shrouded in black mist, has an extremely unpleasant expression. Although Long Outyin is somewhat shocked, he shows no signs of it on the surface. This is indeed beyond expectations, but Jiang Yunhao, being young and impulsive, has foolishly revealed his true strength at this moment. If it were me, I would never reveal all my trump cards before the secret realm opens. Long Outyin shook his head expressionlessly. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao had already descended, standing before Chen Tianzi, looking down coldly at him. Chen Tianzi still had a breath left. He looked at Jiang Yunhao, his eyes wide with shock, filled with resentment and hatred. Humiliation. This is undoubtedly the most humiliating moment of Chen Tianzi's life. Don't be too pleased with yourself. I will personally wash away this shame someday, Chen Tianzi said weakly. Jiang Yunhao was surprised. Someday? Have you forgotten that this is a life-and-death fight between us? Where will that someday come from? Hiss! As these words came out, Chen Tianzi's mind buzzed, and fear flickered in his eyes. Jiang Yunhao, don't go too far. If you dare to kill our sect master, we will join forces against you. A group of people descended from the sky, each holding a sword, fiercely glaring at Jiang Yunhao. They were a group of disciples from the Daluo sword sect. There were over 1,000 of them, each extraordinary, being the elites of this generation of the Daluo sword sect. Although they were greatly shaken by Jiang Yunhao's power, they were not so afraid of him because of their numbers. Jiang Yunhao, we lost this time, but don't go too far. At this moment, a crack opened in the void, and the ancestor of the Daluo sword sect appeared. Such an important matter, this ancestor would naturally pay close attention to it. Wasn't it said to be a life-and-death fight? What? Is your Daluo sword sect going back on your word? On the other side, Jiang Chun appeared. The Jiang family was also observing from the shadows. Jiang Chun, your Jiang family is strong, but Jiang Yunhao is still young. You wouldn't want him to die prematurely, would you? The ancestor of the Daluo sword sect hinted at killing intent. Oh, you want to break the rules? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Threatening me? On the other side, a smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Yunhao's lips. I hate it when others threaten me the most. Jiang Yunhao glanced sideways at the direction of the ancestor of the Daluo sword sect. Since you threaten me, don't blame me for being rude. Today, I will slaughter the entire young generation of the Daluo sword sect. Chapter 33. Slaying the Talents, Devouring Heaven and Earth Today. Slaughtering the young generation of the Daluo sword sect. As these words came out, the entire place fell silent. The way people looked at Jiang Yunhao changed. Before everyone could come to their senses, Jiang Yunhao thrust his sword down. The sword pierced into the center of Chen Tianzi's forehead. Chen Tianzi was dead. His pupils suddenly dilated, his eyes still filled with fear, resentment, and disbelief. Until the moment of his death, Chen Tianzi could hardly believe that Jiang Yunhao had truly aimed to kill him. Not to mention Chen Tianzi, even the over 1,000 disciples of the Daluo sword sect were dumbfounded. Their own ancestor had appeared, yet Jiang Yunhao still dared to kill. Has Jiang Yunhao gone mad? He didn't care about the warning from a quasi-emperor ancestor. However, they had no idea that Jiang Yunhao had already vaguely guessed some secrets of the Jiang family. Although the ancestors deliberately concealed it, Jiang Yunhao still keenly sensed that the Jiang family did not care about quasi-emperors at all. That's right. It seemed that quasi-emperors were nothing more than insignificant beings in front of the Jiang family. This also determined how Jiang Yunhao would treat the Daluo sword sect. After all, he did not want to cause big trouble for the Jiang family. Since the clan was not afraid at all, what was there for him to fear? Jiang Yunhao, you are crazy. You're seeking death. The next moment, the disciples of the Daluo sword sect roared in anger. The expression of the ancestor of the Daluo sword sect also changed. He never expected that even with him present, Jiang Yunhao would still dare to kill. Bold, arrogant kill. Kill him. The ancestor of the Daluo sword sect felt darkness before his eyes. He was wary of Jiang Chun, and due to the rules that the elders could not participate, he did not dare to take action. However, the rules did not say that they could not gang up. This even made many people within the Godfall city start a stir. Oh, Jiang Yunhao is so rampant that he doesn't even give face to the ancestor of the Daluo sword sect? Is the Daluo sword sect going to surround and kill Jiang Yunhao? This person is indeed extraordinary. If he can be eliminated before the secret realm opens, it will also mean one less competitor. In Godfall City, besides the goddesses and young fairies who came to see Jiang Yunhao, there were more talents from various clans who gathered for the opportunities and fortunes of the secret realm. These talents were not foolish. They keenly realized that this was a good opportunity to target Jiang Yunhao. After all, over 1,000 disciples of the Daluo sword sect were glaring at Jiang Yunhao. If they took advantage of the chaos and struck secretly, even if Jiang Yunhao had 2 cave heavens, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Although Jiang Chun was present, they couldn't kill Jiang Yunhao, but injuring him should be possible, right? In an instant, many people really began to have thoughts against Jiang Yunhao. The tall tree catches the wind. Being too outstanding will instead attract hostility from others. This principle applies everywhere. But Jiang Yunhao was completely unperturbed. 2 cave heavens are my limit? That is truly thinking too much. Young master, we are here to assist you. At this moment, Jiang Lingxiao led a group of Jiang family members rushing over. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Yunhao waved his hand. No need. As soon as his words fell, Jiang Yunhao charged into the crowd of Daluo sword sect disciples. Puffed. One person, one sword, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In an instant, dozens of people fell dead on the spot. Blood splattered, and heads burst forth one after another. Arrogant, madman, simply incomprehensible. The disciples of the Daluo sword sect were startled, followed by furious embarrassment. Who are they? They are the elites among the young generation of the Daluo sword sect. Talents all have their own pride. Even knowing that they are no match for Jiang Yunhao alone, with so many of them present, how dare Jiang Yunhao strike first? Seeking death. Watch the sword. Daluo sword style, 3,000 sword leads. A sword comes from the west. Great river falls from the sky, sword technique. In an instant, everyone shouted loudly. Terrifying sword energy and fierce winds scattered, and colorful divine sword techniques surged towards Jiang Yunhao, startling everyone around to retreat repeatedly. However, before anyone could react, an incredible scene unfolded. They saw, above Jiang Yunhao's head, next to the chaotic blue lotus, another cave heaven opened up. 3 cave heaven phenomena illuminated the surrounding universe. It was as if 3 suns were suspended in the sky, with 2 great suns revolving around the chaotic blue lotus, radiating a surging aura like a prison. Jiang Yunhao held the divine sword and slashed out a chaotic sword energy. 30,000 Zhang. The chaotic sword energy, as it struck out, destroyed all sword techniques, carrying the power to annihilate the world as if it wanted to split apart this heaven and earth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 3 cave heavens. Didn't he only have 2 cave heavens? The over 1,000 disciples of the Daluo sword sect widened their eyes, even forgetting where they were. Great river sword technique. Broken. 3,000 sword leads broken. Lingxiao sword technique broken. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by the collapse of various divine sword techniques. This chaotic sword energy pressed down from above. Anyone who touched the chaotic sword energy saw their flesh and blood explode on the spot. It was as if countless crimson fireworks were blooming. An incredibly unbelievable scene truly unfolded before the eyes of the world. The more than 1,000 people who had been shouting and clamoring to kill Jiang Yunhao were all obliterated by a single sword strike from him. The bodies of those present froze, their mouths instinctively forming various sizes of the letter O. The ancestors of the great Luo sword sect were dumbfounded, stunned on the spot. Over 1,000 contemporary prodigies from their sect just perished like that. The scene fell into an extreme silence, with the sound of a pin drop audible. Damn, it's a good thing I held back and didn't attack Jiang Yunhao. Did I just act like an idiot? I actually thought I could take advantage of the chaos, and catch Jiang Yunhao off guard. What exactly is this Jiang family prince about? 3 cave heavens. After a brief silence, people gradually snapped back to reality. Many prodigies who had been observing from the shadows felt a chill run from their feet straight to their heads. They were somewhat relieved that they hadn't lost their minds and attacked Jiang Yunhao. As for the previous moment's secret delight at the thought of eliminating Jiang Yunhao, that idea had long been cast aside. Oh, just having opened 3 cave heavens, and he can crush these so-called prodigies? Jiang Yunhao himself felt a bit surprised. After all, he still had 7 cave heavens yet to unfold. It seems the gap between ordinary prodigies and me is somewhat significant. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. The next moment, he focused on the clouds of blood mist that had exploded. These are all good things, equivalent to various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Jiang Yunhao silently activated the swallowing heaven demon technique, devouring everything. Instantly, the flesh and blood of over 1,000 disciples of the great Luo sword sect transformed into pure blood energy and surged into Jiang Yunhao's body. Upon seeing this, the ancestor of the great Luo sword sect felt darkness before his eyes and spat out a mouthful of old blood, not even leaving behind their corpses. Fortunately, there are still souls. If he can collect the souls, there is still a chance to reconstruct their bodies in the future. The God-grinding visualization technique. The next moment, Jiang Yunhao activated another technique, devouring the illusory souls. The ancestor of the great Luo sword sect. Chapter 34. One person attains the Tao, and even the dogs and chickens ascend, a celebration for all. The heart of the Jimu. In the void above. The ancestor of the great Luo sword sect spat out a mouthful of heart blood. His aura instantly wilted. He stared at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief, his lips trembling for a long time, unable to utter a single word. Fierce. What a fierce kid. Just then, above Shun Yun City, golden clouds gathered, and countless graceful figures manifested. They were women dressed in thin feather garments. Their skin was pale and, under the sunlight, reflected a milky white and alluring glow. Some played the flute softly, while others sat and played the zither. They sang and danced, presenting a scene of universal celebration, breaking the ancient record of cave heaven realms. Wielding the heart of Jimu, the divine maidens danced, and heavenly music resonated. This was indeed the heavenly blessing that broke the ancient record of the cave heaven realm. Oh, an old acquaintance. Jiang Yunhao was not surprised by this. He reached out, and a colorful, radiant light descended from the sky, landing steadily in his hands. Jianmu. It is one of the 4 divine trees that have been extinct since the ancient times. Its traces have long disappeared in later generations. The heart of Jianmu is the essence of Jianmu. Without needing to deeply comprehend it, Jiang Yunhao immediately felt the rich vitality within the heart of Jianmu in his hand. A good thing. Using this to nurture a cave heaven is simply perfect. Jiang Yunhao's heart was exhilarated. This truly lives up to being the heavenly blessing that broke the ancient record of the cave heaven realm. However, my innate divine consciousness has been exhausted. It seems I urgently need a large amount of innate divine consciousness. Jiang Yunhao thought secretly. Just then, in the sky, streaks of flowing light shot out. An innate divine consciousness descended, merging into Jiang Yunhao's body. Oh, it really is true that what you think comes to you. This heavenly blessing is so timely. Not to mention, even Jiang Yunhao, who had seen much, felt a ripple in his heart. This heavenly blessing is too powerful. He was absorbing a large amount of blood energy, enhancing his physical strength. He could also directly use innate divine consciousness to nurture 2 supreme treasures. The first, the weak water condensation pearl. The second, the heart of Jianmu. The amount of innate divine consciousness was completely sufficient. In an instant, the other 2 cave heavens that Jiang Yunhao opened changed dramatically. One became a deep blue, resembling an endless ocean. The other, the heart of Jianmu, took root. A tender green sprout emerged from the void of the cave heaven, growing rapidly at a visible rate, eventually becoming lush and towering. Jiang Yunhao also sensed the miraculous abilities of weak water and Jianmu. Weak water is extremely heavy. is the only miraculous creation in the world that has no buoyancy and can drown everything. It can endow his magical powers with immense weight, increasing their power by dozens of times. The heart of Jinmu, containing vast vitality, is equivalent to an inexhaustible elixir. As long as he is injured, he can directly use vitality to heal his wounds. Moreover, the most incredible thing is that the heart of Jinmu has an effect of never tiring. It allows his physical body to maintain peak condition at all times, feeling no fatigue and full of energy, making it the best in the world. A good thing. Jiang Yunhao's spirit was invigorated. This unexpected joy was truly perfect for him. Meanwhile, along with the Chaos Blue Lotus, the three cave heaven visions of Jiang Yunhao illuminated the surrounding universe, shaking ancient times. The people within Shenyun City were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a person before. Even those experienced old experts felt their hearts clench tightly. Jiang Qin's expression suddenly turned extremely strange. Good kid. With the heart of Jinmu, he will be unmatched in stamina and become braver as he fights. Ha ha. Fourth brother, this is a great thing. Our Yunhao has this ability. Wouldn't he be able to produce tens of thousands of offspring in a year? Oh no, that's an understatement. 100,000 is possible. After all, he won't get tired. Jiang Shaodian also appeared, his eyes shining brightly. It was as if he could already see countless descendants of Jiang Yunhao before him, eagerly waiting to be fed. After all, Yunhao is so outstanding. How could his descendants be inferior? It's going to leave more seeds. Second brother, be cautious, be cautious. The third ancestor, Jiang Qing, glared at Jiang Shaotian. At the same time, as Jiang Yunhao nurtured the three cave heavens under the blessing of heaven, all beings within a radius of 100,000 miles who practice cultivation sensed it. The practitioners within Shenyun City were the first to respond, seeing the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushing forth, creating a torrential rain that poured continuously. Everyone gasped in unison. It truly is a celebration for all. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was so rich that it transformed into rain. The practitioners shouted excitedly. Even some old seniors in seclusion broke through their rooftops and appeared in midair in a daze. One person attains the Tao, and even the dogs and chickens ascend. This is the highest specification of the heavenly blessing. Bathed in the rain of spiritual energy, all living beings reached a climax, filled with joy. Awesome. Not only practitioners, but even the tender little grass seen everywhere on the streets opened their arms, immersed in the nourishing rain of spiritual energy. Even this rumored heavenly blessing that celebrates all could be triggered. Who could compare to such a person? Who dares to claim invincibility? Encountering the Jiang family prince. They are nothing. Let alone the prodigies from the Lingshu domain. At this moment, many prodigies from the other 8 domains were deeply impressed by Jiang Yunhao's actions. If before they were just here to watch the excitement, now they felt a newfound respect and shock towards Jiang Yunhao. Of course, there were also some with grim expressions. The ancestor of the Daluo sword sect trembled all over, having reached the quasi-emperor realm for many years. He felt a hint of fear towards Jiang Yunhao deep within his heart. A quasi-emperor, afraid of a young man. No one would dare to believe such a thing if it were spoken out loud. However, the ancestor of the Daluo sword sect could clearly sense the fear and anxiety within himself. It was simply because Jiang Yunhao was too incredible. How long had he been cultivating? What would his future look like? It was unimaginable. Damn it, how infuriating if this child were allowed to live. Even the ancestor of the Daluo sword sect thought about personally taking action to erase Jiang Yunhao's existence. However, the 3 ancestors of the Jiang family were present, and he didn't dare to make a move. He didn't even know that the reason the Jiang family allowed the Daluo sword sect to remain was, in a sense, just to give Jiang Yunhao a worthy opponent for his training. In the end, he could only leave in frustration. In the city of Shenyun, Long Outyan from Longyuan furrowed his brows, staring in the direction of Jiang Yunhao. He, who had been calm and collected, was now slightly out of breath. This person, with 3 realms in the cave heaven stage, was absolutely invincible among equals in the same realm. But fortunately, this prince was 1 major realm higher than you. Long Outyan murmured. A man shrouded in black mist, one of Long Outyan's followers, was fixated on Jiang Yunhao's figure, his gaze flickering uncertainly. And it was unclear what he was thinking. Chapter 35. A stunning beauty, captivating a city and a nation. Cave Heaven, 2nd layer. Cave Heaven, 3rd layer. Cave Heaven, 6th layer. Boom. Having received the blessings of the heavenly Tao and devoured a large amount of essence using the Devouring Heaven Demon technique, Jiang Yunhao's horrifying foundation had even broken through to the 6th layer of the Cave Heaven stage. His strength surged. It was indeed faster to advance through killing techniques. Oh, a familiar presence. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred as he sensed a familiar aura. He quietly opened his eyes, his gaze flowing to that spot. At the same time, in the crowd, Liu Ruyan was truly dumbfounded. Did Jiang Yunhao actually win? Liu Ruyan was completely stunned, staring blankly in the direction of Jiang Yunhao. In fact, the moment Jiang Yunhao opened his eyes, he noticed her. This scared Liu Ruyan so much that she trembled all over and instinctively turned to run. Oh, so is Liu Ruyan. So, Chun Tianxi actually has some connection with this girl? Jiang Yunhao squinted slightly. He could almost confirm now that Liu Ruyan's survival was indeed a tremendous opportunity for him. The warmth had been delivered to this extent. She was truly a good leak. Liu Ruyan, in her escape, had no idea what Jiang Yunhao was thinking. All she felt was a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly and retracted his gaze. Then, under the complex gazes of envy and trepidation from the onlookers, Jiang Yunhao left with the Jiang family members. He was completely unreluctant. Moreover, there was nothing here that Jiang Yunhao cared about anymore. After all, the Daluo sword sect had never been his target. What Jiang Yunhao looked forward to the most was the opportunity and fortune that would arise after the opening of the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm. After this battle, Jiang Yunhao's reputation was no longer limited to the Lingshu domain. His deeds were being recounted throughout the other 8 domains of the Eastern Wilderness. The next night, Jiang Yunhao received a transmission jade slip from Jun Wuhui, inviting him to attend a gathering of the young talents from all major domains of the Eastern Wilderness. This was normal, as the city of Shenyun had gathered the young prodigies from various domains. The secret realm would open in just 2 or 3 days, so the prodigies would naturally gather to discuss. Jiang Yunhao did not refuse. With his identity as the Jiang family's imperial son representing the Jiang family, he certainly wouldn't miss such a grand event. Soon, Jiang Yunhao arrived at the venue of the gathering. The banquet was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. However, Jiang Yunhao's appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless people. During the banquet, whether it was the young people chatting and drinking or those hidden in the shadows, all turned their gazes towards Jiang Yunhao. After all, in recent times, no one's actions could compare to those of Jiang Yunhao. With Jiang Yunhao's rising fame, it was natural for him to attract attention, especially the various radiant and charming Sanuses, their eyes sparkling, actively approached Jiang Yunhao. In an instant, women of all shapes and sizes surrounded Jiang Yunhao. Some even boldly showcased their beauty, pressing their soft and ample forms against Jiang Yunhao's arm. Cousin. At that moment, 2 figures, one large and one small, arrived. The appearance of these 2 girls made all the beautiful women present instantly dim. They didn't even dare to compete with the 2 and quietly withdrew. The newcomers were Zhang Naiwen and Zhang Tianyu from the Zhang family of the Tianlan domain. The 2 girls each had their own characteristics. One was serene and ethereal, standing proudly, while the other was spirited and clever, exuding youthful vitality. The 2 completely different temperaments together made them even more outstanding, making it hard for anyone to look away from them. Miss Zhang, you're here? A young man in luxurious attire, wearing a crown, brightened up and walked toward Zhang Tianyu. However, Zhang Tianyu didn't pay him any mind, skillfully dodging the young man, blocking her path. The smile on the young man's face instantly froze. Zhang Tianyu hadn't seen Jiang Yunhao for a long time. In her eyes, there was only Jiang Yunhao. The lively young girl ran up to Jiang Yunhao, naturally linking her arm with his. Cousin, it's been quite a while since I've seen you. The lotus bud has just revealed its sharp tip, but it's not lacking in softness. Even Jiang Yunhao, whose heart was resolute, momentarily lost focus and turned to look at Jiang Tianyu. Don't underestimate her just because she is a little girl now. Her stunning beauty is already beginning to show. In a few years, she will definitely be an extraordinary beauty. This childhood sweetheart of mine is not a bit inferior to Liu Ruyan. Jiang Yunhao chuckled and shook his head. Those following Jiang Yunhao, including Jiang Lingxiao and others, watched the harmonious interaction between the two and couldn't help but reveal smiles of amusement. Hee, Zhang family women, how dare you ignore our crown prince? Suddenly, a voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Everyone noticed the commotion and turned to look. Jiang Yunhao also glanced over lightly. He saw several young men dressed in luxurious clothing striding over aggressively, one of whom was the young man who had blocked Jiang Tianyu earlier. Guidakai from the Lingxiao sect, the son of the Yaoqi sacred land, Yao Wudi, the young crown prince of the Guanghan domain in this era. The young man's identity became apparent, and everyone understood. Oh, the son of the Yaoqi sacred land, what is he up to? Jiang Yunhao squinted slightly. How audacious, Guidakai. What do you mean by that? Zhang Naiwen's pretty face turned cold. However, Guidakai showed no fear at all. What do I mean? I just think your Zhang family is a bit arrogant. How dare you ignore the crown prince of our Guanghan domain? At this moment, Yao Wudi waved his hand, seemingly unbothered. Don't say that. Miss Zhang, she just didn't notice this prince. Yao Wudi boldly glanced at Jiang Tianyu and Zhang Naiwen, a fleeting desire flashing in his eyes. However, this prince will definitely make the Zhang family misunderstand that only I am her destined person. Boom! As these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone could see that Yao Wudi had taken a liking to Jiang Tianyu. Was this going to turn into a klitsch love triangle? Everyone felt somewhat surprised that the dignified son of the Yaoqi sacred land would be someone who thinks with his lower body. Jiang Tianyu was startled and clutched Jiang Yunhao's arm even tighter. At just over 10 years old, having spent years in seclusion practicing in the Zhang family, she had never seen such a scene. The Zhang family members present glared at Yao Wudi and his companions. How dare you? Our noble lady is someone you can insult? They demanded an apology for their noble lady. Dakai sneered. A fallen family, yet with such a temper. Don't forget, the Zhang family is no longer as powerful as it once was, showing only decline. It is a favor that our noble son would even consider your noble lady. Don't you understand? I even think Jiang Tianyu isn't worthy of our noble son. Of course, marrying her would just mean having a plaything as a concubine. The group laughed lewdly. What? A concubine? The crowd was shocked, unable to believe how bold this group from the Guanghan domain was. Something unusual was definitely afoot. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. The Zhang family had fallen so low that they allowed such things to happen. As the noble son of the Jiang family, he knew some situations of the major powers. Meanwhile, the young members of the Zhang family were furious, their faces turning red as they shouted, "Get lost! Even if the Zhang family is in decline, we are not people you can insult." Guodakai laughed. Still angry and powerless. Yao Wudi then looked at Jiang Tianyu. Miss Tianyu, don't worry. If you serve our noble son well, it wouldn't be impossible to help your Zhang family through tough times. As a girl from a big family, you are merely a commodity for exchanging benefits. Being our noble son's concubine would be a stroke of luck for you. A lustful glint appeared in Yao Wudi's eyes. At this moment, a light laugh interrupted Yao Wudi's performance. Jiang Yunhao? Yao Wudi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was Jiang Yunhao who laughed. Jiang Yunhao, this is a matter between the Yaoqi sacred land and the Zhang family, and has nothing to do with you. Yao Wudi's expression remained calm. Guodakai suddenly whispered, Noble son, it does have some relation, after all. The Jiang family and the Zhang family have always had ties of marriage. If you were to marry Jiang Tianyu, and even take Zhang Ningguan into your harem, then you would be Jiang Yunhao's little uncle. Oh, I see. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Yao Wudi pretended to just realize this. So, Jiang family noble son, I am your little uncle. Several people burst into laughter. However, Jiang Yunhao's expression remained calm throughout. Are you done with your performance? Chapter 36. Wait until I get in there to kill you? Why wait? Are you done with your performance? Jiang Yunhao looked at Yao Wudi and the group with interest. This made a flash of surprise pass through Yao Wudi's eyes. Cousin, don't pay attention to them. These guys are not good people. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu urgently tugged at Jiang Yunhao's sleeve. She was very worried about Jiang Yunhao's safety, although she knew he was strong. She arrived late and did not witness Jiang Yunhao's display of the 3 cave heavens. As for Yao Wudi, he had been famous for a long time and was well known in the Guanghan domain, having contended for the title of Era Champion more than once. He was a 10-crown king. His strength was unfathomable. Cousin, let's go. Zhang Tianyu bit her lip. Want to leave? No way. Guodakai sneered. Oh, I understand now. You must have been messing around with the Jiang family noble son for a long time, right? Oh my, at such a young age, playing so wild. On the surface, you seem pure and clean, but have you already been played out by the Jiang family noble son? You haven't even married into the Jiang family yet, and you're so eager to get into it. Ha. The group laughed heartily. You were talking nonsense. Zhang Tianyu's body tensed from the humiliation, her eyes glistening with tears of shame, but she decided to endure. Cousin, let's go quickly. She believed in Jiang Yunhao. As long as he was given time, they would be able to reclaim this humiliation. Silly girl, where are you going? Jiang Yunhao suddenly reached out and ruffled the little girl's hair. This affectionate gesture momentarily left Zhang Tianyu dazed, staring up at Jiang Yunhao, her eyes shining with surprise, yet still holding onto the tears from earlier humiliation. She appeared both pitiful and resolute. This childhood friend of his was truly remarkable. At least for Jiang Yunhao, this little girl had always stood by his side. Under Zhang Tianyu's anxious gaze, Jiang Yunhao stepped forward, fixing his eyes on Yao Wudi and his group. Is the performance over? Jiang Yunhao yawned in boredom. Yao Wudi squinted. Jiang Yunhao, have you lost your mind? Do you hear what you were saying? What performance has our noble son done? Jiang Yunhao frowned slightly, showing some impatience. Oh, did I guess wrong? Aren't you just trying to ruin the relationship between the Jiang family and the Zhang family? If I'm not mistaken, it was the group of old guys behind you who secretly sent you messages, right? Afraid that my Jiang family would become too powerful and affect the balance of the Eastern Wasteland's 9 domains. After all, how could the noble son of the Yaoqi sacred land lower himself to play such boring tricks with me? Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao shrugged, feeling bored. He was sharp-minded. How could he not see through this group-s tricks? On the surface, it looked like they were deliberately trying to annoy the Zhang family. However, in reality, they were targeting his Jiang family. Jiang Yunhao did not need to think to know that as his extraordinary talents became more apparent, the various major powers would become even more wary of his Jiang family. After all, young people represented the future of a large family. But on the surface, due to the unpredictable nature of the Jiang family, no major power dared to make a move openly. The rapid decline of the Daluo sword sect was a good example. However, behind the scenes, sabotage was rampant. All right, stop pretending. This is boring. Jiang Yunhao waved his hand in disgust. Although the Zhang family was in decline, they still had some foundation, far surpassing first-rate powers. The old geezers behind you simply did not want to see my Jiang family and the Zhang family unite again. But today I can clearly tell you, my mother's family, the Zhang family, Jiang Yunhao will protect. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Jiang Yunhao's attitude was no different from that of the Jiang family. Everyone suddenly realized. So it turns out that the Guanghan domain was targeting the Jiang family. Thinking about it, it made sense. With Jiang Yunhao's sudden emergence, the Jiang family's reputation was unmatched, overshadowing the other 8 domains. Among the 9 domains of the Eastern Wasteland, the fierce competition among major powers for benefits was far more ruthless and insidious than within a single domain. The top powers in the other 8 domains naturally did not want to see the Jiang family and the Zhang family combine, creating a situation of one family dominating. No wonder I said it. Even if Yao Wudi was foolish, he couldn't possibly lower his intelligence like this. But he really is a fool. Looking down on the Jiang family noble son, to use such despicable means, did he really think others couldn't see through it? It still has to be the Jiang family noble son. A bunch of clowns performing in front of the noble son. It's truly hilarious. The crowd whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Yao Wudi changing. Yao Wudi's cheeks twitched violently. To be honest, Jiang Yunhao was right. He, Yao Wudi, was the noble son of the sacred land. How could he not have some intelligence? However, Jiang Yunhao had greatly exceeded Yao Wudi's expectations. What kind of monster was this guy? He was only in his teens, yet his mind was so deep. A deep sense of jealousy and malice flickered in Yao Wudi's eyes. He, the Jiang family noble son, truly lives up to his reputation. Yao Wudi smiled coldly, a surge of killing intent boiling in his heart. Jiang Yunhao's existence made him feel incredibly troublesome. Moreover, even if you, Jiang Yunhao, guessed it, was it really necessary to say it out loud in front of everyone? This was directly tearing the face with me, Yao Wudi. Damn it. At this point, Yao Wudi had already lost a lot of face in public. He became even more resentful towards Jiang Yunhao. In fact, he certainly liked Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Ningguan. After all, who doesn't like beautiful women? Those who say they don't are just speaking against their conscience. He was already a bit jealous of Jiang Yunhao. And now Jiang Yunhao had publicly exposed his plan. This made Yao Wudi hate Jiang Yunhao even more, wishing he were dead. I hope you can remain so calm once we enter the secret realm. Yao Wudi's expression was cold. Guodakai and the others quickly chimed in. That's right. What schemes and tricks, they're just minor paths. Everything still depends on strength. Jiang Yunhao, although unmatched in the Cave Heaven realm, it's different in the Severing Fate realm. Just wait to die. Once we enter the secret realm, we'll be the first to kill you. The few of them, with a fierce appearance yet weak inside, quickly threw down harsh words, clearly wanting to regain some face. Just as they were about to leave, Jiang Yunhao's figure flashed and blocked them. Leave? What a joke. Did they really think Jiang Yunhao, was that easygoing? Were these people out of their minds? They wanted to wait until they entered the secret realm to kill him. TSK, a toad yawning, quite the talker. No need to wait until we enter the secret realm. That would be too troublesome. You insulted Tianyu earlier, fine. I'll reward you with a death blow. Chapter 37. My girl, I will protect. Whoever insults will die. The celestial tyrant body. Jiang Yunhao had some feelings for Zhang Tianyu. Moreover, the Zhang family had treated him quite well. Recently, when he was scheming, both Zhang Ningguan and Zhang Tianyu had supported him without hesitation, secretly helping him, whether out of personal sentiment or this kindness. He couldn't just stand by and watch Zhang Tianyu be insulted. Not to mention, this matter ultimately targeted his Jiang family. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yunhao's figure appeared before one person like a ghost, and he kicked out mercilessly. Poof! The person didn't even react before being kicked into a cloud of blood by Jiang Yunhao. It was terrifying. Jiang Yunhao's physique was already astonishing, reaching an unbelievable 72 million pounds of raw strength. Now, with the nourishment of the weak water condensation pearl, he had cultivated a cave heaven. This powerful kick had increased its strength by more than 10 times. Killing a young genius who had cultivated for hundreds of years with a single kick was simply too easy. Guodakai and Yao Wudi finally came to their senses, their faces changing drastically. You're seeking death. You dare to strike first. Seeing one of their own killed, Yao Wudi could no longer hide his killing intent and roared in rage. And you also said something insulting to Tianyu earlier. I'll reward you with a death blow. But Jiang Yunhao completely ignored him. He casually slapped out. Poof! Another person died on the spot. And it wasn't over yet. Jiang Yunhao's gaze landed on Guodakai, his expression extremely cold. Earlier, you had quite a bit to say. Roughly counting, I can't remember clearly, but forget it, just die. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yunhao had already closed in on Guodakai. Guodakai's pupils suddenly constricted, fear spreading across his face. You can't kill me. I'm Guo from the Lingxiao sect of the Guanghan domain. Before he could finish, Jiang Yunhao kicked out. The kick landed squarely on Guodakai's abdomen. Bang! Visibly, Guodakai's body instantly broke into 2 sections. This was because Jiang Yunhao's kick was simply too powerful. Guodakai's flesh was as weak as tofu before him, crumbling at the touch. As a result, he was kicked apart on the spot. In the moment before his death, Guodakai's face was filled with intense fear, unable to fathom why Jiang Yunhao dared to kill him in public. One must know that the Jiang family already had many enemies, at least in the eyes of many. The Jiang family was a sworn enemy of the Daluo sword sect, and the true dragon clan of Longyuan had a blood feud with the Jiang family. As the Jiang family's prince, Jiang Yunhao seemed to have unlimited glory, but he couldn't be so reckless, right? Don't smart people start hiding their brilliance and act low-key? Yet this Jiang Yunhao still did as he pleased, being exceptionally fierce. This guy was simply a great demon. In less than a moment, only the solitary Yao Wudi was left standing. Yao Wudi's face changed, shocked by Jiang Yunhao's terror. One must know that each of his little brothers was a figure chosen from 100,000. Although they couldn't compare to the prince of a great family, they were still well-known figures. Yet, like chickens and dogs, they were easily wiped out by Jiang Yunhao. You become stronger? Suddenly awakened, Yao Wudi felt it was hard to believe. He knew very well Jiang Yunhao's strength. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Yunhao suppressing Chun Tianzi of the Daluo sword sect. But Yao Wudi didn't think he would be much weaker than Jiang Yunhao. He was a 10-time champion. How could he be compared to Chun Tianzi? What shocked Yao Wudi was that in such a short time, Jiang Yunhao had actually become even stronger. How did this guy cultivate? Good. I had originally planned to kill you after entering the secret realm, at which time even your Jiang family's ancestors wouldn't be able to save you. But seeing how eager you are to die, this prince really can't hold back. After a brief silence, malice surged in Yao Wudi's eyes, and his smile gradually twisted. He grinned savagely and roared, "Brat, die." As the words left his mouth, Yao Wudi retreated, his figure instantly flashing out of the hall. Immediately afterward, he unleashed his cave heaven manifestation, which turned out to be an illusory white tiger. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the heavens and earth, killing intent enveloped, as if real, spreading with a blood-red brilliance. But, in the next moment, Jiang Yunhao caught up with Yao Wudi. "Earlier, you probably insulted Tianyu 3 times. So I'll kill you with 3 moves." Jiang Yunhao did not give Yao Wudi a chance to unleash his power, kicking out fiercely. Bang! The kick, infused with chaotic magical power and the weight of the weak water condensation pearl, landed on Yao Wudi's chest. "Ha! Did you think this prince was foolish? This prince knows your terrifying physique. If you didn't bring any protective treasures, would I come to suppress you?" Jiang Yunhao's momentum? Yao Wudi laughed wildly. His body shimmered with light, and a set of golden, shining divine armor suddenly appeared. A divine weapon. It was a top-grade divine weapon, second only to quasi-imperial artifacts. For beings who hadn't reached the quasi-imperial realm, top-grade divine weapons could exert even greater power, because quasi-imperial artifacts could only be perfectly utilized in the hands of quasi-imperial beings. Divine weapons did not have such restrictions. However, the smile on Yao Wudi's face didn't last a moment. In an instant, Jiang Yunhao's kick struck the golden divine armor. Boom! The golden light exploded, like a golden firework blooming in mid-air. Yao Wudi, enveloped in golden light, felt his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. His eyes widened. He was sent crashing to the ground outside the square, like a cannonball. Yao Wudi let out a mournful scream, his brain buzzing, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. Even a top-grade divine weapon was unable to withstand Jiang Yunhao's onslaught. The disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land present gaped, stunned on the spot. Zhang Tianyu covered her delicate pink mouth with her hand, barely suppressing a gasp. The city lord of Xinyun City, Jun Wuhui, who had been quietly observing the banquet, silently appeared in the hall, watching Jiang Yunhao's back with astonishment. This elder had understood from the very beginning that with Jiang Yunhao's character, he would undoubtedly take action. Yet, even Jun Wuhui, a quasi-imperial being, did not expect that Jiang Yunhao's strength had transformed so drastically compared to a few days ago. This powerful strike, if a God Realm expert were caught off guard, would surely leave them severely injured. What a terrifying physical body. Everyone stared in shock at the young man, standing in the void, dressed in white, as pure as snow, with a calm demeanor, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao simply extended his index finger. One. It meant just one move. Jiang Yunhao had previously stated that Yao Wudi had insulted Zhang Tianyu 3 times. Therefore, he would kill Yao Wudi with 3 moves. No more, no less. 2. Jiang Yunhao pointed, and chaotic sword energy shot out, striking Yao Wudi directly. Boom! Even though he was wearing a top-tier artifact, Yao Wudi was shaken by the terrifying force, causing his internal organs to shatter, and he spat out blood mixed with fragments of his innards. He was terrified. For the first time in his life, Yao Wudi clearly felt how close he was to death. 3. Jiang Yunhao extended 3 fingers. His voice was like a nightmare whispering, drilling into Yao Wudi's ears. He lost all his earlier composure, his mindset completely collapsing as he stared at Jiang Yunhao in terror. You dare to kill me? My father is the master of the Yaoqi sacred land. My older brother, Yao Tianchu, possesses the rare celestial tyrant bloodline. You better think this through. Chapter 38. The heart of my aunt is in chaos. Awakening of the Jiang family bloodline. New sign in location. Yao Wudi was genuinely panicking. He even brought up his brother's name. However, Yao Wudi didn't realize that at the moment his words fell, Jiang Yunhao keenly sensed his bloodline boiling, as if stimulated, showing faint signs of transformation. The bloodline of the Jiang family. Indeed, as a descendant of the imperial Jiang family, they possessed a bloodline physique. However, it was rare for family members to awaken it. Jiang Yunhao had seen some vague records in the family texts, which were not clearly detailed. Was it because of the celestial tyrant physique? Jiang Yunhao was somewhat surprised. He sharply sensed that it was precisely Yao Wudi's words that triggered the stirring of his own bloodline, as if there was a sense of destiny connecting the two. Ding! Due to the host's contact with the information about the celestial tyrant physique, congratulations to the host for obtaining a sign-in location. Location: Yaoqi Sacred Land. Important figure: Yao Tianchu. Oh, the system even gave a prompt. Jiang Yunhao blinked. His luck was too good. Just by casually defeating someone, he could obtain important information about a sign-in location. Now, Jiang Yunhao could be 100% certain. His Jiang family bloodline must be related to the celestial tyrant physique. Good, very good. Jiang Yunhao started to look forward to the day he would meet Yao Tianchu. Seeing this, Yao Wudi was momentarily stunned. He couldn't understand why Jiang Yunhao suddenly looked so happy. Okay, I hope that Yao Tianchu will come. I can't wait to meet him. A smile curved at the corners of Jiang Yunhao's mouth. Crazy shameless. Yao Wudi finally regained his senses. Looking at Jiang Yunhao's eager expression, he felt utterly bewildered. He was clearly threatening Jiang Yunhao, yet Jiang Yunhao was still looking forward to it? Yao Wudi felt as if he was being openly looked down upon by Jiang Yunhao. You will die. Yao Wudi's expression twisted, but before he could finish his words, Jiang Yunhao kicked him down. Poof! This kick landed on Yao Wudi's most valued part as a man. Instantly, Yao Wudi's face changed dramatically, and his aura instantly wilted. The arrogance and ferocity in his eyes vanished, replaced by terror and despair. He gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. After a few breaths, Yao Wudi's gaze gradually dimmed, filled with intense unwillingness, and his chest finally stopped moving, completely still. The contemporary prince of the Yaoqi sacred land, Yao Wudi, was dead. The scene fell into a dead silence. The crowd looked at Yao Wudi's corpse, then at Jiang Yunhao, who was standing there as pristine as snow, without a speck of dust on him. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. No one expected that Jiang Yunhao would truly kill without hesitation. The most terrifying part was that when Jiang Yunhao said he would kill Yao Wudi in 3 moves, he meant exactly 3 moves. No more, no less. Perfectly controlled. Among the crowd, Zhang Tianyu stared blankly at Jiang Yunhao, her heart trembling as if a deer were wildly bumping inside her chest. Her gaze was hazy, and she instinctively murmured, "Cousin Yunhao." Zhang Ningguan was also taken aback, her eyes sparkling. A blush crept onto her stunning face, and, for some reason, she suddenly felt very envious of Zhang Tianyu. Jiang Lingxiao and several other Jiang family disciples who accompanied Jiang Yunhao to the banquet were exhilarated, feeling proud. Just then, 3 old men in white robes appeared, their sleeves embroidered with golden threads depicting the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, clearly high-ranking figures from the Yaoqi sacred land. These 3 were Yao Wudi's protectors. The expressions of the 3 darkened. Jiang family prince, please return the body of our sacred land's prince. The 3 were not foolish and did not attack Jiang Yunhao. even though they were God realm experts. They feared that a certain quasi-empire ancestor from the Jiang family might be watching over Jiang Yunhao at all times. Therefore, they dare not act. Return the body? This prince's trophy. Why should I return it to you? Jiang Yunhao glanced at the three and then reached out to snatch the storage bag from Yao Wudi's waist. A prince's personal storage bag contained plenty of resources, enough to match the savings of small sect for hundreds of years. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao was in dire need of cultivation resources, and this gain was extremely satisfying to him. Moreover, not only that, Jiang Yunhao immediately activated the Devouring Heaven Demon Art, refining the top-tier artifact on Yao Wudi, along with his corpse and soul. He was focused on being frugal and waste not. The three protectors exclaimed, "Damn it. This Jiang family kid shows no mercy." Jiang Yunhao seemed to see through their thoughts, his expression indifferent, his gaze deep as he calmly spoke. "You three have lived for thousands of years. You should understand that face is not given by others but earned by yourself." The faces of the three turned ashen. The Jiang family's temper, we at Yaoqi's sacred land have experienced. But you, Jiang family prince, killing the prince of our Yaoqi's sacred land, this enmity will be remembered. The Jiang family was large and prosperous, but even so, they must give Yaoqi's sacred land an explanation, right? The old man was certain that there must be a strong figure from the Jiang family secretly protecting Jiang Yunhao. This statement was directed at Jiang Yunhao, but also for the strong figure lurking in the shadows. His tone was cold, filled with a chilling aura. Clearly, Yaoqi's sacred land hated Jiang Yunhao. After all, the importance of a prince was extraordinary. The Jiang family prince publicly killing the prince of a sacred land was a significant humiliation for Yaoqi's sacred land. Don't act like you were some kind of innocent party. Jiang Yunhao waved his hand impatiently in disgust. The crime of trying to disrupt the relationship between my Jiang family and the Zhang family. My Jiang family hasn't settled accounts with you yet. As for how you at Yaoqi's sacred land think, this prince is too lazy to guess or care. However, if any of your younger generation are unconvinced, feel free to come and challenge this prince. At this point, Jiang Yunhao's gaze turned icy, scanning the surroundings indifferently, looking down upon all. I, Jiang Yunhao, welcome all challengers, and I will kill anyone who dares. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. What a fierce killing intent, so domineering. But isn't this also a sign of a great, invincible disposition? For young prodigies, such a disposition is extremely important. Every great emperor throughout the ages has been like this. Only with such an invincible mindset can one step onto the imperial path, compete with the heavens, and attain the title of emperor. The three elders of the Yaoqi sacred land were clearly taken aback by Jiang Yunhao's words. They couldn't even comprehend it. The Jiang family is indeed powerful, with unfathomable depth. But the Yaoqi sacred land is also a dominion. Does the Jiang family really dare to offend so many hegemonic orthodoxies? What gives them the confidence? Is the Jiang family really that different? Although the three elders were filled with resentment, they did not dare to show it. After all, they seriously suspected that there was definitely an ancestor of the Jiang family watching from behind. Subsequently, the three of them, along with the disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land, left in a dejected manner. They were as proud as they were before, now utterly embarrassed. Jiang Yunhao did not stop them from leaving. On the contrary, he crossed his arms and watched their retreating figures with great interest. Hurry back and let that Yao Tianchu come out. This imperial son is very much looking forward to meeting him. Upon hearing this, the three elders clenched their fists in secret, feeling a wave of frustration, and quickly slipped away. Chapter 39. Righteousness and Good Deeds, worthy of reward, as the people from the Yaoqi sacred land left in a dejected manner. Everyone present finally came to their senses. Their gazes towards Jiang Yunhao had changed, especially the goddesses and saints from various places, holding soft, fluffy balls in their hands, looked at Jiang Yunhao with stars in their eyes. One must ask, which woman in the world wouldn't like a partner who provides a sense of security? The noble ladies of the Zhang family were truly lucky and enviable. The young women couldn't help but envy Zhang Tianyu when they saw her beside Jiang Yunhao. Cousin, are you all right? Zhang Tianyu walked to Jiang Yunhao's side, wrapped her arms around his, her big eyes sparkling as she slightly raised her head to gaze at him. She had heard every word Jiang Yunhao said earlier. Although the Yaoqi sacred land mainly targeted the Jiang family, those filthy words were a direct insult to her. Jiang Yunhao's actions were, in fact, protecting her. This made the young girl's heart sway, her feelings in turmoil. At this moment, her gaze towards Jiang Yunhao rippled with countless emotions. The young members of the Jiang family present were filled with respect for Jiang Yunhao. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the Jiang family members was harmonious and relaxed, without a trace of tension. The outsiders observed this scene with immense surprise. From these small details, it was evident how much confidence the younger generation of the Jiang family had in Jiang Yunhao. Not a single person questioned Jiang Yunhao's act of killing Yao Wudi. The Jiang family was unafraid of the Yaoqi sacred land's threats. The younger members of the Jiang family were completely convinced by Jiang Yunhao. Many smart individuals immediately realized the deeper implications. One must understand that prominent families are not small households. With millions of clan members and complex interests, few can truly win over the hearts of the people, especially gain the support of their peers. Yet, Jiang Yunhao accomplished this. This generation of Jiang family members stood united. Not to be underestimated, many prodigies secretly made a decision. During this secret realm journey, they would definitely not be enemies with Jiang Yunhao. At least they wouldn't provoke him. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, a group hurriedly entered the main hall. Ningguan, Tianyu, are you both all right? The leading man, dressed in splendid attire, had a majestic demeanor. He walked over with concern upon seeing Zhang Tianyu and the other young woman. However, Zhang Ningguan's brows slightly furrowed, though she quickly returned to normal and said lightly, "We're fine." The newcomer was none other than the current Zhang family prince, Zhang Jingxian. It's my fault. With the secret realm about to open, I was so focused on my cultivation that I arrived late. I only heard about the trouble caused by the Yaoqi sacred land on the way here, and that's why I rushed over. I apologize, truly apologize. Zhang Jingxian appeared to be filled with regret. It's already fine, but thank you for your concern, Brother Jingxian, Zhang Tianyu replied, her gaze calm, showing no reliance on this prince who could represent her Zhang family. Clearly, although Zhang Tianyu was young, she came from a prestigious family, was well-informed, and her insights were sharp. She saw through Zhang Jingxuan's facade at a glance. Although her own family had been bullied, he had been reluctant to show up until now, which was obviously intentional. Zhang Tianyu couldn't help but lament that while her cousin Yunhao was the prince of the Jiang family, Zhang Jingxian was also a prince. Both held equal status, significant meaning. Yet why was there such a disparity? Haha, as long as you're fine. Let's go back. This prince has already instructed others to prepare some small gifts for you too to ease your shock. Zhang Jingxian discreetly glanced at Jiang Yunhao, then turned to Zhang Tianyu with a full smile. However, Zhang Tianyu shook her head, saying, I appreciate the prince's kindness, but I don't want to go back. I want to stay with my cousin a little longer. As she spoke, Zhang Tianyu smiled at Jiang Yunhao, showing her cute and affectionate side. Zhang Jingxuan's heart trembled. His gaze momentarily lost. This smile was captivating, pure, and flawless. However, it was not directed at him. Zhang Jingxian, a burning jealousy, surged within him. Few people knew that Zhang Jingxian had coveted both young women for years. On one hand, their beauty made him drool. On the other hand, their lineage's power was significant for Zhang Jingxian to secure his position as the prince of the Zhang family. Therefore, seeing the two so close to Jiang Yunhao, he could no longer contain himself. Jiang Yunhao also noticed Zhang Jingxian. This guy was unwilling to show up when Yao Wudi was causing trouble. Now that he had resolved it, he suddenly appeared, trying to curry favor. It seemed the Zhang family had truly declined. Otherwise, how could such a coward become the leader of the younger generation of the Zhang family and secure the position of prince? Tianyu Ningguan. Suddenly, Zhang Jingxian looked at the two young women. How can you not distinguish good from bad? He suddenly fixed his gaze on Jiang Yunhao, narrowing his eyes. This Jiang family prince has no good intentions. He killed Yao Wudi, completely provoking the Yaoqi sacred land. He may have enjoyed the moment, stealing the spotlight. But has he thought about the consequences? The Jiang family may not fear the Yaoqi sacred land, but our Zhang family situation is already poor. Provoking the Yaoqi sacred land will only add fuel to the fire. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two young women slightly changed. Prince, you can't say that. Yunhao helped us. Zhang Ningguan frowned, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. No. Zhang Jingxian quickly said, don't let him deceive you. Is he really helping you? He is merely plotting for the interests of his Jiang family. Moreover, he is aiming to harm our Zhang family with his cold-blooded and cruel methods. Killing the prince of the Yaoqi, wouldn't our Zhang family fall into an irretrievable abyss when a Yaoqi sacred land comes to settle the score? As Zhang Jingxian spoke, he suddenly took on a righteous demeanor and said solemnly, no, our Zhang family cannot have any ties with this Jiang Yunhao. I will personally go to the Yaoqi sacred land to apologize, even if it means humiliation or paying with my life. This prince is willing to do so. Zhang Jingxuan's words were resolute and impassioned. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause interrupted his performance. Well performed, good job, worthy of reward. Jiang Yunhao lightly clapped his hands. Who would have thought? Yet another great performer has appeared. I merely came to attend a banquet, but unexpectedly, it has been full of twists and turns, with excellent performances one after another. However, this remark fell on Zhang Jingxuan's ears like a sharp thorn. Was this a compliment? Zhang Jingxuan's expression changed, glaring at Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao, the affairs of the Zhang family are not for you to comment on. I advise you to take care of yourself. Chapter 40, The Imperial Daughter. Just because of you. Zhang Jingxian, enough. Earlier, the Yaoqi sacred land insulted Tianyu, and you didn't stand up for your own family, but instead planned to please those who bully your own kin. What qualifications do you have to talk about, Yunhao? Zhang Ningguan's words attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, everyone's gaze converged on Zhang Jingxian. Zhang Ningguan was merciless, publicly exposing his excuses. What do you mean you came late? You were clearly avoiding coming out. Zhang Jingxuan's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect even Zhang Ningguan to side with Jiang Yunhao. Why? Why do both of the beauties I desire have their hearts set on Jiang Yunhao? They should be mine. The corners of Zhang Jingxuan's eyes twitched violently, and the jealousy burning in his heart made him restless and uncomfortable. Jiang Yunhao merely glanced at Zhang Jingxian indifferently. Enough, don't jump out to show off your abilities. No matter how you put it, the Zhang family is still the dominant orthodox power in the Tianlan domain. Why demean yourself by wagging your tail and begging the Yaoqi sacred land? If you, the imperial son, could be a bit more forceful, you probably wouldn't have fallen to the point of being bullied at your doorstep. They can't see through the Zhang family's true strength, so how dare they rashly declare war? The more powerful you are, the more they will fear you. After all, your Zhang family has dominated the Tianlan domain for tens of thousands of years. How could your foundation be lacking? Not to mention that within the Tianlan domain, there are many forces aligned with the Zhang family. If you can unite them and bolster them with the strength of a domain, what is there to fear from the Yaoqi sacred land? Zhang Jingxuan's pupils suddenly constricted as he stared at Jiang Yunhao, speechless for a long time. He suddenly realized that Jiang Yunhao seemed to have a point. Zhang Tianyu's eyes flickered as she looked up at Jiang Yunhao in surprise. Jiang Yunhao merely regarded Zhang Jingxian with indifference. It's only because the Zhang family is my mother's clan that this imperial son spoke a few more words with you. Otherwise, with you, you wouldn't even catch this imperial son's eye. Compared to the deceased Yao Wudi, you are far from it. Jiang Yunhao waved his hand in disgust, preparing to leave with his people. If it weren't for the Zhang family being my mother's maternal family, having this relationship, I wouldn't even bother with this Zhang Jingxian. You. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingxuan's body stiffened. He thought he was a dignified imperial son of the Zhang family. When had he ever been humiliated like this? You are arrogant. Zhang Jingxian was extremely angry, his chest heaving. You have such audacity. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Once these words came out, even Zhang Jingxian himself was stunned for a moment. Oh, he wouldn't dare. After regaining his composure, Zhang Jingxuan's expression changed slightly, instinctively taking a few steps back, looking at Jiang Yunhao with a wary face. The expressions of those present were strange as they watched the two. At this moment, several figures appeared at the entrance of the main hall. The old seniors of the Zhang family hidden in the shadows had appeared. Sixth Master. Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhang Jingxuan's expression brightened, and he hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. Sixth Master, you must teach this arrogant junior a lesson. This Jiang family imperial son is truly lawless, daring to interfere in our Zhang family's affairs. Zhang Jingxian felt relieved, as if he had found a backbone. Slap. However, the next moment, Sixth Master Zhang slapped Zhang Jingxian across the face. Zhang Jingxian was stunned, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. No, Sixth Master. Why did you hit me? Sixth Master Zhang felt darkness before his eyes. You useless thing. Didn't you hear what the Jiang family imperial son said? As the imperial son of the Zhang family, you couldn't even protect your own kin. How can you call yourself an imperial son? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingxian was shocked and quickly explained. Sixth Master, I'm doing this for the good of the Zhang family. Shut up. Sixth Master Zhang knocked Zhang Jingxian down, angrily scolding. Enough, stop embarrassing yourself here. Do you really think I can't see through your little schemes? Quickly take him away for this secret realm trip. He won't need to participate. Confine him back to the clan for some proper reflection. Zhang Jingxian was completely dumbfounded. Soon, several Zhang family disciples came forward, pulling the incredulous Zhang Jingxian away. After doing all this, Sixth Master Zhang walked toward Jiang Yunhao and cupped his fist in salute. Thank you, imperial son, for standing up for our Zhang family's noble daughter earlier. This kindness, we of the Zhang family will remember. Jiang Yunhao returned the gesture. You're too polite, old senior. Besides, the Yaoqi sacred land is actually targeting my Jiang family. Sixth Master Zhang smiled. You are being too modest, imperial son. Your mother is originally from our Zhang family. The Jiang family and the Zhang family are branches of the same tree. So how could there be any distinction? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. This Sixth Master of the Zhang family is not simple. Publicly stating this is tantamount to declaring how good the relationship between the Zhang family and Jiang family is. It is beneficial to the Zhang family and not harmful. Tianyu, are you interested in becoming the imperial daughter of the Zhang family? When I return, I can discuss this with the ancestors. At this moment, Sixth Master Zhang smiled as he looked at Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu was stunned, pointing at herself. Once this was said, the entire place erupted in an uproar. The Zhang family imperial daughter. In other words, Zhang Jingxuan's position as the imperial son is about to be lost. Many were shocked. Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes. Is the Zhang family preparing to change the imperial son? Is this because of the closeness between Tianyu and me? Jiang Yunhao's heart was as clear as a mirror. However, he did not point it out, merely smiling before leading the Jiang family members away. Many smart people in the audience came to their senses, shock evident on their faces as they watched Jiang Yunhao's retreating figure. They certainly understood. This was the Zhang family's way of demonstrating their sincerity for eternal harmony with the Jiang family by publicly changing their imperial son and preparing to support Zhang Tianyu to ascend to the position. Moreover, all of this was because of Jiang Yunhao's presence. After all, based on the potential he has shown so far, he is already astonishing and breathtaking. Such a prodigy, with the full support of the Jiang family, a monstrous talent, and an invincible background. The world cannot imagine how strong Jiang Yunhao's future will be. And if one can establish a good relationship with him, for many, isn't that a tremendous opportunity? In the following days, the atmosphere in Xinyun City surged, and Jiang Yunhao's name once again resonated, becoming famous. Wow, the Jiang family imperial son is incredible. He actually made the Zhang family change their imperial son because of him. A monstrous prodigy is indeed a monstrous prodigy. His future achievements are limitless, and it's normal for the Zhang family to want to bind him. I heard that this imperial son pursued a girl named Liu Ruyan for many years. That girl must be regretting it now, right? If I were her, I would have cried myself unconscious in the bathroom by now. On the streets, people were discussing animatedly. And one day, outside the Tianke Divine Pass, spiritual energy surged, and strange phenomena appeared, with colorful treasures erupting forth. Inside the city, in the residence of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao, who was in quiet cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with joy. The Tianke Divine Pass secret realm has opened. It should be known that Jiang Yunhao had long been eager for this secret realm. While others had to go in search of opportunities, Jiang Yunhao, was different. He was looking forward to what he could sign in after entering the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the Guanghan domain, at the Yaoqi sacred land, a beautiful woman in palace attire, sitting on a pure white throne, had a dark expression, her long, slender fingers deeply embedded in the throne. She was the biological mother of Yao Wudi. When she saw a life token shatter, a murderous intent surged in her eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can my son Yao Wudi be dead? Who dares to kill him? My son is a prodigy, a talent of heaven. Who could kill him? Damn it, who? Who is it? I want the person who killed my son to die. Chapter 41. The rulers of the 9 domains gather, plundering the fortunes of the talented. In the Yaoqi Holy Land, the current dual saints, Lin Miaoyi and her husband, preside over the Holy Land with a grim expression, her eyes piercing and cold. The 3 elders kneeling on the ground hurriedly said, "It's that Jiang family's imperial son, Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao. Has he gone mad?" Lin Miaoyi's breath was heavy, her ample chest heaving with emotion. She, of course, had heard of Jiang Yunhao. Nowadays, in the entire Eastern Wilderness 9 domains, anyone with access to information knows about the recently rising star, Jiang Yunhao. At this moment, the 3 elders produced a shattered life token. It shimmered with light, projecting some images. This life token symbolizes the life of the descendants of noble families, allowing the families to observe the status of their heirs at all times, even preserving images from before their deaths. What they saw was the horrifying scene of Yao Wudi's tragic death, his face twisted in extreme terror and despair, as Jiang Yunhao delivered a fatal kick that exploded his groin. Everyone present suddenly felt a chill in their pockets. This Jiang family's imperial son is too ruthless. Lin Miaoyi's face changed dramatically, her blood surging. Madness. Truly audacious and cruel. I don't care who he is, he must die. The senior members of Yaoqi Holy Land exchanged glances, their hearts unsettled. Holy Venerable, the Jiang family's imperial son is not so easy to kill. Jiang Yunhao is likely unmatched among his peers, one elder said with a bitter expression. There are rules among noble families. The elders cannot strike against younger talents. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I, as the Holy Venerable, should endure this grievance of my son's murder? Lin Miaoyi glared fiercely at the elder who spoke. Useless. All of you are useless. Everyone here has long been renowned and has a great reputation. Yet now, we are rendered helpless by a junior. Lin Miaoyi was on the verge of losing her mind. Am I here to listen to your complaints? Well, I want his results. A way to deal with Jiang family's imperial son. At that moment, a figure of a man stepped into the hall. Mother, there is no need to be angry. I will go and slay the Jiang family's imperial son, Yao Tianchu, the legendary celestial tyrant bloodline. Indeed, the Yaoqi Holy Land need not worry. Your Holy Land has prodigies like Yao Tianchu, and my Han family is also willing to lend you a hand. Our current dragon's son, Long Outyin, is also in the divine fallen city. Now that the secret realm is opening, our true dragon clan is willing to advance and retreat together with Yaoqi Holy Land. The Jiang family is too powerful for the stability of our Eastern Wilderness 9 domains. My Wang family is also willing to step forward. A wave of divine thoughts spread, voices echoing in the hall. Lin Miaoyi suddenly stood up from her throne, her expression filled with joy. The sources of these voices were all great noble forces from the Eastern Wilderness 9 domains. It seemed the Jiang family's momentum was so overwhelming that it had caused various forces to lose their composure. After all, no one wanted to see the Jiang family dominate alone. If there was a chance to suppress the Jiang family, it would be a coveted opportunity for the rulers and lineages of various domains. Thinking of this, Lin Miaoyi's eyes brightened. Good. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your assistance. I do not care about that so-called Jiang family. I only want the life of the one who killed my son. At that moment, the head of Yaoqi Holy Land, Yao Zhongshu, appeared. Why must we envy the Jiang family? They have produced a peerless talent who may very well achieve the Tao and become an emperor. Isn't it better to transform enmity into friendship with such a figure like Jiang Yunhao? Yao Zhongshu's gaze was complex. As soon as he spoke, the hall fell silent. The ancestor of the Han family scoffed. Hee hee. Yao Zhongshu, are you perhaps afraid of the Jiang family? Long Xing suddenly appeared in the great hall. At that moment, Long Xing was almost dying of laughter. He owed Jiang Yunhao a huge debt and was almost killed by the ancestor of the True Dragon clan. He had hoped to regain some momentum with the Deluo sword sect, but unexpectedly, the Deluo sword sect had been beaten down, useless. Just when Long Xing was almost in despair, Jiang Yunhao had a conflict with the Yaoqi Holy Land. Jiang Yunhao, you are truly young and reckless. Not knowing how to die, Long Xing naturally showed up immediately, fearing to miss this great opportunity. How pitiful and laughable, truly scared by a junior. My True Dragon clan is not afraid. Long Xing sneered coldly, eager to promote this matter. As a great, noble family of the Eastern Wilderness 9 domains, my Wang family cannot sit idly by while the 9 domains order is in chaos. For us in the Eastern Wilderness, this is a huge disaster. My Wang family has the duty to stabilize the 9 domains order and suppress the Jiang family. The voice of the Wang family ancestor was righteous, appearing to be sympathetic. Yao Zhongshu, however, had a difficult expression. These guys spoke well, but none were doing it for anything other than their own family as benefit. Yet they pushed the Yaoqi Holy Land to the forefront. But seeing Lin Miaoi's murderous gaze, Yao Zhongshu could only hold back his words. Everyone, let us set off for Divine Fallen City. Next, Lin Miaoi personally led the charge, eager to depart. The Yaoqi Holy Land, True Dragon Clan, Han family, and Wang family, the rulers of their respective domains, all prepared to enter the secret realm. Their goal was clear, to suppress the Jiang family. On this day, above Divine Fallen City, shimmering lights flickered. Countless significant figures, rarely seen on ordinary days, appeared like a flood of fish crossing a river. Numerous cloud boats carried the young talents of various powerful factions as they sailed towards the city. Outside Divine Fallen City, a piece of broken land appeared out of thin air. Surrounding the land was a dense red mist, obscuring the view inside. This was the legendary burial ground of countless powerful beings that fell 20,000 years ago, the Tianke Divine Pass Secret Realm. One of the cloud boats hovering outside the secret realm had Jiang Yunhao among its ranks. Behind Jiang Yunhao, the young members of the Jiang family had bright eyes, filled with anticipation. After all, they were about to enter the secret realm, where vast opportunities awaited their discovery. Something seems off. Those nearby cloud boats are approaching us. It's the Yaoqi Holy Land, True Dragon Clan, and Wang family. On the cloud boat, Jiang Lingxiao, following Jiang Yunhao, slightly changed his expression. The people coming had some grudges with their imperial son, especially the Yaoqi Holy Land and True Dragon Clan, who had recently lost talents at the hands of their imperial son. Jiang Lingxiao keenly sensed danger. Jiang Yunhao also noticed. Oh, have they all come? Jiang Yunhao's expression suddenly turned somewhat strange. Have I been particularly lucky lately? Those with grudges against me have all banded together, which means I could take them all down in one go. This saves trouble later on. Who is the clever one who gathered them together, so thoughtfully considering my situation? Is it because I've killed too many young talents, and the fortunes of those talents have been transferred to me in some mysterious way? Hence my luck is getting better? Jiang Yunhao blinked. As several cloud boats approached, people began to see Jiang Yunhao's figure. He was already famous, immediately attracting countless gazes. Chapter 42. Signing in at Tianke Divine Pass, is that Jiang Yunhao? Countless gazes turned towards Jiang Yunhao. As they looked at him, he was like a star surrounded by the moon, the center of attention. On the cloud boat of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, Yao Tianchu's gaze was quite unfriendly. In the next moment, several figures appeared beside him. Long Yuan, Long Ao Tian, Wang Ji as Wang Lin, and Han Ji as Han Sini. Each one was young and handsome, dressed in luxurious garments. Indeed, it was Jiang Yunhao. Immediately, a disciple from the Yaoqi Sacred Land spoke up in agreement. He really is a remarkable talent, with extraordinary aura. Yao Tianchu's expression was indifferent, but his words contained some disdain. Wang Lin suddenly said with a lewd smile, TSK, who says otherwise? If it weren't for his good looks, that noble lady of the Zhang family wouldn't be so infatuated with him. Dressed in a golden robe, with eyes shining like gold, Long Ao Tian couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. However, he wouldn't be able to bounce around for long. Those who stand out are often met with misfortune. Long Ao Tian said lightly, "Once we enter the secret realm, Jiang Yunhao's life will belong to me." Yao Tianchu glanced at Long Ao Tan. "Brother Long, this person killed my younger brother, so it is only right that I should slay him." "Hey, brothers, you have both made names for yourselves. Do you still care about this little reputation? Why not let me, Wang Lin, take Jiang Yunhao's life and make a name for myself as well?" Wang Lin shouted eagerly. "Huh, aren't you afraid the Jiang family will trouble your Wang family?" There had long been rumors that the Jiang family's foundation was unfathomable. Even a quasi-emperor entering the Jiang family's ancestral land recklessly would find it hard to escape disaster. Yao Tianchu looked at Wang Lin. "TSK, no matter how powerful the Jiang family is, they wouldn't dare break the rules and have their elders intervene personally. They don't have an emperor, so how could they provoke the wrath of the masses? I, Wang Lin, have practiced for nearly 1,000 years. Would I fear a mere Jiang Yunhao?" Wang Lin scoffed. Right. What the Wang family's young master says is true. No matter how strong the Jiang family is, what does it have to do with Jiang Yunhao?" The crowd echoed. However, among these four outstanding youths from great clans, only Han Sini remained silent. Han Sini always felt that someone who could stand out among billions after only a few years of cultivation wouldn't be as simple as he appeared. She had made up her mind not to clash with Jiang Yunhao for the time being. As the four cloud boats approached, their hostility was evident, and Jiang Yunhao naturally sensed it. He also heard Yao Tianchu's words. It seemed that these four major forces were determined to join forces to eliminate him swiftly once they entered the secret realm. Jiang Yunhao looked at the four with great interest, especially at Yao Tianchu, whom he glanced at several times. Yao Tianchu was exceptionally gifted, possessing the bloodline of the celestial tyrant body. There was an inexplicable sense of destiny with the bloodline of the Jiang family. Originally, Jiang Yunhao was looking forward to Yao Tianchu's arrival, as it would save him the trouble of traveling thousands of miles to sign in at the Yaoqi sacred land. His luck was indeed getting better and better. However, how would he sign in with a living person? Would he have to step on him to sign in, or directly kill him and devour his bloodline? Jiang Yunhao thought to himself, "Forget it. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's first claim the sign-in rewards from the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm." After all, Yao Tianchu couldn't escape. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao turned his gaze to the secret realm outside the cloud boat. At the same time, the elder powerhouses from various forces began to arrive. The Jiang family was represented by the four ancestors, Jiang Chun, which showed the importance they placed on Jiang Yunhao. Long Yuan also brought along a quasi-emperor ancestor, Long Xing, who followed closely behind him. From the Yaoqi sacred land, Saint Lin Miaoi respectfully supported an apparently frail old woman. The Wang and Han families, along with other major forces, also had quasi-emperors leading them. The 9 great overlord doctrines of the Eastern Wilderness all had quasi-emperor ancestors present to oversee the situation. You all really are interesting. Gathering around my Yunhao, what are you planning to do? Are you secretly teaming up to harm my Yunhao? Jiang Chun saw through the situation at a glance. Elder Jiang is not old and blind at all. That's right. I, the saint, want to witness your Yunhao's death, Lin Miaoi said coldly, showing no signs of concealing her hostility. The others remained silent, their expressions cold. The ancestor of the Zhang family, Zhang Xinyan, frowned deeply. Everyone, why are you targeting a young talent like this? However, his words were not finished. The Yaoqi ancestor chuckled. The Zhang family and Zhang family are branches of the same tree. My friend, you should stop standing by and speaking without understanding. In this age of great conflict, who wouldn't want their descendants to become emperors? We old folks are limited by our qualifications and have no hope left. But the young ones still have potential. How could my Han family watch the Jiang family's descendants monopolize the destiny and become the only great emperor? The Han family ancestor openly stated his intentions. In every 10,000-year era, only one person could become an emperor. Clearly, every clan shared this thought. Jiang Yunhao's emergence had put immense pressure on all clans. Friend Jiang, don't blame us for being ruthless. After all, The significance of an emperor is extraordinary, enough to ensure a great clan's prosperity for 10,000 years without decay. If you want to blame someone, blame your Jiang family's emperor for being too conspicuous. Everyone present was intelligent. There was no need for flowery words, and several did not conceal their intentions. Friend Jiang, I have a suggestion. If you don't want your Jiang family's emperor to perish, you could let him return home and seclude himself for a while. Perhaps it would suppress his arrogance and might save his life, the Wang family ancestor suddenly said. You're talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, even the good-natured Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. Return home to seclude himself? Hide away? That's just wasting Jiang Yunhao's time. You really are overconfident, but it doesn't matter. My Jiang family's emperor fears nothing. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely cold. This is what you, friend Jiang, said. It's just right that your emperor can pay for my son's life. Lin Miaoi sneered. We've given your emperor a chance to live. Yet your Jiang family doesn't cherish it. You can't blame us for that. It's you, friend Jiang, who is obstinate. The ancestors of the Wang and Han families wore a look of regret, making it seem as if they were great benefactors. Crack! Hearing these words, Jiang Chun was so furious he almost laughed, instinctively crushing the space in his palm. These people were truly eloquent, managing to speak so grandly about such matters. The allies of the Jiang family, Zhang Xinyan and the city lord of Xinyan City, Jun Wuhui, looked grim. To be honest, they had never witnessed such a blatant and malicious targeting of a young person by various clans. This could be considered a precedent, creating an unwritten record, right? Some hated Jiang Yunhao for not dying. Some were extremely wary of him, while others secretly worried about him. Various complex gazes gathered on Jiang Yunhao. Why is he flying out of the cloud boat alone? What does he want to do? To sign in? Ding! Host signed in at the Tianke Divine Pass. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chapter 43, Guardian Spirit of the Tomb, the only inheritor. Ding! Host signed in at the Tianke Divine Pass. Congratulations on obtaining 10 Tianling pills. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of the Divine Pass, Imperial Vein. Congratulations on obtaining the method of the Undying Empress as creation. 3 layers of surprising clouds. Finally, the opening of the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm had arrived, and Jiang Yunhao was particularly looking forward to it. Approaching the Tianke Divine Pass without hesitation. The outer area of the Tianke Divine Pass was shrouded in dense red mist all year round. This was not ordinary mist, but was formed from the malevolent energy of countless powerful beings who perished in the Divine Pass 2,000 years ago, unextinguished for ages. Even a quasi-emperor who came into contact with it would be tainted and corroded, suffering from its malevolence. However, Jiang Yunhao was unaffected. He merely reached out to touch it slightly. Before the malevolence could corrode him, Jiang Yunhao silently signed in. The Tianling pill, when consumed, could enhance 100 years of cultivation. According to the grading of medicinal pills in the Eastern Wilderness, it could be considered the best of the best. In the Eastern Wilderness, healing elixirs are common, but elixirs that can enhance cultivation are incredibly rare, truly a phoenix feather and a unicorn horn. A good item, 10 pills, is equivalent to a common person cultivating for 1,000 years. Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened sharply as he saw the Tianling Dan that had appeared out of nowhere in his storage bag. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao's consciousness focused on a secret manual. Shocking Cloud, Threefold Steps, the profound body technique of the immortal empress, and it had reached the level of the emperor's law. Another type of imperial technique. His cultivation method includes swallowing heaven demon technique, and his physique is the mysterious eternal Tao body, unmatched in strength. Plus a method for cultivating the soul, divine grinding visualization method. Now, he had obtained a body technique at the emperor level, which stirred Jiang Yunhao's heart. His physique could be the strongest, his soul could grow infinitely, and he could also use imperial techniques for body movements. A guaranteed trend of becoming a hexagonal warrior. At the same time, Jiang Yunhao keenly sensed a close connection between himself and the Tianke Divine Gate. The Divine Gate's imperial vein inheritance. Jiang Yunhao suddenly felt that the Tianke Divine Gate seemed to pose no threat to him anymore. As long as he wished, a single thought could disperse the malevolent energy before him, clearing a path. He could enter the secret realm at any time, coming and going back and forth. It was completely unimpeded. Arriving at the Tianke Divine Gate felt like returning to his own backyard. This was stable. Obtaining this inheritance was equivalent to controlling the secret realm of the Tianke Divine Gate. Meanwhile, the various powerful figures watching Jiang Yunhao charge into the malevolent energy zone had strange expressions. Saint Lord of the Yaoqi, Lin Yaoi, was pleasantly surprised. Ha, Senior Jiang, your Yunhao, even if he senses that he is being targeted by my 4 great powers, wouldn't rush into his death now, right? The eternal malevolent energy. Even quasi-emperors are extremely wary of it and dare not touch it. Hee. Could it be that he is afraid and wants to take the opportunity to escape? In a panic, he rushed into the malevolent energy zone. The Wang family's ancestor shook his head. Long Xing's eyes brightened. Happiness came too suddenly. He was a bit unaccustomed. Jiang Yunhao came into contact with the eternal malevolent energy that even quasi-emperors feared, and he would be corroded and melted into sludge in an instant. I see he wants to escape, but is also greedy for the opportunities within the secret realm, so he wants to go in first. Unfortunately, he is so reckless. How could he know the terror of this eternal malevolent energy? I didn't expect the Jiang family's prince to die in such a manner. Jiang Qin's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he glared at several people with a chilling gaze. Do you dare to curse my Jiang family's prince to death? If anything happens to Yunhao today, you few, including those over 1,000 years old in your clans, my Jiang family will definitely kill you. Fierce words, but the few were not the least bit flustered. They thought Jiang Chun was just angry and losing his temper. He even dared to threaten their great powers. Do you think your Jiang family has an emperor in this era? Jiang Qin's expression suddenly changed, and he was no longer angry. A few people sensed something unusual and quickly followed Jiang Qin's gaze. They saw Jiang Yunhao returning, standing steadily at the bow of the Jiang family's cloud boat. Lin Yaoi and the others were instantly dumbfounded. He didn't die? He is still alive? Lord Jun, quickly open the secret realm and invite that great one out. Once the few regained their senses, they became even more wary of Jiang Yunhao and hurriedly urged Jun Wuhui. As the lord of the god-fallen city, Jun Wuhui's ancestors had deep ties with the immortal empress. Therefore, the Jun family possessed some secrets of the Tianke Divine Gate's secret realm. To open the secret realm, they could not do without the Jun family. In the next moment, Jun Wuhui appeared outside the secret realm, drawing symbols in the air with one hand. Sketching a secret method rune, the rune entered the secret realm. The time has come. I, the younger generation Jun Wuhui, respectfully welcome the guardian spirit of the Divine Gate. As Jun Wuhui's voice fell, the malevolent red mist that enveloped the secret realm surged violently, ultimately revealing an enormous ancient visage. The talents from the 9 domains present were all captivated by this scene. Everyone was incredibly shocked. There are actually living beings in this secret realm. No, not living beings, but a will similar to a spirit of a weapon. Someone suddenly realized, young ones, your opportunity has arrived. The Tianke Divine Gate's secret realm is an arena where the various clans competed in ancient times. Although they are dead, their heroic spirits still exist, reflecting their spiritual bodies in the secret realm. Many of these powerful figures had even stepped onto the path of proving the emperor, with hopes of becoming emperors. Whoever can defeat these ancient, powerful spirit bodies will receive a portion of their inheritance as a reward, which includes supreme techniques, divine powers, and even the ability to nurture cave heavens and cut destiny-level innate divine objects. Of course, only beings under 1,000 years old are qualified to enter the secret realm, and the reflected spiritual bodies will also be limited to cave heavens and destiny levels. Reflecting spiritual bodies. This is not some small adventure common secret realm. Rather, it is an arena where ancient, powerful figures from 20,000 years ago gathered together, battling out a single emperor from the slaughter. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath. This secret realm is simply incredible. Immediately after, everyone became excited. Supreme techniques, divine powers, And even the legacies of these powerful figures throughout history are simply too tempting. However, the qualification to enter the secret realm requires the Tianke Divine Key. One Tianke Divine Key can protect 1,000 people to enter the secret realm. Once this was said, many young talents suddenly cried out, "So we need the Tianke Divine Key." The young masters of the great clans in the 9 domains were not surprised by this. Their clans had recorded texts, knowing the importance of the Tianke Divine Key. The only surprise was that this Divine Gate secret realm differed slightly from their clan's records. What good thing! One Tianke Divine Key can bring in 1,000 people. With our 4 great powers combined, we can definitely crush the Jiang family in numbers. My Wang family has 5 keys. Wang Lin was overjoyed, as if he could already see himself stepping on Jiang Yunhao's fame and enjoying the adoration of beautiful women. My True Dragon clan has 8 keys. Long Aoyan's expression was unchanged. Yao Tianchu coldly smiled, narrowing his eyes. For this moment, my Yaoqi sacred land is prepared thoroughly, collecting Tianke divine keys extensively in a short time, and now we have 6. Han Sini, have 3 keys. The 4 great powers joining forces could easily bring in over 10,000 young talents. And what about the Jiang family? How could they turn the tables relying solely on their own strength? Someone from the 4 great powers scoffed, openly looking at the Jiang family members. Their gazes were unabashedly filled with mockery, jest, and some even specifically scrutinized the women of the Jiang family, leering with lewd smiles. Chapter 44. Turning against the army at the critical moment, the young talents of the 4 great powers, with their lewd gazes, made the faces of the Jiang family members change slightly. Cousin they, Zhang Tianyu, who had been following Jiang Yunhao, couldn't help but start to worry for the Jiang family. The little girl was about to explode with anger. These 4 great powers truly had no shame. They were openly targeting the Jiang family. However, although Zhang Tianyu was furious, she also felt a touch of despair. The 4 great powers joining forces definitely had far more Tianke divine keys than the Jiang family. Cousin, my Zhang family will definitely stand by your side. Zhang Tianyu clenched her small fists. Zhang Ningguan's expression was somewhat complicated. If our 2 clans join forces, we might as well fight for this opportunity. If we retreat because of this and miss out, it would be a pity. It's okay, Tianyu, Annie, you don't have to worry, Jiang Yunhao said with a smile. I'm just kidding. Jiang Yunhao is definitely not worried. Others need the Tianke divine key to enter. But he is different, with just a thought. The red mist and malevolent aura surrounding the heavenly gate will avoid him. He can bring as many people in as he wants. Not only that, Jiang Yunhao has a feeling that he can even make this malevolent aura close up. Even those with the heavenly gate divine key need to see if they can enter based on his will. The commotion here has also attracted the attention of many. Everyone can sense the obvious hostility of the 4 major forces towards the Jiang family. Clearly, they are wary of Jiang Yunhao and plan to join forces to suppress him. People looked towards the Jiang family, their gazes tinged with a hint of pity. However, the young members of the Jiang family showed no signs of fear, simply because of the figure standing at the bow of the cloud boat, who made no move. The presence of this figure was enough to stabilize the hearts of the Jiang family members. They met the gazes of the young talents from the 4 major forces with high spirits. This confidence was brought about by Jiang Yunhao. It was witnessed many times through the miracles he created. However, not everyone is from the Jiang family and holds unconditional trust in Jiang Yunhao. On the cloud boat, there were many talents from various clans who had previously ingratiated themselves, begging to follow the Jiang family. At this moment, their faces looked extremely ugly. They wanted to enjoy the benefits of following the Jiang family and ride on Jiang Yunhao's coattails to push through the secret realm, reaping many rewards. But they absolutely did not want to be unlucky alongside the Jiang family. You brats, how did you end up in the wrong place? My Qi family is a force of the Guanghan domain. Hurry up and take people to the Yaoqi Holy Land. Exactly, you all. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic. Many elder powerhouses quickly shouted, scolding their young people. However, even a fool could tell this was not a reprimand. This was a betrayal. One by one, the talents from various clans who had previously ingratiated themselves eager to bind themselves to the Jiang family, could not wait to flee from the Jiang family's cloud boat. Though they were not the dominant sex, they were still first-rate forces. Many clan members possessed the Heavenly Gate divine key. Now, the momentum from the four major forces surged, with numbers increasing dramatically. Lin Miaoi, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, couldn't help but laugh. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. This is too realistic. But this is the cultivation world, incredibly cruel. Old Jiang, it seems your Jiang family's prince isn't that impressive after all. It seems the hearts he gathered are scattering. Lin Miaoi chuckled, covering her mouth. Jiang Chun was also watching, his heart racing. The four major forces joining hands already had the advantage, and with this group of fence-sitters, Jiang Yunhao's situation was concerning. Jiang Chun no longer cared about the Jiang family's reputation. He absolutely did not want to see Jiang Yunhao step into danger. It's just a bit of opportunity and fortune. My Jiang family doesn't care for it. Jiang Chun coldly smiled, flicked his sleeves, and prepared to lead the Jiang family away. Stubborn. Watching the Jiang family suffer, Lin Miaoi couldn't suppress her smile. Oh, is the Jiang family giving up? That won't do. Your Jiang family has the unparalleled prince, Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao is so outstanding. Does he not want to show it? The ancestors of the True Dragon clan and others quickly said, this is a great opportunity to severely suppress the Jiang family and even allow the younger generation to subdue Jiang Yunhao. Such an opportunity for a group fight is rare. But at this moment on the Jiang family's cloud boat, Jiang Yunhao spoke calmly. It doesn't matter. They're just a group of insignificant beings. If they want to leave, they should do it quickly. Boom. All present were cultivators and could clearly hear Jiang Yunhao's voice. Countless people were in an uproar, all looking incredulously at this prince of the Jiang family. Good heavens! The Jiang family prince is so calm and composed. Where does he get his confidence from? People found it hard to understand. In their view, the best choice for the Jiang family was undoubtedly to give up this opportunity in the secret realm. But no one expected Jiang Yunhao to be completely indifferent. Could it be that this prince is desperate? Just throwing out a harsh word. Preparing to give up and slip away with the Jiang family? In the competition among great clans, it's common to throw down harsh words. After all, great clans need to maintain their dignity in front of the world. Even Jiang Chun couldn't help but look towards Jiang Yunhao. His heart trembled, just as he was about to persuade Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao gave Jiang Chun a reassuring glance. Yunhao has confidence. My Jiang family is connected to the Jiang family. Everyone, please assist the Jiang family. Zhang Tianyu, in a long dress, appeared above the Zhang family's cloud boat. She stood in midair, her voice unmistakable. Zhang Tianyu, as the imperial daughter of my Zhang family, are you really that foolish? Can't you see the current situation? Joining with the Jiang family is just seeking death. However, among the Zhang family, two prominent and extraordinary young men stepped forward. Zhang Tianyu was startled, then coldly said, Zhang Xinghe, Zhang Tingxing, if you two young lords are unwilling to follow me, you can leave now. Zhang Xinghe and the others merely curled their lips, seemingly unconcerned about Zhang Tianyu's tough attitude. They turned and flew towards the four major forces. Yao Tianchu smirked with a hint of mockery. Oh? Do the two friends wish to join our side? We welcome you. Yao Tianchu appeared very courteous. Zhang Xinghe and Zhang Tingxing cupped their fists towards Yao Tianchu. Thank you. They did not want to follow Zhang Tianyu to fight for Jiang Yunhao. They came to seize opportunities and fortunes. And the annoying Zhang Tianyu nearly ruined their good fortune. What? Even the young lords of the Zhang family have fled? TSK. It seems this imperial daughter of the Zhang family has won over the hearts of her people. The Jiang family is doomed at this time. They still don't want to escape, but are still greedy for opportunities. This prince of the Jiang family is indeed a bit overconfident. Who let it be on a roll lately, without any defeats? The betrayal of the Zhang family's young lords was something no one had anticipated. People looked towards the Jiang family with unusual gazes. The Jiang family members were stared at by these gazes, frowning and becoming restless, anger surging within them. However, Jiang Yunhao remained unconcerned, extending a hand to calm the agitated crowd behind him, stabilizing their hearts. The secret realm is opening. Please, those who possess the Heavenly Gate divine key, lead your people in." At this moment, the voice of the guardian spirit echoed, resonating in all directions. Chapter 45. Losing one's mind? Why should he? As the voice of the guardian spirit fell, everyone stopped discussing and looked towards the secret realm. At this moment, the broken continent shrouded in the eternally burning red mist and malevolent aura appeared vaguely. One by one, cloud boats hovered around the secret realm. Under the gaze of the multitude, thousands of figures flew out from the 4 cloud boats, each exuding extraordinary presence and grandeur. Jiang Yunhao, don't let me look down on you. Dressed in black, with blood surging, the overwhelming Yao Tianchu glared fiercely at Jiang Yunhao. Out here, with your Jiang family's ancestors present, wanting to kill you is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But if you dare to come in, I, Yao Tianchu, will definitely slay you. I will also rip apart your second-in-command. However you kill my brother, I will kill you the same way. Long Outyin of the True Dragon Clan, with a cold expression, walked with his hands behind his back, looking down upon all. Between us, there is no deep-seated enmity. If you are willing to swear allegiance to me and become my servant, I might spare your life. He glanced casually towards Jiang Yunhao. An enemy defeated by my hands will never be regarded as a rival. I am willing to give you time to catch up until you are unreachable. Servant? You really think too highly of yourself. Long Outyin's words caused the faces of the Jiang family members to change slightly, and they all erupted in anger. Jiang Yunhao looked at Long Outyin with great interest. The little mudfish had a decent build, very suitable to be a mount. With Jiang Yunhao's temperament, he naturally wouldn't spoil this group. Hee. Long Outyin said nothing more and gave a cold smile. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he said happily, Jiang Yunhao, you must remember, the one who will kill you is me, Wang Lin. Let the heavens see clearly who claims invincibility and who dares to say they are undefeated. Even if you don't dare to come in, it doesn't matter. Once we seize the opportunities and our strength skyrockets, it won't be too late to come out and slaughter you. At that time, we will surely have a life-and-death battle with you. Yao Tianchu chimed in. Then, unable to wait any longer, he led people into the secret realm. The 4 major forces had over 10,000 people entering the secret realm. Dozens of Tianke divine keys left the onlookers in shock. Moreover, not only that, but there were also many disciples from various sects and families following the 4 major forces inside. Adding these people, there were also about 10 to 20,000. It was terrifying. Roughly estimating, the number of geniuses from the 4 major forces reached 30,000. 30,000, all selected from various races. Apart from the likes of imperial sons and holy sons, the rest were extraordinary figures, truly elite. After all, one Tianke divine key could only take in 1,000 people. So those who entered were naturally the top geniuses of their races. Members of the Zhang family who are willing to follow us can come over now. At that moment, Zhang Xinghe and Zhang Tingxing said loudly. The 2 young lords of the Zhang family each held a Tianke divine key, shaking it in their hands. You better think it over carefully. Don't follow Jiang Yunhao into a dead end. The corners of their mouths revealed a hint of sarcastic smiles. As soon as their words fell, there was commotion among the Zhang family members, with many shrinking back, hesitating whether to immediately distance themselves from the Zhang family. Zhang Xinghe. You. Zhang Tianyu's delicate body trembled, glaring angrily. But she was already young, always just a little sister in the eyes of the Zhang family. Even though she had recently become the Zhang family's imperial daughter, it was still hard to win over people's hearts and gain support in such a short time. Zhang Tianyu, you little girl have gone mad. We Zhang family members are not mad. A fool could see the Zhang family's dead end. You, for Jiang Yunhao, put my Zhang family in a disadvantageous situation, and you dare to be the imperial daughter. Zhang Xinghe secretly laughed, appearing righteous on the surface, and continued to press on. Bold. However, as soon as Zhang Xinghe's words fell, Zhang Xingyin suddenly struck, slapping Zhang Xinghe's face in midair. Slap. Zhang Xinghe's cheek ripped open and bled, spinning a full 360 degrees on the spot, holding his bloody face in shock. Ancestor you. How dare you? Tianyu is our Zhang family's imperial daughter of noble status. Do you dare to publicly insult her? Zhang Xinyin's cold voice came from the place where the ancestors of each family were located. This ancestor was already displeased with these two useless guys. How could one publicly undermine their own unfilial descendants? Moreover, Zhang Tianyu had a good relationship with Jiang Yunhao. Even though he wasn't optimistic about the Jiang family in the current situation, he absolutely believed in Jiang Yunhao. Even if the Jiang family gave up on this secret realm competition, what would it matter? Jiang Yunhao's future was still immeasurable. He, Zhang Xinyan, was willing to bet on Jiang Yunhao's future. Seeing the ancestor step in, Zhang Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then looked apologetically at Jiang Yunhao beside her. Cousin, this little girl is too good to herself, Jiang Yunhao thought to himself. He reached out and patted the little girl's shoulder. It's okay. Everything has me. The next moment, Jiang Yunhao turned to look at the Jiang family members behind him. This generation of Jiang family disciples had 3,000 top elites, plus over 100,000 young people. This didn't even count those who were still in the Lingshu domain and hadn't arrived yet. In short, Jiang Yunhao planned to give all young Jiang family members the opportunity to enter the secret realm and seize opportunities. Everyone, you can now notify the young disciples within the clan to come here as soon as possible and prepare to enter the secret realm. At that time, take as many rewards as you can. In any case, all young people of the Jiang family can enter. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. The Jiang family members were dumbfounded. Everyone observing the Jiang family's movements also widened their eyes, feeling as if their ears had malfunctioned. What kind of crazy talk was this? Could it be that the four major forces were too harsh, affecting this imperial son? After all, he had been smooth sailing all the way. It seemed that his mindset still needed refinement. For a moment, many people were greatly surprised. Jiang Old Senior, has your imperial son lost his mind? Lin Miaoyi, who had a grudge against Jiang Yunhao, sneered. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw Jiang Yunhao suddenly turn around and casually wave toward the direction of the secret realm. Dressed in white, his sleeves fluttering, like an immortal descending to the world. His gaze calm, with clouds and a gentle breeze. With a wave of his hand, the ominous red mist blocking the Jiang family's cloud boat actually rolled and surged, opening up on both sides, revealing a huge gap, presenting itself before Jiang Yunhao. Chapter 46. Oh no, this is bad. The ominous red mist surged, and the open gap was enormous, so large that people couldn't imagine it. How to put it? If we were to draw a comparison, Yao Tianshu and Long Outyan's group had barely opened a gap of only 2 or 3 meters with the Tianke divine keys. However, the gap before Jiang Yunhao was thousands of meters wide, enough to accommodate several flying treasures, allowing the cloud boat to enter without any obstruction. Lin Miaoyi, true Dragon Clan ancestors, and others. What is going on here? Everyone who saw this scene was wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. Unlike these people, Jiang Lingxiao and others' eyes suddenly brightened. The imperial son didn't even use the Tianke divine key for protection and could disperse this ominous red mist. Then the current young geniuses of a Jiang family could indeed all enter. For a moment, the breathing of the young Jiang family members became heavy. Everyone's eyes were red, shining brightly, filled with a sense of pride. After all, previously, Yao Tianshu and his group were quite arrogant, as if they had already determined their fate, just waiting to devour them alive. And now, thinking there were more people, our Jiang family's contemporary geniuses, almost 200,000, following the imperial son's orders. I will go notify my Jiang family disciples now. Me too. The imperial son is mighty. The gazes of the Jiang family members converged on Jiang Yunhao. In their eyes, apart from reverence, there was only reverence. Perhaps in the whole world, only their Jiang family's imperial son could achieve such a miraculous feat. It should be known that this ominous red mist couldn't even be dispelled by quasi-emperors. Jiang Yunhao merely smiled slightly and didn't explain anything. After all, the Jiang family disciples had unconditional trust in him, so there was no need for further words. The next moment, Jiang Yunhao's figure took the lead and charged into the gap. My Jiang family disciples, enter the secret realm one after another. Oh, and those left behind by the Zhang family, since you chose to support me, Jiang Yunhao, then you have a connection with me. Jiang Yunhao's voice echoed. That was just his personality. He treated his own people well. Of course, the premise was that they had goodwill toward him, Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao considered himself not a good person. He would kill when necessary, but he was well aware of who his friends were. Moreover, this was just a small effort on his part. If this can unite the hearts of the Zhang and Jiang families, why not? Leading the way, Jiang Yunhao flew into the gap, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yao Tianchu Long Out Yin, just wait, I will find you soon. I hope you have already defeated some ancient powerful spirit bodies. That would count as me collecting some opportunities in advance. As Jiang Yunhao's words fell, the hearts of the Zhang family members shook greatly, filled with joy. The Jiang family's imperial son, so majestic. The imperial son is so grand. It really has to be the Jiang family's imperial son. The young members of the Zhang family all admired Jiang Yunhao immensely. Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Ningwan exchanged glances, both seeing the shock and joy in each other's eyes. Aunt, stop talking. Let's quickly follow Yunhao's footsteps. Zhang Tianyu nodded vigorously. At this moment, all the young members of the Zhang family no longer had any complaints against Zhang Tianyu. It was simply because Zhang Tianyu had Jiang Yunhao behind her. Who would dare to say that the Zhang family's imperial daughter is a short-sighted little waste? Who would dare to question Zhang Tianyu's decision? The young generation of the Zhang family would certainly not agree. Set off, follow the Zhang family's imperial son. Zhang Tianyu's gaze was resolute as she gave the order. We will follow the imperial daughter's command. The Zhang family's cloud ship rumbled to life, following the Zhang family's cloud ship into the secret realm. Meanwhile outside, Zhang Xinghe and Zhang Tingxing, who were flaunting the heavenly gate divine key, seemed to be frozen in mid-air as if under a spell. I'm not seeing things, am I? This isn't a dream, right? The two murmured subconsciously, looking at each other. As they watched the Jiang and Zhang families' cloud ships enter the secret realm, they finally snapped back to reality. Hiss, what is going on? Zhang Tingxing trembled all over, his head buzzing. Zhang Xinghe opened his mouth. You're asking me? Who should I ask? How would I know? Zhang Xinghe was speechless, unable to find words for a while. However, the two soon realized the seriousness of the situation. Since Jiang Yunhao could allow people to enter the secret realm without hindrance, then the numerical advantage of the four major forces was completely gone. Both of them instinctively held their breath. It's over. We defected too early. The two felt a pang of regret, wishing they had not acted so hastily. The twists and turns came too quickly, leaving them overwhelmed. Hiss. Meanwhile, Lin Miaoi, who had been smiling earlier, had her smile completely freeze. Aside from her, the ancestors of the True Dragon clan, the Wang family, and the Han family also looked as if they had swallowed a fly, feeling nauseated. The fence-sitters were all stunned, staring blankly as the Jiang family's cloud ship set off into the secret realm. They could really get in. Others flew in with 2 legs. But the Jiang family sat in their cloud ship, ready to go, with tens of thousands of people moving across. The pupils of several people suddenly constricted, a sense of ominous premonition rising in their hearts. Oh no, this is bad. At the same time, Jiang Yunhao had already entered the heavenly gate divine barrier secret realm. It was his first time here, and he first observed the surroundings. The entire secret realm seemed to be a piece of land forcibly torn from a complete continent. Mountains were toppled, desolate and uninhabited, with no traces of any beings. From a high vantage point, he could see a large open space in the center of the continent, resembling an ancient god's arena. There stood a towering golden stone tablet, piercing the sky. At this moment, a dense crowd of people was gathered around the stone tablet, looking like tiny ants. Jiang Yunhao immediately understood. The center of the continent was the battlefield arena of the ancient tribes. Yao Tianchu and the others must be there. With this thought, Jiang Yunhao decisively flew toward the golden stone tablet. His speed was astonishing, especially after utilizing the Empress's movement technique, the stunning cloud threefold step, leaving behind traces in the void, quickly arriving beneath the golden stone tablet. That aura is... Jiang family imperial son, Jiang Yunhao, you really dare to come in? Jiang Yunhao's aura was unabashed. He didn't need to hide it. A person like him could never pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. After all, Being too handsome and having an extraordinary temperament made it hard not to attract attention even when walking down the street. Long Outyin immediately noticed Jiang Yunhao. What? You can come in, but this imperial son can't? Are you eager for me to kill you? Jiang Yunhao's gaze was calm as a deep well. Are you all so eager to be defeated by me? The young talents of the four major forces were taken aback by his words. Good heavens! Are you blind? One person facing our tens of thousands of talents, and you still dare to speak arrogantly? They never expected Jiang Yunhao to be so bold. Arrogant? Looking down on me? I want to see what abilities you have, Jiang family imperial son. Everyone, let's attack together. Beat him up. Chapter 47. Golden Whip, Silver Whip. Not as good as the Dragon Whip, Jiang Yunhao's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Under the golden stone tablet, the young talents from neutral families quickly stepped aside. They didn't take sides. They were just here to seek opportunities and didn't want to be caught up in it. But the young talents from the four major forces, there were more than 30,000 of them. They looked mockingly at the solitary Jiang Yunhao. Haha, does it mean the Jiang family members dare not come in? Only this imperial son is unwilling to give up this opportunity? But the Jiang family imperial son is really pitiful, becoming a lone wolf. Everyone wore expressions of derision. The young men and women from the neutral forces looked on with pity, as if they could already see Jiang Yunhao being surrounded and beaten to a tragic end. 3 people stepped forward from the crowd. Long Outyin, Wang Lin, and Han Sini. Jiang Yunhao, are you here to die, or are you here to submit to me? If you swear allegiance to me and become my servant, I can spare your life. With golden hair and golden clothing and eyes like dragons, Long Outyin exuded an aura of dominance, looking down on others with a haughty expression. The others looked on as if watching a show. Clearly, they believed they had the upper hand due to their numbers. They even looked forward to seeing this true Dragon Clan's Dragon Son battle Jiang Yunhao first. Long Outyin, the Dragon Son, had a renowned reputation. Just then, Jiang Yunhao made his move. Indeed, he was too lazy to pay attention to these people, suddenly springing into action, his figure flashing in an instant. Whoosh! An unbelievable speed. Little mudfish, you talk a lot. Jiang Yunhao appeared before Long Outyin in an instant, delivering a kick to Long Outyin's abdomen. Boom! Not to mention reacting. Long Outyin,'s arrogant smile hadn't even faded when he felt as if he had been struck by an ancient divine mountain. Bang! The sound of a massive collision echoed, even the air rippling, instantly creating a bloody hole in Long Outyin,'s abdomen. Long Outyin stared in shock, pain spreading throughout his body, his eyes widening, filled with bloodshot veins. His body could not withstand this immense force, and like a torn sack, he flew backward, spewing blood 3 to 4 feet high. This bizarre scene left everyone present stunned. He was pierced with one kick. He ambushed. Jiang Yunhao is not following the rules of martial arts. Hiss, a teenager attacking someone hundreds of years old. Jiang Yunhao actually ambushed. The crowd was thrown into chaos, some crying out in alarm, while others rushed to check on Long Outyin. The onlookers around were dumbfounded, all eyes fixed on Jiang Yunhao, their mouths agape in disbelief. They vaguely sensed it. Jiang Yunhao's physical strength was simply astonishing. What kind of physical power could pierce through the true Dragon Clan with a single kick? It's known that the physical prowess of the Demon Clan is terrifying. When it comes to close combat, the Demon Clan excels the most. At this moment, Long Outyin, who had been thrown away and finally stopped his momentum, lay dejectedly on the ground, no longer the proud figure he once was. His aura was weak, and he coughed up blood repeatedly. If it weren't for his fellow clan members quickly pulling out large amounts of medicinal pills and shoving them into his mouth without worrying about the cost, Long Outyin might have died on the spot. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. It was just a simple piercing. It was a kick that almost led to a grand conclusion, almost killing a true dragon. How could that be possible? Countless question marks popped up in people's minds, their faces filled with disbelief. Clearly, Jiang Yunhao's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. At that moment, Long Outyin sprang up with a fierce determination. After taking the medicinal pills, he was revitalized, fully recovering. Jiang Yunhao, you lack martial ethics, daring to ambush this prince. Long Outyin was completely enraged. Immediately after, his figure transformed in an instant. Golden light swirling around him. Surrounded by a burst of golden light, a 1,000-meter-long golden dragon roared and shot into the sky. The golden dragon, illuminated by the sun's rays, reflected a dazzling golden brilliance, dyeing the entire world in a layer of golden glow. This was the true form of Long Outyin, manifesting his true dragon form. It was a peak moment. However, in the next moment, Jiang Yunhao appeared in midair, floating effortlessly, and in a few flashes he reached Long Outyin's side. This whip is not bad. Huh? What whip? Jiang Yunhao's words left everyone stunned, feeling somewhat confused. But soon, they understood what Jiang Yunhao meant. They saw him extend a hand, fingers like hooks embedding them into Long Outyin's dragon tail. The hard golden scales were easily pierced by Jiang Yunhao's fingers, breaking through to the flesh. Blood immediately flowed out. Roar! Long Outyin cried out in pain, furious. What the hell? People were dumbfounded. This was too ferocious, right? Don't be afraid. Don't panic. No matter how strong he is just one person, and we are many. At this time, Wang Lin, the current heir of the Wang family, saw that his side was intimidated by Jiang Yunhao and quickly shouted, intending to rally everyone's spirits. But before Wang Lin's words could finish, a massive golden object came crashing down toward him. People saw clearly. It was Jiang Yunhao using Long Outyin as a whip and swinging him directly into Wang Lin's face. Oh wait, Wang Lin's face isn't that big. The 1,000-meter-long golden true dragon completely covered Wang Lin, smashing him to the ground. Boom! Rumble! Wang Lin was struck by this whip, spitting out blood and let out a cry as he was pressed into the ground for several meters. A deep ravine appeared on the earth. But that wasn't the end. Jiang Yunhao swung Long Outyin again, this time into the crowd of the four major forces geniuses. A large group of people caught off guard was swept away by the golden dragon, their bodies exploding into clouds of blood mist. Jiang Yunhao, with his hair flying, felt the blood and energy surging within him. His physical strength was truly immense. Wielding Long Outyin as a weapon was effortless. People were dumbstruck, their eyes wide in disbelief. There was actually someone using another dragon prince as a weapon. Just as Jiang Yunhao swung Long Outyin again, the geniuses of the four major forces howled and joined forces, unleashing various spells to strike at Long Outyin, trying to block this move. How dare you strike my clan's dragon prince? Stop! That's my clan's dragon prince. However, the true dragon clan's geniuses wouldn't stand by and watch their dragon prince be killed. They rushed forward, slaying those from other clans who were attacking Long Outyin. The so-called alliance of the four major forces immediately fell into chaos. Jiang Yunhao, using Long Outyin, also crashed down, killing a large number of people. Chaos ensued. Onlookers widened their eyes, watching Jiang Yunhao, holding Long Outyin, create golden afterimages like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering all around. Golden whips and silver whips couldn't compare to the dragon's whip. An unbelievable thought popped into everyone's minds simultaneously. Before long, the geniuses of the four major forces had lost thousands of men. Jiang Yunhao, do you dare to humiliate this prince like this? You use me as a weapon. I will kill you. Long Outyin was truly furious. I manifested my true form for you to use as a handy weapon. He was livid, roaring in anger. Bang! 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 However, before Long Outyin could finish speaking, Jiang Yunhao, standing in midair, swung Long Outyin down several times, making intimate contact with the ground, creating several large craters. Long Outyin was completely dazed from being smashed. Jiang Yunhao smiled in satisfaction. As expected of the true dragon clan, the skin is quite tough. Using it as a weapon is very effective. Chapter 48. Even the quasi-emperor must die. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the geniuses from the four major forces united or the neutral onlookers, regardless of gender, everyone stared blankly at Jiang Yunhao in the void. After all, no one had ever witnessed such a scene. They had even imagined Jiang Yunhao showcasing his might with his famous sword techniques, battling the various geniuses fiercely. But they never expected that Jiang Yunhao would wield Long Outyin to massacre everyone. No. The true Dragon Clan's Dragon Prince manifested his true form to be used as a weapon by the Jiang family's prince. Everyone couldn't help but drop their jaws, their mouths hanging open for a long time, unable to close. Meanwhile, outside, the ancestors of various clans observing the scene within the secret realm through a copper artifact were also stunned, especially the ancestors of the four major forces. Their faces were extremely grim. After a brief silence, intense discussions erupted around them. My God, the Jiang family's prince is too ruthless. Is this the decline of humanity or the distortion of morality? To use the true Dragon Clan's Dragon Prince as a divine weapon to attack other geniuses? This is too cruel. Is he really from the three cave heavens? Even if he is an unparalleled genius who has opened up three cave heavens, he shouldn't be this powerful, right? True Dragon Clan's Long Outyin is simply like a chick being wantonly trampled by the Jiang family's prince. My heavens, this is too insane. Even the combined forces of the four major powers might not be able to match this Jiang family's prince. Outside, those who did not have the heavenly treading divine key and could not enter the secret realm discussed fervently, shocked beyond belief. Most of these people did not take sides, neither supporting the Jiang family nor participating in the four major forces. Therefore, they could objectively express their amazement. Their words were filled with mockery toward the four major forces, especially from the goddesses and saintesses from various regions of the eastern wilderness. Originally, the young ladies already liked the handsome Jiang Yunhao. Now that Jiang Yunhao displayed his might, the ladies' army immediately erupted, unabashedly expressing their disdain for the four major forces. The ancestors of the true Dragon Clan could no longer sit still. He glared at Long Xing beside him. Fool, what are you doing with all this alliance nonsense? Inciting my true Dragon Clan to unite with those from the Yaoqi sacred ground against the Jiang family's prince? You see, are you targeted now? Long Xing was scolded so badly that he looked pale and trembled with his head down. Long Xing's mentality had collapsed. He was even a bit bewildered. He couldn't understand why someone who had cultivated for more than 10 years could be so powerful. First, the Deluo sword sect collapsed, and now could it be the turn of the four major forces? Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Wang Lin finally regained his senses and crawled up from more than 10 meters underground. Watching Jiang Yunhao display his power, Wang Lin's jealousy was hard to hide. He shouted, "Don't be afraid, don't panic, we have numbers." Yes, with the four major forces combined, there were still 20 to 30,000 people left on the scene, which was his only confidence to compete with Jiang Yunhao. Wang Lin was confident that under his leadership, as long as everyone worked together, they would not fear Jiang Yunhao at all. But this pitiful confidence only lasted for a few breaths. Soon, the outline of a cloud boat appeared on the horizon. On that cloud boat, a black flag with golden letters fluttered in the sky. The words on the flag were particularly eye-catching. The Jiang family's cloud boat had entered the secret realm. On it, countless Jiang family members were all ready for action, their momentum overwhelming. The cloud boat hovered behind Jiang Yunhao. On the boat, there were a full 100,000 Jiang family members, and no one spoke. There was no sound at all. But this silence seemed to carry a shocking pressure. The atmosphere changed dramatically. Everyone was dumbfounded. The talents of the four major forces were stunned on the spot. Wang Lin, who was shouting loudly, was also dumbfounded, his whole body as if struck by lightning, looking at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief. No. How'd your Jiang family's cloud boat get in? More people? Now, it's the Jiang family with more people. Anyone could see that the situation had completely reversed. The next moment, Jiang Lingxiao appeared behind Jiang Yunhao and respectfully said, reporting to the prince, "We have gathered the clansmen as per your instructions. Currently, a total of 160,000 young clansmen have arrived, and hundreds of thousands more are on the way." Jiang Yunhao nodded. Since most people have arrived, let's clear the field. Hearing this, Jiang Lingxiao's heart shook greatly. He certainly understood what clearing the field meant. This was to drive the four major forces to extinction. I will follow the prince's orders. At this moment, it was the talents of the four major forces who were terrified. They even lost all fighting spirit, looking at Jiang Yunhao as if they were seeing a world-dominating demon. And these words also reached outside. The ancestors of various races observing the movements inside the secret realm were extremely shocked. Many ancestors couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, they didn't target the Jiang family and participated in the four major forces. People began to discuss in low voices, occasionally sneaking glances at the ancestors of the four major forces. The ancestor of the true dragon clan listened to the ridicule and mockery around him, and his mood turned terrible. He could no longer endure it. In a flash, he appeared in the sky above the secret realm. He exuded an aura of a quasi-emperor, overwhelming and spreading across the wilderness. Countless people fell silent, looking at this ancestor of the true dragon clan. Jiang family prince, quickly release my clan's dragon son. Moreover, don't be too ruthless. Are you really preparing to drive away the talents of my four clans? Do you want to dominate the secret realm? Who gave you the courage? The ancestor of the true dragon clan was imposing, and his gaze was extremely cold. His voice resonated within the secret realm. The anger of a quasi-emperor was earth-shattering. Jiang Yunhao also heard this voice. Ha! The young ones are not enough, and now the old ones are showing up. You say this prince wants to dominate the secret realm? That's not right. This prince has no intention of targeting the talents of the other clans. Jiang Yunhao looked up at the outside of the secret realm, meeting the gaze of the ancestor of the true dragon clan without fear. And there's one thing you got wrong. This prince does not intend to drive away the talents of your four clans. Hearing this, the ancestors of the Wang family, the Yaoqi family, and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Drive them away? Do you think I'm stupid? Since you want to kill me, then none of you should think of leaving alive. However, the next moment, what Jiang Yunhao said made the ancestors of the four major clans feel a chill all over, and their hearts sank to the bottom. What? You want to kill the talents of my four clans? The ancestor of the true dragon clan felt a wave of incredulity. It should be noted that those qualified to enter the secret realm were not just any talents. They were the best of the best, the elites of the four clans. After all, the Tianke key could only bring in 1,000 people, so they had to be carefully selected. But unexpectedly, these core forces that were supposed to encircle Jiang Yunhao had now become lambs to be slaughtered. You brat, dare you? This secret realm has a problem. You Jiang family members can all enter. Do you think I can't? Moreover, even if you open this secret realm, have you thought about it? Once the secret realm is fully opened, you yourself are also in danger. The ancestor of the true dragon clan narrowed his eyes, his killing intent palpable. Lin Miaoyi from the Yaoqi Holy Land also brightened her eyes and appeared beside the ancestor of the true dragon clan. That's right, you little brat. Don't be arrogant. Don't force me to disregard the rules and personally come down to kill you. Although they didn't know why the secret realm could be entered without the Tianke divine key at this moment, with the gap wide open, they were confident they could descend into the secret realm and personally kill Jiang Yunhao. Even if Jiang Chun was present, he wouldn't be able to stop several quasi-emperors. Hearing this, everyone present felt an immense shock. Jiang Yunhao was simply terrifying. He had actually provoked the older strong ones of the major forces to the point where they didn't care about face and planned to personally come down. Oh, so shameless. Still wanting to come down personally? Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. What, are you shameless now? Dare to come in and kill me? Gulme. This prince wants to see if you dare. Jiang Yunhao sneered. Did they really think that the opening of the secret realm was something anyone could enter at will? Moreover, he not only could open it, but could also close it. That red mist of evil was enough to decay and obliterate quasi-emperors. What? And everyone present was shocked by Jiang Yunhao's attitude. Jiang Yunhao not only did not hold back, but even dared to provoke quasi-emperors. Chapter 49. So hard. You're really hard. Everyone showed an expression of disbelief, looking at Jiang Yunhao through the copper mirror treasure. Guardian of the tomb spirit. Look at this kid. How arrogant he is. He actually intends to use numbers to encircle and kill the talents of our four major forces. Lin Miaoyi from the Yaoqi Holy Land finally couldn't hold back. Which of the talents from our four major forces is not a remarkable figure, destined to become the pillar of protection for our eastern wilderness, pushing back the demons from the outside and resisting foreign enemies? Lin Miaoyi looked righteous. The red mist of evil surged, and the face of the guardian of the tomb appeared again. But this time, he didn't even glance at Lin Miaoyi and the others, instead fixing his gaze on Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao also heard Lin Miaoyi's words. Oh, it turns out you all finished saying the pretty words. Jiang Yunhao felt disdain in his heart, growing more disgusted with this group of hypocritical people. Of course, Jiang Yunhao could also sense the killing intent of the ancestors of the four major forces towards him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly pondering. Before the guardian of the tomb could say anything, Jiang Yunhao suddenly spoke. Stop talking nonsense. Today, none of your four major forces will leave. Boom! As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent, especially the talents of the four major forces inside the secret realm. Surrounded by hundreds of thousands of Jiang family members, these 20 to 30,000 people trembled, huddling together. Wang Lin could no longer be arrogant. He was dumbfounded, his eyes filled with fear. He had originally thought of relying on numbers to overwhelm Jiang Yunhao. The clinker, the Jiang family has more than them. Jiang Yunhao, didn't you understand? If you kill all the geniuses of my four major forces today, it's equivalent to weakening the strength of my Eastern Wilderness 9 domains. Have you already allied with the outer demon? Is this intentional? Lin Miaoyi pointed at Jiang Yunhao and shouted angrily. To be honest, this group of people really has a knack for throwing around big hats. However, Lin Miaoyi clearly miscalculated. Everyone present looked at her with strange expressions. After all, they are not fools. Previously, the four major forces were relying on their numbers, planning to suppress the Jiang family. Their gazes were like hunters eyeing a pitiful little prey. Now, the situation has reversed. The positions of hunter and prey have switched. As a result, this group from the four major forces brazenly stood on the moral high ground. Everyone knew this, and how could they be misled by a few words from Lin Miaoyi? Did they really think they were foolish? Jiang Yunhao was too lazy to argue with them. There was no point in saying more. Who had the free time to banter with him? After finishing off this group, he still had to challenge the powerful spirits from the ancient era. With this in mind, Jiang Yunhao looked towards Jiang Lingxiao. Jiang Lingxiao understood and immediately revealed a chilling killing intent. Kill. Following the command of the Emperor's son. Those who besiege my Jiang family, as Emperor's son, shall be killed without mercy. Kill. 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 Over 100,000 Jiang family disciples raised their arms and shouted, sharpening their knives for the slaughter. The ancestors of the true dragon clan outside, along with the elders from the four major forces, were stunned, their hearts aching. No, Jiang Yunhao, do you dare? The four quasi-emperors appeared together, exuding a terrifying atmosphere like an abyss or prison. Strange phenomena filled the heavens and earth, manifesting a blood sea drifting, a human world pagoda, and the terrifying sight of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rolling. This was the manifestation of the quasi-emperor's rage and killing intent. But what was astonishing was that Jiang Yunhao not only did not show fear, but he also grabbed the dazed Long Outyin and once again hurled him into the crowd of geniuses from the four major forces. Thud, thud, thud. Long Outyin's 1,000-meter dragon body fell from the sky, smashing into the crowd and instantly killing a large number of people. Indeed, the true dragon clan is quite sturdy. Hard as a rock, very useful. Jiang Yunhao exclaimed with interest. True dragon clan ancestor. What the hell? The true dragon clan ancestor's eyes widened, and he felt darkness before him. Then Jiang Yunhao exerted force again, spreading chaotic magical power throughout Long Outyin's body, instantly stretching this limp golden dragon. It was like a golden 1,000-meter sword, pointing straight at the ancestors of the true dragon clan outside the secret realm. Earlier, you said this Emperor's son killing these waste would weaken the overall strength of my Eastern Wilderness 9 domains. It doesn't matter, however many demon heads they can kill. This Emperor's son will kill that many. I alone am enough. His voice shook like thunder, rolling out, leaving everyone stunned again. This was quite a bold statement. If it were someone else saying this, it would probably provoke laughter. However, everyone present felt inexplicably that there was nothing wrong with it. Therefore, the one saying this now is Jiang Yunhao. You little thief, you are seeking death. Finally, the ancestors of the four major forces could not hold back. Especially the true Dragon Clan ancestor, gritting his teeth, was almost driven to the point of spitting blood by Jiang Yunhao. You must know, he is a quasi-emperor powerhouse known throughout the 9 domains. In this era, without emperors, quasi-emperors are the highest combat power in people's perception. A dignified quasi-emperor, actually being mocked and toyed with by a young brat, even using his true Dragon Clan's dragon son to point his nose and make bold statements. This is simply a great humiliation, and this was precisely what Jiang Yunhao intended. He wanted this effect. Otherwise, leaving 4 quasi-emperors who wanted to kill him alive would be too troublesome. He certainly couldn't stay in this secret realm for a lifetime. Therefore, there was only one way, to pit them against each other. The true Dragon Clan ancestor took the lead, instantly rushing towards the secret realm, preparing to enter that large gap. Seeing this, countless people's expressions changed drastically. Shameless. Truly shameless. This quasi-emperor ancestor actually wants to take the field personally. You brat. Arrogant and domineering. I will definitely kill you today. Following the true Dragon Clan ancestor were Lin Miaoi. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the 4 quasi-emperors rushed madly towards the gap in the secret realm. Even the guardian spirit of the tomb frowned and instinctively shouted, "Stop." This secret realm is the place where the ancient female emperor attained the Tao and became an emperor, protected by the emperor's luck. According to the female emperor's rules, those over 1,000 years old cannot enter the secret realm. You all calm down. At the same time, the 3 quasi-emperors Jiang Chun, Jun Wuhui, and Zhang Xinyan also soared into the sky, trying to stop the 4 true Dragon Clan ancestors. Calm down. Calm down my ass. It's not like your descendants are being used as weapons. Their speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, they entered the gap of the secret realm. This was still because they were entering the secret realm. Otherwise, their speed could have been even faster. Little thief die. 5 killing intents locked on a Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Welcome, 5 seniors. Huh, welcome? You brat must be scared silly. The 5 displayed sinister smiles. However, just as this smile began to appear, an endless red, murderous aura surged, howling towards them. Chapter 50, Flesh Decay, Incredible Harvest. Huh, what the hell? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the red mist of murderous aura surged wildly, like a vast wave, instantly sweeping out. From all directions, it enveloped the 5 ancestors of the true Dragon Clan. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed through the heavens. It even caused the void to shatter, with ghostly howls and countless sinister spirits roaring and screaming appearing. The red mist of murderous aura, like a maggot on the bones, crazily drilled into their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses, any opening. A dignified quasi-emperor. In an instant, they were decayed and polluted, visibly rotting. It was as if snow was melting, leaving behind piles of flesh mush. No, I don't want to die. Lin Miaoi screamed in terror and despair, her body completely melting away, like a fart, poofing into nothingness. She couldn't believe it. Even until her death, Lin Miaoi couldn't understand why this red mist of murderous aura suddenly started attacking them. As for the quasi-emperor of the true Dragon Clan, lightning and fierce winds flickered around him, manifesting a giant golden dragon body of 100,000 meters. The divine dragon roared, and dragon chants echoed, with earth-shattering thunder. However, even after manifesting the true dragon's innate ability, he could only barely survive for one more breath. The next moment, the golden scales of this massive creature began to fall off, flesh rotting, revealing a golden skeleton, which was indeed the quasi-emperor level dragon bone. Flesh decayed, divine soul extinguished. It seemed he was completely dead, but this quasi-emperor dragon bone was quite good. It would be a waste to melt it. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. Only Jiang Yunhao, who was closely related to the secret realm of the divine emperor's lineage, could easily control this red mist of murderous aura. Even the guardian spirit of this secret realm did not possess this capability. Jiang Yunhao keenly sensed the fall of these 5. The next moment, a thought arose in his mind. Those red mists of murderous aura suddenly shrank, as if they were living beings, very agile. At the same time, a golden dragon bone fell powerlessly towards the ground. There were also the golden skeletons of the Han family ancestor, Wang family ancestor, and Yaoqi ancestor. All were quasi-emperor level divine body bones. These are extremely rare treasures, and just taking out one of them could be used to forge a quasi-emperor weapon. Jiang Yunhao certainly wouldn't waste them. He immediately transformed his chaotic energy into a massive hand, grabbing them one by one. He collected these quasi-emperor bones into his storage bag. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The top talents from the four major forces in the secret realm stared with wide eyes, frozen in place. What the hell? Their ancestors were actually tricked to death by Jiang Yunhao. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized why Jiang Yunhao had been so arrogant earlier. He was deliberately provoking the ancestors of the four major forces. Otherwise, this Jiang family prince wouldn't even bother with them. Wow, how ruthless! The top talents from the four major forces felt despair. It would be even easier for the Jiang family disciples to kill now. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang Chun and the others halted their steps, suspended in midair. Zhang Xinyan's eyes twitched violently. Brother Jiang, I just closed my door for a few years. And your Jiang family has produced such an incredible prince? Zhang Xinyan was utterly amazed, sighing repeatedly. Jun Wuhui also nodded, praising indeed. I have been paying attention to Prince Yunhao. This prince is extraordinary. I even feel that he hasn't used his full strength from start to finish. The talents of his generation are not worthy of him going all out. He not only suppresses his contemporaries, but is also a terrifying figure who can compete with the talents of previous generations. The great emperors of past eras were nothing compared to him. It seems that only those ancient freaks sealed in the source of fate for over 10,000 years can compete with him. Jun Wuhui was full of admiration, his eyes shining with brilliance. Jiang Chun forced a calm and composed demeanor. Cough. Actually, you all have only seen the tip of the iceberg of my family as Yunhao. Though the words sounded light, Jiang Chun was also deeply shaken. To be honest, even as the fourth ancestor of the Jiang family, he hadn't expected Jiang Yunhao to have so many tricks up his sleeve. He even felt a sense of unfathomability. However, Jiang Chun thought to himself, fortunately, this is a descendant of our family. With this descendant, how could the Jiang family not prosper? It seems that Yunhao will soon come into contact with the secrets of the Jiang family. Jiang Chun's heart stirred as he squinted at Jiang Yunhao's figure. At the same time, Jiang Yunhao was almost done. Wang Lin and his group were easily defeated in front of the Jiang and Zhang families, like a bunch of worthless chickens and dogs. Jiang Yunhao also forcibly suppressed the unconscious Long Outyen with his power, turning him into a small dragon and locking him in a cage on the cloud boat. Jiang Yunhao didn't kill Long Outyen for a simple reason. Since Long Outyen wanted to subdue him as a servant, Jiang Yunhao would return the favor. Just right, he was also in need of a mount. The Jiang family also gained a lot. After all, these talents had their own considerable savings. Each one was practically a treasure chest. Zhang Tianyu followed closely behind Jiang Yunhao, smiling brightly. Cousin, you're amazing. Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly. It's just okay, a bit stronger than them, that's all. Everyone present couldn't help but click their tongues. Just a bit stronger? I believe it. The Jiang family prince is mighty. The Jiang family prince is invincible. At that moment, two figures suddenly boarded the cloud boat with a large crowd, bowing and smiling broadly. It was Zhang Xinghe and Zhang Tingyu. They brought a group of descendants from the fence-sitting families that had previously betrayed the Jiang family to find Jiang Yunhao. Oh my, it's you. The prince is mighty. The two grinned, exuding a fawning attitude. However, Jiang Yunhao merely glanced at this group of people indifferently. Anyone who met Jiang Yunhao's gaze didn't dare to make eye contact, their eyes darting away, heads bowed. Jiang Yunhao didn't bother with them and directly turned to fly towards the golden stone tablet. There was no need to flatter my Jiang family prince. My Jiang family prince wouldn't be swayed by your flattery or moved by your betrayal. You are insignificant in the eyes of the prince. You all should return from whence you came. My Jiang family does not accept useless people. Zhang Lingxiao looked at them coldly. Zhang Xinghe and Zhang Tingyu's faces immediately turned bright red, trembling in fear. His words were utterly merciless. However, face is earned by oneself, not given by others. Even though his words were sharp, Zhang Xinghe and the others didn't dare to show any disrespect. After all, the Jiang family prince had even tricked the quasi-emperor ancestors of the four major forces. Were they worth? Jiang Yunhao and the others had already arrived at the foot of the golden stone tablet. Jiang Yunhao's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he saw a familiar set of characters. Oh, Yao Tianchu. No wonder I didn't TC you. It turns out you want to challenge the ancient spirit body. You've made quite the harvest. Chapter 51. The hardworking Yao Tianchu, the dumbfounded tomb keeper spirit in front of Jiang Yunhao. The massive golden stone tablet was engraved with exactly 100 brilliant names. However, the name at the top was hazy and unclear, with only some names below being visible. The 100th place, Great Strength Bull Demon, Neo Tontian, Dao King 9th Layer. The 99th place, Golden Lion, Xingyu, Dao King 9th Layer. The 98th place, up to the 50th place, all ancient powerhouses were already at the Saint Path realm. Everyone was shocked to see these rankings. The rankings on this list were the strong figures from ancient times. Only those at the 9th layer of the Dao King realm barely made it into the top 100. This is terrifying. Only those at the Dao King realm can barely make the list. Everyone felt their scalps tingle. It's worth noting that in the entire Eastern Wilderness 9 domains, even for a dominant lineage like the Jiang family, the number of Dao Kings is few and far between. Yet on this ranking list, only those at the 9th layer of the Dao King realm barely qualified to be listed. At the same time, everyone's breathing quickened. It was because everyone understood. If they could defeat these spirit bodies, they would at least obtain treasures of the Dao King level. How could such benefits be missed? Moreover, there were spirit bodies at higher ranks, even at the Saint realm, and even quasi-emperor level. In an instant, everyone's breathing became rapid, eager to challenge the ancient, powerful spirit bodies. However, none of them moved. It was simply because Jiang Yunhao, standing in front of them, hadn't made any moves yet. Whether they were Jiang family members or Zhang family members present, they all understood that without Jiang Yunhao, they wouldn't have this opportunity. Jiang Yunhao, however, saw a familiar name on the stone tablet. 63rd place, Yaoqi's Sacred Land, Yao Tianchu. Yao Tianchu had already reached 63rd place. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. Clearly, the reason he hadn't seen Yao Tianchu outside was that he had rushed to challenge the spirit bodies. His ranking was not low, almost breaking into the top 50. It could be seen that Yao Tianchu was working hard. This also made Jiang Yunhao feel more gratified. Once Yao Tianchu came out, he could directly rob him. That's right, Jiang Yunhao wouldn't let go of Yao Tianchu. That is something only a good person would do. As for someone like him, when dealing with enemies, he would never go easy. If he could kill, he would show no mercy. And if he could use them as leverage, why would he let them off? Jiang Yunhao was somewhat looking forward to what treasures the hard-working Yao Tianchu might obtain. Moreover, Yao Tianchu himself possessed the bloodline talent of the celestial overlord body, which could also allow him to sign in. He was simply a great treasure. Jiang Yunhao could not possibly let him go. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yunhao glanced at Jiang Lingxiao. There was no need for more words. Jiang Lingxiao, who had been following Jiang Yunhao for quite some time, understood immediately. He immediately cupped his fists and bowed to Jiang Yunhao, saying, "Rest assured, Emperor, if you go in and this Yao Tianchu happens to come out, my Jiang family will definitely not let him escape." That's right, Jiang Yunhao was prepared to go in immediately to catch up with Yao Tianchu's ranking. However, he was also a bit worried that if he went in, Yao Tianchu might just come out. Therefore, he needed to be well prepared to ensure everything went smoothly. It must be said that Jiang Yunhao had thought of all possibilities. Yao Tianchu would never escape from his control. Moreover, his own family understood him best. With such a relative around, Jiang Yunhao felt much more at ease. Now he was relieved. At this moment, the voice of the tomb guardian's spirit echoed. "Young ones, if you wish to challenge the spiritual bodies, just reach out and touch the stone tablet to enter the spirit battle arena." But the spirit battle arena is no child's play. Even though the cultivation levels of those ancient spirits have been suppressed to the cave heaven and cutting fate realms, they were formidable existences in their lifetimes. If you fail the challenge, you could suffer serious injuries or even die. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. So there was a risk to life in challenging these spirits. Then, The Tomb Guardian spirit continued. Additionally, Jiang family's emperor, if I'm not mistaken, your cave heaven realm must have nurtured a terrifying creation, right? Jiang Yunhao nodded. Senior is correct. My cave heaven realm nurtures the Chaos Green Lotus. Sure enough, the voice of the Tomb Guardian spirit was filled with amazement. He saw Jiang Yunhao's powerful strength and guessed that Jiang Yunhao's cave heaven was extraordinary. However, even so, this will that guarded the secret realm of the Heavenly Gate could not imagine that Jiang Yunhao had actually nurtured the creation of the ancient Green Emperor in his cave heaven realm. This was simply unbelievable. The Tomb Guardian spirit suddenly sighed, seeming to feel an immense regret. Ah, no wonder your strength is so great. The Chaos Green Lotus can utilize chaotic magical power. Throughout history, only that Green Emperor possessed such power. Since your cave heaven realm has already nurtured the Chaos Green Lotus, then the opportunities and creations of these ancient spirits are useless to you. Even if the top 10 have nurtured creations comparable to the Chaos Green Lotus. A person can only have one cave heaven. Having more is of no use. The Tomb Guardian spirit sighed. However, Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened at this. The top 10 all had creations comparable to the Chaos Green Lotus? That meant they were at the imperial level, the level of emperors. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. These top 10 must have been the terrifying beings who could compete with the immortal empress in ancient times. Although they lost to the immortal empress and missed the imperial position, it was because only one emperor could emerge every 10,000 years. Undeniably, they were the best of that era, each possessing the qualifications to compete for the sole emperor. Their inherited treasures were all imperial level. This meant that the remaining 7 cave heavens could be filled. Perfect 10 cave heavens. Jiang Yunhao could hardly imagine this scene himself. Of course, filling all the cave heavens was actually quite simple. With the Jiang family's background, it would be easy for them to collect many treasures for Jiang Yunhao. However, Jiang Yunhao did not want to do that. He would rather take a little longer to perfect the 10 cave heavens than settle for less. After all, the better the nurtured treasures, the more incredible his strength would be. Just like how the Chaos Green Lotus gave him chaotic magical power, the weak water pearl endowed him with unmatched crushing pressure in every move. The heart of the Tree of Creation allowed him to remain in peak condition forever, without fatigue. These creations brought him immense benefits. Common treasures could not possibly have such effects, and everyone had also heard the conversation between the two, with many people turning their attention to Jiang Yunhao. Many felt pity for Jiang Yunhao, because he was too strong. Even these opportunities and creations that ordinary people dreamed of were useless to him. My goodness, what kind of logic is this? What a strange phenomenon. Usually, one is too weak to qualify for the treasures, right? But for the Jiang family's emperor, it was a complete reversal. People were filled with mixed feelings. Perhaps this was the terror of imperial qualifications. Even those outside who were watching through secret treasures changed their expressions. Jiang Shen opened his mouth, not expecting the situation. Zhang Xingyan sighed. Ah, fellow Taoist, your family's emperor is too outstanding. For him, even the greatest opportunities and creations in this secret realm are useless. Just as everyone was lamenting, Jiang Yunhao suddenly reached out to touch the stone tablet. The Tomb Guardian spirit said, Jiang family's emperor, what are you doing? It's useless for you to go in. To be honest, I have 10 cave heavens, and I still need 7 to perfect them, Jiang Yunhao secretly transmitted. Tomb Guardian Spirit. Chapter 52. You think it's a cabbage. Let us negotiate something? Huh. 10 cave heavens. Even the Tomb Guardian Spirit, who had been around for 20,000 years and was well-versed in many matters, was momentarily stunned upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's secret transmission. The face he manifested stared intently at Jiang Yunhao, as if trying to discern whether Jiang Yunhao was exaggerating. However, no matter how he looked at Jiang Yunhao, he did not seem to be talking nonsense. The Tomb Guardian spirit was bewildered. Is there really someone in this world who can open up 10 cave heavens? You might as well say you plan to go in and take all the inherited treasures, even if you can't get them. You don't want others to take them. The corners of the Tomb Guardian spirit's eyes twitched, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Yunhao. Clearly, he did not dare to believe it. However, he had no reason to stop Jiang Yunhao. In the next moment, golden light burst forth from the stone tablet, enveloping Jiang Yunhao and pulling him inside. At the same time, many figures of talented individuals from various clans were thrown out from the stone tablet. Oh my, that monkey is too strong. He almost cracked my skull with one hit. Ah, my leg is broken. Mom, save me. I want to go home. Can anyone challenge this secret realm? One after another, they cried out in despair, their voices echoing everywhere. People were horrified to discover that these talented individuals who were thrown out and had failed the challenge were all severely injured, some even missing arms and legs, with some having their lower bodies crushed. Hiss! In an instant, countless people gasped in shock. Some clan elders turned pale, their lips trembling, because they found that the life tablets of their own talented individuals who went in were shattered. This meant that some talented individuals had already died in the challenges within the secret realm. Those who had the ability to escape seriously injured were still considered extraordinary. The treasures within were indeed difficult to obtain and could cost lives. People secretly clicked their tongues. At this moment, the name of the 50th ranked individual on the stone tablet fluctuated. 50th place, Yaoqi Holy Land, Yao Tianchu, Cutting Fate Level 3. Yao Tianchu made it in the top 50. The talented individuals were all shocked, looking at the ranking on the stone tablet in disbelief. Only those who had experienced it personally understood how difficult it was to break into the top 50. Most of them had been eliminated by the spiritual body of the 50th rank. Yet Yao Tianchu was able to pass and reflect his name across the heavens. Another prodigious monster. With such an exceptional talent emerging from the Yaoqi Holy Land, one could only imagine how prosperous the Yaoqi Holy Land would become in the future. Everyone couldn't help but think of Jiang Yunhao. After all, these two dominating forces were truly at odds with each other. Even a quasi-emperor ancestor was tricked to death by Jiang Yunhao. If Jiang Yunhao also challenged, how many ranks could he reach? But Jiang Yunhao already has the Chaos Enlightenment, so he probably won't enter. People were speculating quietly. At that moment, the names on the stone tablet began to fluctuate violently again. The 100th position, Lingshu Domain, Jiang Family. Jiang Yunhao, 6th layer of the Cave Heaven Realm. What? The name of the Jiang family's imperial son made it onto the board. He entered? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. A terrifying scene unfolded as Jiang Yunhao's name flickered with golden light, rapidly climbing up at a dizzying speed. 99th, 78th, 50th. Lingshu Domain, Jiang Family. Jiang Yunhao, 6th layer of the Cave Heaven Realm. In just a dozen breaths, Jiang Yunhao's name directly replaced Yao Tianchu. What the hell? The Jiang family's imperial son also made it in? This 50th place spirit body is definitely a watershed. Only those at the Cutting Fate Realm's genius could surpass it. But Jiang Yunhao is still at the Cave Heaven Realm. How could he make it into the top 50? People were stunned. Defeating the divine power demon ape rewards 10 strands of innate divine thoughts, along with great strength divine technique, chaotic hammer method, and the divine object 5-color stone heart. You can choose one. In an endless darkness, there was only a floating white platform, resembling an arena. This was the interior of the stone tablet, a space opened up by the indomitable empress of ancient times using supreme mystical methods. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao stood on the platform, smashing the spirit body of the divine power demon ape with a punch. These things are of no use to me. Can you exchange them, senior? To be honest, these divine abilities, spells, and treasures that ordinary people dream of truly have no use for Jiang Yunhao. His goal was clear. Catch up to Yao Tianchu, defeat him first, and then strive for the top 10. What he wanted were those imperial-level inheritances. The tomb-guarding spirit fell silent. Honestly, in 20,000 years, he had never seen a being like Jiang Yunhao. Well, if these are indeed useless to you, then fine, I will exchange them all for innate divine thoughts. How about that? Hearing the tomb-guarding spirit's response, a glint flashed in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. So easy to talk to? He actually agreed to exchange. Moreover, he was in need of innate divine thoughts, because nurturing cave heaven treasures also requires a large number of innate divine thoughts. The more innate divine thoughts, the better the nurturing. To perfect his 10 cave heavens, innate divine thoughts are indispensable. In short, the The more of such good things, the better. No one would complain about having too many. Then, based on the value of the inheritance, I will exchange it for 100 strands of innate divine thoughts. The tomb-guarding spirit calculated. Jiang Yunhao nodded and smiled, saying, "Then please help me exchange the opportunities and treasures I gained from defeating those spirit bodies earlier." "Sorry for the trouble, Senior." Tomb-guarding spirit. Cough, cough, cough. The tomb-guarding spirit seemed to choke and coughed a few times. "You brat. Do you treat innate divine thoughts like cabbage, readily available everywhere? The reason you obtained a large amount of innate divine thoughts before was that you took away the Chaos Qinglian, the ancient Qing emperor's treasure, which has existed for over 10,000 years, accumulated the savings of 10,000 years. The tomb-guarding spirit felt speechless. He now understood why Jiang Yunhao could open up 10 cave heavens. But this kind of opportunity is rare. It took more than 10,000 years of accumulation to create a great terror with 10 cave heavens. One can imagine how difficult this is. The tomb-guarding spirit didn't know that Jiang Yunhao had caught onto his implications. The ancient chaos Qinglian accumulated for 10,000 years. And this heavenly K divine past secret realm is from the ancient era, equivalent to having accumulated for over 20,000 years. Then wouldn't the innate divine thoughts in this secret realm be even more? Tens of thousands? Or even hundreds of thousands? Jiang Yunhao blinked, silently calculating, and suddenly had a bold idea. The tomb-guarding spirit was still unaware that someone had set his sights on his old nest. After pondering for a moment, the tomb-guarding spirit said, "But if you can break into the top 10, it wouldn't be impossible to give you more innate divine thoughts." "Oh," Jiang Yunhao squinted. "Is this tomb-guarding spirit really this easy to negotiate with? Why does it feel like he is encouraging me to push higher?" However, Jiang Yunhao only took note of it in secret and didn't think much more. After all, it didn't conflict with his goals. "By the way, if you advance a little further, you will encounter your enemy," the tomb-guarding spirit said meaningfully. Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened. "Yao Tianchu, I'm coming." Chapter 53. Clash with the body of domination. At the same time, as Jiang Yunhao aimed for a higher rank, the outside world was in an uproar. Everyone was staring at the golden stone tablet. They saw Jiang Yunhao's name rapidly ascending as if he were riding a rocket. This speed left everyone stunned, thinking they were seeing ghosts. The Jiang family's imperial son is terrifying. Other geniuses were already running out of steam, but the Jiang family's imperial son seemed to have not yet reached his limit. People were discussing fervently. It was clear to everyone that Jiang Yunhao's stamina was still frighteningly strong. In contrast, Yao Tianchu halted at the 36th position. However, this achievement was already terrifying, with only a few top geniuses from the 9 domains of the Eastern Wilderness reaching this point. Yet compared to Jiang Yunhao's speed, they seemed somewhat insignificant. Jiang Yunhao seemed to have become a unique existence. Those with grievances against the Jiang family looked uneasy, unable to imagine the scene. Meanwhile, those from the Jiang family wore expectant expressions, speculating how far Jiang Yunhao could go. Inside the secret realm, within the stone tablet, the 35th position, a giant bear monster covered in black fur, with a massive physique and wielding a mountain-cleaving axe, stood in front of the entrance to the next level. The ancient barbaric bear, rumored to possess incredible strength, was only inferior to the top-tier demon races like the Tianjiao ant and the swallowing sky skylark. Opposite this ancient barbaric bear, several disheveled men and women sat cross-legged, continuously popping pills from their storage bags. These individuals were the top geniuses who had reached the 35th position. The higher the rank, the fewer the number of participants. Now, only 6 geniuses remained. As for the others, they simply lacked the ability to reach this level. Among these 6, there were actually 2 old acquaintances of Jiang Yunhao, the contemporary geniuses of the 4 major forces, Yao Tianchu and Han Sini. At this moment, Yao Tianchu's face was pale, his hair disheveled, lacking the earlier composure and displaying more signs of distress. It was evident that Yao Tianchu had already clashed with this ancient barbaric bear. Such a terrifying physical body inevitably reminded one of that Jiang family imperial son. Indeed, one could not help but wonder if the Jiang family's imperial son could contend with this ancient barbaric bear after entering. What a pity. The Jiang family's imperial son did not come. They would ultimately not see this scene. Several geniuses whispered among themselves. Encountering a spirit body with such a strong physique inevitably led to comparisons with Jiang Yunhao. After all, the terrifying physical prowess of the Jiang family's imperial son was well known. If Yao Tianchu, can't do it, why can Jiang Yunhao? Besides, with the four major forces surrounding him, if Jiang Yunhao isn't a fool, how would he dare to enter the secret realm? Hearing the discussions around, Yao Tianchu slowly opened his eyes and coldly scanned the crowd. The other geniuses immediately fell silent, although they also came from extraordinary backgrounds. Some were even descendants of dominant forces within their domains. They had no reason to provoke the Yaoqi sacred land over a few words. However, they still felt somewhat awkward and dissatisfied with Yao Tianchu's arrogance. Since entering the secret realm, Yao Tianchu couldn't wait to fight against the spirit bodies. Therefore, he was unaware that Jiang Yunhao had already entered. Moreover, the so-called alliance of the four major forces had already been defeated by the Jiang family, leaving them in disarray, with everyone being plundered and dying tragically on the spot. Even his mother, Lin Miaoi, along with an ancestral elder from the Yaoqi, had been tricked into death by Jiang Yunhao. However, Yao Tianchu had gained quite a lot, having gathered hundreds of strands of innate divine thoughts, along with a considerable number of inherited treasures. He had already decided to retreat and enter seclusion to properly digest the gains from this trip. Han Sini looked at Yao Tianchu with a complex expression. To be honest, she was probably the one among the four major forces who most did not want to be enemies with Jiang Yunhao. Few people knew that Han Sini possessed an incredible ability. She was adept at deduction. Han Sini had carefully observed Jiang Yunhao before. However, the scene she deduced using her talent left her feeling immensely shocked. In a daze, she saw a solitary figure in white. This solitary figure sat cross-legged in the void, with its back to the world, as if it were dictating the ages. Behind him was a prosperous era filled with vitality. Yet in front of him lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, endless slaughter and despair. He seemed to embody the essence of life and death. Han Sini did not know what she had seen, but she was deeply shaken. She had a premonition that the vague, white-clad figure with its back to the world was likely Jiang Yunhao. Perhaps she had glimpsed the future or the past. In any case, it was terrifying. I always feel that no one in this world can stop his footsteps. He is not someone you can block, Han Sini murmured, instinctively looking towards the entrance. The figure of Jiang Yunhao appeared in her mind. Maybe, at that moment, as Han Sini was lost in thought, her pupils suddenly constricted as if pricked by a needle. He is coming. He really is coming. Han Sini suddenly stood up, shocked. What do you mean he is coming? Miss Han, as a descendant of a great clan, why are you so startled? Yao Tianchu, who had been disturbed from his meditation, frowned and looked at Han Sini. However, the next moment, following Han Sini's gaze, Yao Tianchu saw a familiar figure. What? Jiang Yunhao? Yao Tianchu was taken aback. His eyes filled with disbelief. That's right. The person was indeed Jiang Yunhao. He saw a figure in white entering this level. The white robe was as white as snow, and the long black hair reached his waist, flowing like ink. Jiang Yunhao, you actually came in? Yao Tianchu came to his senses and squinted at Jiang Yunhao. What? You can come in, but this prince cannot? Jiang Yunhao scanned the surroundings, quickly understanding the situation. It seemed that not only Yao Tianchu, but also the top talents of the Eastern Wilderness 9 domains were stuck at the 35th place. Upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, Yao Tianchu smiled. He looked at Jiang Yunhao with a teasing expression. If I'm not mistaken, you must have avoided Long Ao Yin and Wang Lin, right? Those two are really something. One wants to see if you dare to come in, waiting to take you as a servant. The other wants to step on you to make a name for himself, capturing the hearts of beauties. But I'm different. Yao Tianchu, have only killing intent towards you. Yao Tianchu slowly stood up, his blood surging within him, twisting his neck and making crackling sounds like exploding beans. The others were shocked and quickly retreated. Goodness, does Yao Tianchu have such intense killing intent? He wants to kill Jiang family's prince right after meeting him. The others knew Yao Tianchu's strength and did not believe Jiang Yunhao could surpass him. After all, Yao Tianchu was at the Cutting Fate realm, a whole major realm above Jiang Yunhao. Moreover, Yao Tianchu was not like Chen Tianzi from the Deluo sword sect. He had gained fame much earlier and was nearly 1,000 years old. Next year, he could no longer be considered part of the younger generation. He could be said to be one of the most renowned figures among the younger generation. Chapter 54. Naturally charming Hehe, Jiang Yunhao. I didn't expect you to have such courage. Since you're in such a hurry to seek death, then I'll kill you first. Yao Tianchu stood up, his gaze calm as water, as if he did not put Jiang Yunhao in his eyes. The other talents all retreated to the distance. In truth, they all knew the source of Yao Tianchu's confidence. Like Jiang Yunhao, it stemmed from their own strength. However, Yao Tianchu had gained fame earlier, among his peers. He was an unparalleled figure, pushing through without encountering any rivals until today. Even later, Yao Tianchu became bored and stopped competing with his peers, no longer participating in the competition for the title of champion in the Eastern Wilderness 9 domains. This also gave his younger brother, Yao Wudi, the opportunity to compete for the title of 10 champions. But everyone knew that the strongest force in the Guanghan domain was the Yaoqi sacred ground. And the strongest contemporary figure among the younger generation must be Yao Tianchu. He was also known as the uncrowned king by the world. Oh, you're so eager to die? Jiang Yunhao looked at Yao Tianchu with interest. Jiang Yunhao's greatest interest in Yao Tianchu was signing in for benefits. The system had hinted that Yao Tianchu was the Azure Sky Dominator and an important figure for signing in. As for anything else, Jiang Yunhao was completely uninterested. Hehe, sharp-tongued. A murderous intent flashed in Yao Tianchu's eyes. Just as he was about to charge over, Jiang Yunhao suddenly waved his hand. Wait a moment. Yao Tianchu paused slightly. Ha! I thought you, the Jiang family prince, had great confidence. Why are you afraid now and unwilling to fight me? Yao Tianchu laughed mockingly. However, Yao Tianchu had misunderstood Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao merely glanced at Yao Tianchu indifferently. At this moment, your condition doesn't seem too good, right? You should continue taking medicine to recover to your peak before fighting me. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred, contemplating for a moment. The reason he wanted to do this was partly because he was confident in his own strength. On the other hand, what if this half-disabled Yao Tianchu couldn't activate his Azure Sky Dominator bloodline? Would that lead to a failed sign-in for him? Therefore, to be cautious, Jiang Yunhao was happy to wait for Yao Tianchu to recover a bit. The top talents present did not know Jiang Yunhao's thoughts and were all momentarily stunned. They had seen confidence before, but they had never seen such confidence. What kind of unbeatable mentality was this? To disdain to strike against an opponent who was not in peak condition? The key was that Yao Tianchu was not just anyone. He was the uncrowned king among the younger generation of the Guanghan domain. Who wouldn't want to take the opportunity to strike while their opponent was down and quickly finish them off? It was likely only Jiang family's prince who had such an unbeatable mentality. The crowd secretly clicked their tongues. Hansini was even more shaken by Jiang Yunhao's demeanor. Her eyes sparkled as she felt her deduction was accurate. That solitary figure dictating the ages was likely Jiang Yunhao as future. Hehe, killing you doesn't require being at my peak. However, Jiang Yunhao's attitude enraged Yao Tianchu. Who was Yao Tianchu? He had never been so despised on this journey. This was a naked humiliation for him. The next moment, Yao Tianchu struck fiercely, pushing out a palm. Behind him, endless brilliant starlight erupted, and the stars blinked as they surged forward, enveloping Jiang Yunhao with overwhelming force. It was terrifying. It was as if he could pluck the stars and manipulate the moon, turning the universe upside down with a single move. This is the unique skill that made Yao Tianchu famous, the Qian Kuan Star River Palm. Hiss! Is this an instant kill? The crowd gasped in shock upon seeing this. Interesting. However, Jiang Yunhao remained calm and unhurried, and soon, 3 different celestial phenomena appeared behind him. A towering chaotic blue lotus swayed gracefully, and rolling chaotic energy poured down like a rain curtain. Bathed in this chaotic energy, Jiang Yunhao resembled a peerless war god, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The green leaves and stems of the blue lotus swept out. With a single sweep, like a withering branch, it obliterated numerous starry manifestations. Even its residual force did not diminish, instantly sweeping towards Yao Tianshu. With a loud bang, it sent Yao Tianshu flying like a swatted fly. Yao Tianshu's face changed dramatically. This was the first time he had fought Jiang Yunhao in his life. Although he appeared furious and seemed to have lost his rationality, in reality, he was extremely calm. It was precisely because he had heard many rumors about Jiang Yunhao that he initiated with a lethal move. However, even so, it was only at the moment he truly clashed with Jiang Yunhao that Yao Tianshu realized he had misjudged this Jiang family prince. With a loud crash, Yao Tianshu fell to the ground over a kilometer away. The platform beneath him, resembling white jade, trembled slightly. This was due to the unique space within the secret realm. The platform was incredibly solid, unbreakable even by quasi-emperors. Otherwise, it would have shattered long ago. But Yao Tianshu was not as resilient. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair disheveled, looking extremely disheveled. His face twisted in despair and terror. How could this be? Why is Jiang Yunhao so strong? Yao Tianshu looked at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief, suddenly springing to his feet, as if he couldn't accept this disparity, going mad and shouting in rage. Seeing this, Jiang Yunhao's gaze was calm, showing no signs of fluctuation as he indifferently watched Yao Tianshu. His figure flashed, and he punched towards Yao Tianshu's chest. At the same time, the frenzied Yao Tianshu revealed a smug smile at the corner of his mouth. Fool, you've fallen for it. Did you think I avoided you because I was afraid of your powerful physical body? But how could you know that my Yao Tianshu's heaven-suppressing body bloodline is one of the strongest physical talents from the ancient era? Yao Tianshu's expression changed. The madness faded, replaced by extreme calmness. That's right. He was deliberately feigning weakness to lure Jiang Yunhao in. He was afraid that if he displayed an overwhelming posture from the start, it would scare Jiang Yunhao into fleeing. The world only knew that Yao Tianshu had the heaven-suppressing body bloodline, but did not understand the true essence of this bloodline talent. Following this, Yao Tianshu's blood energy surged, and his injuries astonishingly healed in an instant. A roaring sound erupted from within him, like a vast ocean surging. Each time this bloodline was activated, there would be excruciating aftereffects. However, today, being able to kill you, Jiang Yunhao, was enough. Yao Tianshu grinned wickedly and reached out a hand towards Jiang Yunhao. Oh, you're activating your powers in front of me? Such extraordinary talents often have the ability to turn the tide. How could a genius like Yao Tianshu have no means? Jiang Yunhao was not surprised by this. However, he also had his own hidden power. Watching Yao Tianshu finally use the heaven-suppressing body bloodline as he had expected, Jiang Yunhao silently thought, sign in. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations. Host, sign in successful. Chapter 55. There's nothing that can't be resolved with a sudden insight. Ding. Due to the host bloodline being destined to oppose the heaven-suppressing body bloodline, the host activated their own bloodline. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ancient holy body. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 heavenly spirit pills. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 opportunities for sudden insights. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Yunhao's mind, clear and distinct only to him. Jiang Yunhao's heart surged with excitement. Indeed, his premonition was correct. Coming into contact with Yao Tianshu could stimulate the awakening of his own bloodline. He, a member of the Jiang family, also had his own bloodline talent. And this talent, among the millions of current members of the Jiang family, had no one who could awaken it. Not to mention the current generation. Even the quasi-emperors like Jiang Chun had not awakened the holy body bloodline talent. This showcased the extraordinary nature of this bloodline talent. However, at this moment, he was different. Jiang Yunhao had fully awakened. In a daze, all the mysteries of the ancient holy body flooded into Jiang Yunhao's mind. At the same time, Jiang Yunhao's blood energy surged forward at this moment. Blood energy surged and swelled. Boom! A roaring sound erupted from within Jiang Yunhao, like a furnace of heaven and earth. Strength, 76, 830, 000 pounds. Strength, 88, 880,000 pounds. Strength, 99, 990,000 pounds. In just a moment, Jiang Yunhao's physical body became even stronger. This also reflected the terrifying nature of Jiang Yunhao's foundational physique, the eternal Tao body. In the world, only the eternal Tao body, the source of all physiques, could seamlessly integrate any physical talent without hindrance. Without the eternal Tao body, it would be difficult for Jiang Yunhao at this moment to possess multiple powerful physiques. This meant that from now on, he would not be limited to any one physical talent. He could encompass all. He would have the blessings of all physical talents in the world. At the same time, Yao Tianchu, who was reaching out to grab Jiang Yunhao, felt the most profound change, clearly sensing Jiang Yunhao's transformation. He got stronger again. Impossible. How could this be? Jiang Yunhao also has hidden powers? Yao Tianchu's mind was shaken. However, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. He firmly believed in his unparalleled bloodline, his fingers like hooks, reaching towards Jiang Yunhao's face. Jiang family prince, be careful. At this moment, Han Sini suddenly cried out instinctively. The talented individuals present all looked at Han Sini, their expressions turning extremely strange. Isn't this young lady from the Han family part of the four major allied powers? Why is she helping Jiang Yunhao? The people were puzzled. Yao Tianchu, on the other hand, was so angry he almost spat blood. Damn it, this little woman is publicly betraying him? Just because Jiang Yunhao is handsome, he can get away with anything? Damn it, after I kill Jiang Yunhao, I'll deal with you properly. Yao Tianchu had an unparalleled confidence in his own strength. Why do people only know he has the heaven-suppressing body, but not understand the true essence of this physical bloodline? The reason is quite simple. All the enemies who could force Yao Tianchu to pay a great price to activate the heaven-suppressing body are dead. Dead men tell no tales. This palm of his contained unparalleled domineering power. Even a genius at the cutting connection realm could not withstand it. Yet, Jiang Yunhao's speed was even faster. He struck first. Jiang Yunhao raised his hand, and his palm collided with Yao Tianchu's. Jiang Yunhao's strength erupted completely, accompanied by this palm's powerful force. With the weight of the weak water condensation pearl and the chaotic magical power, it seemed to push the heavens 10,000 miles. With the might to overturn the universe and collapse the starry river. Boom! The two palms collided. The magical power surged, unleashing a powerful sound wave, even causing the space to ripple. Under everyone's gaze, at the center of the explosion, a figure was sent flying as if struck by lightning, like a kite with a broken string. Blood sprayed out, raining down in the air. It was purple blood, filled with mysterious power. This figure was none other than Yao Tianchu. Crack, crack! I saw Yao Tianchu's right arm break inch by inch, accompanied by a sound that made one's teeth ache from the cracking of bones. Yao Tianchu's face turned pale, his gaze fixated on Jiang Yunhao, filled with an unprecedented shock. Only those who had truly fought against Jiang Yunhao could comprehend his terrifying power. It was even more unbelievable than the rumors, hard to accept. It was simply a strength that surpassed common sense. It felt as if he was not facing a mere human, but an unparalleled great evil from the ancient times. Jiang Yunhao, your physique. After finally stabilizing his retreating form, blood seeped from the corner of Yao Tianchu's mouth, his hair disheveled and looking utterly disheveled. In fact, it wasn't just Yao Tianchu who was shocked. The onlooking prodigies were also secretly astonished. Earlier, they had been speculating about who would win between the two, thinking that the long-established Yao Tianchu had the greater odds of victory. Unexpectedly, it was Jiang Yunhao, who had only practiced for over a decade, who completely defeated Yao Tianchu. And it wasn't just a simple victory. It was a complete domination, looking effortless. Is my deduction true? That figure really is Jiang Yunhao? Han Sini's heart trembled, her eyes sparkling. No, Yao Tianchu, will not lose to you. You have only practiced for a mere decade. In terms of foundation, Yao Tianchu, surpass you 100-fold. Yao Tianchu took a deep breath, his resolve clearly unyielding. This is also the mindset of the invincible young generation of the Guanghan domain. He possesses a solid heart of invincibility. It was forged through his continuous victories. Dominating Fist. Yao Tianchu went completely insane, desperately activating the bloodline of the Tsangtian dominating body. Blood gushed from all 7 apertures of his body as he hurled a punch at Jiang Yunhao, unleashing the phantom of a monstrous beast. This was the innate divine ability of the Tsangtian dominating body, comparable to the techniques of emperors. Seeing this, Jiang Yunhao's bloodline began to stir. Ridiculous. However, throughout it all, Jiang Yunhao's expression remained indifferent. He could feel the boiling of his own bloodline, an incentive from fated enemy. The ancient sacred body also has innate divine abilities. It had just awakened, and he hadn't yet had the chance to comprehend it. But the more Yao Tianchu desperately used the Tsangtian dominating body, the more it could stimulate Jiang Yunhao's bloodline. But waiting for his own comprehension was still too much of a waste of time. However, he had sudden insights. That's right. After signing in, Jiang Yunhao had also gained 10 opportunities for sudden insights. Sudden insights are very simple. As the name suggests, it is a once-in-a-lifetime state. It is the opportunity that all cultivators desire most. He immediately used one. In an instant, crackling sounds echoed from within Jiang Yunhao's body. The first lock of the sacred body broke. The second lock of the sacred body broke again. The third lock. A total of 9 locks, all shattered. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yunhao's ancient sacred body reached the level of great perfection. Oh, the innate divine ability of the ancient sacred body is the manifestation of an anomaly, the only sacred body that can use anomalies as a means of attack. This anomaly can enhance my sword techniques. There is no need for Jiang Yunhao to practice hard. In an instant, he comprehended the subtleties of the ancient sacred body. Jiang Yunhao's gaze turned to Yao Tianchu. This kid's value seems to be nearly exhausted. It should come to an end. With this thought, a divine sword appeared in Jiang Yunhao's hand. With a single slash, the sword technique of heaven slaying. This sword technique contained the first type of anomaly divine ability of the ancient sacred body. The celestial king descends to the 9 heavens. Chapter 56. The beauty seeks to follow, serving a lifetime. Boom! As Jiang Yunhao swung his sword, a figure clad in white, as pure as snow, hazily appeared behind him. The anomaly of the celestial king descending to the 9 heavens. It was as if it suppressed the ages, looking down on all. The momentum was infused into this sword, shattering Yao Tianchu's dominating fist illusion in an instant. How could this be? Yao Tianchu's eyes suddenly widened, and before he could react, the sword energy struck him. With a splatter, his protective talisman burst forth with golden light, but it merely resisted for a moment before shattering into nothing. Immediately after, Yao Tianchu spewed blood and flew backward, his bones shattered and tendons torn, blood oozing from every pore. It was a brutal scene, like a shooting star. Yao Tianchu's body crashed heavily to the ground, while Jiang Yunhao, after the slash, flickered and appeared before Yao Tianchu, mercilessly stepping on Yao Tianchu's chest. In stark contrast to Yao Tianchu's disheveled and weak state, Jiang Yunhao was as pristine as snow, not tainted by a speck of dust. His gaze remained calm, as if a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. This intense contrast made the hearts of the onlookers clench. Was Yao Tianchu weak? Of course not. The prodigies present questioned themselves. If it were them, perhaps they wouldn't even withstand a single punch from Yao Tianchu's true strength. There was only one explanation. Jiang Yunhao was too strong. In fact, some even realized that this last sword could have directly annihilated Yao Tianchu. But Jiang Yunhao seemed to have other intentions and held back the power of that sword. What else did he want? People's minds swayed, filled with shock. At the same time, Yao Tianchu, who was being stepped on by Jiang Yunhao, felt as if struck by lightning, his breath instantly waning, no longer possessing the strength to fight. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He initially thought he had hidden his strength well enough to set a trap for Jiang Yunhao. But why was he now lying on the ground like a dead dog? How did Jiang Yunhao have control over his life and death? Yao Tianchu lost the calmness he had before, looking at Jiang Yunhao with fear and despair. Even his invincible heart began to show signs of cracks, instinctively fearing Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao, let go of your foot. Yao Tianchu cried out in humiliation and anger. Bang! However, in response to Yao Tianchu, Jiang Yunhao stepped down heavily again, leaving Yao Tianchu unable to speak, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Behave yourself, Jiang Yunhao ordered, and immediately activated the sky-eating demon technique. A mysterious force of attraction fell upon Yao Tianchu, and his purple bloodline surprisingly transformed into extremely pure energy, which was then devoured by Jiang Yunhao. Upon seeing this scene, the prodigies were shocked. Oh my god, no wonder the Jiang family's prince didn't directly finish off Yao Tianchu. He wants to completely drain Yao Tianchu. Using him up, tell me, what is the essence of your Sangtian dominating body bloodline? Jiang Yunhao asked while absorbing Yao Tianchu's bloodline. That's right. He had his sights set on the last bit of Yao Tianchu's value. After all, Jiang Yunhao possessed the eternal Tao body, capable of seamlessly integrating all types of bloodlines in the world. The Sangtian dominating body is not weak. How could he miss this opportunity? Jiang Yunhao was a frugal person. Hearing this, Yao Tianchu laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Jiang Yunhao, you really are greedy. Yao Tianchu finally understood why Jiang Yunhao hadn't killed him directly. Of course, if you let me go now, I might still tell you some secrets. Jiang Yunhao's words seemed to give Yao Tianchu a glimmer of hope for survival. He certainly didn't want to die, even if he was defeated by Jiang Yunhao. If he were still alive, who could say who would be stronger in the future? As long as he was alive, there was hope. Oh, if you're not going to say it, then forget it. However, the next moment, Jiang Yunhao's words made Yao Tianchu's heart sink. Before Yao Tianchu could put on any more airs, intending to manipulate Jiang Yunhao casually swung his sword down, instantly severing Yao Tianchu's head. Gurgle. Yao Tianchu's head rolled a few times, his eyes still filled with confusion and disbelief. Why? He wasn't just infatuated with his bloodline talent, was he? He hadn't even finished asking. How could he have struck so hard? Until the moment of his death, Yao Tianchu was still dazed. However, Yao Tianchu had no way of knowing that Jiang Yunhao was just casually asking. Since Yao Tianchu was unwilling to reveal, it was fine to just kill him. After all, he still had 9 opportunities for enlightenment left. There was nothing that couldn't be resolved with one moment of enlightenment. At the same time, as Jiang Yunhao killed Yao Tianchu, the other outstanding talents present were dumbfounded. Wow, the Jiang family's prince is too strong, too ruthless. However, Han Sini's mindset was somewhat different from the others. It must be him. I deduced that silhouette. It must be the future of the Jiang family's prince. Such a figure made Han Sini's heart race, her long legs trembling and feeling a bit weak. Her gaze sharpened, as if she had made a certain decision. Biting her tender red lips lightly, she walked towards Jiang Yunhao. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao used another moment of enlightenment. Boom! The blood and energy within him boiled again, and he actually broke through to the tremendous barrier of 100 million. His physical strength reached an astonishing 12 million Jin. This was terrifying. Such a level of physicality was something that no being without divinity could possess. Even in historical records, it had never appeared before. However, for Jiang Yunhao, this was quite normal. After all, he had the blessings of 2 sacred body physiques, whether it was the ancient sacred body or the celestial overlord body. Both were extremely strong physical talents. Moreover, due to the reason of the eternal Tao body, these 2 fated physiques did not exhibit any rejection. Instead, they complemented each other harmoniously. Suddenly, Jiang Yunhao had a strange feeling. Is this considered establishing a harem? Under the management of the eternal Tao body, the other concubines were all obedient and quietly working hard, just as Jiang Yunhao was digesting the benefits of the celestial overlord body. Han Sini had already walked to his side, with her black hair flowing, serene and ethereal, wearing a green long dress. The exquisite Han Sini could definitely be called a stunning beauty. Jiang Yunhao noticed Han Sini, his brow slightly furrowed. He had no interest in this girl. Killing her wouldn't hold much value. However, Han Sini suddenly bowed to Jiang Yunhao. Prince of the Jiang family, Sini wishes to follow you and serve you for life. I wonder what your thoughts are. Han Sini was perceptive, precisely because she was skilled in deduction and had talents that others did not. She understood what the trend of the times was. She had never thought she could become an emperor herself, but if she could follow an immensely promising figure, how could she not go further? And now, she was already completely certain that the incredible strong figure she had deduced was definitely Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao was somewhat surprised. The current princess of the Han family wasn't here to seek death. She wanted to be his follower and serve him for life. Chapter 57, Too Lucky. A valuable beauty. Seeing Han Sini bowing respectfully, Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred slightly. As a member of the Han family, one of the four great powers, why would you want to follow me? Do you not know that the Han family and my Jiang family are like water and fire? And our relationship is not very good? Jiang Yunhao squinted. Han Sini's expression became serious, her gaze firm and bright. Sini knows that the prince's future is limitless. Precisely because the Han family and Jiang family are at odds, Sini wants to follow you even more, as this could be a way to secure a path for my Han family. To avoid, in the future, when you seek retribution, my Han family ending up in a situation of extermination. Upon hearing this, the other outstanding talents were secretly shocked. Did Han Sini predict that Jiang Yunhao would inevitably rise to power? She actually feared that when Jiang Yunhao sought retribution in the future, he would annihilate the Han family without a trace. At this moment, forming a good relationship with Jiang Yunhao was to find a way out for the Han family. However, what was the Han family? They were also a dominant orthodoxy within a domain. Even when facing a quasi-emperor enemy, such a powerful force wouldn't suffer significant harm, let alone face extermination. Han Sini's thoughts seemed overly exaggerated, right? The talents present were utterly shocked, even unable to understand Han Sini's mindset. Of course, it was normal for them not to understand, as no one knew that Han Sini's talent was deduction. Yet, Han Sini was confident in her judgment. Hearing Han Sini's words, Jiang Yunhao looked at her with great interest. The princess of the Han family had considerable strength. If she were to become a follower, it wouldn't be a bad idea. She would be very easy to use, and, as the princess of the Han family, she would be a future figure in charge of the Han family. If he could bring the Han family under his command, it would be of immense benefit to both Jiang's family and himself, Jiang Yunhao. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunhao said without hesitation, "If you want to follow me, that's fine, but there is something I must tell you first. I don't care about the other members of the Han family, but those high-ranking members of the Han family who intend to unite with the three great powers to kill me, Jiang Yunhao, one by one. I will kill them all in the future." Jiang Yunhao's words made the outstanding talents present gasp in amazement. Wow, this Jiang family prince is indeed as fierce as the rumors say. However, this straightforwardness was a bit foolish. How could he still win over Han Sini with such blunt speech? The talents looked at Jiang Yunhao with both envy and jealousy. After all, Han Sini was a renowned heavenly beauty in the eastern wilderness, beautiful and talented. Who wouldn't want such a delicate beauty under their command? Now, with such a rare opportunity, Jiang Yunhao still spoke so directly. The talents in their hearts were murmuring, thinking that Han Sini would definitely not choose to follow Jiang Yunhao anymore. Sini understood. "I swear a blood oath to you, I will follow you for life, and I will have no other intentions. Even in the future, when you seek retribution against those in my Han family, that is there just desserts. You are a person of clarity in grievances and kindness." However, the next moment, Han Sini immediately swore to Jiang Yunhao. As the oath took shape, everyone's eyes widened. This was different from what they had imagined. In an instant, apart from being shocked, people looked at Jiang Yunhao with even more envy. After all, this was the princess of the Han family, a heavenly beauty that countless people dreamed of. If the young people outside knew that the goddess in their hearts willingly followed the Jiang family prince, many young boys would probably curl up under their blankets at midnight, shedding tears of heartbreak. As Jiang Yunhao watched Han Sini swear loyalty, he meaningfully said, "In that case, in the future, this prince will support you to rise to the top of the Han family, and you will be in charge of the Han family, to be used by me." This was said even more straightforwardly. Han Sini's eyes brightened, fully aware that the reason she could gain Jiang Yunhao's recognition was that she was still useful and valuable. She even felt somewhat fortunate that she met Jiang Yunhao relatively early. If in the future, Jiang Yunhao had already soared to great heights, becoming an emperor, or even achieving greater heights, what qualifications would she, Han Sini, have to stand by such a figure? Realizing this, the intelligent Han Sini immediately bowed to Jiang Yunhao. Thank you, Prince, for your favor. Sini will definitely manage the Han family well for you. In just a few short sentences, it seemed to have settled the future situation of a dominant force. This left the others feeling somewhat dreamlike, as if in a dream. But one piece of information they understood. The future Han family would become a force under Jiang Yunhao. A great dominant force was not submitting to the Jiang family, but to Jiang Yunhao, just because of Jiang Yunhao alone. Thinking of this, everyone gasped. The scene was too beautiful, and they could not imagine how exhilarating it would be. In fact, Jiang Yunhao did not expect such a pleasant surprise either. Not only did he slay Yao Tianchu, which activated the bloodline of the primordial saint body, but he also obtained its Sangtian overlord body. Now, with the allegiance of the Han family's imperial daughter, this harvest was simply too good. Jiang Yunhao suddenly felt that as the number of talents he killed increased, his luck was indeed getting better and better. The mysterious luck was blessing him, making his cultivation path smoother and smoother. Luck is invisible and intangible, yet it truly exists. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao somewhat understood why the emperors of all generations were renowned figures across the heavens. As their fame grew, the number of talented individuals they defeated increased. Unconsciously, countless fortunes gathered in one body. Naturally, they were stronger than others and had a greater opportunity to attain the Tao and become emperors. The height of luck also affected oneself. Those with low luck could choke on cold water, while those with high luck could stumble upon treasures while walking. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but feel a bit excited about his future. He didn't know what good things he would encounter later. Just as Jiang Yunhao was pondering, a strange black cloud enveloped the area outside the stone tablet. The black cloud was like ink, and terrifying thunder flashed violently in the sky. Everyone noticed this scene. Thunder tribulation? Among the younger generation in the secret realm, someone had stepped into the heavenly phenomenon realm. Impossible! How old are these young people? And they are about to face the heavenly phenomenon thunder tribulation? The crowd outside was stunned. However, Jiang Yunhao felt a sense of foreboding. Is it coming for me? He clearly sensed that he was locked onto by this heavenly phenomenon thunder tribulation. Little guy, you are about to face the heavenly phenomenon thunder tribulation. The voice of the tomb guardian resonated. As the guardian of the secret realm, he also felt it. At the same time, the tomb guardian felt an indescribable bewilderment. He could not understand why Jiang Yunhao, a being in the cave heaven realm, had prematurely triggered the thunder tribulation that should belong to the heavenly phenomenon realm. Jiang Yunhao, however, roughly understood. He felt the two bloodline powers within him boiling vigorously. So that's it. Having fused the bloodline of the primordial saint body and the Sangtian overlord body, I am too against the heavens, shocking the world. Even the heavens cannot bear to see it and want to strike me dead. Jiang Yunhao blinked. Heaven's jealousy. This is a phenomenon of heaven and earth's jealousy that can only be triggered when a peerless demon or a monstrous genius emerges. Such beings are inherently difficult for heaven and earth to accommodate, and it is too unfair for the rest of the living beings in the world. Therefore, the heavens will send down thunder tribulations for testing. If one passes, they can live. If struck dead, it is simply fate. Jiang Yunhao recalled the legends he had seen in the Jiang family scriptures and instantly understood. The bad news was that the heavenly phenomenon thunder tribulation was coming for him, and his realm was certainly not at the heavenly phenomenon level. The good news was that this seemingly fatal situation seemed to pose no danger. After all, although his realm was that of cave heaven, his physical strength had already reached a level that even divine beings feared. Right now, he could unexpectedly kill a god with one punch. A gleam flashed in Jiang Yunhao's eyes as he suddenly focused on the spirit of the 35th ranked being. He had a bold idea. Chapter 58. You little brat, no martial virtue. With my physique, blocking this thunder tribulation is a piece of cake. Then I can face the tribulation while defeating opponents. With this thought arising in his mind, Jiang Yunhao had a bold idea. After all, sitting here for the tribulation is still a tribulation, wasting time for nothing. It would be better to get moving and quickly clear the secret realm, perfecting his 10 cave heavens. Yes, that's it. With a decision in mind, Jiang Yunhao immediately set it into action. Everyone was watching Jiang Yunhao, sensing that the thunder tribulation was indeed locking onto him. The various talents couldn't help but gasp again. It was unimaginable that a being in the cave heaven realm could attract the heavenly phenomenon thunder tribulation. Is the heaven and earth even wary of the Jiang family's imperial son? This imperial son's talent and potential are simply terrifying. Just as everyone was shocked and shaken, someone suddenly noticed that Jiang Yunhao was actually walking towards the ancient barbaric bear. What was the Jiang family's imperial son going to do? People were bewildered. Then they saw a brilliant bolt of lightning crashing down, striking into the independent space within the secret realm's stone tablet. Following that, Jiang Yunhao unleashed a wave that obliterated the spirit of the ancient barbaric bear. Indeed, his physique was able to withstand this thunder tribulation without any harm. It didn't hurt at all. On the contrary, it felt warm and cozy, as if countless little hands were gently caressing every part of his body. Thunder tribulation tempering the body. Jiang Yunhao was amazed, feeling the surging blood energy within him becoming even more vigorous. In fact, this was not the thunder tribulation intentionally going easy. After all, even the rules of heaven and earth could not have anticipated that a thunder tribulation capable of striking down a being at the heavenly phenomenon realm could be blocked by someone at the cave heaven realm. The test thunder tribulation for those who are prodigies is often one of 9 deaths and 1 life. However, looking at the historical records of the 9 domains of the eastern wilderness, there has never been a prodigy like Jiang Yunhao who was completely unharmed under the thunder tribulation. The spirit of the ancient barbaric bear just disappeared like that. Can be played like this? The talented individuals present had their eyes wide open, their jaws almost dropping to the ground, unable to close their mouths for a long time. They had imagined Jiang Yunhao's strength. Perhaps he could defeat the ancient barbaric bear. But no one expected that Jiang Yunhao's method of clearing the trial would be like this. Han Seni's breathing quickened, and her face turned red and hot. Her admiration and yearning for Jiang Yunhao in her eyes could no longer be concealed. My deduction was indeed accurate. This imperial son, no one can block his steps. He is the very embodiment of miracles. Jiang Yunhao enjoyed the massage of the thunder tribulation while advancing towards higher rankings. Saying he was fighting was not quite right. In fact, he was just walking past one powerful ancient spirit after another. There was no need for Jiang Yunhao to take action, bathing in the thunder. He strolled leisurely through the sea of thunder, and one spirit after another burst apart. The tomb guardian appeared, transforming into the form of an old man in a black robe. He stared in shock at Jiang Yunhao's back. This kid is not following the rules of martial ethics. Damn it, today I have truly gained insight. Even the tomb guardian couldn't help but exclaim. This was because Jiang Yunhao's actions were too unique and unimaginable. It should be noted that the tomb guardian had lived for over 20,000 years since the ancient era. He had witnessed countless talents attempting to clear the secret realm and had seen too many astonishing figures. But he had never seen someone like Jiang Yunhao clear the trial like this. Meanwhile, in the outside world, in a place where the ancestors of various families gathered, on a cloud, originally, with the deaths of their ancestors, the representatives of the 4 major forces had already given up, no longer daring to make a sound. However, with the rumbling of the heavenly phenomenon thunder tribulation, Longxing suddenly exclaimed in joy, "It must be the Jiang family imperial son." Only someone like the Jiang family imperial son could be feared by heaven and earth and regarded as a prodigy. This is a thunder tribulation meant to strike down the Jiang family imperial son. It must be said that although Longxing hated Jiang Yunhao for not dying, he was still the one who believed in Jiang Yunhao the most. He considered himself to understand Jiang Yunhao's potential best and guessed without hesitation who triggered the thunder tribulation. Hearing this, some people showed worry, while others secretly rejoiced. Especially the four major forces that suffered setbacks at the hands of Jiang Yunhao were almost going crazy with joy. The Jiang family's young master is truly formidable. Who would disagree? The fact that he can control the aura of the secret realm is already incredible. And who would have thought that a mere Dongtian realm cultivator could actually provoke the celestial lightning tribulation ahead of time? This celestial lightning tribulation can even strike down beings at the celestial realm. Jiang family's young master truly deserves to be the leader among the younger generation. He is indeed powerful. The senior elders from the Han family, Wang family, and Yaoqi sacred land began to speak in a sarcastic tone. With the deaths of their own quasi-emperor ancestors, they felt anxious and at the same time hated Jiang Yunhao to the core. After all, their foundation was ruined by Jiang Yunhao, which was a significant weakening for major forces. However, without a quasi-emperor present, they did not dare to confront the Jiang family openly. At most, they would just make some sarcastic remarks, as if they were waiting to see the Jiang family's joke. Jiang Chun's expression darkened. He did not expect that Jiang Yunhao would actually provoke the celestial lightning tribulation. Although Yunhao was strong, this tribulation was definitely not weak. Would Yunhao be okay? A deep worry flashed through Jiang Chen's eyes. Some people present secretly rejoiced, wishing for Jiang Yunhao's death, while others were worried. Various complex gazes converged at the stone tablet of the secret realm. Who let it be so outstanding? If he dies, he deserves it. This tribulation is not so easy to overcome. Long Xing had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Thinking maliciously, he was almost dying of joy. Chapter 59. Manipulation, playing tactics with a dirty heart. The world was watching, all eyes fixed on the direction of the celestial lightning tribulation. Soon, a name on the golden stone tablet caught everyone's attention. The name shone with golden light and quickly ascended. It was indeed Jiang Yunhao's name. The Jiang family's young master is not undergoing the tribulation in place. He is still fighting upwards. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's breath changed. Even with his temperament, he felt waves of emotion and clenched his fists tightly, waving downwards with force. Good lad, you really have it. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Long Xing, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide open. The people who had previously been making sarcastic comments turned red, as if they had been slapped hard. The Jiang family's young master not only survived the lightning tribulation, but even had the strength to fight upwards. Everyone was astonished. Things were completely different from what they had imagined. Look, the Jiang family's young master has made it into the top 10. Suddenly, someone shouted out. People used the huge bronze mirror treasure in front of them to see the scene outside the stone tablet in the secret realm. The top 10 ancient powerful spirits were all quasi-emperors in their lifetimes. Yet this Jiang family's young master managed to reach the top 10 at the Dongtian realm. What is that? Another Dongtian has unfolded. That was the Gongjin heavenly stone. He had nurtured it in the Dongtian. Jiang Yunhao's 3 Dongshins appeared, floating and sinking outside the golden stone tablet, looking extraordinary. Soon, another empty Dongtian appeared, and the Gongjin heavenly stone sank into it. 4 Dongshins. Now, everyone was first shocked and then dumbfounded. Their worldview was once again refreshed. 9th place, Jiang Yunhao from the Lingshu domain, Dongtian realm 8th level. And before people could recover from their shock, a 5th Dongtian appeared. 5 Dongshins. Another type of nurturing Dongtian treasure also appeared. 8th place, Jiang Yunhao from the Lingshu domain, Dongtian realm 9th level. 7th place, Jiang Yunhao from the Lingshu domain, Dongtian realm 9th level. Great perfection. Quick, so fast, as each Dongtian unfolded. Various incredible nurturing treasures also sank into those Dongshins. Strange phenomena filled the sky. In less than a stick of incense's time, Jiang Yunhao had already ranked 2nd. Everyone was shocked to the core. They never expected the situation would develop to this extent. Initially, they thought Jiang Yunhao not being in place to undergo the tribulation was enough. Yet he was actually enduring the onslaught of the lightning tribulation while continuing to fight upwards. Moreover, his progress was extremely rapid, even displaying 10 Dongshins. What kind of monstrous genius is Jiang family's young master? People were utterly dumbfounded. The elder experts from various clans all gaped, unable to close their mouths for a long time. Long Xing, the old dragon, had the most vivid expression, one moment red, the next white. Wait, second place now. What will he face next? Long Xing's gaze suddenly tightened. He couldn't even dare to imagine who Jiang Yunhao's next opponent would be. Even less could he imagine how great his rewards would be if Jiang Yunhao won. Could it be that all the inheritance treasures of the Tianke Divine Pass will be taken by Jiang Yunhao alone? No, it's impossible. You must die. You must die in this secret realm. Long Xing, who understood that his true dragon clan had a vendetta against the Jiang family, could not even dare to think about how tragic the future of the true dragon clan would be if Jiang Yunhao grew stronger. Meanwhile, in the independent space within the stone tablet, at this moment, there was only Jiang Yunhao's figure on a vast platform. He sat cross-legged silently in the center, and the lightning tribulation gradually ceased. With a single breath, he passed through the lightning tribulation to reach second place. Jiang Yunhao was indeed smooth sailing, finding it quite easy. Moreover, his cultivation level was also rapidly advancing with the continuous perfection of his Dantian. At this moment, he had already reached the great perfection of the Dantian realm. Such a speed of cultivation progress could be considered the first in history. After all, it only took him a few breaths to reach the perfected stage. Of course, this was also because the higher Jiang Yunhao's ranking rose, the better the rewards given by the tomb guarding spirit. Especially after entering the top 10, the amount of innate divine thoughts he received skyrocketed. This was also the reason Jiang Yunhao could break through quickly. With a large amount of innate divine thoughts, he nurtured the treasures within his Dantian. Other gains were equally immense. Chaos Qinglian, Weak Water Condensation Pearl, Heart of the Jianmu, Gongjin Heavenly Stone, Lihua Jiuyang, and many other ancient quasi-emperor treasures were all collected by Jiang Yunhao. He did not nurture all these treasures within the Dantian, especially leaving several empty Dongshins. After all, others would be lucky to get even one treasure, but Jiang Yunhao had so many that he could indeed pick and choose. The tomb guarding spirit had even manifested as an old man in a black robe, floating around Jiang Yunhao and paying special attention to him. This made things convenient for Jiang Yunhao, whose gaze was bright and focused. Elder, can I exchange these useless treasures for innate divine thoughts? Jiang Yunhao was still eyeing the innate divine thoughts in the secret realm. After all, nurturing treasures in the Dantian required a large amount of innate divine thoughts. The tomb guarding spirit's cheeks twitched a few times. This kid is really not being polite. The tomb guarding spirit hesitated for a moment and then said, "All right, exchanging for you is not impossible." "Oh, I can really exchange again." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. In fact, he was just trying to ask. But to his surprise, the tomb guarding spirit was so easy to talk to. "Let me calculate those techniques and elixirs you don't want." The tomb guarding spirit estimated for Jiang Yunhao. And before long, an astonishing number was revealed. You can exchange for a total of over 16,000 strands of innate divine thoughts. Only over 10,000? Jiang Yunhao frowned. The tomb guarding spirit replied, "It's been a while since you last felt speechless. Cough, 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 these innate divine thoughts are not cabbages." The corners of the tomb guarding spirit's eyes twitched. "All right, then I'll take over 10,000 strands for now." Jiang Yunhao shrugged. Soon, strands of innate divine thoughts entered Jiang Yunhao's body. As long as he wished, he could nurture the treasures within his Dantian at any time and place. After changing, Jiang Yunhao stood up and walked towards the entrance of this lair. What's going on? You're heading in the wrong direction, right? Shouldn't you be continuing to challenge the next one? The Gravekeeper spirit was taken aback. "Little guy, you're going the wrong way. The entrance for the first-ranked existence is there," but before he could finish speaking, Jiang Yunhao turned around in surprise and looked at the Gravekeeper spirit. "Senior, I am not going the wrong way. The top 10 were all powerful quasi-emperors from ancient times, although their realms were suppressed. I no longer have the Thunder Tribulation with me. I have no reason to continue fighting. After all, what if I die? Wouldn't that be a huge loss?" Hearing this, the Gravekeeper spirit almost spat out a mouthful of pure spiritual blood. "Wait a minute. I agreed to give you the innate divine thoughts because I saw you wanted to continue fighting. You can't be so unreasonable." The Gravekeeper spirit seemed anxious. But this was already within Jiang Yunhao's expectations. He had sensed that this Gravekeeper spirit was a bit strange and was opening doors for him because it really wanted him to continue fighting. In fact, he had even used methods akin to cheating, relying on the Thunder Tribulation, and recklessly charged all the way to second place. Yet, the Gravekeeper spirit had said nothing about it. Jiang Yunhao's thoughts were sharp, and he had already sensed that there was a big problem. However, he did not expose it. The senior seems to have a point. Jiang Yunhao stopped at the entrance, stroked his chin, as if deep in thought. The Gravekeeper spirit secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a kind expression, "This is more like it. But just to be safe, I think it's better for me to just stop here." Jiang Yunhao nodded. "Hey, this kid." A shadow flickered in the depths of the Gravekeeper spirit's eyes. "Are you playing with me?" "Wait, I actually have a way," the Gravekeeper spirit said almost instinctively. Chapter 60. The Swallowing Sky Cloud Sparrow. Upon hearing the Gravekeeper spirit's words, Jiang Yunhao's foot that was about to step forward retracted. Sure enough, his guess was correct. This old senior really wanted him to continue fighting. As for the purpose, it was still unknown. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. He pretended to be confused and turned around, looking at the Gravekeeper spirit in surprise. The Gravekeeper spirit's expression softened as he sighed. "Little guy, actually, I see your extraordinary talent and can't bear to let you miss this grand opportunity. I have a suggestion. Let's see if it works. Your cave heaven realm is unique. Even facing a big realm gap against the cutting fate realm, there is still a possibility of victory. How about this? I will lend you some innate divine thoughts to make you stronger, which can be considered as escorting you. To be honest, I really can't bear to see such a good seedling like you give up this opportunity." The Gravekeeper spirit had a look of appreciation for Jiang Yunhao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao was stunned. He hadn't expected the Gravekeeper spirit's suggestion to be like this. Initially, Jiang Yunhao only planned to scam some innate divine thoughts, but unexpectedly, this Gravekeeper spirit was willing to lend them to him. How much? The brilliance in Jiang Yunhao's eyes flickered. Seeing that Jiang Yunhao seemed tempted, the Gravekeeper spirit hurriedly said, 10,000. 10,000? Jiang Yunhao turned around and left, waving his hand in boredom. "This little amount is useless. It's only 10,000. After all, it's hard to make up for the huge gap between me and the spiritual body. Senior, you can see that I am just a small cave heaven realm, weak in strength, and indeed dare not gamble with my life. You are weak in strength. You could have killed that cutting fate realm Yao Tianchu with a single slap. Did you think I didn't see that?" The Gravekeeper spirit's cheeks twitched fiercely upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words. "Then what about 20,000? He felt a pang of toothache and was somewhat anxious. 20,000? Jiang Yunhao stopped in his tracks. "ISNT, that's still a bit too little? How about this? Just give me 100,000 outright. After all, I have 10 cave heavens. That will make it a nice round number." Puffed. The Gravekeeper spirit almost spat out old blood. 100,000? Little guy, 100,000 strands of innate divine thoughts. Even for a big family like your Jiang family, it would take tens of thousands of years to accumulate. You really dare to ask for that much? The Gravekeeper spirit smiled bitterly. "Besides, if you borrow 100,000 strands, what will you use to pay me back in the future?" Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly. "When I achieve the Tao and become an emperor, invincible in the world, how much innate divine thoughts I want. When I just have as much as I need. Not to mention 100,000 strands, even 1,000,000 strands wouldn't be a problem to return. Achieve the Tao and become an emperor? Countless proud talents have died on the road to competing for the emperor. Who can guarantee the future? Well then, I've worked hard to reach second place, and the consumption has already been quite large." Jiang Yunhao shrugged indifferently and turned to leave. You're very tired? You consumed a lot? For what I see, you look vigorous and not at all dispirited." The Gravekeeper spirit was left dumbfounded. Seeing that Jiang Yunhao was really about to leave, the Gravekeeper spirit was startled and instinctively said, All right, I'll lend you 100,000 strands." "Goodness, you can really lend out that much." The Gravekeeper spirit didn't see Jiang Yunhao, who had turned his back to him, and the brilliance in his eyes flickered. "Then thank you, Senior." Jiang Yunhao turned around and cupped his fists at the Gravekeeper spirit. The corners of the Gravekeeper spirit's eyes twitched violently. His face turned pale. He didn't want to talk to Jiang Yunhao anymore. Immediately, strands of innate divine thoughts appeared around them, all surging into Jiang Yunhao's body. 100,000 strands. This quantity was considered massive. If outsiders saw it, they would probably be shocked. Even the quasi-emperor ancestors of various families had never seen such a large amount of innate divine thoughts in their lifetime. Of course, for the terrifyingly solid foundation that Jiang Yunhao had, more was always better. "All right then, I'll go meet that first place." Jiang Yunhao flashed and entered the entrance of the next stage. His speed was quick, without the slightest hesitation. The Gravekeeper spirit hurriedly followed him. First place, the ancient swallowing sky cloud sparrow, quasi-emperor 9th level, complete perfection. When Jiang Yunhao appeared on the platform of the next stage, he couldn't help but stop. Jiang Yunhao knew very well that what he was about to face next was a true terror in history. It could be said to be second only to the immortal empress. The quasi-emperor 9th level, that was already a half-step emperor existence. If it weren't for the fact that only one person could achieve the Tao and become an emperor every 10,000 years, such a great terror would definitely qualify to become an emperor. Moreover, compared to those previous quasi-emperors, they were not even worth mentioning. Below the perfection of quasi-emperor, all beings are like ants. At least from the information Jiang Yunhao knew, currently in the Eastern Wilderness 9 domains, there were no quasi-emperor perfection existences. For example, in his Jiang family, aside from that mysterious ancestor, the 3 ancestors like Jiangshan were only at the quasi-emperor's 6th or 7th level. The swallowing sky cloud sparrow, in legend, was the pinnacle of the demon race in ancient times, and its clan had long been extinct in the current era. The inheritance of this clan must be extraordinary. Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened. He left a few cave heavens without nurturing treasures, just waiting for the best opportunity. "Senior, let us begin." As Jiang Yunhao's voice fell, in the center of the platform, a rolling multicolored brilliance burst forth, dispelling the boundless darkness around. Within the brilliance, a middle-aged man dressed in feathered clothing, with colorful hair and an extraordinary demeanor materialized. The swallowing sky cloud sparrow, known for swallowing the sky and earth, with multicolored divine light and slaying all heavens. "Oh, I didn't expect that a mere human junior could summon me." Contrary to Jiang Yunhao's expectations, the spirit of the swallowing sky cloud sparrow actually spoke human words. However, the tone of the swallowing sky cloud sparrow was particularly dismissive. "Well, it doesn't matter. In my lifetime, I loved eating humans the most, and your flesh and blood look quite good. The taste should be delicious and juicy." The sky-swallowing lark smiled faintly, seemingly not taking Jiang Yunhao seriously at all. Once a quasi-emperor in life, yet slain by the empress, reduced to a spirit under her schemes, still putting on airs. Jiang Yunhao's temper was not something he would indulge in with this sky-swallowing lark. Even dead, he still maintained a lofty demeanor of a quasi-emperor. "Try and scare whom? You are an ancient, powerful race, yet I possess a body of eternal Tao and the support of 2 great holy bodies. Who's afraid of whom? Arrogant, you little brat, showing no respect in front of this emperor. Who gave you the audacity? Who gave you the confidence? A mere lowly ant should kneel and worship this emperor. You speak wildly. I shall pull out your tongue and erase you for eternity." Chapter 61. The Gravekeeper Spirit's Scheme, stealing from the quasi-emperor, seeking death. The sky-swallowing lark was furious, waving his sleeve as 5-color divine light suddenly appeared. It was like 5 sharp blades, slashing towards Jiang Yunhao. In the areas illuminated by the 5-color divine light, even the air was burned and melted, rising in wisps of blue smoke. However, Jiang Yunhao was not surprised at all. He had long been on guard against this sky-swallowing lark. His expression was calm, his blood and chi humming, and a golden light flickered in his eyes. The physique of the ancient sacred body was activated. Behind Jiang Yunhao, a figure of an immortal king standing above all worlds, stepping on the stars and universe, manifested as an omen. The first omen of the sacred body. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. Boom! Under the blessing of the omen, Jiang Yunhao resembled a world-shaking war god, casually slashing out a chaotic sword energy that collided with the 5-color divine light. The two mutually canceled each other out, shattering in an instant. Oh, this little thing has some ability. Clearly, just a cave heaven realm, not understanding the profoundness of the Quasi-Emperor's eye of breaking illusions, yet can withstand a move from this emperor. And your physical talent, such excellent flesh and blood. The eyes of the sky-swallowing lark lit up, even licking the corner of his lips. The Quasi-Emperor's profoundness, the eye of breaking illusions? So that's it. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred greatly upon hearing this. He had seen introductions about the eye of breaking illusions in his clan's records. This was a divine ability that only a few powerful Quasi-Emperors could comprehend. The eye of breaking illusions is essentially an enhanced version of spiritual awareness perception. Ordinary cultivators, after dispersing their spiritual awareness, can observe everything nearby. But the eye of breaking illusions is far more terrifying, capable of seeing through all flaws in techniques and attacks, launching lethal strikes based on that. Simply put, it is seeing through weaknesses to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Earlier, during his battle with the sky-swallowing lark, Jiang Yunhao had already sensed this. The sky-swallowing lark, suppressed by the rules of the secret realm to the slashing fate realm, was much weaker than him, only a few times stronger than Yao Tianchu. But this level of strength was something Jiang Yunhao could easily suppress. Yet, the sky-swallowing lark was able to exchange blows with him without losing. In short, it was precisely because the sky-swallowing lark mastered the Quasi-Emperor's profoundness, the eye of breaking illusions. One must admit, the terrifying power of a Quasi-Emperor in life is indeed not to be underestimated. Just this alone is enough to create a gap with the countless beings below Quasi-Emperors. However, can I not awaken the eye of breaking illusions myself? Who said one must reach Quasi-Emperor to comprehend it? Interesting, it seems that battling with Quasi-Emperors is, for me, akin to a fortuitous encounter. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Jiang Yunhao's mouth. This statement fell into the ears of the sky-swallowing lark, causing his brows to furrow deeply. What does this damn little thing mean? Treating this emperor as a sparring partner? Arrogant and conceited. The sky-swallowing lark was filled with rage. However, before he could say anything further, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Jiang Yunhao's body. Immediately after, one cave heaven after another unfolded. All 10 cave heavens were revealed. Don't forget, Jiang Yunhao still had over 100,000 strands of innate spiritual awareness. At the same time, he operated the sky-swallowing devil art, crazily devouring and refining. As one cave heaven after another continually approached perfection, his aura soared. Is the 9th layer, great perfection, the limit? No. Jiang Yunhao's great perfection in the cave heaven realm was 1,000 times stronger than that of ordinary people. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao still had 9 chances for enlightenment. Just thinking back to the earlier scene of battling with the sky-swallowing lark, he had a moment of enlightenment. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Jiang Yunhao instantly comprehended the Quasi-Emperor's profundity, the eye of breaking illusions. To be honest, if it weren't for having battled with this sky-swallowing lark, Jiang Yunhao would not have had the opportunity to comprehend this divine ability in advance. The Gravekeeper spirit was dumbfounded. This kid can easily refine innate spiritual awareness? The Gravekeeper spirit's mind was shaken. Only now did he personally see how Jiang Yunhao practiced. Over 100,000 strands of innate spiritual awareness were refined in seconds. Hiss! The Gravekeeper spirit felt a wave of ominous premonition. Suddenly sensing Jiang Yunhao's change, the pupils of the sky-swallowing lark contracted sharply, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. However, as Jiang Yunhao's 10 cave heavens unfolded, something even more difficult for the sky-swallowing lark to accept happened. He suddenly realized that he could no longer see through Jiang Yunhao, having been a quasi-emperor in life, experiencing countless life-and-death battles. He would not naively believe that this was because Jiang Yunhao had concealed his aura and spiritual awareness perception. After all, during a mutual battle, Dispersing spiritual awareness to constantly observe the opponent is fundamental. Constricting spiritual awareness perception is equivalent to self-harming, waiting to be killed. Therefore, there could only be one answer. Jiang Yunhao's cultivation strength had surpassed him by far. Because of this, he could no longer see through Jiang Yunhao. But is that possible? This young man before him was clearly still just in the cave heaven realm, while he was suppressed to the slashing fate realm. Yet he was still a large realm higher than him. Even the emperors of past generations were not so monstrous in the cave heaven realm, right? This kid, the heart of the sky-swallowing lark, sank heavily. Only at this moment did he realize he had encountered a monstrous genius. I truly underestimated you. But it doesn't matter. After all, there's still a large realm gap between us. Accept your death. The sky-swallowing lark became serious, and as soon as he finished speaking, his cave heaven unfolded. Inside was a divine stone radiating five-colored brilliance. Waves of five-colored divine light emerged, transforming into fiery flames, resembling a sea of fire, pressing down on Jiang Yunhao from all directions. So that is how it is. The treasure nurturing your cave heaven is actually a relic of your clan's ancestors, just like the dragon pearl of the true dragon clan. However, the relic of your sky-swallowing lark clan's ancestors is clearly much stronger than a quasi-emperor true dragon. Moreover, the primal force of the cave heaven can be activated this way. Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened. Truly worthy of being a powerful quasi-emperor from ancient times, this method is endless, greatly benefiting him. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao followed suit, also comprehending some deeper applications of the cave heaven's mysteries. Behind him, the chaos blue lotus manifested, and streams of chaotic energy transformed into countless sword edges. He was far more proficient than when he only knew how to use chaotic magical power before. Each of these sword edges seemed real. They scattered and flew, meeting the five-colored divine light. Boom! As magical power surged and collided. Jiang Yunhao was astonished to discover that the sword edges he derived from chaotic energy seemed to be tainted. The originally sharp chaotic sword edges, having clearly not undergone the wear of time, lost their original luster, becoming stained with a layer of black. Heh, little brat, stealing from this emperor? Unfortunately, under this emperor's divine light, everything is incinerated. Your magical power may be chaotic energy, but you have only just learned to use the source of the cave heaven. How could you possibly withstand this emperor's five-color divine light? Bathed in divine light, the awe-inspiring, sky-swallowing lark revealed a sinister smile. Jiang Yunhao merely blinked. Then, Chapter 62, what about my cousin? If one doesn't work, then let's have a few more. Looking at the arrogant sky-swallowing lark, Jiang Yunhao was completely unruffled. Immediately after, the weak water condensation pearl was activated. The heart of the construct wood was also activated. The gunmetal divine stone at that moment. The various source powers of the treasures displayed by Jiang Yunhao burst forth. A terrifying sword energy, containing multiple treasure sources, formed above Jiang Yunhao, radiating a colorful brilliance like a divine rainbow, spanning the sky. What? You just learned to use the source of the cave and can activate multiple cave treasures. Seeing this, even the sky-swallowing lark was stunned. 10 cave treasures had already left him in disbelief. Now, he felt like his worldview had been completely refreshed. It should be known that with his talent, it took him decades to learn to use the source power of the cave. This was an incredibly rare existence, enough to look down on the heavens. But Jiang Yunhao, he actually learned it just by taking a glance. Damn it, the expression of the sky-swallowing lark changed dramatically. This emperor does not believe it. I will not be defeated by you, a junior. The sky-swallowing lark frantically activated the magic power within him without hesitation. Countless divine lights surged like raging flames, transforming into a sea of fire that surged toward Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao pointed with a finger, directing the sword at the sky-swallowing lark. The sword energy, condensed from multiple cave treasure sources, crashed down with a roar. This emperor's eye of breaking delusion specifically targets your weaknesses. Although Jiang Yunhao's strength exceeded the sky-swallowing lark's imagination, he still had a reliance. However, the next moment, He saw the sword energy fall into the sea of fire, causing the divine light fire sea to surge and rise in towering waves. You hit the flaw in this emperor's killing move with one sword. The sky-swallowing lark was momentarily stunned, clearly realizing it. He comprehended the eye of breaking delusion. Before the sky-swallowing lark could react, the divine light fire sea shattered and collapsed. Both sides targeted the weaknesses of their killing moves, and neither had an advantage. In this case, the stronger Jiang Yunhao held an absolute advantage. Moreover, this terrifying sword energy of Jiang Yunhao, after shattering the five-color divine light fire sea, remained condensed and hovered just above the sky-swallowing lark's head. Only an inch away, the sky-swallowing lark slightly raised his head, and right before his face was the terrifying sword energy. Even the fine hairs on the sky-swallowing lark's face could clearly sense the killing intent of that sword energy. Hiss! If this sword falls, his spiritual body will definitely collapse. So what now? Do you still have any means left to use? Jiang Yunhao calmly looked in the direction of the sky-swallowing lark. The sky-swallowing lark was stunned, lost in thought. To be honest, his brain was in a chaotic state. How could he accept that he, who was once a quasi-emperor, will be defeated by a younger generation? You little brat, do you still want to steal my secrets? This emperor once competed with the immortal empress, and although defeated, was a great terror that dominated the heavens. How can I be suppressed by you? Suddenly awakening, the sky-swallowing lark found it hard to believe and angrily rebuked Jiang Yunhao. Since there is nothing left, then die. Jiang Yunhao, however, didn't care. Seeing his demeanor, his mentality had already collapsed. Since there's nothing to teach, then what's the point of keeping you? With a thought, the sword energy struck down, directly slicing the furious sky-swallowing lark's spiritual body into a flurry of spiritual light. The sky-swallowing lark was annihilated. The storm subsided, and everything gradually returned to normal. Jiang Yunhao looked at the empty platform. However, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Oh, Senior Guardian of the Tomb, have you left? Jiang Yunhao glanced around the empty surroundings and squinted, speaking softly. Meanwhile, outside, the golden stone tablet in the secret realm seemed to behave strangely. One by one, the young talents challenging the spiritual bodies inside were forcibly driven out by the stone tablet like dumplings. Ah! The young talents shouted as they fell to the ground, some landing on their backs, others tumbling head over heels. The young talents were bewildered, completely unaware of what was happening. The older experts from various clans, closely observing the movements inside through their treasures, were also momentarily stunned. What's going on? Why are the young talents being driven out? Hey, everyone look! The rankings on the secret realm stone tablet have disappeared. Someone suddenly exclaimed. They saw the names on the tablet gradually dim, losing their golden luster until they vanished completely. The entire stone tablet seemed to fall into silence, no longer making any sound. At this point, everyone felt even more perplexed. Hey, my cousin, Jiang Lingxiao, Zhang Tianyu, Zhang Ningguan, and others were also driven out. The Zhang family and Jiang family members gathered together. However, gradually, Zhang Tianyu suddenly noticed that Jiang Yunhao was missing. That's right, the young people from each clan were all outside. Only Jiang Yunhao was conspicuously absent. Zhang Tianyu didn't think she was seeing things, as this girl had come out searching for her cousin first. Yet even when she spread her divine sense to perceive, clearly sensing any movement in the vicinity, she still did not find Jiang Yunhao. Zhang Tianyu immediately became somewhat anxious. Zhang Ningguan's brows also furrowed. Jiang Lingxiao walked over, surprised, and said, "Ladies, haven't you seen our Jiang family's emperor?" The faces of the two women looked grim, shaking their heads. Suddenly, Jiang Lingxiao looked at the stone tablet. Could it be that our emperor hasn't come out? Outside, is there a problem with this secret realm? Hey, it's strange, has everyone noticed? The young talents from each family have come out, but why is Jiang family's emperor missing? Oh, could it be that Jiang family's emperor failed the challenge and has already died inside? Many outside also noticed the anomaly of the secret realm. After all, Jiang Yunhao was in the spotlight, attracting worldwide attention. Who wouldn't care about his movements? Because of this, when all the young talents were driven out, someone immediately noticed the oddity. The Jiang family emperor hasn't come out. The older experts from various clans were greatly surprised. The people from the four major forces, such as Long Xing, suddenly brightened. They had originally been intimidated by Jiang Yunhao, shrinking in the corners, not daring to make a fuss in front of the Jiang family members. Now, seeing that only Jiang Yunhao was missing, could there be hope? Did this kid die inside? Long Xing's heart filled with joy, his fists clenched tightly. If it weren't for their ancestor being killed by Jiang Yunhao, leaving them without support, he would definitely jump out and laugh a few times. Everyone knew that Jiang Yunhao had challenged the second place, so he was very likely to challenge the first place. Jiang Chun suddenly appeared above the secret realm, staring intently at the inside with an extremely serious expression. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao, trapped within the stone tablet, was not surprised at all. After all, he had obtained the inheritance of the divine emperor's lineage. It was equivalent to controlling this secret realm. In other words, everything happening inside the secret realm could not escape Jiang Yunhao's eyes. Jiang Yunhao's gaze shifted, turning to a certain place. Why? Senior, are you still not coming out? Do you not want to give me the reward for defeating the sky, swallowing lark? Chapter 63. The Mysterious Wooden Box. From the moment the guardian of the tomb saw Jiang Yunhao actually grasp the mysteries of the quasi-emperor level, the eye of breaking delusion, he knew things were going to go awry. And indeed, it turned out to be the case. A being that could compete with the immortal empress in life. A great terror second only to her, the sky-swallowing lark, had actually suffered a disastrous defeat at the hands of Jiang Yunhao. This phenomenon was nearly impossible. After all, even if the devouring sky lark was suppressed to the boundary of severance, its experience in combat and the various mysteries it mastered during its lifetime were not something a young person could compare to. However, Jiang Yunhao achieved it. Not only that, but he also stole the teachings of the devouring sky lark. This kid, the figure of the tomb guardian's spirit, appeared. An old man in a black robe with a kind expression. A hint of shock lingered in his eyes, and he forced a smile on his face. My young friend, how could I bear not to give you this? Besides, you won and opened the secret realm, which is proof of your strength. The tomb guardian spirit smiled reluctantly. Just as his words fell, a divine stone radiating multicolored light appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Yunhao. It was indeed the supreme mystery of the devouring sky lark, containing the devouring sky lark's killing move, the five-color divine light. In fact, during his battle with the devouring sky lark, Jiang Yunhao had keenly sensed that this five-color divine light appeared to be 5 kinds of divine light. However, in reality, it contained the power of the 5 elements. According to the records of the Eastern Wilderness, before the birth of heaven and earth, there was chaos and nothingness. It was only after chaos that the moment of the birth of heaven and earth occurred. The emergence of heaven and earth could not be separated from the power of the 5 elements. The 5 elements give rise to all things in the world, and are one of the most mysterious powers from the period when heaven and earth first opened. In short, this power of the 5 elements is absolutely magical. It has the might of creation and can fundamentally annihilate everything. This is also why, under the illumination of the 5-color divine light of the devouring sky lark, even his chaotic sword energy could be tainted and decayed. Since the 5 elements can create worlds, then, conversely, they can also fundamentally destroy worlds. The destructive power of the 5 elements could definitely rank in the top 10 among all heavens. With this in mind, Jiang Yunhao was naturally very satisfied. He reached out to collect the 5-color divine stone, preparing to nurture it in his cave abode later. At the same time, not far from Jiang Yunhao, a wooden box quietly appeared. The wooden box looked ordinary, as if it were an everyday object. However, how could a box appearing in the divine barrier's secret realm be ordinary? The more ordinary it seemed, the more strange it was. Something unusual must have a demon behind it. Jiang Yunhao immediately noticed this wooden box. Oh, since my young friend has already opened the secret realm and obtained everything you wanted, why don't you leave? To be honest, the tomb guardian spirit's attitude towards Jiang Yunhao had changed. He used to call him kid or little one. Now, his tone was filled with respect and affection for Jiang Yunhao. He had a beaming smile on his face. What is this box? Jiang Yunhao squinted slightly and walked towards the wooden box. The Tomb Guardian Spirit's pupils contracted slightly. In fact, Jiang Yunhao's guess was correct. The Tomb Guardian Spirit had his own calculations. From the very beginning, he had been trying to fool Jiang Yunhao into coming up for this box's contents. One could say that Jiang Yunhao was the only young genius he had encountered in 20,000 years with the most hope of reaching the top. However, in the Tomb Guardian Spirit's prediction, even if Jiang Yunhao could win, he would still end up severely injured after fighting the Devouring Skylark. After all, he had to fight continuously from the bottom to the top. Even a person made of iron couldn't withstand that. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yunhao was always beyond expectations. He went straight up and directly struck down with a thunderous blow. In his battle with the spirit of the Devouring Skylark, he ended it in a crushing manner. This left the Tomb Guardian Spirit dumbfounded, his heart sinking to the bottom. However, he still did not want to give up. My young friend, it's nothing. You can see for yourself that this box is just an ordinary object, actually some personal trinkets of the Empress. To be honest, I am a follower of the Empress. I have witnessed her rise from obscurity to prominence. As he spoke, the Tomb Guardian Spirit's face showed a hint of nostalgia, his eyes filled with remembrance. It was as if he was recalling the ancient times from 20,000 years ago when he followed the Empress. Jiang Yunhao nodded. In fact, he also guessed that this Tomb Guardian Spirit was different from the various clans within the stone tablet. It was like a major steward of the secret realm, holding some special authority. Of course, Jiang Yunhao would not be fooled by the Tomb Guardian Spirit's words. Oh, so it's the personal belongings of the indomitable Empress from ancient times. Now I'm a bit curious. As he spoke, Jiang Yunhao walked toward the small wooden box. My young friend, there's no need. They're all unimportant things. Hey, my young friend, Jiang Yunhao, stop. The Tomb Guardian Spirit saw Jiang Yunhao getting closer and suddenly became furious, immediately rushing towards the wooden box and reaching out to grab it. It was only after he grasped the box that the Tomb Guardian Spirit secretly let out a sigh of relief and turned to glare fiercely at Jiang Yunhao. You little brat, I didn't want to completely tear the face with you, but I didn't expect you to be so greedy. Regarding the changes in the Tomb Guardian Spirit, Jiang Yunhao was not surprised at all, a hint of mocking flickering in his eyes. He had long seen that this old fellow had no good intentions. As for what he said about not wanting to tear his face, how could it be? Your intention to lure me upward to watch me and the devouring sky lark suffer, both sides was evident. I was still curious about what your true purpose was, but now it seems you were after this wooden box. If I'm not mistaken, the contents of this wooden box must be the greatest opportunity and fortune laid down by the Empress. Jiang Yunhao's expression was cold. Hearing this, the Tomb Guardian Spirit sneered coldly. You really are perceptive, but it doesn't matter. The thing is already in my hands. I've had enough of this ghostly place. From now on, we shall never meet again. The Tomb Guardian Spirit smiled, no longer showing the previous polite and affectionate demeanor. Actually, I have a peculiar hobby. At your most hopeful moment, I bring you unparalleled despair. This feeling must be wonderful. Jiang Yunhao's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. He was not that nice a person. Almost at the moment Jiang Yunhao's words fell, he also made his move. Various powers of the cave's origin were activated. The Tao rhythm danced, and the laws flew. A sword energy containing unbelievable power and radiating 7 colors of light abruptly slashed towards the Tomb Guardian Spirit. Chapter 64. My Yunhao is no devil. It was too fast. Jiang Yunhao's sword energy was more than 10 times faster than when he entered the Divine Barrier Secret Realm. This was because Jiang Yunhao had gained immensely during his battle with the Devouring Skylark, comprehending the use of the cave's origin power. At this moment, he was even more skilled and proficient in using the mysteries of the cave. This sword, even the Tomb Guardian Spirit could not evade. As the sword energy was unleashed, the Tao rhythm spread, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart, erupting with a hissing sound. Puff! In just a moment, the Tomb Guardian Spirit suddenly felt intense pain in his right hand. No! He quickly turned his head to look at his right arm, his whole being struck by lightning. He saw that his right arm, which was holding the wooden box, had been severed by a sword, spraying spirit blood and flying away. Due to the awakening of the eye of breaking illusions, Jiang Yunhao had long seen through the Tomb Guardian Spirit. With the opening of the secret realm, under the rules left by the Empress, the cultivation levels of all spirits in the secret realm were suppressed to the realm of the cave, the boundary of severance. The Tomb Guardian spirit was no exception. He also only had the cultivation of the boundary of severance. And dealing with a boundary of severance was something Jiang Yunhao was too familiar with. Without giving the Tomb Guardian spirit a chance to react, Jiang Yunhao's figure flashed and immediately grabbed the severed arm. He directly used the Devouring Sky Demon Art to absorb the spiritual arm on the spot. A pure and extreme energy surged, warming him. The wooden box was swiftly and decisively taken by Jiang Yunhao and stored in his storage bag. The scene fell into a silence so thick that a pin drop could be heard. "Ah, you little brat, return that to me." The tomb guarding spirit suddenly erupted in rage. With the spirit's fury, the entire space seemed to collapse like a receding water curtain, gradually distorting and dissipating. In an instant, the two figures appeared outside. "It's mine. You can't take it away." A loud shout startled everyone nearby. Thousands of talented individuals from various clans were gathered around the stone tablet, feeling immense confusion as they were suddenly driven away. They were still reluctant to leave, wanting to challenge the spirit and seize opportunities. Until this moment, the appearance of Jiang Yunhao and the tomb-guarding spirit attracted everyone's attention. "That's the Jiang family's prince. The Jiang family's prince really didn't die. I told you. How could someone like him die?" The crowd erupted in chaos. "Huh, but why does it look like the Jiang family's prince is confronting the tomb-guarding spirit? What's going on?" People quickly sensed something was off. "Oh my god, the tomb-guarding spirit's arm has been severed. What the hell? Is the Jiang family's prince that ferocious? Even this senior's spirit form can't match him." Although they didn't know what had happened inside, the disheveled tomb-guarding spirit was enough to explain everything. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao's strength was simply unbelievable. Such ferocity. The powerful elders from various clans observing the scene in the secret realm through the bronze mirror were also dumbfounded. Daoist Jiang. Why is Yunhao fighting with the tomb-guarding spirit? Jun Wuhui was bewildered. As a member of Jun's family in the city of Divine Fall, which had followed the indomitable empress of the ancient era, he held a deep respect for the tomb-guarding spirit. Jiang Chun was taken aback. "Daoist Jun, don't worry. My Yunhao must have his reasons for doing this. Maybe they're just sparring. After all, Yunhao is not some devil. He wouldn't kill without mercy." Just as Jiang Chen's words fell, he saw Jiang Yunhao charge forward and kick the tomb-guarding spirit over. "Ah!" Jiang Chen opened his mouth. "Fine. Let's pretend I didn't say anything." The immense gap in strength left the tomb-guarding spirit with no room to fight back, no matter how unwilling he was. Jiang Yunhao even nurtured the five-color divine stone in his cave. In an instant, he could wield the original power of the five-colored divine stone. With a wave of his hand, five-colored radiance manifested, condensing into a large seal. The rumbling sound suppressed heavily down upon the tomb-guarding spirit. Boom! The large seal, like a divine mountain, firmly crushed the tomb-guarding spirit to the ground. The colorful light illuminated the surroundings. The power of the five elements spread out, continuously erasing the tomb-guarding spirit with destructive force. Everyone was stunned by this scene. "Do you want to die?" Jiang Yunhao's aura was like a deep abyss, enveloped in the rhythm of Tao, his white robe snow-white, untainted by dust. He looked down coldly at the tomb-guarding spirit, pinned to the ground and unable to move. The tomb-guarding spirit's eyes widened, looking through the large seal formed by the power of the five elements in disbelief at Jiang Yunhao. I lost like this." He had just obtained the treasure of the sky-swallowing lark, and he could use it already? The tomb-guarding spirit's mind was in chaos, hardly believing his eyes. However, recalling how Jiang Yunhao was able to grasp many mysteries during his battle with the sky-swallowing lark, the tomb-guarding spirit understood. Of course, this realization made the tomb-guarding spirit even more desperate. In fact, as a spirit form, even if he was destroyed, he wouldn't truly die. This was the rule of protection within the Heavenly Gate. But this time was different. The power of the five elements could fundamentally erase everything, unlike other mysterious powers. Even as a spirit form, he could die. This was a true death threat. At this thought, the tomb-guarding spirit panicked completely. Young friend, I was just joking with you earlier. Look at you. You have no sense of humor. A smile forced itself onto the tomb guarding spirit's face, making him seem like a completely different person from before. Jiang Yunhao. Oh, I see. Senior was joking. Yes, yes, yes. The tomb guarding spirit felt delighted in his heart. It was indeed the young ones who were easier to fool. However, I wasn't joking with you, Senior. Just as Jiang Yunhao's tone shifted, the tomb guarding spirit, who had just felt a bit reassured, became tense again. I'm just a simple young man, with a pure heart, not understanding the complexities of the world. Senior's malicious schemes have hurt me greatly. Huh, you're simple. The tomb guarding spirit spat out a mouthful of spiritual blood upon hearing this. How about this? As compensation for your schemes against me, to mend my wounded heart, you acknowledge me as your master, and I won't kill you. Jiang Yunhao looked down coldly. The tomb guarding spirit's mind shook violently. What? Acknowledge a master? He was momentarily stunned. What? Unwilling? The murderous intent appeared in Jiang Yunhao's eyes, and chilling sword energy manifested around him. The tomb guarding spirit trembled, feeling his scalp tingle. I am willing. There was no other choice. He couldn't truly die. He didn't want his spirit form to be erased by Jiang Yunhao's power of the 5 elements, as that would mean true death. In front of everyone, the tomb guarding spirit and Jiang Yunhao signed a master-servant contract, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Then, Jiang Yunhao dispersed the 5-element seal. The tomb guarding spirit lowered its head, obediently floating behind him. Everyone, let's go. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao glanced at the Jiang family members below. His gains from this trip were nothing short of perfect. Not only had he obtained a large number of ancient, powerful inheritances and treasures, but he had also comprehended the profound insights of the Quasi-Emperor's eye of void breaking. Even the tomb guarding spirit had been subdued. It should be known that this was a monster that had lived for 20,000 years. While its spirit form strength may be limited and not as strong as a living being, the knowledge in its mind remained. Bringing the tomb guarding spirit along was equivalent to carrying an encyclopedia. Whenever he encountered treasures he didn't recognize, it would surely have seen them before. After all, it had lived so long. Moreover, there was also a mysterious wooden box. Jiang Yunhao was particularly looking forward to what was inside. After a moment of daze, Jiang Lingxiao and the others quickly followed Jiang Yunhao's pace. Everyone was filled with admiration for Jiang Yunhao. The various talented individuals also left the secret realm one by one. However, as Jiang Yunhao led the group out, several powerful auras instantly locked onto him. Oh, it seems there are some troublesome matters. Standing before the crowd, Jiang Yunhao smiled calmly and composedly. Chapter 65. Some happy, some sad at the entrance of the secret realm. Jiang Yunhao led the Jiang family disciples out on a cloud boat. Unlike the other clan's talented individuals who looked disheveled, Jiang Yunhao was dressed in white, spotless. He didn't seem like someone who had just experienced a fierce battle. He appeared relaxed and composed. This calm and carefree demeanor made the talented women from various clans around him cover their mouths in awe, gazing at Jiang Yunhao with stars in their eyes. Yet, before the little fans could approach to gain favor, 5 terrifying auras suddenly locked onto Jiang Yunhao's direction, all with the presence of quasi-emperors. 5 quasi-emperors appeared on the horizon. There's an old man in gray from the Yaoqi sacred land, the ancestor of the Luo sword sect, the foundation ancestor of the Wang and Han families, and a huge dragon body that is completely black, like dark clouds pressing down from the sky. The pressure of the quasi-emperor spread out, making the atmosphere at the scene extremely tense, and the air seemed to become heavy. Countless people found it difficult to breathe under the oppression. Instantly, tens of millions of people fell into silence. Many elder powerhouses from major families had their eyes flashing intensely. Goodness, those ancestors from the major forces in the eastern wilderness who disliked the Jiang family have all come. They understood that this matter was probably not going to end well. After all, Jiang Yunhao's actions were truly shocking to the heavens and weeping for the spirits. He publicly captured Long Outyin and subdued Wang Lin. He even deliberately provoked the quasi-emperor ancestors of several major forces, using the aura of the secret realm to kill 4 quasi-emperors. Jiang Yunhao's style of conduct is truly reckless, domineering, and ruthless. It can be said that if it weren't for him, Jiang Yunhao, but any young genius from a small family. They might have been mercilessly exterminated by the ancestors of these major forces the moment they stepped out. It would be impossible for them to survive like the protagonists in mortal novels, who, despite lacking a powerful background, managed to escape danger after offending numerous powerful figures. The saying 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West is something they would never dare to say. This is the terrifying aspect of major forces. Especially in the cruelly competitive cultivation world, life is as insignificant as grass, and killing is just a thought away. Jiang Yunhao, as the saying goes, one should leave a line for others so they can meet again in the future. Is it really appropriate for you to act so decisively? The major forces not only had the few quasi-emperors who were killed by Jiang Yunhao. These newly arrived quasi-emperor ancestors, upon discovering the shattered fate tablets of their quasi-emperors, were filled with disbelief and shock. Therefore, they hurried to the Tianke Divine Pass. There was no need to inquire much. Just asking anyone would reveal the ins and outs of the matter. The Jiang family's emperor's son, a junior, actually plotted against their major forces, even causing the death of their ancestors. Naturally, these quasi-emperors from major forces were both shocked and angry. As for the ancestor of the Luo sword sect, there was no need to mention it. He had long hated Jiang Yunhao to the core and had been secretly keeping an eye on Jiang Yunhao's movements. Inappropriate? What is inappropriate? They disregarded their dignity and personally came down to kill me. Jiang Yunhao. What is wrong with me plotting against them? Faced with the personal arrival of the 5 quasi-emperors questioning him, Jiang Yunhao's expression remained calm. His gaze as still as an ancient well, unhurried. Since he had already done it, Jiang Yunhao certainly wasn't afraid. You guys are quite interesting, aren't you? Don't you care about your old faces? What? Do you still want to make a move against my Yunhao? Just then, Jiang Qin's figure flashed and appeared beside Jiang Yunhao. Everyone looked over. Isn't there a rule between major forces? In battles among young geniuses, life and death are irrelevant. Each accepts their fate. If one dies, it's due to insufficient strength, and one cannot blame others. But why are these ancestors of major forces targeting the Jiang family's emperor's son? They just speak nicely. To put it bluntly, this group of old bastards only wants to see their own young geniuses kill others. If they suffer any losses, they become unhappy. TSK. So it's like this, they really have no shame. Do they even deserve to be called quasi-emperor ancestors? It's truly embarrassing. Many young geniuses around whispered among themselves, looking disdainfully at the 5 quasi-emperors. On one hand, it was due to Jiang Yunhao's outstanding strength, which made many people admire him. On the other hand, it was human nature. After all, they were not the young prodigies of major forces and had never enjoyed the protection of such rules. At this moment, seeing the big shot suffer at Jiang Yunhao's hands, they were certainly pleased. Let them be arrogant. Look, now someone can come out and deal with them. These murmurs also reached the ears of the 5 quasi-emperors. The Black Dragon ancestor of the True Dragon clan frowned deeply, thinking, this Jiang family emperor's son has truly become a force to be reckoned with. He looked deeply at Jiang Yunhao. Well, regardless of who is right or wrong, in the cultivation world, right and wrong is a joke. But you must return that quasi-emperor dragon bone. After all, it was left behind by my True Dragon clan's quasi-emperor ancestor and should be returned to my True Dragon clan, right? Isn't that the reason? The Black Dragon ancestor said solemnly. Hearing this, Jiang Yunhao found it interesting, sarcasm lacing his words. How strange, the self-righteous and domineering demon race, the True Dragon clan, has started to talk reason? But that quasi-emperor's remains were personally killed by me, so it should be considered my spoils of war. Why should it be returned to you? The True Dragon clan? This kid, the Black Dragon ancestor, was furious. Jiang family emperor's son, don't speak so aggressively. No matter how old I am, I can be considered your elder. Is this how you Jiang family treat your elders? The Black Dragon ancestor frowned deeply. At this moment, the ancestor of the Luo sword sect couldn't hold back any longer. He didn't want to miss this opportunity for the major forces to question Jiang Yunhao. After all, the Luo sword sect was now dwindling, and their young geniuses had all been killed by Jiang Yunhao. Even the quasi-emperor ancestor was left with only him. Other major forces might still fear the Jiang family and not want to make things too ugly with them. But he was different. He and the Deluo sword sect had no future left. So this time, he planned to go all out and make Jiang Yunhao pay a heavy price. Everything is because of Jiang Yunhao's emergence. Thinking of how the originally great situation was destroyed because of Jiang Yunhao, the ancestor of the Deluo sword sect felt uncomfortable all over. Unbridled. You Jiang family kid, you're being a bit ignorant of your own limitations. The ancestor of the Deluo sword sect tried to provoke the situation to escalate beyond repair. However, just as his words fell, Jiang Yunhao finally became impatient. These shameless old men kept babbling on endlessly. Did they really think he had a good temper? All right, that's right. I will not return the quasi-emperor remains of the true dragon clan. Han family, Wang family, and the other quasi-emperors from Yaoqi sacred land were all killed by me. Besides, you don't need to ask, Wang Lin was killed by me. And as for Long Out Yin, I plan to tame him as a mount to have some fun with. By the way, the Yao Tianshu was also just killed by me in the secret realm. Boom! As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderclap. Exploding in the air, the 5 quasi-emperors widened their eyes, staring at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief. Unbridled. Junior, what do you mean by this? Are you provoking us? Do you Jiang family want to declare war on all 5 of our major forces at once? The 5 quasi-emperors felt it was hard to believe. You Jiang Yunhao, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Listen to what you are saying. What? Is my Jiang family afraid of you? Jiang Yunhao squinted his eyes, and the aura of the secret realm behind him began to surge. Indeed, Jiang Yunhao could not only control the opening and closing of the aura. Even within a certain range, he could make this aura actively attack. Just as Jiang Yunhao was filled with killing intent and prepared to make a move, a melodious sound of a zither suddenly rang out. Huh? What is this? Chapter 66, Mysterious Protector, Secrets in the Wooden Box. In the distance, at the edge of the sky, a high-pitched and sharp zither sound suddenly emerged. That zither sound transformed into an invisible blade of energy, which, at an unbelievable speed, instantly swept past the neck of the ancestor of the Deluo sword sect. Fast. Too fast. Even the quasi-emperors present were caught off guard and couldn't evade this zither sound-s attack. The air blade directly severed the head of the ancestor of the Deluo sword sect, sending a good head spraying blood into the sky. No, who is it? The ancestor of the Deluo sword sect, with only a remaining head, instinctively cried out in horror. The people around were also in an uproar. This is too terrifying, right? In a sudden attack, even a quasi-emperor powerhouse was decapitated and severely injured. However, Jiang Yunhao realized that the person who made the move was definitely helping him. Although Jiang Yunhao was still somewhat puzzled and didn't know who had intervened, his reaction was quick. He immediately signaled the Tomb Guardian Spirit. The Tomb Guardian Spirit, who had been silently following Jiang Yunhao, focused its gaze, and in an instant, the ominous energy surged in the secret realm, sweeping out a mass. Taking advantage of the gap when the ancestor of the Deluo sword sect was separated from his body and unable to control it freely, the red mist of ominous energy enveloped him. This time, the ancestor of the Deluo sword sect let out a piercing scream. I'm going to die. I'm actually going to die in a place like this. No, it's impossible. I can't die. Accompanied by despair and fear, the ancestor of the Deluo sword sect, with an incredulous thought, his flesh quickly rotted away, ultimately being obliterated by the ominous red mist. With a puff, it was like a fart that popped out and disappeared. After a few breaths, the sound ceased. Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence. The quasi-emperor ancestors of the other 4 major forces looked at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief. They felt a chill run through their bodies, as if struck by lightning. The ancestor of the Deluo sword sect just died like that. What is going on? The sudden attack of the zither sound was already surprising enough. How could even the Tomb Guardian Spirit help Jiang Yunhao? They arrived late and did not witness the scene where the Tomb Guardian Spirit recognized Jiang Yunhao as its master in the Bronze Realm treasure. They were even more unaware that Jiang Yunhao had let the Tomb Guardian Spirit take action because he wanted to deliberately hide his own ability to unleash the ominous red mist and obliterate everything around. In short, Jiang Yunhao had planned well. Certain trump cards didn't need to be exposed hastily. Perhaps one day in the future, they would play a crucial role. The young master has killed. The Tomb Guardian spirit was straightforward. Since recognizing Jiang Yunhao as its master, the Tomb Guardian spirit knew it would be bound to Jiang Yunhao for life. Under the life and death master-servant contract, if Jiang Yunhao wanted to kill him, it was just a matter of thought. This isn't called cowardice. It's called following one's heart. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. The quasi-emperors like the Black Dragon ancestor watched as the Tomb Guardian spirit respectfully bowed to Jiang Yunhao. The bodies of the four quasi-emperors trembled slightly. At this moment, Jiang Chun suddenly smiled. It seems that a friend of my ancestor from the Jiang family has made a move. Yunhao, this person is your protector. Protector. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped. Protectors are something that every major force's genius possesses. For example, when Jiang Yunhao was still a junior, his protectors were the elder guests of the Jiang family. However, as Jiang Yunhao's status rose and he became the only imperial son of the Jiang family and demonstrated extraordinary potential, the protection of the Jiang family for Jiang Yunhao had also reached its peak. So it turns out to be my protector? To be honest, Jiang Yunhao was somewhat curious. After all, this protector seemed to be quite powerful. Jiang Chun mysteriously smiled. Your protector is not simple, you will know in the future. At the same time, everyone present felt incredulous, including the remaining four quasi-emperors. Who exactly is Jiang Yunhao's protector? Even if there was suspicion of a sneak attack, how could an ordinary person easily injure a quasi-emperor? The strength of this mysterious protector is unfathomable. What is the situation with the Jiang family? Whilst are they hiding? The four quasi-emperors felt their scalps go numb and no longer had the previous imposing momentum to question. The Black Dragon ancestor said nothing and gradually disappeared. The quasi-emperors of the Wang and Han families looked grim and flew back to their respective factions. The quasi-emperor of the Yaoqi Holy Land also left. They came quickly and left quickly. As imposing as they were before, they retreated in silence, looking extremely embarrassed. After all, they weren't foolish. They believed they saw the truth, with the Tomb Guardian spirit present, capable of using the red mist to obliterate quasi-emperors. They certainly did not dare to make things difficult for Jiang Yunhao anymore. Not to mention that there was also a mysterious protector watching closely from the shadows. A storm was easily suppressed like this, until the Jiang family members surged with momentum and the cloud boat soared into the sky. Did the quasi-emperors of the four major forces dare to let out earth-shattering roars? After all, they were the dominant forces in their respective domains. When had they ever been so aggrieved? The key point was that they were restrained by a junior. The Jiang family's imperial son is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, people were deeply shocked, and their understanding of Jiang Yunhao had reached a new level. Although many had already speculated that Jiang Yunhao would be the most outstanding figure in this secret realm expedition, no one could have imagined that he would shine so brilliantly. His style of action and the invincible aura he displayed completely crushed all the young talents of the same generation. Long Outyin, Yao Tianchu, Wang Lin, and other extraordinary talents were no match for him. Jiang Yunhao even subdued the Tomb Guardian spirit, the guardian of the secret realm for 20,000 years, as his servant. Who would dare to believe such a thing if they had not seen it with their own eyes? Some had already begun to worship Jiang Yunhao and even boldly declared that the only existence that could attain the Tao and become emperor in this era had already appeared. It was Jiang Yunhao. It can be said that during this secret realm expedition, Jiang Yunhao's reputation was thoroughly established in the Eastern Wilderness 9 domains. At least among the young generation, no one could catch up with him. After returning to the cloud boat, Jiang Yunhao immediately took the Tomb Guardian spirit to the inner chamber. Jiang Yunhao flipped his hand and took out the small wooden box that had appeared after he defeated the sky-swallowing lark from his storage bag. Senior, do you know what is inside this? Reporting to the young master, I don't know either, but this must be a relic left by the Empress. Since it is an Emperor's item, it must be extraordinary. The Tomb Guardian spirit's throat moved, also quite curious. This is the secret left by the only Empress of the ancient era. Jiang Yunhao was certainly very curious as well. Chapter 67. A Woman Should Not Stay. Just as Jiang Yunhao and the Tomb Guardian Spirit were studying the wooden box, the major forces had already set off to return. Among the 4 major forces, the remaining remnants gathered together, staring fixedly at the entrance of the secret realm, all looking lost. This included the 4 quasi-emperors who had hurriedly come to take charge. They originally wanted to regain some face for their family. However, they ended up stumbling at Jiang Yunhao's hands. They even made a public blunder, with the ancestor of the Daluo sword sect dying under Jiang Yunhao's scheme. The Tomb Guardian Spirit would help Jiang Yunhao, and the 4 quasi-emperors could only force themselves to swallow this anger. However, their expressions were particularly grim. Damn it, can't any of our young talents from the 4 major forces come out? The quasi-emperor of the Long family had his eyelids twitching. The Black Dragon ancestor from Long Yuan was trembling uncontrollably, unable to imagine how great this loss was. Jiang Yunhao, this child, is utterly evil, with a heavy killing intent. Simply insane. A quasi-emperor from the Yaoqi Holy Land breathed heavily, feeling as if everything before him was turning black. This matter is not over. I, the emperor, will not let Jiang Yunhao go. Let him be arrogant for a while longer. There will always be an opportunity to turn the tide and wash away today as humiliation. The ancient freak from my Long Yuan is about to awaken, Jiang Yunhao. He won't be able to jump around for much longer. The Black Dragon ancestor's expression was indifferent. Just then, a genius from the Han family flew out from the secret realm. Suddenly, the eyes of the Han family's quasi-emperor lit up. Oh, Sini, you're still alive. This was simply a huge surprise. Seeing the living Han Sini, the quasi-emperor of the Han family couldn't believe his eyes. Han Sini was the current imperial daughter of the Han family, with a high status, extraordinary talent, and deeply favored by the older generation of strong practitioners. My Sini is indeed a person of great fortune, able to escape a calamity under the reckless slaughter of that little demon Jiang Yunhao. That's wonderful. The Han family members were greatly encouraged. However, the just-flying Han Sini was momentarily stunned. But Han Sini quickly understood that Jiang Yunhao had killed all the geniuses from the 4 major forces that entered, and she was the only one who survived, which naturally drew attention. Hearing the earlier words, Han Sini couldn't hold back and hurriedly said to her elders, "Elders, I have a request, and I hope you can agree to me." Oh, upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at Han Sini with confusion. Sini wants the Han family to withdraw from the campaign against the Jiang family. What? People were dumbfounded, especially the geniuses from the other 3 major forces. Sini, what are you saying? How can we just watch the Jiang family dominate the Eastern Wasteland's 9 domains? Not to mention the impact on the Han family's interests in the Eastern Wasteland. Just today, Jiang Yunhao killed your contemporaries. Some older strong practitioners from the Han family widened their eyes, feeling as if they had heard a huge joke. In response, Han Sini revealed a bitter smile and shook her head. Grievances have their source, debts have their owner. If our Han family's geniuses hadn't united with others to plot against the Jiang family's imperial son, would he have killed our Han family's geniuses? Can't the elders listen to a word from Sini? The rise of the Jiang family's imperial son is unstoppable. Why should our Han family act like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, like a mayfly shaking a tree? How can there be such a thing as invincibility? Han Sini's words left everyone present dumbfounded. This included some young geniuses who had not been selected to enter the secret realm due to the Tianke divine key. Everyone looked at Han Sini in shock. This goddess, renowned in the Eastern Wasteland's 9 domains, whom many admired and envied, but could only look up to, actually spoke in favor of Jiang Yunhao. It was even clear from her tone that Han Sini held admiration and awe for Jiang Yunhao. She had already compared an immortal force like the Han family to a mayfly shaking a tree. My heavens! Has this stunningly beautiful, extraordinarily talented imperial daughter shattered her Dao heart? Was she forcefully crushed by Jiang Yunhao? The young people were shocked, struggling to imagine the scene of a top genius having their Dao heart shattered. Sini, stop talking nonsense. Your future is limitless. It's just one failure. What is there to fear? In the future, you will lead our Han family as disciples to take revenge on the Jiang family. Han Sini's parents hurriedly stepped forward, reprimanding their daughter. Hearing this, Han Sini's heart trembled. Taking revenge on the Jiang family. Becoming enemies with that imperial son? Seeing her family's serious expressions, Han Sini couldn't bear to tell them that she had already sworn allegiance to the Jiang family's imperial son. If it weren't for the Jiang family's imperial son telling her that staying in the Han family would allow her to exert the greatest value, she would willingly follow Jiang Yunhao for life. At this moment, Han Sini had witnessed Jiang Yunhao's strength with her own eyes. In her heart, she had long since determined that Jiang Yunhao was the decisive white-robed figure she had predicted. To oppose such a great terror was simply foolish. Seeing that she couldn't persuade them, Han Sini could only shake her head. Elders, father and mother, if you insist on being enemies with the Jiang family, then you may seek others. Han Sini did not wish to compete with that imperial son. She bowed respectfully to a few people and then hurriedly left. At this moment, the scene erupted. Countless young geniuses stared in disbelief at Han Sini's back. Their beloved goddess actually praised the Jiang family's imperial son so highly. This made many people feel envious and jealous. However, if they knew that Han Sini had already devoted her heart to Jiang Yunhao, working hard without complaint, following him without regret for life, they would probably collapse on the spot. The expressions of the three quasi-emperors became extremely ugly, and they simultaneously looked towards the Han family's quasi-emperor. Hee, your Han family's girl really is hard to keep. She actually speaks so highly of that Jiang family's imperial son. The expression of the Han family's quasi-emperor changed slightly. Originally, the four major forces had come together out of interests. Now, because Han Sini was alive, the geniuses from the other forces felt cold and began to harbor grudges. Human nature is like this. If everyone has to die, why should your imperial daughter be fine? The Han family had no way to explain. If Jiang Yunhao knew that he had gained such a follower in Han Sini, it would indeed be an unexpected joy. Unbeknownst to him, this had created a rift among the four major forces. Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but feel that his luck was indeed getting better and better. Good things were popping up one after another. Meanwhile, on the Jiang family's cloud boat, Jiang Yunhao had already opened the wooden box. Oh, this is Chapter 68, Taichu Plateau. Mysterious white-robed figure, a drop of blood? There was actually only a drop of blood inside this wooden box. That's right. As the seemingly ordinary wooden box was opened, a drop of extremely red blood floated within. This drop of blood carried a chilling, oppressive force. Blood of an emperor? Could it be the imperial blood of a female emperor? Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened. The essence blood of an emperor is far more valuable than any heavenly materials or earthly treasures in the world. No, young master, this is not imperial blood. In my lifetime, I followed the immortal female emperor, and I am very clear about the oppressive force of an emperor. However, this drop of blood is different. It even gives me a sense of terror far beyond that of an emperor by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It's simply unimaginable. The tomb-guarding spirit's form suddenly trembled violently. He had speculated that the opportunity hidden in this wooden box must be related to the immortal female emperor. It might even be a treasure of the emperor. However, he never expected that the opportunity within was countless times more powerful than the treasures of the emperor. The tomb-guarding spirit couldn't help but take a deep breath, hardly believing what he saw and heard. Oh, not the blood of an emperor, but of a higher level than an emperor. Then what is this? From the perspective of the Eastern Wasteland's 9 domains heaven and earth limits, a millennium era could only accommodate one emperor's existence. An emperor could be called invincible among mortals without exaggeration. Yet, the oppressive force emanating from just a drop of blood was hundreds of times stronger than that of an emperor. This blood, even Jiang Yunhao felt his mind swaying. After a brief silence, Jiang Yunhao gradually calmed his fluctuating mind. I didn't expect such an opportunity to arise. The blood of a mysterious being at a higher level than an emperor is a tremendous boon for me. Jiang Yunhao was certainly excited. This is even stronger than an emperor. In the next moment, he pointed out, coming into contact with a mysterious drop of blood inside the wooden box. He silently chanted the mantra of the swallowing heaven demonic art and immediately absorbed this drop of blood into his body. In an instant, an unparalleled aura erupted from Jiang Yunhao's body. He felt as if he was about to transcend this mortal realm. The guardian spirit of the grave looked alarmed. Little master, this blood is probably not easy to digest. It's too powerful. If there's no. That's right. While great opportunities and fortunes are good, one must have the life to enjoy them. Just like this drop of blood, its pressure is even more terrifying than that of an emperor. Is it something an ordinary person can touch? I'm afraid even a quasi-emperor would be obliterated by the pressure if they forcibly absorb this blood. This thing is extremely toxic. However, before the guardian spirit could finish speaking, Jiang Yunhao's aura gradually stabilized. He sat cross-legged, dignified, like a celestial being descending to the world, his temperament becoming more extraordinary and refined. Huh, what's this? The guardian spirit was stunned, completely unable to understand this phenomenon. A drop of mysterious blood that could kill a quasi-emperor was perfectly absorbed by his little master. The guardian spirit didn't know that at this moment, Jiang Yunhao's consciousness was wandering in the void, witnessing an unforgettable scene in his life. Blood, a sea of blood amidst a mountain of corpses, drifting throughout the world. Countless corpses twisted and entangled together. There were the remains of true dragons stretching for thousands of meters, the upper half of a saint as large as a mountain. Countless dazzling powerful beings from various races like Qilin, Xuanwu, and Phoenix. Each corpse exuded an incredible, powerful aura. Even in death, they seemed to possess a tremendous force, shaking the universe. Yet these terrifying, powerful beings were all dead. Their eyes were dull and lifeless, their broken bodies rolling in the boiling sea of blood. It was like some kind of projection, allowing my consciousness to see this scene. Jiang Yunhao instantly understood. At the same time, he was a bit shocked by the terror of this scene. All he could see were the corpses of countless races, without a single living person, the Dark Blood era, the Primordial Plateau. Just then, Jiang Yunhao suddenly heard a voice. He turned around to see a figure shrouded in white, indistinct and blurry, not far from him. This figure was even more mysterious, making it hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. It seemed to exist outside the world, yet was undeniably present in his sight. It only gave the impression of being detached from the world, as if in the whole world, only it stood alone, transcending reality, incredibly powerful yet incomparably lonely. Little friend, make good use of that drop of blood. Oh, and don't forget the primordial Tao Jade, the figure murmured, its eyes the only part not shrouded in an ethereal aura. For some reason, Jiang Yunhao felt that those eyes conveyed warmth, even a hint of surprise. The primordial Tao Jade. There was no time to think more. Jiang Yunhao of course knew what the primordial Tao Jade was. It was what the fourth ancestor Jiang Shan had given him, saying it contained the Jiang family's legacy and was related to his father's mysterious disappearance. When he broke through to the fate-cutting realm, he would be able to open that primordial Tao Jade. And this mysterious existence before him knew about the Jiang family? Just as Jiang Yunhao was about to ask something, his vision blurred, and his consciousness returned to his body. It was at this moment that Jiang Yunhao perfectly fused with that drop of blood, which was even more powerful than that of an emperor. This drop of blood settled near his heart. As his heart beat, threads of energy began to emanate from the blood, an aura that transcended all heavens. The feeling of being the only supreme being in heaven and earth radiated from within Jiang Yunhao. This aura seemed to be the only one since ancient times. Even heaven and earth had to bow their heads in silence, only able to worship. At the same time, Jiang Yunhao's physique actually became stronger once again. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao could clearly feel that he had only absorbed less than a millionth of the energy from this drop of blood. Over time, this drop of blood would subtly integrate with him. It was like a continuous flow of blood energy, constantly tempering his physical body. This discovery left Jiang Yunhao greatly surprised. Others temper their bodies through various hardships, yet he was in a position where he didn't need to do anything. This drop of blood was automatically helping him temper his body, and it was in a mode of continuous refinement every moment. Jiang Yunhao even imagined how terrifying his physical body would be if he perfectly absorbed this drop of blood. It seems that the hidden secrets of the Jiang family are quite significant, not only with mysterious foundations, but also unfathomable strength. A mysterious figure stronger than an emperor knows about the Jiang family. And what about the so-called Dark Blood era and the Primordial Plateau? Jiang Yunhao narrowed his eyes slightly, keenly sensing that he might have touched upon some secrets unknown to ordinary people. He must quickly break through to the fate-cutting realm and open the primordial Dao Jade. Immediately, Jiang Yunhao made a decision. Chapter 69. Subduing Long Out Yin, I give you a chance. It seems I need to break through to the fate-cutting realm as soon as possible. I'm quite curious about the secrets within the primordial Dao Jade. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred, and he immediately got up and headed towards the cell area of the cloud boat. During this time, returning to the Jiang family. He didn't intend to waste it. He immediately thought of an important figure still on the cloud boat. That's right, it was Long Out Yin. Long Out Yin was the current young leader of the Longyuan True Dragon clan. His talent was extraordinary, known to inherit 30% of the ancient True Dragon clan's bloodline. A powerful existence, most likely to return to the ancestral form. The heritage of the True Dragon clan is long-standing, tracing back to even before the ancient times. 30,000 years ago, during the ancient era, the True Dragon clan was a terrifying power that dominated one side. However, with the passage of time, in the current era, the True Dragon clan has lost its former glory. Their descendants' bloodlines have thinned and gradually fallen short of the true dragons of the ancient era. Those like Long Out Yin, whose bloodline can reach 30%, are already extremely rare and powerful. Jiang Yunhao's plan was simple. First, to subdue Long Out Yin. Second, he was also very interested in the power of the True Dragon clan's bloodline inheritance. Don't forget, he possesses the eternal Dao body. Others cannot possess multiple bloodline talents due to conflicts between them, risking serious injury or even self-destruction. But Jiang Yunhao could simultaneously possess multiple, even stronger bloodline talents. He had no need to worry about that. It would greatly benefit his strength enhancement. Soon, Jiang Yunhao arrived at the cell area of the cloud boat. In his view, in one cell, a man dressed in a golden robe with an extraordinary temperament was silently sitting cross-legged. This outstanding-looking man was Long Out Yin. As Jiang Yunhao arrived, Long Out Yin also saw him. As the saying goes, enemies meet, and their eyes turn red. Long Out Yin immediately recalled not long ago when Jiang Yunhao had used him as a dragon stick, waving him around, even humiliating him by using magic to make him stand straight. Long Out Yin couldn't hold back any longer and abruptly stood up. Jiang Yunhao, do you dare to come again? If you have the guts, release the restrictions on my cultivation and fight me again. Long Out Yin roared. To Long Out Yin's surprise, Jiang Yunhao actually nodded. Not convinced? Fine, I can release your cultivation restrictions. Jiang Yunhao smiled lightly and, as he spoke, formed a hand seal. The restriction collar around Long Out Yin's neck suddenly burst apart with a flash of symbols. Huh? To be honest, Long Out Yin was a bit surprised, never expecting Jiang Yunhao to be so easy to talk to. Fighting you again is not impossible, but if you want to leave and return to Longyuan, that's impossible, Jiang Yunhao suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Long Out Yin sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. What's wrong? Are you afraid that letting me go would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain? You know that the situation between me and Long Yuan is already one of eternal enmity. Are you afraid that I will rise against the odds and personally kill you in the future? No. Jiang Yunhao suddenly waved his hand. You are overthinking this. After all, you are my defeated foe, a trophy of mine. My style of doing things, Jiang Yunhao, does not involve letting go of my trophies. Moreover, you are indeed a member of the True Dragon clan, and your dragon blood is equivalent to a treasure for my human cultivation, worth thousands of years. With a vessel like you that can provide me with dragon blood at any time, how could I possibly let you go? That's right. What Jiang Yunhao values most is the worth of Long Out Yin. Having Long Out Yin alive is much better than having him dead. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunhao felt a bit emotional. Had he known, he wouldn't have directly killed Long Batian. If he hadn't, he would have had 2 true dragons. Every day, he could drink a large bowl of fresh true dragon blood, equivalent to swallowing a vast amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, greatly benefiting his cultivation realm. Of course, at this moment, having Long Outyin left is still quite good. Moreover, the purity of Long Outyen's true dragon bloodline is certainly not something Long Batian could compare to. Perhaps a single sip of Long Outyen's true dragon blood is equivalent to many sips from other true dragons. Jiang Yunhao's mind wandered, and the more he thought, the more he felt his decision was correct. There's a difference between a full meal and being fed continuously. He was still able to distinguish that. What? Hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, Long Outyen was shocked. You take me as a bloodletting vessel? You want to extract my true dragon blood? Long Outyen roared with rage. Dragon energy swirling around him, demonic energy rolling like thunder. Extracting my blood. Is there such a ruthless human? Are you even human? I see you as a devil. Long Outyen's head was buzzing, nearly exploding from anger. Jiang Yunhao was too lazy to say anything more to Long Outyen, beckoning him to follow. Long Outyen was anxious, but he knew he was in the Jiang family's territory, and the Jiang family's quasi-emperor ancestors were definitely nearby. He was very clear that at this moment, he had no room to resist Jiang Yunhao. To be honest, if Jiang Yunhao really wanted to draw his true dragon blood, he really had no good way to stop him. Jiang Yunhao, if you want to rely on the authority of your Jiang family's ancestors to forcibly extract my dragon blood, I can also gift it to you. Long Outyen mocked. He thought Jiang Yunhao wanted to forcibly extract his dragon blood, since he couldn't resist, and resisting could very well mean death. Long Outyen decided to endure for the sake of survival and to plot future revenge. You're overthinking it. However, Jiang Yunhao shook his head. I just want you to come out and fight me. If you win, I won't mind letting you go. But if you lose, you will obediently stay in my Jiang family, providing me with fresh true dragon blood every day. After all, my Jiang family never keeps idle people. At this point, Jiang Yunhao suddenly turned around and glanced at Long Outyen. Moreover, an enemy defeated by me will never be regarded as a rival. I will give you time to catch up until you are out of reach. Jiang Yunhao walked away with his hands behind his back. That condescending and invincible demeanor was all too familiar to Long Outyen. This was exactly the harsh words he had once thrown at Jiang Yunhao. And now, Jiang Yunhao was returning those words to him intact. Damn it, this kid is simply humiliating him. Long Outyen felt rage in his heart, his eyes turning dark with anger. He gritted his teeth and followed Jiang Yunhao's pace. The commotion of the two attracted the attention of many people on the cloud boat. Huh, the Emperor has released the True Dragon Clan's dragon son? Could it be that the Emperor is being merciful and wants to let Long Outyen go? Is he trying to ease the tense relationship with Long Yuan? Please, how could our Jiang family Emperor be that kind of softy? So what is this? Chapter 70, Forbidden Outside, Controlling. I understand. The Emperor wants to subdue Long Outyen. What? Subduing the current dragon son of Long Yuan? Soon, the Jiang family's disciples gathered on the deck of the cloud boat. Seeing Jiang Yunhao and Long Outyen standing off against each other, the Jiang family understood Jiang Yunhao's intentions. However, could this be possible? After all, Long Outyen was a well-known dragon son of Long Yuan. He had been famous for many years, and in terms of reputation, he was not at all inferior to Yao Tianchu of the Yaoqi Sacred Land. Such a young prodigy, proud by nature, would absolutely not willingly submit to anyone. Jiang Lingxiao, Zhang Tianyu, Zhang Ningwan, and others also came out and witnessed this scene. Oh no, is my cousin going to fight this stinky dragon again? Zhang Tianyu blinked. Jiang Lingxiao's expression was calm. He had unparalleled confidence in Jiang Yunhao and was not worried about his family's emperor at all. Currently, among those who had the most confidence in Jiang Yunhao, it might belong to this cousin who had always followed Jiang Yunhao. At the same time, under the gaze of everyone, Long Outyen heard some discussions from the surrounding Jiang family disciples, including some mocking words directed at him. Long Outyen felt increasingly suffocated and his anger surged. It must be said that upon seeing this scene, Jiang Yunhao suddenly had a strange feeling. Hey, why does it feel like I am some kind of destined villain? It seems like a situation where a crowd is bullying a minority, surrounded by a group of lackeys cheering him on. And Long Outyen? He seemed like a character who had suffered humiliation, waiting for a comeback, shouting about how 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but show a strange expression. It seems that he really fits the characteristics of a villain, with an unbeatable background, a good family, handsome looks, and top-notch strength and talent. No matter how you look at it, it feels like a young guy will jump out in the future, shouting about wanting to take him down. Just as Jiang Yunhao felt a bit strange, Long Outyin couldn't hold it in anymore and suddenly shouted, "Jiang Yunhao, you are too much. You dare to confront this dragon son and still distract yourself with other thoughts?" Long Outyin could no longer endure Jiang Yunhao's attitude. He roared, and in an instant, he flew out of the cloud boat, showcasing his true dragon talent. His entire body was covered in golden scales, emitting a faint shimmering golden light, which appeared particularly eye-catching in this forbidden dark area outside. The golden light illuminated the surroundings, dispelling the darkness, draping the cloud boat in a layer of faint golden attire. True dragon treasure technique, suppressing prison heavenly might. Revealing his true form, Long Outyin unleashed his dragon might, raising his dragon claws, and immediately performed his clan's supreme divine technique. This was the mysterious bloodline talent of the true dragon clan. It was a powerful killing technique created by the ancestors of the true dragon clan 30,000 years ago, dominating the heavens. At that time, when Long Batian fought Jiang Yunhao, he had also used it. However, the power displayed by Long Batian was somewhat insignificant compared to Long Outyin. With his palm strike, Long Outyin unleashed a terrifying golden dragon energy, which transformed into 9 golden dragons. The golden dragons roared proudly, charging towards Jiang Yunhao to suppress him. This technique was grand and forceful. The dragon might suppress all beings. The Jiang family disciples present felt their scalps tingle. Upon seeing this move, they seemed to truly understand why the ancient True Dragon clan was able to suppress all clans 30,000 years ago, elevating the name of the Dragon clan to the skies, surpassing 99% of the races. This seemed to be a mighty dragon might that aimed to suppress all enemies in the world, truly terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao also made his move. He didn't even use his most powerful sword technique. Jiang Yunhao simply waved his hand forward, showcasing his 10 great caves. Boom! Each of Jiang Yunhao's 10 caves was extraordinary, reaching an immense size. My heavens! The imperial sun has become even stronger. This cave phenomenon is so large and round. The Jiang family's disciples were dumbfounded, their eyelids twitching wildly. You see, for ordinary noble family disciples, the cave phenomenon is at most 1,000 meters in size, which is still considered a genius level. But their own imperial sun? It reached a height of 10,000 meters. The key point is, it's not just 1 but 10. This scene was truly unprecedented and unseen before. After showcasing his 10 caves, a radiant power from the source of the cave, shining in 7 colors, descended and enveloped the 9 golden dragon phantoms created by the killing technique. The golden dragon shadows melted away at a visible speed, as if white snow were encountering the scorching heat of summer. This was a demonstration of the application of cave source power, an incredible ultimate move. How long has it been? And you're even stronger than when we fought before. Long Outyin, who had previously fought against Jiang Yunhao, was not convinced. He thought he had been a bit careless and underestimated Jiang Yunhao's physical strength, which led to him being ruthlessly trampled by Jiang Yunhao in close combat. Therefore, this time, Long Outyin's first move was to use the killing treasure technique of his True Dragon clan. He intended to compete with Jiang Yunhao's divine abilities. However, Jiang Yunhao's divine abilities turned out to be so terrifying. The key point was that he could clearly perceive Jiang Yunhao's transformation, which was like night and day. Indeed, Jiang Yunhao had undergone a significant transformation. After all, he had fought against the devouring celestial lark, who was a quasi-emperor in his past life. The magical mysteries that only quasi-emperors could comprehend had all been learned by Jiang Yunhao. Now, Jiang Yunhao, in terms of experience and the profundities of divine abilities, was far beyond what Long Outyin could compare to. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao's palm, infused with chaotic energy, suddenly struck down. That vast chaotic energy manifested into a gigantic hand thousands of meters long. With a loud slap, it was as if he was slapping a loach, flipping Long Outyin to the ground. Long Outyin spat blood and couldn't even maintain his own form. He transformed into human form and fell straight down. Immediately after, Jiang Yunhao's chaotic giant hand reached out and grabbed Long Outyen. Long Outyen was completely dumbfounded. He never expected to be defeated so quickly, so miserably. This feeling was just like what he faced ordinary prodigies. But now, the one who stood as an invincible existence, seemingly unique in the world, was Jiang Yunhao. Not Long Outyen. The imperial sun was mighty. The Jiang family's imperial sons were filled with passionate blood. Everyone was excited. Their imperial sun was indeed becoming stronger and stronger. People seemed to envision a bright future and boundless prospects following someone like Jiang Yunhao. Just as the heavens shook and Jiang Yunhao easily subdued Long Outyen. In the dark forbidden zone, two eyes like blood moons suddenly opened. The blood-red pupils were eerie, filled with despair, brutality, and ruthlessness. It seemed that all the most negative emotions in the world were concentrated in those eyes. The forbidden zone beyond the heavens. All along, the common enemy of the 9 regions of the eastern wilderness, a terrifying existence among the outer demons, had taken notice of Jiang Yunhao. Is it him? Jiang Yunhao keenly sensed this ominous gaze. Not to mention, this was an old acquaintance. Jiang Yunhao remembered that when he broke the ancient sword record, this terrifying being had also peered in, concealed yet revealing. Is the senior really such a rat? Jiang Yunhao curiously looked towards the source of that gaze. Chapter 71. I have a bad temper, unparalleled beauty. When Jiang Yunhao sensed that ominous gaze watching him, he felt no fear. Void Demon Lord? What? Do you still want to make a move against my Yunhao? Sure enough, within the cloud boat, Jiang Qin's aura emanated. In the sky, there was also a faint quasi-emperor aura lingering. With the Jiang family's ancestor and Jiang Yunhao's mysterious protector both present, why fear others? Hee. In the boundless darkness, the 2 pairs of eyes that had gazed at Jiang Yunhao gradually faded away. It seemed they realized that if they made a move against Jiang Yunhao, their own fate would also be dire. There are rules in the 9 regions of the eastern wilderness. When prodigies compete, the elder generation must not intervene. Those who violate this rule will be mercilessly killed. However, a soft and melodious voice suddenly resonated throughout the surroundings. Then they saw Jiang Yunhao's mysterious protector appeared without warning. In a fleeting glance, they couldn't even see her figure clearly as she charged towards the 2 pairs of blood moon-like eyes. Ah, damn, are you crazy? I merely glanced at your Jiang family's imperial son, and you actually want to fight me? What rules? I'm not even a being from your 9 regions of the eastern wilderness. Roar. In the darkness, a tremendous wave of magical power surged, shattering the space. One could vaguely see a massive, indistinct figure that covered the sky, roaring towards the heavens, its voice booming like thunder, sweeping across the land and the wilderness. It was evident how furious this great terror was. Clearly, he had not expected that merely looking at Jiang Yunhao would bring him such a calamity. You Jiang family's imperial son. Can't you let people look at you? The disciples of the Jiang family were stunned. Immediately after, their gazes unconsciously gathered on Jiang Yunhao. Did their imperial son's protector have such a bad temper? She just glanced at the imperial son with ill intent, and she was ready to fight. Moreover, this enemy was not simple, being a quasi-emperor among the outer demons. Even some strong individuals secretly observing the Jiang family's movements were equally shocked. These strong individuals had been paying attention to the Jiang family's movements due to Jiang Yunhao's dazzling performance. After all, someone like Jiang Yunhao was truly hard for all clans to ignore. Some harbored ill intent and deep-seated jealousy, while others attempted to ally with the Jiang family. Who exactly is Jiang Yunhao's protector? Such a bad temper. She knows the rules of our 9 regions of the eastern wilderness and should be a powerful being from our eastern wilderness. The total number of quasi-emperors among the myriad clans in the eastern wilderness is only a little over 30. How could I not recognize her aura? However, the powerful individuals lurking in the shadows were all greatly astonished. At the same time, they understood that Jiang Yunhao was truly not to be trifled with. In the future, if any elder strongman were to lose face and attempt to personally deal with Jiang Yunhao, they would first have to get past Jiang Yunhao's protector, This is simply a nanny-level treatment. Looking at the entire Eastern Wilderness 9 regions Orthodox forces, what kind of large family can have a quasi-emperor constantly protecting a junior? Apart from a Jiang family, no other family could achieve such a feat. Just how much hidden depth does the Jiang family have? The powerful individuals were secretly alarmed. Jiang Yunhao also noticed this scene. The appearance of this senior at this moment was equivalent to announcing her existence to all clans protecting him. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. How could he not understand the profound meaning behind his protector's actions? Even Jiang Yunhao couldn't help but feel emotional. The protection from the Jiang family was truly ample. There is a family that, if they cannot suppress the heavens and achieve the status of an emperor in this life, then they have truly lived in vain. Jiang Yunhao is not at all worried that his protector will lose. After all, he has personally witnessed this protector in action, severely injuring the ancestor of the Luo sword sect in an instant. It is likely that his protector's strength ranks among the top in the quasi-emperor realm. The two noble ladies, Zhang Ningguan and Zhang Tianyu, along with some talented members of the Zhang family, hurried over to the Jiang family. Clearly, they sensed the commotion here. The two noble ladies are radiant and stunningly beautiful. Anyone standing beside them would inevitably feel somewhat inferior. However, Jiang Yunhao is completely different. With his profound cultivation, having opened up 10 cave heavens, his aura has become even more outstanding. And when he is with the two ladies, he even seems to surpass them. Yunhao, it seems your future path will be even more stable, Zhang Ningguan remarked, her gaze flickering with emotion. Zhang Tianyu happily circled around Jiang Yunhao. Hee, my cousin is impressive. His protector is a quasi-emperor. Who in this world can compare to my cousin? The young girl beamed with joy, looking proud to be associated with him. Jiang Yunhao smiled. Aunt, cousin is flattering me. I can see that both of you possess extremely strong physiques. Even staying beside you helps calm one's Dao heart, beneficial for cultivation. Zhang Ningguan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Then in the future, we should often come to the Jiang family to spend time with you. Wouldn't that be greatly beneficial for you? Ha. Then I thank you, Aunt, Jiang Yunhao chuckled. After a brief conversation, the two ladies bid farewell to Jiang Yunhao. After sending them off, Jiang Yunhao turned to look at Long Outyan, who was lying on the ground, pale-faced. Long Outyan's body tensed as he slowly rose. His gaze flickered, seemingly unwilling to meet Jiang Yunhao's eyes. I don't care what you're thinking, but since you lost, you must accept the consequences. Become my servant and provide me with true dragon blood every day. After saying this, Jiang Yunhao didn't care about Long Outyan's thoughts and directly forcefully drew some of his bloodline. Long Outyan felt completely numb. I may not be human, but you are truly a devil. However, being severely injured by Jiang Yunhao, he had no strength to resist and could only watch helplessly as Jiang Yunhao drained his true dragon blood. In fact, Jiang Yunhao was eager to break through as soon as possible, to open the Taichu Dao Jade and see what opportunities and secrets lay within. Moreover, with the rare resource of true dragon blood, coupled with the benefits he gained in the Tianke Divine Pass secret realm, Jiang Yunhao was indeed confident that he could break through and sever the connection in a short time. After returning to the cloud boat, Jiang Yunhao immediately began to operate the Swallowing Heaven Demonic Art, frantically devouring resources. With such a domineering and unparalleled technique as the Swallowing Heaven Demonic Art, any resource could be absorbed in an instant. 9th layer of the cave heaven realm, great perfection. Crack. In the void, it seemed to resonate with the sound of shackles breaking. Jiang Yunhao's realm breakthrough reached the first level of severing connection realm. It was time to open the Taichu Dao Jade. Chapter 72, Jiang Family Inheritance, the 9 Mysteries of Heaven and Earth. The Taichu Dao Jade. It was personally handed over by the 4th ancestor Jiang Chun to Jiang Yunhao. At that time, Jiang Chun had said that this Taichu Dao Jade contained some secrets of the Jiang family. Moreover, his father Jiang Feng mysteriously disappeared after seeing the Taichu Dao Jade and left the Jiang family. Later, Jiang Yunhao's mother, a noble lady from the Jiang family, nurtured Jiang Yunhao in her womb for 100 years and gave birth to him, after which she went to search for Jiang Feng. However, after that, it seemed they both mysteriously vanished. With the Jiang family's ability as the dominant lineage of the Lingshu domain, they could not find any trace of the two. In short, Jiang Yunhao's father and mother seemed to have evaporated from the world. With a somewhat complicated mood, Jiang Yunhao opened the Taichu Dao jade. The small object, resembling a jade pendant, unfolded a miraculous space under Jiang Yunhao's magical power, revealing the treasures hidden within. At first glance, Jiang Yunhao saw a jade slip. As his consciousness probed inside, a roaring sound echoed in his mind. Golden characters appeared in his awareness. Each golden character contained incredible Dao rhythms, as if an ordinary person who caught a glimpse would have their eyes burst and their consciousness collapse. However, Jiang Yunhao's consciousness was extremely formidable, a benefit of having perfected the 10 cave heavens. In his awareness, he scanned through and was struck with astonishment. With Jiang Yunhao's temperament, he was quite shocked, which shows how extraordinary these golden characters were. A secret method even more profound than imperial laws. This is the 9 mysteries of heaven and earth. Jiang Yunhao's heart trembled. Given Jiang Yunhao's background in the Jiang family, he instantly understood the origin of this secret method. The 9 mysteries of heaven and earth. They are respectively Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Zhen, Lian, Qian, Xing. The secret method that Jiang Yunhao comprehended was the Jia character secret method. The Jia character secret method can instantly enhance combat power by 10 times. That's right. It is indeed 10 times. What does it mean to suddenly increase combat power by 10 times in an instant? Taking Jiang Yunhao himself as an example, his current strength, especially that terrifying physical body, can shatter the flesh of divine realm powerhouses when caught off guard. If he suddenly increases by 10 times again, it would not only be advantageous for Jiang Yunhao to catch his enemies off guard. The most terrifying part is that Jiang Yunhao has a feeling that he might even be able to shake the holy realm powerhouses. This secret method seems to be specially prepared for beings with strong physiques. Additionally, this secret method that can increase combat power by 10 times in an instant has no restrictions on realm. That is to say, it can be used even at lower realms. It can also be utilized at the quasi-emperor and even emperor levels. While there are many external pills and divine abilities to enhance combat power, the Jia character secret method from the 9 mysteries of heaven and earth is the only one without realm restrictions. No wonder even Jiang Yunhao felt shocked. Moreover, the wonders of the 9 mysteries of heaven and earth do not end there. In the records of the Eastern Wilderness, there are mentions of the 9 mysteries of heaven and earth. No one knows where the 9 mysteries of heaven and earth originated. Some say that the 9 mysteries of heaven and earth transcend imperial laws and are manifestations of the heavenly rules. Others say that the 9 mysteries must be left behind by immortals who broke through the limits of the human realm in the legendary realm above the emperor. In short, there are all kinds of legends and speculations. Although no one can verify the true origin of the 9 mysteries of heaven and earth, one thing can be confirmed by the beings of the 9 domains of the Eastern Wilderness. That is, the 9 mysteries of heaven and earth are truly extraordinary and definitely not something that human power can create. Even an emperor, who can only appear once every 10,000 years, cannot achieve it. Each of the 9 mysteries has its own wonders. There are even rumors that whoever can gather all 9 mysteries can even attain immortality. Countless people yearn for this and are obsessed with it. Even generations of emperors have sought the 9 mysteries of heaven and earth in every possible way. The emperors are all devoted to mastering the supreme mysteries. Is this the inheritance of my Jiang family? My Jiang family's inheritance is actually one of the 9 mysteries of heaven and earth. Jiang Yunhao took a deep breath, finally awakening from his shock. Surely no one could remain unfazed after obtaining one of the 9 mysteries. Especially for Jiang Yunhao. The Jia character secret method is truly a great weapon. It perfectly complements his terrifying physical body. Jiang Yunhao thought of his awakened ancient sacred body bloodline. This innate bloodline flowing within the Jiang family not only can develop various miraculous abilities, but also has an extremely powerful characteristic, a body that is overwhelmingly strong. Shaking the ancient world, it can be said that the Jia character secret method is very suitable for the bloodline of the Jiang family. especially someone like Jiang Yunhao, who has awakened his bloodline talent. My physical body is so strong, and I have the incredible talent of the undying sword body, having already cultivated the sharpest swordsmanship. I can attack and defend, and I have almost no weaknesses. Jiang Yunhao blinked, and suddenly felt that he seemed to be a little different from others. Perhaps when he reaches the cutting fate realm, he will be able to learn one of the 9 secrets and possess multiple extraordinary physical talents. Looking through history, there shouldn't be many, right? Or rather, am I the only one? Even the emperors of past generations did not have such opportunities at this level. However, the greatest opportunity of the 9 secrets of heaven and earth is still to gather all 9 secrets and touch that realm that even emperors yearn for, immortality. Could it be that my parents went out to search for the 9 secrets of heaven and earth? It seems that I need to pay more attention to the news about the 9 secrets of heaven and earth in the future. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred, and he made a decision. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao temporarily set aside his thoughts about the 9 secrets and looked at another object in the Taichu Dao jade space. It was a broken black fragment. It looked like it was made of wood, stone, jade, or iron. In short, it seemed to embody all things in the world. But it was impossible to tell what it really was. Such a miraculous creation was something Jiang Yunhao, who had grown up in a prominent family and seen all kinds of rare treasures, had never encountered before. Wait, my parents didn't go looking for the 9 secrets. After all, searching for the 9 secrets wouldn't lead to them going missing. They must have come into contact with this object. Jiang Yunhao's eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately reached out to draw the small black fragment closer. The fragment was small, only about the size of half a palm. It emitted a faint glow upon contact and felt as light as a feather. If one didn't carefully sense it, they wouldn't even realize they were holding it. But the moment this black fragment touched his hand, a voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Yunhao's mind. Ding! The host has come into contact with the dark, undying substance. Congratulations to the host for discovering a new sign-in location. Ding! Reminder to the host. Sign-in location. One of the 10 oddities of the Eastern Wilderness, the Black Ship. Chapter 73. Killing Sword Intent, Carefree, Great Freedom. Clearly, after Jiang Yunhao touched that mysterious small black fragment, the system detected that this was a treasure land. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Yunhao's eyes. One of the 10 oddities of the Eastern Wilderness, the Black Ship. But where exactly is the Black Ship located? With this question in mind, after returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao immediately found the 3 ancestors, Jiang Chun and the others, and spoke about the Black Ship. Huh? Yunhao, how did you find out about the Black Ship? Jiang Shaodian was taken aback. Jiang Chun squinted. Yunhao, you wouldn't have opened the Taichu Dao Jade, would you? Upon hearing this, the other 2 ancestors paused in surprise. Open the Taichu Dao Jade. Does that mean Jiang Yunhao has already reached the cutting fate realm? The 3 ancestors felt an incredible sense of disbelief. Yes, I indeed opened the Taichu Dao Jade. It wasn't until Jiang Yunhao spoke that the 3 ancestors came to their senses. The 3 exchanged glances, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. To think that Jiang Yunhao had only been cultivating for such a short time? He is only in his teens and has already stepped into the cutting fate realm. Their hearts skipped a beat. So you already know, as the 3 ancestors of the Jiang family, they had naturally opened the Taichu Dao Jade before. Jiang Qin couldn't help but smile wryly. I suppose we don't need to say much. You understand. Indeed, your father, Jiang Feng, went out to search for the Black Ship after coming into contact with this black fragment. However, until today, your father has not returned. Although my Jiang family is large and powerful, it has been difficult to find any trace of your father. As for this Black Ship, if you're curious, I have no need to hide it from you. This Black Ship is located in the void beyond heaven. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Jiang Yunhao's heart stirred. So the Black Ship is in the void beyond heaven. And where is that void beyond heaven? It is just outside the city of Divine Fall. That seemingly endless dark area surrounding the 9 regions of the Eastern Wilderness is what the people of the Eastern Wilderness see as the void beyond heaven. Jiang Yunhao hadn't forgotten that before returning, a great demon in the void beyond heaven had cast a malicious glance at him. And his protector had gone to confront that great demon. The void beyond heaven mysterious, and unpredictable, is the greatest enemy of the 9 regions of the Eastern Wilderness. Every year, major clans send their elites to continuously train in the void beyond heaven. This is both to resist foreign enemies and to temper their own descendants. Jiang Yunhao immediately made a decision, his eyes brightening slightly. If that's the case, it seems I need to make a trip to the void beyond heaven. Indeed, Jiang Yunhao would not miss the opportunity for a system sign-in. Not to mention that this also concerns the issue of his parents' disappearance. Although Jiang Yunhao had never met his parents, he was born after being nurtured in the womb for 100 years, and his mother hurriedly left to find his father. But the Jiang family has treated him very well. The 3 ancestors regard him as the future hope of the Jiang family and are generous with resources. Jiang Yunhao can feel this familial bond. As the son of the Jiang family, he would naturally not abandon his kin, especially since they are his relatives. Hearing this, Jiang Qin's eyes warmed, and he nodded with a smile. Well, as a descendant of a great family, you naturally cannot remain confined in the family all the time. How can a flower in a greenhouse compare to a genius who stands out in the trials of life and death? I support your training in the void beyond heaven. Jiang Yunxing smiled. Indeed. Jiang Shaotian blinked and said, however, there is no need to rush, and don't be in a hurry to look for that black ship. That mysterious black ship is considered one of the top 10 oddities by our people in the Eastern Wilderness. If your strength is insufficient and you rashly approach it, it may lead to trouble. By the way, since you have opened the Taichu Dao Jade, you must have also seen the secret method inheritance of our Jiang family. Indeed, our Jiang family has the inheritance of the 9 secrets, which is our ultimate secret technique. However, you probably can't comprehend it yet. To be honest, even we only have a rough understanding. But with your extraordinary talent, if you go into closed-door cultivation for a while, you should be able to comprehend it. Jiang Shaotian pondered for a moment and continued, how about this to be on the safe side? You should first enter closed-door cultivation within the clan and comprehend the 9 secret techniques. This technique is mysterious and astonishing, and it will greatly benefit your practical combat. If you master this technique, you will have more assurance when you go to the void beyond heaven to train. Jiang Shaotian also agreed with Jiang Yunhao going on a long journey, but he wanted Jiang Yunhao to strengthen his abilities before setting off. Indeed, it's not too late to set off after comprehending the secret techniques. Yes, Jiang Chun and Jiang Yunqing nodded. I believe that with Yunhao's talent, comprehending the secret techniques might take just 10 years. 10 years, huh? I think maybe 7 or 8 years will suffice. The 3 of them smiled, having great confidence in Jiang Yunhao. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yunhao was conversing with the guardian spirit. The guardian spirit is a spiritual entity that can temporarily reside in Jiang Yunhao's sea of consciousness. Young master, the cutting fate realm is different from the previous realms. The cutting fate realm is divided into the cutting self method and the cutting others method. The cutting self method involves some beings choosing to sever their emotional ties, cutting off their beloved ones, and the first sword on the shore is to cut down the person they love. Such ruthless individuals are quite common in the cultivation world. Of course, some may choose to sever their mundane familial feelings. In short, the cutting self method is the simplest and is a way to eliminate the 7 emotions and 6 desires. But the truly powerful cutting fate realm must be the cutting others method. Young master, you're also a genius in the sword path. If one can use the method of cutting off one's own emotions with the supreme intent to kill, to subdue numerous beings, and condense a strand of cutting karma and killing intent, then young master, your sword intent will be a slaughtering sword intent that shakes the heavens and makes ghosts weep. This sword intent is one of the strongest in history, and when it comes to killing power, no sword intent can compare to it. Cutting off one's own emotions is easy and is the choice of most people. However, a strong person cuts off for the sake of others. This is the thought of competing with the heavens, not submitting to the heavens or all things, and being invincible in one's true self while suppressing all beings. Only by using the method of cutting off one's own emotions can one truly be called carefree and unrestrained, to elevate oneself above all. The Grave Guardian is clearly planning for Jiang Yunhao's future. To be honest, having such a knowledgeable 2,000-year-old antique by his side Jiang Yunhao can certainly avoid many detours. The slaughtering sword intent? Sounds pretty good. Jiang Yunhao's eyes brightened. Then he must go train in the void beyond the heavens. After all, killing a demon lord and killing beings from the eastern wilderness is not the same. Killing too many beings from the eastern wilderness will make others see him as a demon lord, fearing him like a fierce god. This would negatively impact his reputation and could affect his imperial fortune. But killing a demon lord is different. It can condense the slaughtering sword intent and enhance his prestige. In short, the benefits are numerous. Moreover, since he possesses such a powerful sword intent, Jiang Yunhao will certainly choose to pursue perfection. If he is to do it, then he will do it to the strongest. With a firm heart, Jiang Yunhao made his decision. He then heard the words of the three ancestors. Jiang Yunhao suddenly smiled and said, "Three ancestors, there's no need to go into seclusion." How can you cultivate the secret method without secluding yourself? The three were taken aback. I've already comprehended the secret method, which is the secret of words, and can set off immediately. Upon hearing this, the three suddenly widened their eyes. They were all extremely surprised and shocked. This was because the secret method of the 9 secrets of heaven and earth was very difficult to glimpse. If one's divine consciousness was not strong enough, trying to look would risk a collapse of the mind. The three had confidence in Jiang Yunhao, which is why they dared to speculate that he would comprehend it in 10 years. However, it turned out that he didn't even need to wait 10 or 8 years. He had already succeeded. Yet, the three ancestors did not know the terrifying aspect of Jiang Yunhao as a practitioner of the 10 heavenly realms. The strength of his divine consciousness was something even Jiang Yunhao himself could not gauge. Then you should set off. Actually, Ling Xiao and some of our Jiang family's younger generation have already come here before, saying they don't want to hold you back. They want to become stronger, strong enough to follow you, and have already requested to train in the void beyond the heavens. You can just catch up now. As for us, we should go out and rest for a while. The three awkwardly smiled. They could not stay here any longer. They felt that if they continued to be with Jiang Yunhao, they would be struck down and their mental state would collapse. However, after a moment's thought, they felt relieved. After all, this was their own descendant. Just before Jiang Yunhao set off, a terrifying figure, radiating golden light, descended upon Shanglua City. Countless people in the city sensed this aura and immediately turned their attention. Chapter 74. The Cold and Elegant Beauty. Bowing down in defeat. What is this aura? A certain quasi-emperor ancestor of the true dragon clan. Right. There are rumors that the Jiang family's imperial son forcefully subdued the contemporary genius of the true dragon clan, Long Outyin. It seems this is the true dragon clan's deep-rooted ancestor coming to rescue Long Outyin. The gossiping souls of the people burned fiercely, all shifting their gaze to the Jiang family. The newcomer was indeed a quasi-emperor ancestor of the true dragon clan. The Jiang family members also sensed this aura, and the guest elders appeared at the main gate, blocking this quasi-emperor ancestor of the true dragon clan. Long Xingyan? It's actually him. He is a quasi-emperor of the true dragon clan who has existed longer than the black dragon ancestor. The guest elders of the Jiang family were all foreign powerhouses. They were aware of prominent figures in the eastern wilderness. Jiang Yunhao, who was originally planning to go out to catch up with Jiang Ling Xiao and the others, also sensed this aura. However, Jiang Yunhao was not afraid. A quasi-emperor? Back then, Luo Qinghe of the Daluo sword sect, a quasi-emperor, died at the hands of my Jiang family. To be honest, the Jiang family really had nothing to fear when a quasi-emperor came knocking. Jiang Yunhao was already prepared to go out. He flew out of the Jiang family estate riding a radiant golden dragon, followed by Qingwan and a group of elite young members of the Jiang family. This scene left outsiders in shock, feeling a wave of sourness. Good gracious. In front of Long Xingyun, riding the contemporary genius of the true dragon clan. This is simply a blatant humiliation. Just when everyone thought Long Xingyun would fly into a rage and possibly disregard the rules to attack the Jiang family's imperial son, the figure of Long Xingyun, transformed into an old man in golden robes, stroked his beard and chuckled. Little Gold, it turns out your relationship with the Jiang family's imperial son is so harmonious. Upon hearing this, Everyone was petrified, stunned on the spot. How does this not sound like he's angry? What is going on? People were dumbfounded. Grandpa, you? Even Long Outyen's dragon eyes widened in disbelief. Originally, Long Outyen had been forcefully subdued by Jiang Yunhao, and for his disobedience, he had been punished. Beaten until his scalp was numb, he could only endure the humiliation, revealing his true form and becoming Jiang Yunhao's mount. But Long Outyen was definitely not happy about it. Especially after sensing Long Xingyun's aura, Long Outyen nearly roared in excitement to the heavens. He had hope for rescue, but Long Xingyun's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the expectations in Long Outyen's heart. Grandpa, are you seeing things? I'm being written on, and this can be called a harmonious relationship. Moreover, how could you call me by my nickname Little Gold in front of outsiders? If others heard this, wouldn't they ask me, Long Outyen, so your name is Little Gold? So you're called Little Gold. Jiang Yunhao looked down at Long Outyen below. Long Outyen. He truly wanted to dig a hole and bury his thoughts right there. This is too embarrassing. I've said it long ago. Outside, I should be called Long Outyen, Long Outyen. Not bad, Little Gold. Being able to follow the Jiang family's imperial son may be a great opportunity for you. You must know that throughout history, those who have been able to follow emperors have had unending opportunities, and their future prospects are limitless. Seeing that you get along well with the Jiang family's imperial son, this old man is relieved. All right, work hard. Don't fall too far behind the Jiang family's imperial son, or you will lose your own value. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Long Xingyun was not here to cause trouble. On the contrary, he constantly praised Jiang Yunhao. After a flurry of flattery, Long Xingyun's figure disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a dazed crowd and the embarrassed Long Outyen, as well as the intriguingly entertained Jiang Yunhao. Strange. Isn't the True Dragon clan supposed to be irreconcilable with my Jiang family? Who is this senior? Jiang Yunhao asked with great interest. Long Outyen awkwardly smiled, not daring to not answer Jiang Yunhao's question. The True Dragon clan has a complicated system. The ancestors from the ancient era of true dragons have spawned many branches. In fact, the deepest enmity with your Jiang family is from the branch of Long Batian, although I have a brotherly relationship with him. If we were to get serious about it, the bloodline difference is so far apart that we can't really be considered relatives. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao understood. This is just like his Jiang family, which has a total of 8 branches. Currently, Jiang Yunhao has only come into contact with Jiang Lingxiao's branch. He has yet to meet the young masters of the other 6 branches, especially those with high rankings, who have already been famous for hundreds or even thousands of years. The strength of these young masters is even more formidable. For example, in the outer void where Jiang Yunhao is headed, there is a young master from the Jiang family stationed there, who has been leading the elite members of the Jiang family in battles against the demonic beings from beyond for many years. With this in mind, Jiang Yunhao did not ask any more questions. He then rode on Long Outyen and took off into the sky with the crowd. This little episode made many people once again realize how terrifying Jiang Yunhao's potential is. Even within the True Dragon clan, different opinions began to arise. Some ancestors were unwilling to become enemies with Jiang Yunhao. Of course, those from the Black Dragon clan still harbored a strong desire to kill him. As for whose choice is right, that can only be determined in the future. The crowd was shocked and could not help but express their feelings. Less than half a day had passed since the news of Long Xingyun visiting the Jiang family spread far and wide. The faces of the Black Dragon clan and others in the Demon Domain were extremely grim. Even the other demon clans in the Demon Domain made their presence known above Long Yuan. Hee, True Dragon clan, you really are giving face to my demon clan. You actually wag your tails and plead with a mere human clan, bowing down in submission. In the ancient times, the human clan was just a small source of food for my demon clan. Our ancestors even had to be picky about what to eat. Anything that didn't taste good was not worth their time. But you all are willing to be mounts for others. A massive beast with completely black fur, blocking out the sun, coiled in the sky. Its mouth and nostrils exhaled white mist, like clouds rolling in and out. One of the 10 ancient fierce beasts. Jiahua, you come out and have a good meeting with that Jiang family prince. If you can kill him, then kill him. If you can capture him alive, that will be even better. I want to see what is so remarkable about this Jiang family prince. As soon as the words fell, a stunningly beautiful woman with a graceful figure and long black hair cascading down to her waist appeared in the void. She wore a black dress, exuding cold elegance and nobility. Her beautiful eyes were as dazzling as blood-red crystals, with a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, adding a touch of pity to her beauty. Rest assured, ancestor, Yue will not disappoint your expectations and will have a good meeting with that Jiang family prince. Yue's expression was calm, as cold as ice. Chapter 75. Royal Power and Wealth. The little episode with Long Xingyun did not affect Jiang Yunhao's departure. This was another journey into the world for the Jiang family prince, naturally attracting countless people's attention. At a checkpoint leading from the eastern wilderness to the outer void, several groups were confronting each other. One side was blocking the city gate of the checkpoint, with over 1,000 people. On the other side, there were even more young prodigies from various major forces in the eastern wilderness. Going to the outer void to kill demons and gain merits is something that all beings in the eastern wilderness should share. What does your Wang family mean? Why are you blocking us? Exactly. Just because there are more of you. Does that make you impressive? The Wang family has truly gone mad. It turns out that in the current structure of the 9 regions of the eastern wilderness, the Wang family, which has always controlled a large number of channels to the outer void, today is asking for an entrance fee from the young prodigies preparing to head to the outer void. Although the Wang family is a dominant power in the region, the identities of the young prodigies are not low either, and they have never accepted such humiliation. Over the years, my Wang family has been maintaining numerous checkpoint entrances. Asking you to pay a little entrance fee to maintain the daily upkeep of the checkpoint is not enough reason. A man dressed in fine clothes stepped out from the Wang family, coldly looking at the prodigies present. If you're unwilling, then scram. My Wang family is not forcing you to pass through here. There is still the divine fallen city. You can enter the outer void from there as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone slightly changed. The Wang family's words sounded nice, but this checkpoint was not established by them. The Wang family only relied on their position as a dominant power to carve out their territory in the eastern wilderness with the 9 major dominant forces. Moreover, everyone knows that although the outer void is dangerous, it also produces various rare materials. The Wang family has made a lot of money over the years. He is Wang Gui, the royal wealth of the Wang family. Wang Gui, don't talk nonsense. Who doesn't know how much benefits your Wang family has gained by occupying numerous checkpoints? Talking about maintenance fees. Are you trying to make people laugh to death? Many people pointed and commented on Wang Gui. I understand now. Your Wang family participated in that so-called alliance of the 4 major forces at the Tianke Divine Pass, intending to target the Jiang family prince. As a result, you failed and suffered heavy losses. You think you're losing your position, so you want to take the opportunity to gain more benefits. The young prodigies from various clans were not ordinary people, so how could they accept this? Wang Gui smiled coldly. If you're unwilling, then scram. No need for so much nonsense. As for that Jiang family prince, what a joke, a mere teenager. Is the Jiang family out of their minds to elevate him to the status of a prince? My Wang family is not that foolish. He is just a young man. Even if he is invincible under 1,000 years, so what? Whether he can grow into something is another matter. A bunch of useless people, actually worshipping a young brat. Wang Gui was filled with disdain. How dare you insult my Jiang family and my Jiang family prince? At this moment, a team of several thousand people soared into the sky, flags flying everywhere, their banners waving. The leaders had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a fierce aura. The Jiang family members have arrived. The hearts of the young prodigies from various clans couldn't help but tremble. Suddenly, they understood. Wang Gui, the royal wealth of the Wang family, had personally come here. He wasn't here to block them, but to confront the Jiang family. At this moment, the young prodigies from various clans realized that the Wang family was determined to confront the Jiang family head-on. After all, this checkpoint was the closest entrance for the Jiang family to the outer void. The thoughts of the Wang family were already very clear. It seems that the Wang family is not planning to endure this any longer. They are truly shameless. Have the Wang family forgotten that their generation of young prodigies was exterminated by the Jiang family prince because they participated in the alliance of the four major forces? If they hadn't maliciously targeted the Jiang family prince, the Jiang family wouldn't have acted against them. Exactly, shameless. After everyone realized this, they began to discuss in low voices. These voices reached Wang Gui's ears. Wang Gui raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat impatient. The leader of this group from the Jiang family was none other than Jiang Lingxiao. Jiang Lingxiao also sensed the Wang family's targeting, clearly aimed at the Jiang family, especially their prince. It seems that this so-called alliance of the four major forces is still unwilling to give up. They still want to find trouble with their prince. Everyone knows that Jiang Yunhao's potential is extraordinary, so he will undoubtedly embark on the path of fighting in the outer void. This is something that the young heroes of the Eastern Wilderness will definitely do. Thinking of this, Jiang Lingxiao's expression turned cold. He had followed Jiang Yunhao for many days and was already convinced of his abilities. Now that he saw someone trying to obstruct his family's prince's development, Jiang Lingxiao naturally could not tolerate it. Wang family, I advise you not to be so boring. In this great era of competition, if you want to fight, come openly. There is no need to use such underhanded means. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Lingxiao's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a spear radiating brilliant golden light, fiercely slashing down at him. The attacker was none other than Wang Gui. Little brat, how old are you? Is this how you speak to your elders? Wang Gui, having surpassed 1,000 years in age, was considered a member of the previous generation, his face revealing a fierce expression. Boom! Even though Jiang Lingxiao reacted quickly, he was still struck by this spear, his entire body feeling as if struck by lightning, retreating repeatedly. After finally stabilizing his stance, Jiang Lingxiao's face turned pale, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Wang Gui, do you dare to make a move? Oomph. Although there are rules among the great clans of the Eastern Wilderness 9 domains that forbids elders from striking at juniors, you offended me first. What is wrong with teaching you a lesson? Wang Gui sneered. Jiang Lingxiao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, if it weren't for you explicitly insulting the Jiang family's imperial son, why would I provoke you? Wang Gui apologized to my Jiang family's imperial son. Even though he was injured and was not as strong as Wang Gui, Jiang Lingxiao's momentum was not inferior. He could not back down. After all, this concerned his family's imperial son, and the impact on Jiang Yunhao could not be underestimated. Relying on being a few years older. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Just then, a figure descended from the sky, clad in white that seemed to shine like snow, with an otherworldly presence and long black hair flowing behind him like a celestial being. Upon seeing the newcomer, there was no need for anyone to explain his identity. Everyone present immediately knew who he was. Jiang family's imperial son, Jiang Yunhao. He has arrived. Even Wang Gui felt a tremor in his heart at the first sight of Jiang Yunhao. Such a person truly was extraordinary. No wonder his ancestors wished he were dead and sought his life at every turn. Allowing someone like this to grow smoothly, wouldn't the Jiang family suppress the heavens? Wang Gui's pupils suddenly constricted. Oh, this must be the Jiang family's imperial son, right? You don't manage your family well. My Wang family has been maintaining the local passes, and the entrance fee has increased a bit this year. That is only reasonable. If your Jiang family is unwilling, then Wang Gui forced a smile. However, before he could finish, Jiang Yunhao drew his sword. Chapter 76. The old cannot strike the young, but the young can kill the old? With Jiang Yunhao's arrival, the Jiang family members' eyes brightened. Before anyone could say anything, Jiang Yunhao was too lazy to engage in idle chatter with the Wang family. He could see at a glance that the so-called four major forces had not given up on him. Since they were looking for death, he, Jiang Yunhao, had nothing more to say. Whoosh! The sword hummed, like a dragon's roar. A divine sword appeared in Jiang Yunhao's hand, and then he casually swung it toward Wang Gui. He attacked without warning? This kid? Wang Gui was startled. You insolent little bastard. Wang Gui was furious. He had considered many possibilities. Even if his elder, who had battled in the void for many years, targeted the young ones from the Jiang family without any reservations. The Jiang family could only suffer in silence. After all, his Wang family was not to be trifled with. Unless the Jiang family wanted to go to war and ignite an endless conflict. Even with Jiang Yunhao's arrival, he was not worried. After all, Jiang Yunhao was a generation younger than him. In terms of seniority and strength, how could a young man turn the tables? However, Wang Gui's thoughts shattered in an instant. He had never expected that Jiang Yunhao would actually dare to make a move against him. But Wang Gui was also prepared. In an instant, the magic power on his body surged, and a set of magical armor formed around him. Moreover, he conjured a treasure, a divine shield radiating golden light, which stood prominently in front of him. Clearly, Wang Gui had never underestimated Jiang Yunhao's strength. After all, he was not a fool. He had heard about how Jiang Yunhao could easily slay cultivators at the Cutting Fate realm. He used a divine spell in just an instant and even summoned a treasure. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, feeling shocked. Wang Gui truly was a prodigy of the great clan who had fought in the void against demons for many years. His reaction speed far exceeded that of contemporary young people living inland. Yet the next moment, the sword energy Jiang Yunhao unleashed arrived. Crack! A deafening explosion rang out. They saw that this seemingly ordinary sword energy, which Jiang Yunhao had casually swept out, shattered Wang Gui's divine shield in an instant. What? Even Wang Gui was momentarily dazed. To think he had used a divine artifact, and it couldn't withstand a single blow? Puffed. The divine artifact shattered, rebounding and injuring Wang Gui, who spat out blood and staggered back. Aren't you in the cave heaven realm? You broke through to Cutting Fate? Wang Gui finally sensed the change in Jiang Yunhao's aura. He was at the same realm, but he, after all, was over 1,000 years old. How old was Jiang Yunhao? A storm surged in Wang Gui's heart, and the calm expression he had earlier was replaced by panic. He had completely misjudged Jiang Yunhao's strength. Of course, this couldn't entirely be blamed on Wang Gui's carelessness. He truly had not underestimated Jiang Yunhao. It was just that Jiang Yunhao's speed of breaking through to Cutting Fate was simply too fast. No one would have expected that in just a few short days apart, Jiang Yunhao had broken through. Wait, I concede. You can't kill me. My uncle is of the same generation as your father. How can a junior like you act against an elder? As he saw Jiang Yunhao's sword energy shooting toward him, Wang Gui's eyes widened in horror. He knew very well that this sword energy, which could easily shatter a divine shield, was something he could not withstand with his strength. Oh, of the same generation as my father, Jiang Feng? Jiang Yunhao's eyes flickered. Wang Gui was flying backward, trying to evade the sword energy, but it seemed to have locked onto him. He could not escape. Hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, Wang Gui's heart couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. He, of the same generation as my father, yet still just at the Cutting Fate realm. Before my father went missing, he was already a divine king, right? You're not worthy of calling yourself a peer. However, Jiang Yunhao's next words plunged Wang Gui's heart into despair. No, Wang Gui screamed in horror. Jiang Yunhao had no intention of letting him go. The sword energy instantly sliced through Wang Gui's body. To the naked eye, Wang Gui was split in half. Wang Gui. This scene left everyone present in shock. No one could believe it. The Jiang family's imperial son could even kill someone from the previous generation? His invincible presence was no longer just about suppressing his peers. People were completely stunned. At the same time, Jiang Yunhao efficiently used the sky-swallowing demon art to devour Wang Gui's corpse. He also used the divine grinding visualization technique to absorb Wang Gui's soul, strengthening his own soul. Within Jiang Yunhao's spiritual sea at the center of his brows, a vivid figure had emerged. That was precisely Jiang Yunhao's soul body. No longer weak. It was forming into a solid figure. The Gravekeeper spirit, who had been following Jiang Yunhao and resided in his spiritual sea, noticed this scene. The Gravekeeper spirit couldn't help but click its tongue in amazement, feeling it was incredible. The emergence of a solid soul was enough to prove that Jiang Yunhao's soul was so powerful that he was close to becoming a deity. Yet, his cultivation realm clearly had not reached the divine realm. This was something the Gravekeeper spirit simply could not comprehend. Only Jiang Yunhao himself understood. What a joke. I've killed so many prodigies, and all along, I've been frugal, not wasting any essence. The souls of the prodigies are not wasted. I've used them all. Plus, with the wonders of the 10 cave heavens, Jiang Yunhao was not surprised at his growth. Jiang Yunhao, are you crazy? You dare to kill my uncle? We are both from the great clans of the Eastern Wilderness. My uncle Wang Gui can also be considered your elder. The Wang family members finally came to their senses. Despite having thousands of people present, everyone instinctively took a few steps back. The synchronized movements were as if they had been rehearsed before. There was nothing else. Jiang Yunhao's strength was truly frightening. Even Wang Gui was defeated in an instant. How could these young people dare to act recklessly? However, they still didn't want to show weakness in terms of momentum. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunhao glanced at the Wang family members in surprise. Oh, that's strange. There are rules among the great clans of the Eastern Wilderness. The elders cannot bully the juniors, but there are no rules stating that juniors cannot bully the elders, right? Is it not reasonable for me to kill Wang Gui? Jiang Yunhao's gaze was indifferent. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. The Wang family members stared wide-eyed at each other, doubting if their ears were malfunctioning. What kind of talk is this? They had truly never heard such a theory. However, upon reflection, it seemed Jiang Yunhao's argument had some merit. The faces of the Wang family members turned grim, staring at Jiang Yunhao in horror. They dare not talk back anymore and turned to prepare to leave. Oh, did this prince allow you to leave? But the next moment, a voice from behind instantly pulled them back to hell. No, Jiang family prince, what else do you want to do? Chapter 77, Conquering with Strength. Jiang Junlin in front of everyone. Jiang Yunhao struck Wang Gui with a sword. This left the onlookers in awe, and they all fell silent. The Cutting Fate Realm. From the words Wang Gui uttered before his death, the Jiang family prince had actually entered the Cutting Fate Realm. What a terrifying speed of cultivation. Of course, the most incredible thing to everyone was Jiang Yunhao's strength. Even if he was in the Cutting Fate Realm, it shouldn't be so easy to kill Wang Gui, right? People secretly clicked their tongues. As Jiang Yunhao called out to the Wang family members who were about to flee, people's attention was once again focused on them. Prince, that sword strike, just now, was amazing. What divine skill was that? A beautiful girl from the Jiang family asked curiously with bright, sparkling eyes. Jiang Yunhao merely smiled. It's nothing, just a casual swing. Everyone. Then, Jiang Yunhao's gaze fell on the Wang family members. You could go back, but please pass a message to the Wang family guards here. From now on, this pass will be taken over by my Jiang family. Anyone wishing to enter the outer void for training can enter without any entry fee. This includes you Wang family members as well. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Jiang Yunhao in disbelief. Initially, they were somewhat pleased, secretly praising the prince's generosity in not collecting entry fees for various clans. However, Jiang Yunhao's next words left them feeling incredulous. Is the Jiang family prince repaying kindness with kindness? This doesn't quite match the rumors of Jiang Yunhao's ruthless character. Even the Wang family members were stunned. Oh, this Jiang family prince. The next moment, Jiang Yunhao changed his tone. However, you can enter, but all Wang family members present must swear that when you come out, you will leave from this pass. At the same time, all the treasures and opportunities you obtain from hunting monsters must be surrendered to my Jiang family. After all, I am not a monster. I treat the beings of the Eastern Wilderness quite kindly. Jiang Yunhao smiled faintly. This statement was like a thunderclap on level ground. It exploded among the crowd. Everyone felt their heartbeats slow for a moment. Goodness, so this is what the Jiang family prince meant. This is far more profitable than simply killing the Wang family members. Want to go in? Sure, but everyone must work for Jiang Yunhao for free. This is much harsher than any entry fee. A big spender like Jiang Yunhao, he wasn't afraid of the Wang family members not coming. He was just afraid they wouldn't find enough treasures. They Wang family members thought they were powerful. So let them experience the despair of being oppressed. They thought they were strong enough to collect entry fees, but I'm strong enough to strip them bare. If you don't agree, come and fight. Upon hearing this, the Wang family members turned green, each looking as if they had lost their last hope. Forcing them to swear on the spot was even more unbearable than killing them. And you want to take away this vast amount of resources with just one sentence? Impossible. Jiang Yunhao, what you're doing is a bit too domineering, isn't it? You Jiang family are the overlords of the Lingshu domain, and my Wang family is also an overlord of a domain. One of the Wang family men said with a fierce exterior but weak inside. However, before his words could finish, Jiang Yunhao casually swung a sword, and the sword energy instantly sliced through this man. Poof! Blood sprayed forth. The man was instantly cut in half, his organs flowing like a torrent, soaking the ground. Not convinced? It doesn't matter. I have always relied on strength to subdue people. Jiang Yunhao's expression remained calm. Hiss! The Wang family members collectively gasped. What a way to conquer with strength. Jiang Yunhao, however, no longer paid attention to the Wang family members, but instead looked at Jiang Lingxiao. He said nothing more, flipped his palm, and took out a divine medicine from his storage bag. It was the one given to him by his fourth ancestor, Jiang Chun. However, later on, Jiang Yunhao's cave world nurtured the heart of the world tree, and its surging vitality was comparable to countless elixirs, at least in terms of injuries. Jiang Yunhao no longer needed this divine medicine. Jiang Yunhao squeezed out a drop of the divine medicine's liquid and signaled to Qingwan, who had been quietly standing behind him. Always half a step behind Jiang Yunhao, dressed in plain green, elegant and refined, like a quiet orchid, bringing a sense of tranquility and comfort. Qingwan understood in her heart. She stepped forward and caught the drop of liquid in a white jade bottle. Then, Qingwan walked towards Jiang Lingxiao and handed the bottle to him. Jiang Lingxiao was slightly taken aback. Qingwan smiled and said, Young Master Lingxiao was injured to protect the Jiang family's reputation, and the prince naturally sees all of this. You deserve this item, the liquid of the divine medicine. Perhaps for Jiang Yunhao, it didn't hold much significance. But this kind of divine object promoting flesh and blood has the magical effect of instantly recovering injuries. It's something that ordinary people dream of. The people present couldn't help but click their tongues upon seeing this. Qingwan's words warmed Jiang Lingxiao's heart. Jiang Lingxiao suddenly looked in Jiang Yunhao's direction, bowing and clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Thank you, Prince, for the treasure. I, Jiang Lingxiao, will follow the prince without hesitation, even if it means walking on the mountain of knives or into the sea of flames. The Jiang family members witnessed this scene, and everyone felt invigorated. Prince's might. Prince is majestic. People cheered, excited. For Jiang Lingxiao, who was loyal to him, Jiang Yunhao was naturally generous. There's no need for such formality, cousin. Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly. That's just his character. He treats those who are good to him with courtesy. Even now that he has become the Jiang family prince, his status surpasses all Jiang family disciples. Let's go into the outer void. Yes, the outer void, as far as the eye can see, is filled with boundless darkness, as if there were no light at all. The scattered glimmers became the few guiding lights in the darkness. These illuminated areas were the strongholds built by various major forces in the outer void. At this moment, within the Jiang family stronghold, a man shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see his face, was reporting something to a young man with a commanding presence. Oh, you mean my clan brother just arrived and established his authority over the Wang family? Moreover, he generously offered divine medicine liquid and won people's hearts publicly? Exactly. Third young master, this prince is completely different from the rumors. Everyone says he is a useless sycophant, a prodigal second generation. But can a prodigal have such schemes? The man in the black mist had an incredibly gloomy expression. The person he was reporting to with utmost respect was clearly the third young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Junlin. He is somewhat interesting. However, he is still just a child, and his methods are too clumsy. No one is born above others. Even Jiang Yunhao's father, no matter how outstanding, had to rely on himself. I will prove to the ancestors of the Jiang family who truly deserves to be my Jiang family's prince. Jiang Junlin squinted, his tone icy and indifferent. Of course, he would be unconvinced. For the Jiang family, he had risked his life outside, hunting monsters in the void for hundreds of years. He had promoted the Jiang family's reputation and maintained its immortal foundation. Now, while he was away from the Jiang family, someone had stolen his old nest. The Jiang family had unexpectedly produced Jiang Yunhao as the prince. How could Jiang Junlin endure this? Yes, young master. You are indeed the most qualified candidate to be the Jiang family's prince. The man in the black mist silently voiced his discontent on behalf of his master. Chapter 78. The first person in ancient and modern times, pushing forward for 5,000 years. Welcome, Prince. Welcome, Prince. When Jiang Yunhao led the crowd into the void beyond the sky and arrived at the Jiang family's stronghold established in the void, figures immediately flew out from all directions, gathering in front of Jiang Yunhao. These elite members of the Jiang family included some young talents who had once followed Jiang Yunhao to explore the secret realms of Tianke. They had long made Jiang Yunhao's deeds widely known. Even the Jiang family's elites who were seeing Jiang Yunhao for the first time held a genuine respect for this prince. After all, what Jiang Yunhao had accomplished was something that any of them could not achieve. Everyone, please be courteous. Jiang Yunhao did not act aloof. He smiled gently at his family members. Then he walked with several leaders toward the resting area. Once inside the tent, Jiang Yunhao got straight to the point, asking the leaders about the situation in the void beyond the sky. After all, he was still thinking about that strange black ship. Moreover, he had come to the void beyond the sky, specifically to hunt monsters to refine his sword intent of slaughter. Jiang Yunhao was particularly attentive to these matters. As he began to converse with a few of them, Qingwan listened intently, her heart stirred, exchanging glances with Jiang Lingxiao. Prince, the void beyond the sky is different from the eastern wilderness inland. There are many mysterious opportunities and treasures circulating. How about this? Let me visit the gathering places of various clans for you. I might find some treasures for you. After realizing Jiang Yunhao's unknown side, Qingwan had long since made up her mind to follow him closely in this life. Naturally, she would always think of Jiang Yunhao. It must be my Qingwan, so thoughtful. Whoever marries you in the future will be very fortunate. Jiang Yunhao teased as he glanced at Qingwan. Her delicate face flushed red, her heart fluttered, and she lowered her head. In the future, who would marry her? A bold thought suddenly popped into Qingwan's mind. Maybe in the future. No. How could that be? She was just a servant of the prince. Qingwan rarely scratched her head, feeling a bit shy, and then blushed as she took her leave. Before long, Qingwan arrived outside the gathering place of the various clans in the void beyond the sky. To be honest, although the void beyond the sky was filled with monsters and was mysterious and perilous, it truly had a lot of good things. At the very least, there were many things that the beings of the eastern wilderness had never seen before. Qingwan soon spotted an old man selling a small, seemingly worn-out cauldron at a stall. She keenly sensed that this small cauldron must have some story behind it. Although she couldn't see through it completely, if she took it back to her prince, it might be worth it. Thinking of this, Qingwan hurriedly approached and struck up a conversation with the old man selling the cauldron. Young lady, are you interested in this small cauldron? To be honest, I was once the head of a sect. 10 years ago, I accidentally learned of a secret realm. I led 50,000 disciples to explore. Who would have thought that the secret realm was so dangerous that almost all my sect perished? When I finally made it through numerous dangers to the depths of that secret realm, I only found this small cauldron. As he spoke, a bitter smile appeared on the old man's face. I can hardly imagine my sect of 50,000 just for this small cauldron. From the old man's demeanor, Qingwan could tell he was not lying. That look of sorrow, greater than any thought, was not something one could fake. There really was a story, if I could bring it to the prince. Just as Qingwan was about to take out spirit stones to buy the cauldron, an untimely voice suddenly came from behind her. Hee, young lady, what a coincidence. I have my eyes on this small cauldron too. Huh. Hearing this, Qingwan turned around. Although she was Jiang Yunhao's servant and seemed to have a lowly status, in reality, being a servant to the Jiang family's prince was a position coveted by countless powerful beings. Only top talents could achieve this. Qingwan was specially chosen from the Jiang family's fourth ancestor, Jiang Chun, and had some reputation among the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. How could ordinary people dare to target her maliciously upon seeing the Jiang family emblem on her clothing? Qingwan's gaze fell on the speaker, a man shrouded in black mist. A follower of Jiang Junlin, a descendant of the ancient clan of Black Wind Ridge from 1,000 years ago. Having seen much, Qingwan recognized the man's identity at a glance. Hee, Lady Qingwan, what a coincidence indeed. I didn't expect you to come treasure hunting so eagerly right after arriving with the prince. But unfortunately, I've been keeping an eye on this old man for quite some time and had already made arrangements to buy this cauldron. The man in the black robe grinned. The old man was dumbfounded. When did I make arrangements with you? However, he could see that he was no match for these two. He could only lower his head, too afraid to speak. In an instant, Qingwan understood. This was not a coincidence. It was a deliberate targeting of her. Perhaps she had been noticed by the demon of Black Wind Ridge the moment she left the Jiang family stronghold. Whether or not they had made arrangements was irrelevant. This cauldron was mysterious, and she had to bring it to the prince. Qingwan was unafraid as she looked at the man in the black robe. That's probably not going to happen. I must take this small cauldron to my young master. Oh, young master? Upon hearing this, Qingwan suddenly realized. No wonder a follower dared to show himself. It turned out that behind him stood Jiang Junlin, the third young master of the Jiang family. Qingwan was somewhat familiar with Jiang Junlin. He was proud by nature and had long been in the void beyond the sky leading battles against monsters. Since he was young Master Junlin, he should understand that between the young master and the prince, the young master must pay respects to the prince. Let alone someone like you, who dares to ignore Prince Yunhao. Qingwan frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? Do you want my young master to pay respects to that prince? What is he? How long has he been cultivating? My young master's strength surpasses his. If we're talking about the prince's status. The black-robed man squinted, his tone quite unfriendly. However, before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous voice shook his eardrums. How audacious! Who gave you the courage to insult my Jiang family's prince? A sharp sword intent suddenly slashed toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man's expression changed dramatically as his figure instantly transformed, splitting into hundreds of shadows in an instant. As the sword intent struck, it annihilated nearly half of the shadows. The remaining shadows quickly merged back together. Jiang Lingxiao, you dare to strike me? The black-robed man found it hard to believe. The one who made the move was indeed Jiang Lingxiao. You disrespectful dog, just a mere follower of the young master, dare to question me. The emperor of the Jiang family? Preposterous. At that moment, a voice filled with rage came crashing down like a tidal wave. The pressure was so strong that the void trembled. Jiang Lingxiao, even if my follower has made mistakes, it is not your place to discipline my Jiang Junlin. Moreover, as the young master of the Jiang family, to so easily submit to others is truly disappointing to me. Then, a man dressed in magnificent robes, with an imposing demeanor, walked step by step from the void. Jiang Junlin, Chapter 79. The mysterious small cauldron. The appearance of Jiang Junlin attracted countless gazes. After all, he was a young master of the Jiang family, and had been fighting in the outer void for many years, with a fearsome reputation. The top few young masters were all over 1,000 years old. In the hierarchy of the Jiang family, he ranked higher than the younger disciples like Jiang Yunhao and Jiang Lingxiao. Jiang Lingxiao also noticed Jiang Junlin's arrival. Uncle Jiang Lingxiao still maintained a basic level of respect towards Jiang Junlin. Preposterous. My Jiang family's juniors are so lacking in etiquette, daring to confront me? However, before Jiang Lingxiao's words could finish, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. Jiang Junlin's expression was indifferent as he slowly raised his hand, effortlessly pressing down. The terrifying aura instantly enveloped Jiang Lingxiao and Qingwan. The faces of both changed drastically as they staggered backward. The mysterious small cauldron in Qingwan's hand was snatched away by Jiang Junlin using his magical power. The third young master is mighty. The third young master is divine. Might is unrivaled, invincible in the world. The black-robed man who had suffered losses at Jiang Lingxiao's hands earlier flew to Jiang Junlin's side, filled with admiration and awe, showering him with flattery. He also provocatively sneered at the two. Rash and uncultured juniors. Are these the followers of that emperor? Truly lacking in discipline, it's a disgrace to the Jiang family. Go back and tell that emperor to be more low-key in his future actions. Don't think that just because he got lucky and became an emperor, he can act recklessly and disrespect his elders. Jiang Junlin merely cast a glance at Qingwan and Jiang Lingxiao. This small cauldron is good. Since this young master has seen it, I will take it. As for your confrontation with me, my previous actions were merely a light punishment. If such things happen again in the future, this young master will not be lenient. With that, the awe-inspiring Jiang Junlin turned and left. He was too powerful. At least Jiang Lingxiao and Qing Wan, who were at the refining spirit realm, had no room to fight back in front of Jiang Junlin. Jiang Lingxiao's expression was ugly. How could he not realize that Jiang Junlin was not targeting the two of them? He was clearly challenging Jiang Yunhao. This expression was aimed at Jiang Yunhao. Of course, Jiang Lingxiao had long anticipated this scene, as the Jiang family was divided into 8 branches with a complex lineage. His admiration for Jiang Yunhao was due to witnessing Jiang Yunhao's terror firsthand. It was normal for these proud and renowned young masters to be unaware of Jiang Yunhao's capabilities. To put it bluntly, during this journey to the outer void, the ancestors of the Jiang family were also eager to see Jiang Yunhao subdue these high-spirited young masters. Only in this way could the Jiang family achieve true unity. Phew. Qing Wan, it seems this matter has nothing to do with us now. Qing Wan nodded. She was clever and naturally guessed the deeper meaning. It's fine. Let us not inform the Emperor about this for now. What matters most to the Emperor is the outer void. These trivial matters shouldn't trouble him. As Jiang Yunhao's closest follower, Qing Wan could vaguely sense some of Jiang Yunhao's thoughts. She knew very well that Jiang Yunhao had great intentions for this journey. With her character, she certainly didn't want her own issues to affect Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Lingxiao squinted his eyes. He also understood Jiang Yunhao's character well. If this matter were to leak out, Jiang Yunhao would not sit idly by. In fact, there was no need for Qing Wan and Jiang Lingxiao to say anything. Although the commotion here was not great, it had caught the attention of many outsiders. Everyone clearly saw that this was an internal conflict within the Jiang family. Some disciples from opposing forces watched with interest, waiting for the further development of the situation. Jiang Junlin. He is indeed a ruthless character. There are rumors that Jiang Junlin possesses one of the 10 ancient battle bodies, the Thunder Battle Body. Jiang Yunhao killed the emperor of my Yaoqi Holy Land. He is too arrogant. Now it seems his own family is preparing to deal with him. I really want to see him get humiliated. The external discussions were rife. In the Jiang family stronghold, when Jiang Lingxiao and Qing Wan returned, Jiang Yunhao had already learned about the situation in the outer void from several leaders. At the same time, Jiang Yunhao also noticed some movements from the outside world. With his nearly divine soul strength, he only needed a thought to sweep out, capturing all the movements within tens of thousands of miles. Qing Wan, you found me a mysterious small cauldron? As soon as they entered the tent, Jiang Yunhao looked toward Qing Wan. Hearing this, Qing Wan was taken aback. She knew she couldn't hide it from Jiang Yunhao. Silly girl, if someone bullied you, what is there to be afraid of saying? Jiang Yunhao looked at Qing Wan with a helpless smile. Emperor I. Qing Wan's heart trembled. You don't think too much. I know you don't want to delay my matters. However, while I, Jiang Yunhao, may not be a big figure and have no grand ideals to save the world, as my person, you should not be bullied for nothing. This statement fell into Qing Wan's ears, causing her delicate face to flush, and a sweet feeling arose in her heart. Just then, news came that the strange beast tide from the void was approaching. Before that, I am quite curious about what that mysterious small cauldron is. And I'll also take the opportunity to correct Jiang Junlin's bad habits. Let us go. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yunhao slowly got up and walked outside. That's right. He wanted revenge. Perhaps some might think that being wronged, insulted, or belittled, he should endure. Let him be. Ignore him, and wait for a few years to see. But a gentleman's revenge is never too late. This mindset does not suit Jiang Yunhao. To seek revenge for oneself is never to be delayed overnight. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yunhao set off, Jiang Junlin had already returned to his residence. The black-robed man followed Jiang Junlin with a fawning expression. I think, third young master, your strength is extraordinary, completely unafraid of Jiang Yunhao. Why not directly announce to the outside world that you challenge his authority and contest for the position of Jiang family emperor? The black-robed man looked eagerly at Jiang Junlin. In fact, with Jiang Junlin's rise in status, his own position would naturally rise as well. As a follower, It was a shared glory and shared loss. Jiang Junlin played with the mysterious small cauldron with great interest. Clearly, his greatest interest was still in this small cauldron. Jiang Junlin also noticed the extraordinary nature of the small cauldron. Don't think too much. Jiang Yunhao is much stronger than you imagine. He can accomplish those unbelievable things. This person's strength is unfathomable. Jiang Junlin was not foolish. He narrowed his eyes slightly. If it weren't for seeing this small cauldron, I wouldn't be so eager to tear my face with him. After all, he has several ancestors who care for him behind him. If I want to bring him down and contest for the position of emperor, I need to plan carefully. As for why I acted today, it's both to give him a warning and also because this cauldron is what I care about the most. Upon hearing this, the flattery on the face of the man in the black robe became even more pronounced. Third young master hinted at it, both reprimanding Jiang Yunhao and not truly tearing their face apart, considering Jiang Yunhao was a junior of the Jiang family. When seeing third young master, he still had to respectfully call him clan uncle. If third young master did not tear their face apart, how could a junior dare to take advantage? This matter, he could only endure. Third young master's move was indeed brilliant. I, a petty person, did not think of this level. Chapter 80, Misjudgment. This kid is too ruthless. Listening to the man's flattery, Jiang Junlin accepted it calmly. Moreover, this young master could confirm that Jiang Yunhao would not dare to take advantage. After all, I am his elder. Teaching him a lesson is an expression of care for him. As for a junior turning against an elder, that would be an enormous disrespect. Jiang Junlin smiled slightly. Furthermore, he came to the void outside the heavens for the purpose of training and improvement. If he were to contend with me, and it resulted in both sides suffering, it would only bring him disadvantages, not benefits. Jiang Junlin was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute. After all, he had been fighting in the void for many years, so he had some insight. He was certain that Jiang Yunhao, being young, found that the most important thing for him at this moment was not to tangle with Jiang Junlin, but to wholeheartedly engage in hunting the fiends from beyond the heavens. Only in this way would it be the most advantageous choice for Jiang Yunhao. Of course, this situation had one prerequisite, that Jiang Junlin could fight Jiang Yunhao to a standstill. In Jiang Junlin's view, although this junior had some means that made him hard to gauge and raised his caution, Jiang Junlin was not an ordinary genius who could be easily grasped by Jiang Yunhao. Just as Jiang Junlin was preparing to study the mysterious small cauldron, suddenly, outside his residence, there was a clamor of voices and exclamations arose. Why is it so noisy outside? Interrupted by the ruckus outside. Jiang Junlin furrowed his brows and revealed a hint of impatience on his face. However, before Jiang Junlin could disperse his divine sense to observe, boom, extremely abruptly, without warning, a sword shadow radiating with seven-colored brilliance, seemingly wrapped in the power of world-destroying annihilation, fiercely struck at his residence. Bold! Who dares to attack this young master? Jiang Junlin's anger surged, and he hurriedly darted out. The man in the black robe was also startled, clearly sensing the terrifying power of this sword energy. He quickly followed Jiang Junlin to dodge. Rumble! The palace exploded, dust flying everywhere. It directly cleared a luxurious hall on the spot, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. The massive cracks spread outwards. The terrifying commotion immediately attracted countless people's attention. This sword energy, its magical power surpasses that of ordinary people. Its chaotic sword energy. The magical power is the same chaotic energy as the ancient Azure Emperor. So the one who made the move is Jiang family's emperor's son, Jiang Yunhao. Not only the nearby Jiang family members, but also the disciples of various major forces around, noticed this enormous commotion. The entire eastern wilderness 9 domains, where various clans gathered, was in an uproar. After all, the place that was split by a sword was not the residence of some scattered cultivator without a sect, but the very location of the third young master of the Jiang family, the renowned Jiang Junlin. Usually, not to mention outsiders, even Jiang family disciples, when passing by Jiang Junlin's residence, were cautious, fearing that they would make a loud noise and disturb this young master's rest. But at this moment, it was struck by someone with a sword. At the same time, Some recognized the origin of this sword energy. Look over there, accompanied by an exclamation. Everyone's gaze gathered in a certain direction in the void. They saw a young man clad in white, with hair cascading, surrounded by an ethereal aura, occasionally flashing with a hazy divine charm, standing in the void. Behind him, the Qing Wan and Jiang Yunhao were clearly following. The identity of the visitor did not require much explanation. Jiang family's emperor's son, Jiang Yunhao. Sure enough, it was this emperor's son who made the move. People were greatly shocked. Jiang Yunhao, are you crazy? At the same time, a cold voice, chilling to the bone and seemingly containing infinite killing intent, resonated like the sound of knives. Boom! The terrifying aura spread out. A man in luxurious clothing rose from above, surrounded by thunder bursting forth. He seemed like the ruler of a thunder prison, with a momentum that could shake the heavens with every move. It was Jiang Junlin. Jiang Junlin's brows furrowed tightly, staring intently in the direction of Jiang Yunhao. To be honest, Jiang Junlin was somewhat dazed. He never expected Jiang Yunhao would dare to make a move against him. What nonsense! Just because of a minor issue with his followers, you dare to take a lower position and provoke me, your clan uncle. Jiang Yunhao, do you have no respect for your elders? Jiang Junlin scolded. Indeed, this was what he could not understand. He was Jiang Yunhao's elder. I haven't even torn my face with you, yet you dare to take advantage? Moreover, you, Jiang Yunhao, came to the void outside the heavens, primarily to hunt fiends and improve yourself. Before this, do you dare to fall out with me, Jiang Junlin? Are you a fool? However, Jiang Yunhao completely ignored Jiang Junlin. He flipped his hand, and a divine artifact, long sword, appeared in his palm. Immediately, Jiang Yunhao mercilessly swung out a sword. Boom! Sword energy erupted, chaotic energy spread. The sword energy, containing multiple origins of the cave heavens, was no longer the previous sword energy. In fact, this sword energy even contained the profound mysteries of the cutting edge of the freedom law. Jiang Yunhao's sword was clearly filled with killing intent, without any reservations, and the direction in which this sword energy was aimed was directly at the man in the black robe. The face of the black-robed man suddenly changed, looking at Jiang Yunhao in fear. He had long heard about Jiang Yunhao's nature, which was extremely ruthless. He just didn't expect Jiang Yunhao would make a move at such a critical moment. Moreover, when Jiang Yunhao killed, he truly did not waste words. A glance, and he would kill. The black-robed man hurriedly used the profound arts of his clan. In an instant, he transformed into hundreds of shadows. Earlier, he had relied on this trick to dodge Jiang Lingxiao's deadly sword. Presumptuous! Jiang Yunhao, you truly do not regard me, your clan uncle, in your eyes. How can you be tolerated in the clan? Jiang Junlin shouted angrily. Disregarding respect for elders? If you hadn't said it, I would have almost forgotten you were my clan uncle. All right, after killing your lackey, I will deal with you, my clan uncle. Jiang Yunhao's expression was calm, and the sharp sword energy he unleashed showed no signs of stopping. You really are arrogant and overbearing, unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth. Jiang Junlin was so infuriated that he left. Today, he had truly experienced Jiang Yunhao's temper. He saw Jiang Junlin push out a hand, and the thunder of heaven condensed into a giant hand, pressing down toward Jiang Yunhao. At the same time, the sword energy had already slain hundreds of the black-robed man's shadows. With only a few shadows left, the black-robed man suddenly gathered together, looking at Jiang Yunhao in fear and shock. However, having narrowly survived, the man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang family's young master is nothing but this. You still want to kill me? I truly am not afraid of you. Jiang Yunhao couldn't be bothered to glance at the black-robed man. The residual power of the chaotic sword energy, as if it were a living thing, instantly locked onto the black-robed man again. What? This is impossible. Never have I seen such agile sword energy, the black-robed man screamed in fright. What kind of sword energy is this? Don't kill him, stop. There was no time to think. The man in the black robe wanted to use his clan's life-saving technique again. However, no matter how many clones he created, they would all be killed cleanly. In less than the span of a breath, the sword energy surged, cutting through the void like a river in autumn. Ah! The black-robed man let out a piercing scream. Moments later, the scream abruptly stopped. Chapter 81. Killing Without Compensation. The Beauty of the Killing Sword Intent. Everyone fell into silence. They watched as Jiang Yunhao effortlessly wiped out the black-robed man with a single sword strike. This left many of the various clans who had battled in the outer void for years in shock. After all, the black-robed man was no weakling. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been qualified to be a follower of Jiang Junlin. Compared to many of the great clan's younger generation, the man was not weak at all, and he had a considerable reputation in the outer void. Yet now he had been obliterated by Jiang Yunhao's sword. Something was off. The strength of this Jiang family prince was different from what was rumored. He was not in the Cave Heaven realm. He was in the Cutting Fate realm. What? The Cutting Fate realm? How old is he? Someone suddenly remembered Jiang Yunhao's earlier sword strike. Although it contained an incredible Cave Heaven power that left people in awe, what shocked them the most was Jiang Yunhao's sword intent. Cutting it freely. I understand now. No wonder this prince has come to the outer void. He aims to hunt down demons and refine the strongest killing sword intent in history. The insights of the great clan's younger generation were far beyond that of ordinary people. In an instant, they understood Jiang Yunhao's purpose. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The Jiang family prince was truly a great terror, living up to his reputation, planning to refine such terrifying sword intent. He has already broken through to the Cutting Fate realm on the path of cutting it freely. Meanwhile, Jiang Junlin's pupils constricted sharply. To be honest, he had never underestimated Jiang Yunhao, but he had never expected Jiang Yunhao's breakthrough speed to be so fast. When he, Jiang Junlin, was at Jiang Yunhao's age, he had only just begun to glimpse the threshold of the divine refinement realm. Jiang Junlin, you should quickly apologize to the prince. The younger generation of the Jiang family, who had originally followed Jiang Yunhao, all turned their angry gazes toward Jiang Junlin. This generation of young disciples had always followed Jiang Yunhao, naturally leaning toward this prince. However, this statement fell on Jiang Junlin's ears. Jiang Junlin couldn't help but laugh in anger. Apologize? Just because of a prince's identity? He thinks I should bow my head and apologize? What a joke. In Jiang Junlin's eyes, thunder erupted and strands of lightning appeared, revealing how furious he was at that moment. Right in front of him, his follower was killed. This was nothing less than a blatant slap in the face to Jiang Junlin. It was a merciless slap. Prince, you are too arrogant. Even if you're the prince of the Jiang family, you should know human ethics. You are disrespectful to your elders. It seems my uncle will have to personally teach you a lesson. Jiang Junlin was furious. As for the consequences of publicly suppressing Jiang Yunhao, he couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. No matter what, he only wanted to suppress Jiang Yunhao with his own hands. Only then could he regain his face. As soon as Jiang Junlin's words fell, he spread his 5 fingers and pressed down toward Jiang Yunhao. Boom! The terrifying thunder split the darkness. A torrent of lightning spread through the void, dispelling the endless darkness, like a suspended galaxy crashing toward Jiang Yunhao. This was Jiang Junlin's most renowned divine ability, Thunder Battle Body, one of the most powerful physiques from 10,000 years ago in the ancient era, able to control thunder at will. Like the earthly representative of heavenly thunder tribulations. Under Jiang Junlin's palm, the power was even more terrifying. Ordinary prodigies wouldn't just be able to block this palm. Even being able to endure a strike without dying would be a remarkable feat, earning them the title of hero. The prince, Jiang Lingxiao's expression suddenly changed. He had never expected that Jiang Junlin would actually dare to strike at his own prince. This was simply lawless. Relying on his seniority, he thought he could attack the prince? No. The Jiang family prince's status was so noble that even a younger elder should not offend him, especially in front of everyone. If the prince were to lose, or even be slightly injured, he would become a laughingstock for the world. Jiang Junlin, he really had no regard for the consequences. Did he not think about the terrible aftermath? Although Jiang Lingxiao had followed Jiang Yunhao for some time, he knew a thing or two about Jiang Yunhao's strength. However, Jiang Junlin was not weak either, and many praised him, saying that even if he pushed forward for 5,000 years, he would still have an invincible posture. Such a great terror left Jiang Lingxiao feeling uncertain. However, as soon as Jiang Lingxiao's words came out, he instantly stopped speaking. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Yunhao. Jiang Yunhao had made his move. 10 cave heavens emerged, each filled with different colored source powers, surging forth. It was like a 7-colored rainbow, spreading throughout the heavens, solidifying into a massive sword energy that pierced into the thunderous ocean created by Jiang Junlin. And that was not all. Those with keen eyes could see that Jiang Yunhao's sword contained unparalleled killing intent. That violent aura, with its chilling murderous intent, seemed to affect the minds of those around, causing many with lower cultivation to feel a surge of fear. Killing sword intent. Initial scale. He has truly embarked on this path of killing sword intent. My God, countless people were left speechless. At the same time, Jiang Yunhao unleashed the terrifying physical strength within his body. Buzz! He was like a furnace of heaven and earth, his bloodline boiling and circulating. An astonishing force exceeding 100 million exploding forth. With his strength, he propelled the sword energy imbued with killing sword intent. At that moment, as that sword was thrust out, it seemed to want to obliterate everything, stirring the 9 hells, extinguishing all things, and rotting the grand world. Boom! A sword pierced into the sea of thunder, and the collision of the 2 divine abilities triggered a violent explosion that shook the void. The terrifying magical power surged forth, creating miraculous ripples. A wave of 10,000 zhong of magical power roared, sweeping across the 4 corners of the world. Under everyone's gaze, a figure was sent flying out from the explosion. Like a kite with a broken string, it retreated rapidly, spilling blood in mid-air, the crimson blood shocking people's hearts. Only when this figure fell to the ground, creating a pit 100 meters deep, did people see clearly. This figure was actually Jiang Junlin. What? Jiang Junlin was defeated by the Jiang family prince in a single exchange. Everyone was stunned. The entire audience was dumbfounded. To be honest, people had sensed Jiang Yunhao's strength and thought it would be a fierce struggle. Yet no one expected it to be just one strike. Just one strike. Not to mention the onlookers. Even Jiang Junlin himself felt somewhat incredulous. He looked at his chest in disbelief. If it weren't for his thunder battle body, with a physique unlike ordinary people, comparable to some ancient great beasts, his physical body would have been shattered by the residual force of that sword energy. This was when he hadn't even been struck by Jiang Yunhao's sword. How is this possible? Only after truly engaging with Jiang Yunhao could one understand his terror. It felt as if he were not fighting against a person, but facing a legendary great beast from the ancient era. Why? Are you not human? Are you Jiang Yunhao not human? Jiang Junlin muttered in a daze, no longer retaining his previous arrogant demeanor. In an instant, Jiang Yunhao appeared before him. Jiang Yunhao looked down coldly at Jiang Junlin. To be honest, it was Jiang Yunhao's first attempt to drive sword energy with the intent to kill, stepping onto the path of refining the sword intent of slaughter. He was also very pleasantly surprised by the beauty of the slaughter sword intent. When it comes to the fierce aura of killing, there has been no one like it in history. The reason why few living beings can refine it is that this slaughter sword intent is extremely difficult to cultivate. After all, one must remain invincible and maintain a killing heart and intent. If one encounters a strong enemy and fails during the refining process, causing a setback in spirit, they will be unable to refine the perfect slaughter sword intent. However, having experienced the beauty of the slaughter sword intent, Jiang Yunhao was determined. He was sure he would succeed. After all, if there is something better, who would settle for less? Impossible, I don't believe it. I was careless and didn't dodge. Come again, I want to fight you once more. At that moment, Jiang Junlin roared. Jiang Yunhao merely glanced at Jiang Junlin, his expression indifferent as he said, "Enough. The reason I haven't killed you is simple. You are a member of the Jiang family, and, as the son of the emperor, I should protect my kin. Considering your extraordinary talent, it would truly be a pity to kill you. Used by me, you may find a good end." Hiss. Jiang Junlin's eyes widened in anger, thinking that with his pride, how could he willingly submit to Jiang Yunhao? By the way, that last sword, I deliberately avoided your vital points, Otherwise, you would have already died. Jiang Yunhao suddenly added. What did you just say? Jiang Junlin's face turned red and white, unable to hold back as he spat out a mouthful of old blood. His steadfast, invincible heart almost shattered at that moment. Chapter 82. Subduing Jiang Junlin. Moving westward in front of the gathering of various clans, being publicly defeated and knocked to the ground. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to endure such humiliation, let alone someone as proud as Jiang Junlin, who had vowed to achieve emperorhood since childhood. The Jiang Junlin who stands above all beings. Jiang Yunhao's final remark was even more heart-wrenching. It left Jiang Junlin in a daze, feeling as if his worldview had been shaken. Impossible, it can't be. I was just careless, I didn't dodge. I possess the ancient, invincible battle body and am the representative of the heavenly tribulation in the mortal world. I wield thunder and should be invincible unto the heavens, pushing forward for 5,000 years, unmatched in ancient and modern times. Jiang Junlin's body trembled. That pride is indeed quite good. The more this way, the more Jiang Yunhao appreciated Jiang Junlin. After all, a subordinate without a bit of temper can easily be defeated. Don't all novels in the mortal realm write about how the destined protagonists are all filled with rebellious thoughts? Wait, this feeling seems strange. If someone like Jiang Junlin is akin to the destined protagonist, then what about himself? The villainous supporting character depicted in mortal novels? Good family background, powerful strength, decent relationships. Upon thinking of this, Jiang Yunhao suddenly blinked. You and T want to say something like 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river, would you? Jiang Yunhao looked at Jiang Junlin with a somewhat peculiar expression. This left Jiang Junlin momentarily stunned. Jiang Junlin suddenly felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, almost losing his cool. Jiang Yunhao, you won, so why humiliate me like this? Do you think I'm stupid? If I were to say such harsh words to you, wouldn't you just kill me publicly? Oh, not bad, not stupid, Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly. At that moment, Qing Wan stepped forward, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Yunhao, her gaze sparkling. Her heart felt like it was about to burst with sweetness. Although Qing Wan was well aware that as the son of the emperor of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao would eventually have to deal with these discontented young lords. Not to mention a discontented Jiang Junlin, the others would also face the same treatment. After all, as the son of the emperor, Jiang Yunhao could not tolerate any hostility from the Jiang family members. This was a test for him as the emperor's son. It was also a necessary path for Jiang Yunhao to control the entire clan. But no matter what, today Jiang Yunhao had avenged her, Qing Wan. In Qing Wan's eyes, how could such a protective emperor not be worth her lifelong loyalty? You, Jiang Junlin, claim to have pushed forward for 5,000 years, unmatched in ancient and modern times? Your vision is too small. My family's emperor pushes forward for 10,000 years and backward for another 10,000 years. In ancient times, the emperor was invincible, and in the future, the emperor will still be invincible. Qing Wan's eyes sparkled, immediately rebutting Jiang Junlin. At the same time, the people of various clans finally awakened. They looked at Jiang Yunhao, all showing expressions of shock. The renowned Jiang Junlin lay helplessly in a large pit. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunhao, dressed in white, was as pure as snow, seemingly untouched by a speck of dust. The contrast of this scene was too great. It even gave people an unreal dreamlike feeling. Was Jiang Junlin weak? Certainly not. Jiang Junlin's strength was witnessed by all the clans in the void beyond. There was only one reason for this. Jiang Yunhao was too strong. Even without mentioning his incredible cultivation speed, when he reappeared before the world in such a short time, he had already reached the realm of severing ties. Just his displayed strength at this moment gave people a dreamlike feeling. Many could vaguely sense that Jiang Yunhao had not used his full strength. After all, it was rumored that Jiang Yunhao possessed some incredible mysterious physique. He could control the anomalies of heaven and earth to enhance the power of his own divine abilities and killing techniques. All right, without further ado, you, Jiang Junlin, will not be the second Jiang family young lord I subdue, nor will you be the last. If you wish to live, I will only give you one chance. Submit to me, and you may live. Although Jiang Yunhao appreciated Jiang Junlin's pride, appreciation aside, if he was determined not to submit to him, Jiang Yunhao would not hesitate to kill him on the spot. After all, having clan members with ulterior motives would only lead to endless troubles. Jiang Yunhao was not afraid of troubles, but he was also unwilling to deal with unnecessary complications. If such tendencies arose, they had to be nipped in the bud. One could say he was ruthless, but he never dragged his feet. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Jiang Junlin was dumbfounded. What? If I don't submit, I'll be killed? Is there such a ruthless family member? Jiang Yunhao, as the son of the Jiang family, is so ruthless toward his own kin? Jiang Junlin squinted. At this moment, he realized he was indeed among his own family. Jiang Yunhao silently scoffed in his heart. The 8 branches of the Jiang family are connected by blood, and Jiang Yunhao was not worried that killing Jiang Junlin would provoke retaliation from this branch. Given his current prestige in the Jiang family, Jiang Yunhao was well aware that even if he killed this clan uncle, the members of that branch would still cheer him on. Jiang Junlin understood this too. That's why he was reluctant to truly tear his face with Jiang Yunhao. He knew very well that with the support of the ancestors behind him, Jiang Yunhao's prestige in the Jiang family was far greater than any of the young lords. He could resist Jiang Yunhao, engage in open and covert battles, and compete continuously. This was also what the Jiang family wanted to see. The disciples of the Jiang family had never feared competition. Only through contention could the Jiang family's prodigies grow stronger. But if Jiang Yunhao killed him, that was also no problem. Jiang Junlin didn't even need to think to know that if he failed in competition and was casually killed by Jiang Yunhao, the ancestors wouldn't say much. In other words, if he won in contention, the clan would support him. This is the cruelty of the cultivation world, the harsh reality of noble families. After all, only the most outstanding descendants can stand out and ensure the future prosperity of a great family. I will give you 3 breaths time. Either swear your blood loyalty to me, or sever your own meridians and become a useless person for this life, or I will kill you. Jiang Yunhao suddenly said again. Jiang Junlin's pupils trembled, as if pricked by needles, suddenly condensing into a thin line. I have the thunder battle body. If given time and the right opportunities, I am confident that I can be no weaker than you. Jiang Junlin found himself in an extremely tangled position. No one is not afraid of death, especially terrifying geniuses with exceptional talents. After all, living brings infinite hope. Thunder battle body? Jiang Yunhao suddenly blinked, reached out, and took a drop of Jiang Junlin's vital blood. He silently operated the Devouring Heaven Demon Art and absorbed it on the spot. Immediately, the mysterious qualities of Jiang Junlin's innate physique faintly permeated Jiang Yunhao's heart. This is a way to touch upon the innate physique. However, it was merely a touch. After all, it was someone else's innate battle body. However, that is for all living beings. For Jiang Yunhao, he indeed did not merely touch upon it. He had an epiphany once. That's right. Last time he signed in, Jiang Yunhao had a few opportunities for epiphany left unused. There is nothing that cannot be resolved by an epiphany. If there is, then come again for an epiphany. Sure enough, in an instant, the vague Tao rhythm became clear in Jiang Yunhao's heart. Jiang Yunhao's body erupted with arcs of electric light. It was as if he was bathed in thunder, with a violent, destructive force surrounding him. His physique is quite good. Jiang Yunhao squinted slightly, feeling it, and praised it. Jiang Junlin, is it really necessary to be this ruthless? Is it necessary to be this unreasonable? I just mentioned my battle body, and you comprehended it. Jiang Junlin couldn't believe his eyes. All right, quickly swear your blood oath and follow me. Rather than waiting here for the demons from beyond to come and kill us, we might as well push westward for 100,000 miles. Jiang Yunhao suddenly said again. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. What does this mean? Could it be that the Jiang family's prince is going to take the initiative to attack and delve into the void beyond? Chapter 83, Mysterious Small Cauldron. The way of controlling people, how could he comprehend his innate battle body? Did he cheat? Jiang Junlin stared blankly at Jiang Yunhao. He felt as if his worldview was being shaken once again. It should be known that the reason why the innate battle body is called an innate gift is precisely because it is a blessing from the heavenly Tao. It is an innate ability. In the legends recorded in the Eastern wilderness, only the indestructible empress from ancient times created a sinister technique called the Devouring Heaven Demon Art. It can devour the bloodline power of others and replace one's own bloodline. This is also the reason why the indestructible empress became stronger with each battle. However, even if one learned this imperial technique, it would only replace one's bloodline talent. Jiang Junlin had long heard that Jiang Yunhao must possess some mysterious physique bloodline. Otherwise, his physical body could not possibly surpass that of ordinary people. At this moment, Jiang Junlin could clearly see that Jiang Yunhao had definitely comprehended his thunder battle body. But it was not a replacement of bloodlines. Instead, one person possessed multiple terrifying physiques. This was something Jiang Junlin simply could not understand. In fact, not to mention Jiang Junlin, even the onlookers around were greatly shocked by this scene. Everyone was whispering among themselves, utterly amazed. Jiang Yunhao did not bother to explain anything. His eternal Tao body's uniqueness is the source of all bloodlines. No matter what bloodline talent, it can all be arranged. It's like the empress managing the bloodline harem in an orderly manner. Jiang Yunhao never worried about encountering powerful enemies. He even looked forward to more and more gifted powerhouses appearing, thus strengthening his bloodline harem. Of course, these are all future matters. At this moment, what Jiang Yunhao was most eager to obtain was still the sword intent of slaughter. This sword intent of slaughter is truly wonderful, and its killing power is deserving of being the best throughout the ages. What? You want to take the initiative to attack and kill deep into the void beyond? At the same time, after hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, Jiang Junlin finally came to his senses. His pupils suddenly constricted, feeling incredulous. Because even Jiang Junlin, who had fought in the void beyond for many years as the young lord of the Jiang family, had never thought of delving deep into the void beyond. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but because the depths of the void beyond were fraught with danger, with countless strange demons and terrifying beings. Each side had powerful beings at the quasi-emperor level, all on guard against each other. Therefore, quasi-emperors would not intervene, but let the juniors fight out here. Both sides were evenly matched, and a tacit rule had long been established, treating the void beyond as a training ground for their descendants. The young people often fought each other, and life-threatening situations were common. After all, this was no longer the internal strife between the major forces of the Eastern wilderness. Perhaps the forces of the Eastern wilderness would still show some restraint. Even if the talents competed, the defeated could barely keep their lives. But in the void beyond, defeat meant death. Both sides wished they could kill each other. Jiang Junlin was very confident, but he wasn't confident enough to stir up trouble deep in the void beyond. This was no longer confidence. It was a bit reckless. However, Jiang Junlin quickly understood. There had long been rumors that Jiang Yunhao's protector was different. He was a powerful and mysterious quasi-emperor. It seemed that he didn't need to fear the older generation intervening at all. Moreover, after personally experiencing Jiang Yunhao's strength, Jiang Junlin's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. It seemed that he didn't need to fear powerful beings of the same realm. Thinking of this, Jiang Junlin couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This truly is the case of people being more impressive than others. Just because he couldn't do something didn't mean Jiang Yunhao couldn't. With that thought, Jiang Junlin fell silent. Jiang Yunhao frowned slightly, exhaling lightly. His Jiang Junlin's body couldn't help but tremble. 3 breaths time. This is the limit Jiang Yunhao set for him. No one is not afraid of death. Even Jiang Junlin is no exception. Jiang Junlin even clearly understood that even if Jiang Yunhao killed him, it wouldn't matter. Jiang Yunhao's expression was cold, merely looking down at Jiang Junlin. 3 wait, I'm willing to submit to the prince. Jiang Junlin gritted his teeth, ultimately compromising. This was not beyond Jiang Yunhao's expectations. Human nature is like this. No matter how proud one is, there are few who can be fearless in the face of life and death. Moreover, Jiang Junlin was originally a member of the Jiang family. In terms of identity and status, the young lord should submit to the prince. After all, there was no deep-seated hatred between the two sides. In the next moment, Jiang Junlin swore a blood oath, and in the dark, a causal contract was formed between him and Jiang Yunhao. From then on, Jiang Junlin could only be loyal to Jiang Yunhao. If he ever had a second thought, even without Jiang Yunhao's intervention, this causal blood contract could take Jiang Junlin's life. I know you, my clan uncle, still have some dissatisfaction in your heart. But it doesn't matter. I give you the opportunity to catch up. If you can win against me, granting you freedom is not impossible. Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly. Since he had already subdued Jiang Junlin, Jiang Yunhao looked at him much more pleasantly. After all, he would be someone who would work for him in the future. In the next moment, Jiang Yunhao took out a divine medicine and squeezed out a drop of its liquid. It entered Jiang Junlin's body. Jiang Junlin's injuries recovered in an instant. Jiang Junlin was taken aback, completely not expecting that Jiang Yunhao would even heal him. The imperial son was a bit dazed. The people around him couldn't help but click their tongues upon hearing Jiang Yunhao's words. Such remarks were not something ordinary people could make. They not only gave Jiang Junlin hope for freedom, but also showed a grand and invincible attitude. The Jiang family's imperial son was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, he was well-versed in the art of manipulation. This method of hitting someone with a stick and then giving them a sweet date was used to perfection. How could there have been so many rumors about him being a useless sycophant? Could it be that the Jiang family was deliberately creating a smokescreen? As Emperor Xie was healing, Jiang Junlin's expression was somewhat complicated. He naturally understood that this was Jiang Yunhao's strategy. However, it was not impressive when applied to an old fox, but for a teenager in his teens to possess such character was rare. Jiang Junlin grew even more curious about Jiang Yunhao. It was truly difficult to grasp him. In the next moment, Jiang Junlin took out a small tripod. Right? Earlier, the noble girl Qingwan had found a mysterious small tripod, which should rightfully be returned to the imperial son. Jiang Yunhao's eyes lit up. He certainly remembered this mysterious small tripod. Jiang Yunhao was not polite. In front of everyone, he took the small tripod and, with a flash of his figure, left the place. Before delving deep into the void of the heavens, Jiang Yunhao planned to take a look at what was so extraordinary about this mysterious small tripod. Others might find it hard to see through, but he was different. In his sea of consciousness, there resided a tomb guardian spirit that had seen and experienced much, having lived for over 20,000 years. Chapter 84. Undercurrents, the 10 Ancient Fiends' Uncle. Being able to follow the imperial son in this life might also be a chance for you. After Jiang Yunhao left, Jiang Lingxiao and others began to prepare for Jiang Yunhao's deep journey into the void. He was indeed clever, and even without Jiang Yunhao's orders, Jiang Lingxiao could handle certain matters well. This also allowed Jiang Yunhao to free up more time to focus on his own advancement. In terms of assessing the situation, even Jiang Junlin could not match Jiang Lingxiao's sharpness. After all, Jiang Lingxiao had seen through the situation at a glance back then and did not make things difficult for Jiang Yunhao. Hearing Jiang Lingxiao's words, Jiang Junlin's expression grew even more complex. Indeed, I underestimated the imperial son. In terms of character and dealing with people, he does not resemble a child at all. Jiang Junlin sighed. I understand that someone as proud as you, uncle, would not be easily convinced by mere strength. However, this imperial son of the Jiang family has many aspects that you do not understand. Jiang Lingxiao smiled mysteriously. He was already a staunch fan of Jiang Yunhao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Junlin deeply looked at Jiang Lingxiao, feeling a bit shaken inside. To have a young master of the Jiang family hold him in such high regard and support him wholeheartedly. Truth be told, Jiang Junlin questioned whether he could achieve that. It wasn't just him. Even among other young masters of the Jiang family, there were probably few like him. Indeed, he realized he knew far too little about this imperial son of his family. Such a figure would likely only be rivaled by a great master. Jiang Junlin's expression was complex as he muttered to himself. Among the 8 branches of the Jiang family, the most renowned and outstanding person was the great master, Jiang Wuxiu. He hoped that he would take care of himself and not make things difficult for the imperial son. Jiang Lingxiao squinted his eyes, having also heard of this great master. The rumored Jiang Wuxiu was solitary and decisive, and had some similarities with Jiang Yunhao. If these two were to clash, Jiang Lingxiao truly could not imagine what might happen. At the same time, as the Jiang family members busily prepared to venture into the void of the heavens, Jiang Yunhao had already returned to his tent. No one disturbed him, nor did he need to worry too much about trivial matters. Those in power never needed to pursue the so-called hands-on approach, doing everything themselves. What they should master first is the art of manipulation. The more talented and extraordinary people under them, the better they could command the world without exhausting themselves. Working hard for nothing. Jiang Yunhao understood this, so he intended to bring all the renowned young masters of the Jiang family under his command in the future. This was also a test from the ancestors of the Jiang family for him. At this moment, Jiang Yunhao's attention was fully focused on the small tripod in front of him. This small tripod had 4 legs and was square-shaped. The material appeared to be forged from bronze, seemingly unremarkable, yet emitted a faint, precious light. It seemed that time could not erase its divine brilliance, and it was difficult for time to leave marks on it. This small tripod was definitely not simple. When Jiang Yunhao reached out to touch the small tripod, he distinctly felt a strange and mysterious aura. This was also the reason why Qingwan and Jiang Junlin sensed that the small tripod was extraordinary. However, they could only perceive it, but could not delve deeper. Jiang Yunhao was different. He decisively used a moment of enlightenment. Boom! In Jiang Yunhao's mind, it was as if the sounds of morning bells and evening drums rang out, and he suddenly comprehended the mysteries of this aura. The energy of the 5 elements. Jiang Yunhao's heart shook. The energy of the 5 elements. According to legend, when the heavens and earth first opened, the energy of the 5 elements gave rise to all things in the world. Everything in the human realm is inseparable from the 5 elements. Therefore, the energy of the 5 elements also has another name, the mother energy of all things, signifying the source of everything. This small tripod was actually filled with the energy of the 5 elements. Jiang Yunhao's heart trembled greatly, having comprehended the energy of the 5 elements. He instantly sensed the nearly endless richness of the energy of the 5 elements within the small tripod. Carrying this small tripod would be like carrying an inexhaustible and unending vein of spirit stones. That's right, immersed in the nourishment of the energy of the 5 elements. It would greatly aid his cultivation. It would essentially increase his training speed by dozens of times. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao clearly felt that as he comprehended the energy of the 5 elements, he could also absorb this miraculous aura of creation. The energy of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, filled his body, protecting all his internal organs. It was also subtly nourishing his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. This is possible. Jiang Yunhao was slightly taken aback. There was such a good thing. His physical body was very strong, but the internal strength of his 5 viscera and 6 bowels was far inferior to the exterior flesh, bones, and skin. It was like a solid iron tube that was hollow and fragile inside. This was also the greatest weakness of all body-refining beings. However, at this moment, as Jiang Yunhao absorbed the energy of the 5 elements, even his internal body began to enhance subtly. This was the true path to an invincible physical body. The future would undoubtedly be flawless. Jiang Yunhao's heart suddenly filled with joy. Master, this small tripod seems to possess an aura from the ancient times. At that moment, the voice of the tomb guardian spirit echoed in Jiang Yunhao's mind. The ancient times, that was the earliest era of the Eastern Wilderness's 9 domains. It could be traced back to the period of the creation of heaven and earth. Historically powerful bloodline talents, such as the ancient sacred body, the celestial dominator body, the chaotic sacred body, and the divine phoenix battle body, all first emerged during the ancient times. The only great emperor of the ancient times was also universally recognized as the strongest great emperor throughout the ages. If beings desired opportunities and fortunes from any era, it would undoubtedly be the ancient times. An aura from the ancient times. This small tripod not only contains a vast amount of the energy of the 5 elements, but also has a significant origin. Jiang Yunhao's mind was greatly stirred, and his eyes sparkled. However, this small tripod seemed to be significantly damaged, and it was unclear what kind of catastrophe it had suffered. The tomb guardian spirit spoke again. Yes, I have already noticed that the interior of this small tripod is filled with cracks. To use it perfectly, it needs proper repair. The matter here is settled. After returning home, please ask the ancestors to take a look and maybe make some repairs. When Jiang Yunhao comprehended the essence of the 5 elements, he discovered the damage to the small cauldron. He is not a weapon craftsman, but among the 4 ancestors of the Jiang family. The second ancestor, Jiang Shaotian, is well-versed in the art of crafting. He is not completely at a loss. The family is large and prosperous, and he is not worried at all. Moreover, Jiang Yunhao is not discouraged by his inability to perfectly utilize the small cauldron. On the contrary, when he learned that this small cauldron is suspected to be a treasure from the ancient times, he became even more excited about it. Perhaps asking the ancestors might even refresh the checkpoint location. This treasure is indeed quite remarkable. Jiang Yunhao smiled slightly. Besides, it's not completely useless right now. I just tried it. This small cauldron is indestructible, and it's hard to imagine what could have heavily damaged it. I'm afraid if I threw it, even a quasi-imperial weapon would get bent. Hearing Jiang Yunhao's words, the guardian spirit of the tomb expressed deep agreement. This object is extraordinary. Even if one cannot utilize its mysteries, just throwing it would likely be too much for a quasi-imperial weapon to withstand. However, the guardian spirit did not know that this was crafted from the primordial essence of all things. How could it not be powerful? But he was very clear that this treasure is nothing short of a great weapon. If his master Jiang Yunhao uses it well, it will definitely catch some strong opponents off guard. Young master, the clan members are ready. Do you think we should set off? At this moment, a voice from outside the tent called out. Good, notify everyone and set off immediately. Jiang Yunhao put away the small cauldron, treating it as a hidden trump card. Meanwhile, there was a lot of commotion among the Jiang family members. The news that Jiang Junlin publicly vowed allegiance to Jiang Yunhao had spread throughout the gathering place. Although this was an internal competition among the Jiang family, the fact that Jiang Yunhao was able to suppress Jiang Junlin still shocked countless people. The Jiang family has truly changed. I heard that this young master is even going to take the initiative to strike deep into the void beyond the heavens. Hiss, is that true? Is he really that fierce? All around the gathering place, people from various clans were discussing Jiang Yunhao's actions.